I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks *. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 95. A king's demand to the Storm King was lying dead at the master's feet. There was no doubt in the master's mind that he was dead. Sometimes a mage might survive their body's death if their magic body or something similar was able to flee in time, but the master was far too experienced in these matters for that to have happened here. The Storm King was completely, irrecoverably dead. Or at least, that's what he was in the master's eyes. But the master was familiar with a great many old myths and legends from the primal age that were filled with tales of resurrection. Several of these tales the master knew to be true, if embellished. Those stories all had one common element: the body had to be mostly intact. On a personal note, the master would be quite happy to see the Storm King rise again. He found their fight to be quite exhilarating, after all. However, the master's duty came first, so he sent his power into the Storm King's corpse, liquefying all of his internal organs and ensuring that he would never walk among the living again. Then, the master turned his eyes to the Storm King's sword. It lay in the dirt just outside of the king's reach. The master wanted a closer look at it, so he reached down to pick it up. But, just as his hand was about to come into contact with the hilt, a tiny but extraordinarily powerful lightning bolt surged out and struck his hand. The master hurriedly withdrew his hand with a wince of pain, then gave a slight chuckle and said, "Fine, then. Have it your way." In an instant, the sword became enveloped in enough lightning to nearly blind the master. The lightning didn't last long, but it was still enough to completely disintegrate the ornate handle, pommel, and guard of the weapon, leaving nothing but the blade itself. For the briefest of moments, the master was able to see a long, thin protuberance in the blade's tang, the part of the blade that the handle had been built around. That protuberance was the iron needle, one of the single most powerful and valuable treasures of the Thunderbird clan. But before the master could do anything more than look on in wonder, the blade vanished with a blinding flash of lightning and a deafening clap of thunder. The master sighed at the lost opportunity and sat down, exhausted, on a nearby boulder. The Storm King had given him serious injuries, but those had almost entirely healed in the first few minutes after the battle. More importantly, much of Eterna had been obliterated from the force of their fight, and millions of mortals and mages alike were dead. The tower behind the master had been split in half and was starting to collapse, so that's where the master started his reconstruction. It took little more than a thought and lazy gesture for the tower to return to its pristine, pre-battle state. Then, working outwards, came the surrounding sea. Almost a quarter of the entire sea had evaporated away from the lightning that fell into it, despite the accompanying downpour. Again, the master simply waved his hand and the sea was refilled to pre-battle levels. Moving on, he stopped the earthquakes and dissipated the storm clouds that had continued flooding many low-lying regions of the plain. There wasn't anything he could do about the staggering number of dead, but he made sure the survivors could rebuild. After solving these problems as best he could, the master took the Storm King's body and returned to the top of his tower to wait. The Storm King had brought hundreds of the strongest members of the Thunderbird clan to Eterna with him, in addition to the thousands of strong mages that conquered the continent in anticipation of his arrival years before, and none of them would be happy that their king, the strongest man in their clan in the past 1,000 millenniums, had been killed. Sure enough, after calmly watching the Thunderbird clan's forces gather under the Storm King's children, the vengeful army arrived outside the tower only a month later. They numbered a mere 5,000, but each man was a powerful mage that even the master couldn't dismiss out of hand. Plus, he also spotted a pair of demons among their ranks, one a mass of swirling shadows and the other a tangled web of roots and branches. A dozen mages, the obvious leaders of the army, flew up to the top of the tower to meet with the master. The master took careful notice of the size of this group, as there were a couple individuals who were conspicuous by their absence. "Grave Warden!" shouted the man in charge. He was the first prince, the eldest son of the Storm King. His looks were a near copy of his father's, but he dressed in significantly humbler and less grand armor. The master took his time before acknowledging their presence. "What could possibly bring all of you fine young mages here today?" he asked, feigning ignorance. "You damn well know why we're here. You killed our father and king," shouted a young woman with a fiery disposition. She was the Storm King's only daughter. She was also the strongest of his children, but she didn't have the patience for royal duties, so she had quite happily supported the first prince's claims to the throne, which left her with more time to train. She would have continued into a full-blown furious tirade, but the first prince held up his hand, silencing her before she could start a battle too early with a poorly timed insult. My sister speaks out of turn, Grave Warden, but she isn't wrong. My father, our king, is dead by your hands. We want you to return his body to, Done, replied the master. The Storm King's body appeared in front of the first prince's entourage, who immediately began checking its condition after a moment of surprise. The first prince was more than a little flustered from the master's action. He had been prepared to fight for the Storm King's body. In fact, he had rather counted on the master not returning it, so the clan had a cause for war other than simple vengeance, not that they really needed one. He stayed silent while his siblings and the clan's elders busily checked his father's body. There was some outrage from the obvious destruction of his organs, but the Storm King was still perfectly recognizable with most of his bones intact and enough of his residual aura that those inspecting him knew it wasn't a fake. But there was still something missing. Where's our family's sword? Asked one of the younger princes. It's gone, answered one of the elders. The first prince looked at the master with a cold and serious look. The master shrugged, smiled, and said, Don't look at me, I don't have it. He was actually a little amused that not once did they bring up the ravaging of the kingdom they'd built in Eterna. It seemed to the master that they didn't care in the slightest about the people they had subjugated here, though they had at least avoided pointless cruelty. If they hadn't enruled the lands they conquered with an iron fist, then the master would have been far more proactive, rather than choosing to simply wait for the Storm King's arrival. We can't leave without that sword, Grave Warden. You must return it immediately. Did you not hear me just now? I don't have it. The first prince sighed in mock dejection. I wanted to solve this problem peacefully, but now you leave me no choice. Ha! Laughed the master. There's no one here but me and all of you. Who are you putting on that act for? No one's going to judge you for taking your vengeance. Why bother looking for other excuses? The first prince frowned, as did his entourage. They were obviously there to avenge the Storm King, but being called out on their actions wasn't something they were used to. No one would question their motives so openly if they were back in the Nexus. And this only enraged the Storm King's children further. The first prince drew a massive two-handed sword from his soul realm, and his siblings and elders took hold of their own weapons. They fanned out and surrounded the master, but he wasn't particularly concerned. He wasn't as interested in playing with them as he was with the Storm King, so he'd taken some time to prepare. With a single snap of his fingers, the ground around their army at the base of the tower collapsed and gargantuan stone hands burst from the earth, crushing many of the assembled mages. 3 stone giants made by the master had been buried in anticipation of the army's coming, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The first prince had left the army almost literally standing on top of them, leading more than 1,000 of the finest mages belonging to the Thunderbird clan to their deaths. Most of those who remained weren't uninjured and were forced to contend with the stone giants. The first prince might have ordered several of the elders with him to support the remains of the army, but his group was far too absorbed in attacking the master to spare much attention for what was happening below. That attitude proved fatal to those still on the ground as the stone giants easily stamped them down like ants. Even the 2 mages who held the contracts with the demons were killed, releasing both from their obligations to the Thunderbird clan. They immediately vanished, choosing to return to the void rather than contend with the master's stone giants. By then, only a few hundred mages of the army were left, throwing lightning bolts and striking out with their enchanted weapons. At the top of the tower, the master had easily dodged the attacks of the princes and princess, then smiled condescendingly at the elders. Thick clouds had kept the central sea overcast for the previous couple weeks, and the master had hidden tens of thousands of fist-sized rocks within them. With a thought, he ceased holding them up and pulled them back down to Eterna with great force. These rocks hit the tower hard, so hard they stunned the avenging party long enough for the master to whip out his war hammer and instantly kill 4 elders. "You bastard!" screamed the Storm King's daughter as she lunged forward with all the speed afforded to her by the Thunderbird clan's command of lightning. Unfortunately for her, the master raised his war hammer by several inches and blocked her attack with ease. The young woman stared daggers at him, but he only gave a slight smile in return. She tried to push against his war hammer to knock him off balance or at least to pin him down for one of her brothers to strike, but she wasn't able to stick with it as a pair of shiny black diamond spikes erupted from tower roof and impaled both of her feet. She cried out in pain, but she had bought the rest of her party enough time to recover and press the attack. The master blocked a flurry of blows from 3 angry sons of the Storm King and the 4 remaining elders that accompanied them. The Thunderbird clan's most powerful warriors kept the pressure on, but the master hardly seemed to care, constantly dodging and blocking with little effort. He kept this going for another minute or so, keeping their attention on him rather than what he was doing. In an instant, the perfectly level and smooth roof of the tower formed a great depression, causing the attackers to lose balance for a moment. The master took the opportunity to strike out and kill one of the elders with a well-placed blow from his war hammer, but that wasn't the point. The extra stone that resulted from the depression reached up and encased all of the combatants within a thick dome, preventing any escape. Then, more spikes burst forth, killing the Storm King's daughter to the horror of her brothers. The dome began to slowly shrink, constricting them and causing great panic. "To me!" shouted the first prince, burying his grief at his sister's death. The other 5 rallied to him in the center of the rapidly shrinking dome. They didn't intend to try to break out of the dome, they knew that would be impractical at best and impossible at worst. Instead, they retargeted the master, who was standing near the edge and watching with great interest to see what they would do. They channeled their magic and began conjuring great bolts of lightning to hurl at the master. It wasn't too difficult for them to realize that attacking head-on wasn't getting them anywhere, so they tried to engage him at what little range they had. The master created a wall of stone, blocking their potent lightning spears from piercing him, much to their rage and frustration. The master decided to stop playing and brought the dome crashing down upon the attackers with a tremendous roar. He then leisurely returned to the top of the tower, causing all the falling debris from the dome to miss him with a mere thought and wait to see if anyone survived. Once he came back out into the light, he curiously glanced over the edge to see how his stone giants were faring. To his surprise, his giants had almost cleaned up the rest of the Thunderbird clan's army, all but a small handful of the strongest mages that had accompanied the Storm King's avenging children were dead. This small handful was about as capable of combating the giants as the rest of the army had been, and the giants quickly made short work of them. From behind the master came a loud explosion. He knew that the collapsing dome wouldn't kill all of his attackers, but he was surprised again to see no one but the first prince limp out of the jagged and broken crater. The first prince glared at the master with as much hatred and loathing as anyone was capable of expressing. He could tell from his magic senses that everyone he had assembled and brought with him had been killed, including his elders and siblings. Even his almighty father was dead, and all by the hand of the man in front of him. Of course, he spared no thought to the reasons why they were now dead, or that continuing to attack the master would be tantamount to suicide. All he saw was red, spurring him on to attack the master again. But the first prince was heavily injured and far weaker than the master. Even the most intense lightning he could call forth barely caused the master's hair to stand on end at this point, and his strongest sword strikes were blocked with ease. "You know," said the master with a calm and relaxed tone, in stark contrast with the first prince's frenzied assault, "the Storm King had 5 sons if I recall correctly. And yet, only 3 sons have shown themselves today." The master left his statement hanging there, as it was clear the first prince wasn't in any state to listen to him, let alone answer with any coherence. After a few more moments, the master sighed and brought his war hammer to bear, dodging the last of the first prince's attacks and crushing his chest with a single blow. He then followed through with a second strike, flattening the first prince's skull between his hammer and the tower. "I guess where they are hardly matters. Not like I actually have to watch out for them, he he he." After that final morbid chuckle, everything fell silent. The master cleaned up the mess that had been made and buried the entire army around the island. They had at least given him a fine diversion, so he made sure to honor them. In fact, his battle with the Storm King had been thrilling enough for him that he even built a small underground tomb for the man and his children, covering it with a massive boulder and a mound of earth. Then, he sat at the edge of his tower to watch what happened to Eterna next and to wait to see if the Storm King's remaining 2 sons would seek their own vengeance. He barely moved for the next 2 millennia. The plane collapsed into anarchy following the massive depopulation of the central regions and the destruction of the ruling class in most other regions. Over time, these now sparsely populated lands were resettled and the 4 empires that would come to dominate the areas around the sea were founded. These nascent empires exploited the remains of the infrastructure built by the Thunderbird clan to become the most powerful nations in Eterna. The massive storm that nearly wiped out all of humanity within the central regions was rather understandably blamed on the Storm King, who turned from a foreign conqueror in the stories told by Eterna's people into a genocidal maniac. The few weak and isolated survivors of the Thunderbird clan that were found were quickly put to death, leaving only a few small, secret enclaves scattered around Eterna. In less than 5,000 years, a few of these enclaves were rooted out and slaughtered, but most of them lost so much of their records and supporting infrastructure that they could no longer awaken their blood. For all intents and purposes, these scattered remnants were no longer members of the Thunderbird clan. They had become mere tribes of exceptionally reclusive lightning mages, wielding power far inferior to what their ancestors had. The Thunder Kingdom in the remote region that would one day become the Bull Kingdom was the sole exception, as the Thunder Kings retained enough power and influence to both keep their inherited bloodline strong and to fight off the vengeful locals. The Master watched as much as he could. He wasn't all-seeing, but he was able to come to the reasonable conclusion that the Thunderbird clan had been wiped from Eterna, the Thunder Kings managing to avoid his gaze by virtue of their reluctance to awaken the blood of more than 2 or 3 members of each generation. But it wasn't until the political situation had become relatively stable that he realized that there would be no more attacks on his island, and he finally went back inside for some much-needed rest. Chapter 96. Safety Measures. The Master stared hollow-eyed at Leon, lost in the past. He genuinely regretted killing the Storm King back then. He had fallen into something of a rut after the battles with the Thunderbird clan, and it took him a while to figure out why. Those 2 battles had been the last time he felt alive. Ever since, he had been overcome with boredom more often than not, with hardly anything to break the monotony he so despised yet had grown accustomed to. "Here's the thing," the Master suddenly said, startling the disciple. "I don't want that boy killed. Let him grow strong. I love making new friends, but I love having strong rivals even more. I can't wait to see which he'll be, and if he starts worshipping that demon within him," asked the disciple with a big frown appearing on his face. "Then he worships the demon within him," answered the Master quite matter-of-factly. It didn't matter to him if Leon was a demon worshipper. All he cared about was that he had the potential to shake up the status quo, and maybe, just maybe, grow strong enough to give him as exhilarating a fight as the Storm King had. The Master just hoped Leon didn't get himself killed before then. The mood in the Snow Lions camp was beyond jubilant. They had managed to secure not only their own banner, they'd even gotten the Deathbringer's banner. And since no one knew where they had gone after leaving their tower, there was next to no danger of retaliation. If they weren't as tired as they were, they would have undoubtedly started partying. Instead, they split off into their own small friend groups to excitedly chat about what to do over the weekend. Leon's group, consisting of the man himself plus Charles, Matthew, Bohemond, Alon, and Henry, all collapsed onto a number of chairs carved into the side of the cave. The cave systems the Snow Lions had moved into were quite extensive, as they found out in the days following their move. They had been specifically designed to house an entire training unit and so had several lounges complete with stone furniture. These caves weren't nearly as comfortable as their tower, but they were perfectly adequate for resting after a late-night raid on a rival unit. "Ha. And did you see the faces of those oh-so-high and mighty third-tier nudlickers when they came outside? Priceless," Henry shouted in glee. "Yeah, they normally consider themselves invincible among the lower tiers, but that attitude didn't prove arrow-proof," added a smiling Bohemond. "Ah, damned satisfying evening the score," muttered a sleepy Charles. "But what's going to be even more satisfying is getting back into the city tomorrow. Damn Skippy, my friend. I think I might go insane if I stay in these caves another week without a break. Any of you got plans?" asked Henry. "Food," responded Alon. "All the food. I'm getting all the food and putting it in my face." Matthew raised an eyebrow, looking quite interested. "That is the best idea anyone has ever had. You know, there's this place I know run by a guy from the Samar Kingdom, serves the best kebabs in the city. I've been craving some lately, want to go with me?" "Sure, but that certainly isn't going to be my only stop for the day." "I said all the food, and I meant it. Anyone else want in?" Matthew asked, looking around at the other 4. "Sure," said Bohemond instantly, making it clear just how eager he was to get some food that Leon didn't have to carry back to the caves. "I'll go too, but I'm reserving my afternoon for finding some ladies," replied Henry. "I'm out, spending time with Jean," said Charles, to the disappointment of the other 3. *Fukesh, said Henry, miming the snapping of a whip. "Whatever, man, I get to spend time with my girl, while you've got to impress some random woman on the street with your winning personality." "Good luck," responded Charles, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Got room for one more for the food thing?" asked Leon, shocking the others into momentary silence. Leon asking to go with was perhaps the most unexpected thing he could have said. Really? Matthew asked upon recovery. Yeah, I like food, and Alon's plan of finding and eating as much of it as possible sounds great, Leon said. Well, the more the merrier, shouted Alon, throwing his arm around Leon and laughing. With their plans set, they didn't say too much more. They, like most of the other tired snow lions, simply sat back to savor their victory in the reclamation of their banner. After about 15 minutes, the instructors arrived. All the snow lions were called to gather around them in the largest cavern. That was damn fine work, everyone. Get those banners over here so we all can see, shouted the senior instructor. Normally, he was of an exceptionally stern and sober disposition, but once Emilius and Castor brought both banners out, he allowed himself to crack a rare smile. The two snow lions raised the banners high, and the rest of the unit couldn't help but puff out their chests in pride. A few of them even cheered. They quieted down quickly when the senior instructor indicated that he had something to say, though. Now, as I told you previously, the restrictions I placed upon the unit preventing you lot from heading into the city can only be enforced for units that don't have banners. You have seized yours back, so those restrictions are now lifted. After breakfast tomorrow, the three of us will hand out the stipends, including the money that has backed up over the past month, then you will all be released. With that said, the instructors didn't stick around and departed, leaving the snow lions standing in stunned silence in the cavern. The surprise was understandable for them, as the instructors had told them that they would be receiving a much larger amount of money than they were expecting. That silence didn't last long, and the snow lions broke back into their usual groups. Most didn't stay awake to talk for very long, heading for their tents less than half an hour after the instructors left. They wanted to be fresh and well rested for the following day. Leon's group wasn't an exception to this, with most of them going to bed without staying up to train. Given how their night had gone thus far, none of them felt any pressing need for the extra combat training. Charles did meditate for half an hour before falling asleep, though. Leon intended to do the same, feeling that nothing would cap the night off like some good restful meditation, but Castor seemed to have other plans. He approached Leon and said, "Hey, do you mind if we talk a little?" Leon frowned, but said, "I suppose it's fine, good. Head to our meeting chambers, I'm going to get Alphonsus to join us. We need to make some plans in case the Deathbringers attack us in the streets again. I guess, not much we can do to stop them save for attacking them as they leave their tower in the morning, though. Hopefully, that won't be necessary." Leon certainly had more to say about that, but he ended up holding his tongue and silently walking to the meeting chamber while Castor went to find Alphonsus. He found his target relaxing with a pair of his second-tier followers, not quite tired enough for sleep. "Hey, let's talk a bit," Castor said, interrupting the conversation. Alphonsus momentarily frowned at the annoyance before his face turned back into a lazy smile. "Yeah, I figure we have some things to talk about." The two third-tier nobles walked to the meeting room in awkward silence. They were friends, born to a pair of southern noble houses whose lands bordered each other, yet neither was able to find any words to say to the other. Things between them had become awkward ever since Castor supported Leon's idea to move out of the tower and into the caves. Alphonsus had argued vehemently against the idea as he was loath to leave the comforts of the tower behind, but in the end, his unwillingness to give up the finer things lost to Castor's and Leon's desire to move the snow lions to a safer location while giving them much harder training conditions. "So," began Castor once he and Alphonsus entered the meeting room, "there's no doubt in my mind that the Deathbringers will be planning some kind of retaliation." Alphonsus raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Oh, I thought, what?" asked Castor after a moment of silence. "Nothing. Come on, my friend, out with it. It's just that, I thought this talk was about the unit moving back into the tower." Castor looked at Alphonsus in confusion, not quite sure he'd heard his friend correctly. It was never the plan for us to leave these caves, Al. They give us a tremendous advantage since none of the other units know where we are and they're quite defensible even if they somehow manage to find out." "I guess," muttered Alphonsus. His shoulders slumped down a little and the happy light in his eyes vanished. He didn't say another word for the rest of the meeting. "Back to the matter at hand," continued Castor after Alphonsus made it clear through his body language that he wasn't going to press the issue. "We ought to prepare some kind of counter-strategy." "Well, there isn't much we can actually do to prevent the Deathbringers from retaliation," though it probably won't be tomorrow," said Leon. The possibility of the Deathbringer's senior instructor invoking the same policy that his counterpart in the Snow Lions had that deprived the Snow Lions of their weekend privileges only crossed Leon's mind long enough for him to dismiss it. Their own senior instructor had indicated that such an invocation was rare and thought to be cruel enough that the legate had considered banning it. "What makes you say that?" asked Castor with genuine curiosity. Ever since he and Leon had fought almost back-to-back when the Deathbringers attacked their tower, he had developed a great respect for the other man, and he started putting a greater and greater deal of stock in what Leon had to say. "There isn't much time for them to coordinate assaults on our guys again, especially with the morale blow of losing their banner and needing to wait for their unconscious people to wake up. Maybe they'll seek retribution next week, but I think tomorrow ought to be fairly safe. I still think we should come up with a few rules for our unit to follow. For instance, those who were ambushed in the city back then were only attacked when they were in relatively low traffic areas. If our people stay in more crowded locations, we can hopefully avoid those kinds of attacks. If you really want to avoid anything happening, we could always do what I mentioned earlier and just ambush the Deathbringers on their way out of their tower," Leon said with a vicious smile. "No, let's not get too personal here. If they make moves against us off Academy grounds, then that's another story, but for now, let's wait and see how they handle losing their banner. So if they do attack us in the city," Leon began. "Then we'll hit them back Sunday morning," responded Castor without hesitation. "Good," Leon said, the smile he was wearing growing slightly wider. "If I didn't know better, I'd say he actually wants them to attack us tomorrow," thought Castor, seeing Leon's look of anticipation. Additionally, Castor continued out loud, "We ought to make sure the rest of the unit travels in groups of 3 or more. Safety in numbers." "Makes sense," Leon agreed. "And come to think of it, are we allowed to carry our training weapons outside of the academy?" "We can ask the senior instructor tomorrow. Moving on, we should also move as an entire unit back to the tower." Leon paused for a moment to fetch a detailed map of the training grounds, "and we ought to decide on a good route. If I were in the Deathbringers, I would have someone watching our tower just in case anyone returned. If the returning group was small enough, then they would be open for an ambush, while if it wasn't, simply following the direction they came from could give a clue as to where the camp was. Thus, we need to figure out an approach direction beforehand, then proceed on to the city from there." "That's an excellent point. We can also have our trainees meet back up in the tower when their business is done in the city, then we can return to the camp together." "Exactly what I was thinking." Leon and Castor spoke for a few more minutes to hammer out the remaining details. They were so into their discussion that they didn't even notice Alphonsus roll his eyes and leave until after the meeting had come to an end. Chapter 97. Introspection. When Saturday morning came, the air in the Snow Lions camp seemed charged. Everyone had woken up early from the excitement of finally heading back into the city for the first time in over a month and were desperately trying to make themselves busy so that time would seem to go faster. Noticing this restlessness, Castor got everyone organized to do some extra training. It wasn't anything particularly strenuous, just some light sparring, but it helped get their minds off their upcoming day. There was some slight tension when Leon led a group of a dozen trainees back to the tower to pick up the unit's breakfast, as they weren't sure if there would be any spies watching the tower or not. Fortunately, Leon had been leading the food run group on fairly long and winding paths every day to and from the tower for the past couple weeks, and every time was different, so he wasn't that concerned about an ambush. But he did suspect someone would be watching the tower, so he left the group behind about a quarter mile back into the forest and went to scout the tower out alone. His caution wasn't necessary, though, because the area around the tower was deserted. Maybe the Deathbringers haven't gotten their act together yet. It hasn't even been 12 hours, after all. Not enough time for the news to spread, either, so no other units would be watching. Regardless of their reasons, it was clear to Leon that it was safe to begin transporting the food back to camp, which he immediately began doing after signaling to the waiting group that it was safe to approach their tower. Leon didn't let his guard down for the entire time his group was there, though, and he resolved to be extra alert for the next week or two for the inevitable response from the Deathbringers. Leon's group returned to the camp in the gorge without any trouble, much to their relief. About half an hour later, after everyone had finished their meal, Castor got up in front of them to explain the new rules he and Leon had decided on the previous night. Both Leon and Alphonsus stood next to him, though the latter appeared remarkably sulky and even a little angry, despite his attempts to hide it. While Castor was speaking, the instructors arrived at the camp. Castor paused for a moment, but the senior instructor simply said, "Keep going, don't mind us for now." He wanted to hear their plan before launching into the standard safety briefing. However, once Castor was finished, the senior instructor felt that there wasn't much to add. He merely spoke a few words about staying away from shady areas and the importance of returning to the academy on time. Then, he indicated to the other two instructors to begin passing out the silver to the trainees. While the snow lions were distracted with the enormous bags of silver coins the instructors had brought, the senior instructor quietly approached Leon and said, "The academy received a priority communication from the Heaven's Eye Merchant Guild, addressed to you." He pulled out a small blue scroll from his pocket and handed it to Leon. Leon raised his eye in momentary confusion before realizing that it was probably about the ingredients he commissioned them to find for Zaffin's recovery. He took a few steps away from the rest of the unit, then hurriedly broke the magical seal on the scroll and unfurled it. The first thing he noticed was a pleasant fragrance wafting off the paper, which he recognized as the same perfume that Elise wore. He knew immediately that she had written this message without even having to see the elegant handwriting or the signature at the bottom. "Hey Zaffin," Leon said, knowing the demon was busy concentrating on his recovery and wasn't sparing any attention for what was going on outside his soul realm. "Looks like Heaven's Eye has made some progress on those ingredients you're waiting on." Oh, really? It's about damn time." While the snow lions were busy preparing themselves for heading back into the city, the 3 third-tier nobles in charge of the Deathbringers were having quite the heated conversation in their common room at the top of their tower. "This isn't something that can go unanswered. They've humiliated us," shouted Xianxia, his face red from passionate argument. "But we haven't a clue as to where the snow lions are. We can't just storm their tower again, can we?" answered Linus, his friendship with both Castor and Alphonsus giving him a more moderate opinion. "Then we find some snow lions and beat them until they reveal where they and the rest of those cowardly rats hole up." "You're suggesting to attack them in the streets again? That was a terrible idea then, and it's even worse now. How would it reflect upon us if it were to be found out that we had our subordinates attack our fellow trainees outside of the academy? How would it look to our families if it gets back to them that we're engaging in such underhanded and blatant attacks on our countrymen? If we gain a reputation for such dishonorable means, then we are no better than common thugs, terrorizing people in back alleys. We're encouraged to fight amongst ourselves. This is just an extension of that prerogative. We need to retrieve that banner or we have no honor to save. I can only speak for myself, but my honor is more than a piece of fabric. I won't sully my hands with such an endeavor, and I will stop any attempts to attack the snow lions off the academy's training grounds. We may have lost both banners we held, but we are noble, our reputations are worth more than 1,000 banners." Throughout this argument, Gaius had remained uncharacteristically quiet. In fact, it appeared that he wasn't even paying attention. His chin was resting in his hands and he was staring into the fireplace with such a tired look that no one would have ever guessed he'd been awake for less than an hour. He certainly felt the expected amount of rage and indignation at the snow lion's seizure of the banners, as well as the personal defeat he and the other 2 third-tier mages suffered in that final arrow barrage, but the knowledge that his older brother would be watching his response very closely was severely tempering his response. He had to admit to himself that he'd gone a little wild after leaving Lensha, letting his pride swell out of his control once he was away from his father's austere gaze and swift hand that punished any behavior that was unbecoming of a noble. His year in the Knight Academy, the squireship to a high-ranking knight, his time in the Royal Legions, that was to be his time to fully enjoy the benefits of his nobility until he returned to House Tullius to serve his father and eldest brother. But then, not even 2 weeks into his new unrestrained life, he met Leon. His anger at the loss of the banners burned almost as hot as when he had woken up after the combat test, but it wasn't immediate revenge in the name of merely satisfying his ego that he thought of now. Instead, his thoughts were occupied with the idea raised by Tiberius after they had assaulted the Snow Lion's tower and the chat he had with his brother a couple weeks before. His raw emotional reaction was to find where the Snow Lions hid themselves and strangle them in their sleep, but his rational side won out. He finally made his decision about what to do in the short term. "Nothing. Xianxia, would you just shut your mouth?" Gaius asked with a pleasant yet tired tone, though the way he glared at Xianxia made it clear it wasn't a request. "Why?" Xianxia demanded indignantly as he turned to face Gaius, but as soon as he made eye contact, he sheepishly continued with a, "Sure, good," said Gaius. He then took a deep breath and paused for a moment to search for the right words. I understand the desire to seek immediate vengeance. I think that fact is not lost on anyone in this entire academy. I haven't exactly been subtle with my hatred of the barbarian. And that attitude has gotten me here, having suffered several humiliations, recriminations from my family, and the loss of our banner. Gaius paused again, his eyes repeatedly flitting between Chieftain and Linus. Both were equally silent, puzzled and concerned over what Gaius was now saying. We can certainly pursue pure vengeance today, seeking out and ambushing what few snow lions we can find in that enormous city. We'll get 4, maybe 5, and then they'll respond by ambushing us. We don't know where they sleep, so we won't be able to retaliate again, except by ambushing them in the streets of the capital another time. They'll move in groups, sticking to more crowded areas, I'm sure. Our people will be seen and our reputations will suffer, while theirs will only grow after enduring these assaults and successfully counter-attacking. Gaius paused for a third time, letting his eyes wander around the room for a moment. Neither Chieftain nor Linus dared to break the silence. They were both quite taken aback at Gaius' seriousness and somber attitude. Just half an hour beforehand, the two nobles had expected him to emerge from his room so wrathful as to be spitting fire and demanding the two of them join him in personally hunting down Leon to skewer him like a pig. But now here he was, calmly analyzing the situation and considering their options, without a hint of rage in his face. Assaulting our rivals in the streets may be gratifying, it may bring us some momentary satisfaction, but that is not what we need right now. We need a concrete plan, one that doesn't degrade us, one that doesn't make us look like a bunch of spoiled rich boys throwing a temper tantrum, a plan that won't end with our trainees being ambushed on the road outside our tower. We need a plan that retrieves both our banner and our honor, and most importantly, befits our nobility. As Gaius finished, his two noble comrades could only stare at him in shock. What the fuck is wrong with you two? He demanded. It's nothing, muttered Chieftain. We just weren't expecting all of that, said Linus. Responded Gaius, choosing that it would be best for his ego not to dig into those answers. Whatever. Go tell the second-tier trainees my decision. No one attacks the snow lions until I say we're ready. They're not going to like that, Chieftain said with a grim expression. It doesn't matter what they like. I'm the leader of this unit, so I make the decisions and they follow them. That won't change the fact that they're out for blood after losing the banner, especially those first-tier trainees who were stunned in their sleep. Apparently waking up after that brings a massive headache. Gaius glared at the two of them. He clearly didn't want to hear these things that sounded like excuses. Linus and Chieftain got to their feet and made for the stairs to relay Gaius' decision. They returned several minutes later after forcing every second-tier trainee in the unit to personally swear not to attack the snow lions for the time being. Gaius used those few minutes to think, and when the other two third-tier mages sat down at his table, he let them in on his thoughts. So, it seemed to me that wherever the snow lions have been, they've used their time well. Their teamwork was far better than ours, and they knew exactly what they were doing. They moved with purpose, stealing our banner as fast and as quietly as possible, only sparing the time to stun those who were absolutely required. I'd guess they practiced a few times in their own tower. We're going to need a similar level of teamwork if we're going to fight them on equal footing. As it is, even if we knew where they were hiding, I'm not sure we could win in a straight-up assault as we did last time, especially not without outside help like Tiberius. As proud and arrogant as Gaius was, he couldn't deny Leon's strength anymore or the strength of his unit. He may be a barbarian, but he is damned good at fighting. I can't underestimate or dismiss him anymore, he thought. So, Gaius continued, we're going to double down on our training. And not just for the three of us, we're going to get the Deathbringers as ready for our next fight with the snow lions as they can possibly be. Linus and Chieftain slowly nodded in agreement, steeling themselves for the hard training that was to come. Gaius, too, started to mentally ready himself, but that didn't stop him from sparing a few brain cells thinking about how to strike at Leon outside of the academy. It wouldn't be in the near future, but when he had better access to his family's resources, he absolutely intended to send some strong mages after the barbarian that had caused him so much trouble. Chapter 98. Acquiring ingredients. Not long after the snow lions were dismissed by their senior instructor, Leon pushed open the doors of the Heaven's Eye Tower. He had wasted no time making his way over, though this did mean that he'd had to cancel getting food with his friends. He'd been looking forward to eating some great food, especially after everyone else had hyped up their preferred food places. But Zaffin's potion took priority. Leon could sense the demon's excitement growing during the journey to the tower. Despite losing out on trawling for some of the best food in the capital, Leon truly didn't mind helping out Zaffin. Especially so since it also meant he could spend more time with Elise, who he found himself liking more and more, though it would take quite a bit for him to admit it to anyone else. He didn't need to admit his excitement to Zaffin, though, as the demon could sense it just as easily as Leon could sense his own anticipation. However, probably out of a stubbornly stoic and childish desire not to admit to each other how excited they both were, neither spoke very much after Leon received the priority message. Leon had barely stepped a single foot inside the Heaven's Eye Tower when he made eye contact with Elise. She had been sitting in a chair by the door reading a book and sipping tea waiting for his arrival, appearing to be the perfect picture of the beautiful and elegant noblewoman that she was, despite her casual clothing and loose worn hair. As soon as she saw him, she smiled and rose from her seat, giving her book to a nearby servant at the same time. "Leon, it's good to see you," she exclaimed as she walked over, a look of delight on her face. "You too," Leon said back, a shy smile tugging at his own mouth. "So, I take it you got our message?" Elise asked as she took his arm and gently steered Leon further inside, toward the magic lifts. She knew enough about his personality at this point to understand that he didn't particularly want to stick around such a crowded place as the tower's lounge for very long, so she intended to take him directly to the 7th floor where they could conduct their business in relative peace. Plus, as much as she typically ignored them, she wasn't too keen on the attention she drew from the other patrons of the tower who were spending their time in the lounge. Once they entered the privacy of the magic lift, Elise put aside the pleasantries and got down to business. "We've managed to locate a core from a 5th-tier magma salamander. I trust that should be sufficient for your purposes." After a quick consultation with Zaffin, Leon responded, "It should be fine, but I would need to see the core to be certain." "Of course," Elise said with a smile. "Additionally, we've also found a kagu flower that ought to fulfill your needs. Unfortunately, we will need to leave the tower to acquire it." Leon's eyes narrowed in surprise and some slight displeasure, but his personal feelings about being out in public wouldn't stop him from getting that flower. "The merchant you commissioned is waiting for us with the core, then after that, I'll happily escort you to the alchemist who's currently holding the flower," Elise said, showing Leon a brief but dazzling smile before turning to face the doors of the lift. She was fast enough that Leon didn't notice the faint reddening of her face, despite being a little more comfortable around her after his recent experiences helping to train the snow lions. When they arrived at the 7th floor, Elise hurried them along to a private room where a merchant with a gaunt face and serious expression was waiting. Off to the sides of the room were a pair of attendants, waiting to facilitate their transaction. Things went smoothly with Elise doing most of the talking. The merchant took out the perfectly spherical core and placed it on a waiting cushion. It gave off a brilliant orange light and filled the room with enough heat to make the attendants start to sweat. Leon closely examined the core, giving Zaffin a good look at it at the same time. Once the demon grudgingly admitted that the core was sufficient, Leon agreed to the purchase. The merchant, being well versed in the financial matters that took place on the 7th floor, tactfully walked to the other side of the room to fill out a few forms, giving Leon enough privacy to finalize things with Elise by giving her his gold card. She and one of the attendants left the room for about 10 minutes before returning with a pair of receipts for Leon and the merchant. Elise gave Leon his card back with a glowing smile while the attendant wrapped up the core for him. Leon smiled a little bitterly when he was handed his card back. That core had cost him over 200,000 silvers, and he still had 2 more rare ingredients to buy. The merchant immediately took his leave once everything was settled, but both attendants waited by the door as inconspicuously as they could just in case Elise needed anything else from them. Elise didn't care about their presence, being far too preoccupied gently smiling and staring at Leon, enjoying how nervous he was getting under her gaze. "So, we ought to go and get that kagu flower. Square that away. Best not to leave these things for later," Leon babbled, hoping Elise would stop staring and say something. But, when she did speak, it was only to tease him more, much to his dismay. "Oh, so you want to leave so quickly? Don't you like spending time with me?" she asked, clearly trying to embarrass Leon. Fortunately for him, she was keeping her relative distance and not invading his personal space, so he was still able to think clearly enough even if his heart felt like it was trying to break free of his chest. And then something came to mind that calmed him down considerably, perhaps the only thing that could possibly take his mind off the smiling Elise who continued to take advantage of his shyness. As a matter of fact, he began, there is something I would like to do. Before we set off, and I would be honored if you were to join me. Leon spoke with such clarity and poise that Elise was completely taken aback. She was stunned, almost speechless by the sudden change in Leon's demeanor, and was only able to say, "What did you want?" "I only had a light breakfast, which was a terrible mistake, it's left me rather famished. However, this place has some fantastic food." Leon's eyes lit up with excitement as he spoke, but they quickly turned bashful again as he continued. "Besides, this could give us more time, to, talk." Elise giggled at his behavior, especially at his complete earnestness when talking about food, then happily agreed. The two attendants were immediately sent off to bring them some food, which Leon was fairly confused about. "What's wrong?" Elise asked, seeing his raised eyebrow. "We can eat here. I thought we'd be returning to the ground floor lounge." Elise giggled again at his remark, before remarking with a look of pride, "We don't have to. Since my mother is the Tower Lord, I can reserve any room in this entire building to eat in." "Wait, what? Your mother is the Tower Lord?" Leon asked, the surprise and incredulousness evident in his tone. Oh, haven't I mentioned this before?" Elise responded with a carefree attitude. Leon sighed, and the two continued to chat while waiting for their meal. They filled their time by talking about what had happened since they had last seen each other. Leon actually did most of the talking, telling Elise all about his experiences with the Knight Academy. By the time their food arrived, he had managed to relax enough to speak with barely a hint of nervousness. Their meal didn't last long. Elise hadn't been that hungry, so her plate had been quite light, while Leon devoured his food as quickly as he was able without forgetting what few table manners Artorias had taught him. "Oh my, you really like the food here, don't you?" Elise said half teasingly. Leon's face went a little red, but he answered quicker than he would have only a month beforehand. There wasn't much of any spice or any other flavoring, really, in the northern vales. Everything this far south tastes better, even the bread. Even the greenhand produce would taste bland in comparison. Greenhand, what's that mean? Oh, well, the vale I was in before coming south was ruled by the brown bears, but they weren't the only tribe around. They were, I suppose, are the strongest tribe, but there are several other smaller subordinate tribes that live there as well. The Greenhand tribe is one of them, and they're the only tribesmen who have any sort of knowledge about nature magic. Most of the wheat, potatoes, and silk grass that are grown in the vale are grown by them." "I see," responded Elise, being fairly curious about what the politics looked like where Leon had been raised. She had a few more questions which Leon answered to the best of his ability, but they couldn't delay much longer. It was time for them to get that kagu flour. "We just need to head over to the alchemist forum. Almost all the ingredients that are bought by every alchemist in the city goes through there. There's a certain merchant who runs a store there who is holding the kagu flour you asked for, so that's where we're going." Elise set off through the door of the room holding Leon's arm, leaving the two attendants in the room to finish cleaning up. "What in the name of the ancestors was that about?" whispered one of them to the other. "An ingredient merchant merely holding something Heaven's Eye wants? Not a chance. They would, without a doubt, bring it here for the sale." The other man was an older and far more knowledgeable attendant, having worked at the tower long enough to have seen Elise grow up. The merchant in question actually offered to bring it here, but the young lady refused. She insisted that she and the client would come to pick it up personally, he explained. "Huh," said the first attendant, an odd look on his face. "Why would the young lady do that? It's not a good look for her to go and meet a merchant at his own place rather than have him come here." "I can only guess," said the other attendant, almost without thought. After a moment of silence, "Though," he said, "actually, never mind. It's not for us to speculate as to the motives of the daughter of our Lord." The first attendant frowned and stared at the other man. "Really, there's no one else here, why the hesitation?" Mumbled the other attendant, trying not to give in to the temptation to show off his insight, for it would be very bad manners on his part. "Well, that's just no fun." The first attendant continued muttering good-natured insults about his partner, acting smart, for a while longer, but the other attendant wasn't paying any attention. Instead, he thought about how warm Elise seemed to be with Leon, as opposed to the usual sensual but distant atmosphere the Tower Lord had raised her to have. Had she been interacting with anyone else, she would have adopted a seductive attitude, but she never would have gotten too close to anyone, an odd combination of her mother's lessons and her own youthful rebelliousness constantly contrasting with each other. It's good to see her letting her guard down around someone that isn't a close friend, thought the second attendant. He'd correctly guessed that Elise simply wanted an excuse to take Leon on a date without actually calling it such. Chapter 99. Acquiring ingredients to the Alchemist Forum was a paradise for all alchemists within the Bull Kingdom, whether they were mere apprentices or venerable masters. There were dozens of buildings surrounding the forum, awash with color from bright tile murals and exceptionally detailed paintings depicting plants and flowers of all kinds. The forum itself had over 200 smaller stalls filled with gorgeous flowers and other luminous and regal alchemy ingredients. All the rarest and most expensive products were kept indoors where they could be easily protected, but there were enough exotic plants around that the density of magic in the air around the forum was considerably higher than in other areas of the city. It was a very important place to the Bull Kingdom and was afforded all the security such a place deserved. Dozens of guards posted around the clock at key points in the forum and dozens more constantly patrolling around the shops and stalls. Most of them had little to actually do, though, as their presence was so great that street crime in the area was nearly non-existent. The primary job of the guards was actually to remove any loitering mages who were hoping to use the atmosphere to train, rather than to do business. Despite its name, there were far more than alchemists browsing the various wares in the vast jungle-like marketplace. Alchemists were certainly in the majority, but there were also enchanters looking for interesting or unconventional materials to mulch into paper or ink, and servants of nobility looking for flowers to fill out a garden or courtyard. There were even a number of merchants looking for new products, trying to buy the seeds of whatever caught their eye. It was to the Alchemist Forum that Elise was leading Leon, questioning him about the ways of the Veilmen along the way. Leon had done his best to answer, but since he had spent so little time among the brown bears, barely a few days every couple of months, he couldn't provide every answer she sought. "So there's none at all?" Elise asked, the disappointment in her voice. "Impossible to miss." "Well, human sacrifice isn't common, but it's still around in some places. I grew up in the East, and Torfin Ice Eyes all but put a stop to the practice a few years ago. Which, as I said, doesn't mean it's gone completely. I've personally seen some of the priests put a couple murderers to death in the name of the Mountain Father." "You said that it's only recently dying out in the East, but what about the West?" asked Elise. She was quite fascinated with the strange and mysterious culture of the Veilmen, especially since it was something she could get Leon to actually say more than a few words about. "I can't say anything for sure about the Western Veils, but I have heard a few stories. Most of them aren't particularly pleasant." Leon trailed off, hesitating to repeat what he had heard, but Elise wasn't dissuaded. "Surely you don't think I can't handle a few horror stories?" she asked with an impish and expectant grin. "I'm sure you can," Leon muttered, a faint smile appearing on his own face. "There have been some recent changes in the north. A man named Hakon Firebeard has united most of the Western Veils, and his methods of ruling are extreme, assuming that what refugees that flee his territories say can be taken at face value and haven't been overly exaggerated. They say Hakon Firebeard is extremely fond of burning people alive, and that he's put entire villages to the torch to appease the Mountain Father. He also allegedly has captured warriors of rival tribes crucified for a whole day, then burned as a sacrifice to the Sky Mother." So there's no cannibalism? No flaying of enemies and wearing of their skin for clothing? "No, or at least, not that I'm aware of." "Oh," Leon chuckled, then said, "You sound almost disappointed." "I am. You're basically telling me that those mystical and unnatural rites that everyone in the Bull Kingdom knows about aren't true." "So sorry to let you down," Leon said with a sarcastic grin. "The people in the Veils value peace and stability as much as the people in the South. They're just not quite so organized, which leads to more conflict." "Well, are there at least demon worshippers? Tribes of werewolves that interbreed with actual wolves? Ancient vampires that live in caves high up in the mountains and feed on any unfortunate soul that strays too close?" Where do you even hear these things?" "So they're not true." "The first two, definitely not. The last one, most likely not, but the frozen mountains are quite large, so who knows? There were demons in those mountains, though. Or at least, one demon," murmured Zaffin. "But you weren't being worshipped, were you?" Leon shot back. "No, though I should have been. It isn't every day a Lord of Flame shows himself." The demon didn't continue, so Leon turned his attention back to Elise. She was cutely pouting because Leon had ruthlessly shot down her preconceptions, but her face brightened up considerably when she felt the distinctive change in the air as they got close to the alchemist forum. She took Leon's arm and started walking as fast as she could without losing her dignity. They both couldn't help but let out an "ah" of wonder and delight as they entered the forum, as the bright and vibrant colors, heavenly scent of the flowers, and high density of magic in the air created a near-overwhelming feast for the senses. The two wanted to stand right where they had stopped and savor the atmosphere, but the throngs of people coming and going from the gigantic market weren't going to stop on their account, so Elise and Leon pressed onward. For 10 minutes, they did nothing except wander the outer stalls of the forum, where the wares were little more than decorative. Elise even spotted a number of one of her favorite flowers, a lotus-like plant that gently glowed red in the mornings, purple during the day, and blue in the evenings. She made a big enough show of smiling and staring at them that even the socially inept Leon could tell that she wanted one, so he dug out a few silvers and bought one for her. In response, Elise threw her arms around his neck in a joyous hug, making the few dozen people around them who were witness to her happiness smile uncontrollably at the scene. Once Leon managed to extricate himself from Elise's arms, the stall keeper handed him one of the flowers with a wink and a nod and even knocked a couple silvers off the price, only taking a single token silver coin from Leon. At first, Leon was only going to give the flower to Elise, but she smiled and leaned towards him while giggling and tilting her head. Leon was utterly baffled as to what she was doing, but fortunately for him, Zafin was watching in fascination and came to his rescue. "She wants you to put the flower in her hair, dummy." Leon didn't respond to the demon, but his face immediately went red and his hands started shaking. He managed to gently thread the vivid purple flower behind one of her ears despite his nervousness, though. "So, how do I look?" she asked, giving Leon a sly look. Leon was about to respond, but when he made eye contact with her, his words caught in his throat. He had to take a deep breath to steady his heart before he could finally say, You look stunning." She smiled and happily took his arm. From that angle, Leon couldn't see the red that had started to spread through her cheeks. After several minutes of walking in an embarrassed silence that neither wanted to break, Elise led Leon into one of the biggest buildings around the forum. Its walls were opulently decorated with lavish paintings of forests and mountains, and the entrance hall had no roof, both to allow sunlight to reach the indoor gardens and to give them a greater feeling of openness. As soon as they walked in through the door, Elise was recognized by the Heaven's Eye representative she'd sent over several hours beforehand. As he walked over, Elise released Leon's arm and took up a significantly more authoritative attitude. "Lady Elise, everything's ready and waiting for you," the representative said, skipping the pleasantries and getting right down to business. "Good, lead the way," responded Elise, barely glancing at him. "Yes, my lady." The man started walking further into the building, giving Elise and Leon a considerable amount of space to follow. "This should be quick," Elise started explaining to Leon. "We've already hammered out most of the details and negotiated a fair price. All that's needed now is for you to finalize the deal and take your Kagu flower." Leon nodded in acknowledgement. He was far too busy trying to ignore the stares from the store's employees, who were extremely curious as to who Elise and Leon were, to warrant being led inside to ask her for any specifics about the deal. Once they left the entrance hall and started walking through the more private areas of the building that were reserved for transactions far too large or important to be handled by the public employees, it became clear just how rich the owner of the place was. The walls were just as richly decorated as they were outside, but the roof here was made of actual living tree branches, kept alive and permanently green through the use of complex nature magic, a blend of earth, light, and water enchantments that greatly aided plant growth while providing a host of other benefits. Leon and Elise were shown into the largest meeting room in the building, where 3 people were already waiting. The oldest of these 3, a man who appeared middle-aged, immediately stood up to greet Elise. He noticed the flower in her hair and the fact that she had brought a man with her after informing him that she would bring the client to pick it up from his place. But as soon as he smiled knowingly and made a comment about it, Elise's face became as stern and stoic as Leon's default expression. With a few barbed words that implied she had been insulted, she made the merchant lower his price by 10%. Leon barely registered any of that. As soon as he walked in the door, his eyes were drawn to the beautiful volcanic flower on the central meeting table. It radiated fire magic, raising the temperature of the room so much that the other 2 people waiting in the room, not even being first-tier mages and thus having little defense against such magical auras, were quite obviously uncomfortable, nearly sweating through their clothes. Leon drew closer to the table to get a better look at the flower. he could feel Zaffin's rising excitement so clearly that it compelled him to inspect the flower. It was barely larger than his palm, with hundreds of long, needle-thin red-orange petals radiating out from the central bulb, a shining golden sphere. Yes, everything looks fine, muttered Zaffin, desperately trying to keep his voice calm. The kagu flower was by far the most important part of the potion he needed. The other two ingredients could be a great many things, though he had specifically asked Leon to find the two he had believed to be the easiest to acquire. Is there any problem? The merchant timidly asked. He still hurt from Elise gouging out a huge chunk of the money he had expected to make, so he wanted to make sure that Leon hadn't seen anything that would drive the price down further. It's fine, whispered Leon, not taking his eyes off the flower. The merchant breathed a sigh of relief, and what followed was several minutes of paperwork between his assistants and the Heaven's Eye representative to organize the money transfer. Leon didn't even need to pull out his card. Elise had taken care of that part when he had given it to her earlier in the day. 15 minutes after they had walked into the store, Elise and Leon walked back out with Leon carrying a big wooden box under his arm. The box would keep the kagu flower's aura sealed within, to prevent it from bothering anyone around him. It had only been unsealed in the meeting room to facilitate his inspection. So, Elise hesitantly began, her severe facade fading away, do you have any other plans for the day? Leon guessed that she was subtly suggesting that she would like to spend more time with him, which excited him to no end, but he could feel Zaffin's impatience almost literally hammering on his soul realm. I'm sorry, I've got to go, these ingredients need some preparation before they're ready and it's not something that should be put off. I can at least walk you back to the Heaven's Eye Tower, though. Elise gave him a dazzling smile and said, I'd like that. They walked through the streets in silence, simply enjoying each other's company. They kept their quiet until they reached the tower, when they spoke their goodbyes. Just as Leon was about to turn around and head back to the Night Academy, Elise hurried forward and swiftly kissed him on the cheek. She laughed quietly, then said, we're working on getting that 4th-tier feather for you. In the meantime, don't be a stranger. She happily walked back to the tower doors and, with one last wave to Leon, she went back inside. After another moment, Leon finally managed to respond. That kiss had made him freeze up, but he gently touched his cheek when he regained control of himself. He looked at the tower one more time, then made his way back to the academy with the biggest smile on his face. Chapter 100. Potion preparations. Despite Leon's attempts to regain his usual stoicism, he couldn't have made his joy at Elise's kiss more obvious as he walked through the busy streets of the capital on his way back to the academy. His smile was a mile wide and his eyes bright, he practically exuded happiness from every fiber of his being. In fact, many of the people he passed who stared at this inexplicably happy young man wouldn't have been at all surprised if Leon were to break out into song and skip down the street. But, fortunately for his own ego and sense of shame, he hadn't lost that much self-control. Hee, chuckled Zaffin. He made it a point to do so loud enough for Leon to hear him. What is it that you find so funny? Asked Leon, the irritation in his voice obvious. Oh, nothing much, answered Zaffin once he was sure Leon could feel his attention. Nothing much. Explain yourself, demon, what does that mean? You don't know what those words mean. You're even further gone than I thought, human. I know what the damned words mean. What did you mean when you said them? Oh, I was just watching a little chaste boy losing his mind over one tiny kiss. You know, nothing much. And just like that, the smile on Leon's face vanished. He sighed, but when he was about to respond to Zaffin, he decided to hold his tongue. Instead, he turned his thoughts back to Elise, determined as he was not to let his demonic acquaintance ruin his good mood as he had done before. Ah, come on, don't be like that. Brooding is quite unbecoming, you know. I mean, I'm sure it works on some people, but I doubt it works on anyone that you know. Zaffin was met with silence, so he, too, sighed, then moved on to business. Listen, before you leave the city, there are a couple things you should probably pick up if you don't already have them back in your fancy little cave. After another half-hour spent in the capital, Leon finally made his way back to the Snow Lion camp in the gorge. There weren't many people in his unit who had returned to the caves so early, and those that had or simply never left in the first place weren't particularly numerous and kept to themselves, which suited him just fine. He made his way farther in all the way to his private room. In the first week after moving in, the snow lions had thoroughly explored their new home and had realized that the cave system had as much if not more space than their tower did. This meant that Leon, as a third-tier mage, was able to have his own room, unlike when he had to share a room with Alphonsus and Castor after the snow lions had first arrived. Alright, first things first, Zaffin began as soon as Leon set down everything he had bought, used that curtain to block the entrance to the room. Leon quickly complied, hanging a thick black curtain over the entrance of his doorless room, then quickly dug out a few small magic lanterns to scatter around so he wouldn't have to constantly channel magic into his eyes to see in the pitch-black caves. Good. When we take the Kagu flower and that salamander core out of their packaging, they'll emit far too much magic for you to avoid questions. That curtain will block the magic aura from spilling out of this room, though, said Zaffin as Leon unpacked the rest of the things he bought. First, Leon took out a narrow 2-foot-tall stone cylinder and accompanying lid. Then, he pulled out half a dozen water coals, so called for being able to burn in water. They were fairly cheap, but they would work for his purposes. Next, instructed Zaffin, fill that container about halfway with water. Leon grabbed the cylinder and made for the bathroom. As with the tower, the trainees had made the discovery that the caves had their own bathrooms that even had fully functioning water runes. It had been an incredible morale boost, as they had for several days been living primarily on the water from the stream in the gorge and a few smaller water runes made by Leon and the others who were in the enchanting class. The cylinder was filled with the requisite amount of water and Leon hurriedly returned to his room. Drop the coals into the water, said Zaffin. As soon as Leon did so, he impatiently continued with, now the core. Leon dropped the core into the cylinder as instructed, letting the glowing red crystal sink to the bottom and rest among the coals. The fire magic it radiated ignited the water coals, causing them to gently burn a dull blue at the bottom of the cylinder. And the flower, stem first. Leon carefully extracted the Kagu flower from its box, saturating his room with sweltering fire magic, though he found the heat strangely comfortable. Leon gently dipped the long stem of the flower that had been hidden in the box into the water, threading it through the gaps between the salamander core and the water coals. To finish up that part of his preparations, he set the rest of the flower onto the surface of the water, where it stayed floating even as he closed the lid of the cylinder. There wasn't any concern about allowing the flower access to sunlight. All it needed was fire energy to stay alive for as long as Leon and Zaffin needed it to. The coals would provide that energy so as not to drain the core before Heaven's Eye managed to find the final necessary ingredient. Leon would need to change out the coals every week, but that was a fine sacrifice to make given how much it cost to buy the salamander core. Finally, said Zaffin, interrupting Leon as he leaned back onto his small stone bed, we need to inscribe a few simple runes onto the cylinder so that the burning coals don't transfer too much heat into it instead of the water. We want as much of the heat and fire energy to stay in the cylinder as possible. What? Leon complained, why didn't we do that to begin with? Now I have to do this when it's full of water and expensive ingredients. It was far more important to make sure the Kagu flower was properly taken care of and that the core's magic wouldn't dissipate into the surrounding environment. So hurry, we need to make sure the water doesn't boil away. I mean, the lid should keep most of the steam in, but there's no point in relying on, should. Leon sighed, but he still said, fine. What's needed? As soon as his mind was open to Zaffin's information, Leon saw exactly what had to be done. He reached for his ink and spell paper and got to work. It took about an hour of careful work and more spell paper than Leon would care to admit, but even Zaffin couldn't find any fault with his work. Leon plastered the side of the cylinder with the paper, which stuck as soon as he activated the enchantments. Any more steps? Asked an exhausted Leon. He was perfectly willing to perform any more necessary steps, but writing the enchantments had left him feeling mentally drained. Nope, we're just waiting on that feather, now. Nothing else to be done except drop in new water coals every 3 or 4 days. Leon gave a deep sigh of relief as he laid back onto his bed. He missed the bed back in the Snow Lion's tower. He'd made the stone bed in the cave relatively comfortable with a few blankets, but it still couldn't hold a candle to a proper mattress designed for a noble. Regardless, he fell asleep almost as soon as he got settled. He certainly wasn't intending on sleeping. He had wanted to spend the rest of his day reading, but he was just that tired. Leon woke up in time to head for the unit's tower in time to meet up with the returning trainees. To his surprise and the surprise of the rest of the extremely cautious Snow Lions, no one had been attacked. The Deathbringers hadn't made a move the entire day. In fact, almost no one saw the Deathbringers at all throughout the entire weekend. The other units found them strangely somber and silent during meals, and it was only on Monday that they learned why, when the Deathbringers arrived at the training field with no banners. Since none of the other units had either banner that had been in the Deathbringers' possession, it didn't take long for everyone else to realize that the Snow Lions had gotten their revenge. Some playful insults were thrown around from the other units, but the Deathbringers endured them with a quiet dignity that was most uncharacteristic of them. Gaius especially seemed to have taken the loss completely in stride, interacting with the other nobles as if nothing had happened. Even during the afternoon enchantments classes when he and Leon shared the same room, Gaius hardly even blinked in frustration or anger. He did send a few looks Leon's way, but they didn't carry the tiniest hint of malice, hate, or killing intent. Not even when Leon and Valeria exchanged a few greetings did Gaius' mood change. If he dug deep, he would still find the oceans of anger that would have erupted had the Snow Lions attacked only a few weeks before, but the weekend had been enough time for him to bury that fury and let it cool. He would only bring dishonor to his family if he acted rashly and without a plan, so remained calm and in control, as if his father were watching over his shoulder. Although, given that his brother was tribune working at the academy, it wouldn't be that inaccurate to say that Duke Tullius had his eye on his youngest son. But even then, Gaius found his anger oddly easy to suppress. He'd accepted Leon's fighting strength and skill, and a degree of respect couldn't help but follow, despite his hatred of the Snow Lion. Consequently, rather than waste his time with rage, Gaius channeled that energy into his training. Over the weeks following the Snow Lion's seizure of the banners, Gaius threw himself into his training and dragged the rest of the Deathbringers with him. Chieftain had put up a token resistance, but he loved training and had gotten on board with Gaius' new policy quickly. Linus could see the benefits of the extra training, and though he personally valued his off time, Gaius was able to convince him to join the training as well. With all 3 third-tier mages on the same page, no one else in the unit was able to go against them. They trained hard, with the nobles supervising the lower-tiered trainees and giving out pointers where needed. Additionally, their senior instructor had contemplated invoking the same right as the Snow Lion's senior instructor had, that of revoking all weekend privileges until the Deathbringers had retrieved their banner, but he found that he didn't have to. Gaius had already forced the Deathbringers into weekend training. Gaius knew they were behind. The Snow Lions had over a month of hard training on the Deathbringers, and Gaius needed to push his unit to catch up, as he doubted the Snow Lions would halt their intense training after recovering their banner. That training paid off less than 2 weeks after it began, as the heightened attention to security that the increased training brought allowed them to repulse an attack from another unit that tried to exploit their seeming weakness. Securing the front door of their tower every day was made a priority, so when another unit arrived to try and bully the Deathbringers, it took them several minutes to force their way into the entrance hall. By then, they were faced with the prepared Deathbringers, fully armed and armored and ready to defend their dignity. And they did so with aplomb, eliminating 2 of the enemy's third-tier trainees and a dozen others besides with an initial volley of arrows, giving the Deathbringers the advantage in numbers. That outcome gave the other units that were hoping to throw their weight around and use the Deathbringers for their own training pause, allowing the Deathbringers plenty of time for the training that Gaius wanted. Chapter 101. The following weeks. The weeks passed by quickly for the Snow Lions. The other 9 units had started fighting for each other's banners in earnest, but their conflicts meant little in the secluded gorge. The Snow Lions simply got into the habit of continuing their light infantry training, which meant running many more patrols and sitting through more lessons from their instructors. The other units did the same training, but they stopped after lunch. The Snow Lions continued well into the evening, with only Leon and several others keeping up with their extra classes. Since the extra classes weren't necessary for graduation, almost all of the Snow Lions were perfectly comfortable skipping them, even after the senior instructor stopped forcing them to stay in the gorge and train. But the gorge wasn't that large, all things considered, so their training patrols were gradually moved out into the forest. This gave the Snow Lions an unparalleled understanding of the Academy's geography, with even the dullest of the first-tier commoners in the unit confident in their abilities to navigate around the forest and mountains. The other units expanded their training areas out into the forest as well, but they rarely ventured out more than 1,000 feet from their towers. And, since they barely ever saw them, they had long since started to forget about the Snow Lions. As far as most of the trainees in the cycle were concerned, there were effectively only 9 units in the academy rather than 10. Of course, they weren't exactly wrong, given that the Snow Lions weren't participating in the inter-unit battles. Two units that were quite enthusiastically taking part in said battles were the Steel Century and Crimson Tigresses. The Steel Century, led by the strategically gifted Marcus, had managed to seize two other banners, leaving them with a total of 3. The first banner to be seized was taken in a nighttime raid on one of the other units' tower, while the second was taken in an ambush as the opposing unit was returning home after dinner. As for the Crimson Tigresses, they had taken theirs in a significantly stealthier manner, infiltrating the enemy tower and stealing it in the night. Their tactics were quite similar to the Snow Lions, with them eliminating the first-tier trainees on the first floor in their sleep, then taking the banner from the undefended shrine. Unlike the Snow Lions, however, xianxia fared much better at removing the banner from the shrine than Castor and took it without triggering the alarm. In every training cycle, the other 9 units would always be extremely hesitant to attack the Crimson Tigresses. That was the unit that all the ladies who joined the Knight Academy were sent to, after all, so the vaguely chivalric notions of the third-tier nobles would always leave the Crimson Tigresses safe from attack until they began their own attempts to steal banners. But that also gave them the initiative, letting them take their time and only move when they were ready. They could focus on their training and create a good plan, which meant that the ladies would invariably make the other units pay for not attacking them first. Under Valeria and xianxia, the Crimson Tigresses truly lived up to their name, attacking 4 different units in the span of a week and causing far more casualties than they received, though they only managed to take the first banner they went after. They only had about half the numbers of the other units, and that was a hard difference to overcome no matter who was involved. That being said, after these attacks announced to the rest of the training battalion that the ladies were ready for battle, they repulsed 3 assaults on their own tower without ever being in danger of losing their 2 banners. Tiberius, Black Vipers participated in a couple battles as well but didn't do much to distinguish themselves. This was, oddly enough, by Tiberius' own design. He was saving himself for the ending competition, so he led the Black Vipers to attack only 2 other units. He didn't even target their banners, he would simply retreat after a few token casualties were inflicted. But that wasn't to say Tiberius and the Black Vipers were sitting on their thumbs all day. They had actually filled much of their time with additional training, in the same vein as the Snow Lions and the Deathbringers, though not as intense. Tiberius and his fellow third-tier Black Vipers weren't helping to train their lower-tiered trainees, only making them practice what they had learned during that day's morning training. All of this meant little to the Snow Lions, who continued to train hard in the secluded western mountains, gradually becoming something that to their instructors at least started to resemble a proper company of Royal Legion soldiers. Valeria continued sitting next to Leon during their enchantment classes. Gaius had stopped bothering her and had even seemed to stop talking to most people, but that didn't mean that she was going to change seats. She and Leon had gotten quite used to sitting next to each other, exchanging short greetings when the class started, and they had managed to start relaxing in each other's presence. They still refrained from actually conversing with each other for more than a few sentences, though. When the class was over, they'd say goodbye or something to that effect and proceed to their next class. Valeria would occasionally catch Leon looking at her in weird ways, and she could sense a faint aura of killing intent radiating from him whenever he saw her, but she couldn't for the life of her figure out why. She considered just asking him if he had a problem with her, but the aura was faint and undirected enough for her to not be sure if it was for her, so she was always too embarrassed to clear the air. And since Leon was in no hurry to explain himself, the two would always sit in silence despite their respect for each other's fighting abilities. Their respect for each other was profound enough that both greatly desired to train together, but since neither could start a proper conversation with the other, that desire had to go unfulfilled. But then, one day a little over 2 months after the Snow Lions regained their banner, Valeria was approached with an offer that could potentially result in the two fighting again. It was during the second afternoon class of the day. Most of the classes offered to the trainees were various arts or cultural classes, to give them some of the depth expected of a noble knight, but Valeria wasn't particularly keen on any of them apart from a slight interest in enchanting. The other classes were all subjects like horseback riding or medicine that she was already proficient enough in, though, so she was forced to choose one that she didn't find particularly engaging. She wound up choosing music as her second class. She wasn't very good and quite hated playing instruments like the piano, but absent-mindedly plucking at a harp while quietly meditating was a tolerable way to pass the time for her. Marcus Aeneas had taken the same class, delighting in getting to learn about various instruments and throwing himself wholeheartedly into the musical arts. However, On that day, he put aside his lyre, flute, and drum, and approached Valeria with an offer concerning the snow lions. She had been meditating and didn't appreciate the interruption, but she heard him out anyway. And when he was done, she agreed to his proposition. The day after Marcus made his offer to Valeria, she was absent from the enchanting class. Leon found it quite odd, but the trainees weren't required to attend the classes for graduation, so absences weren't uncommon if the trainee in question felt their time would be better used for training. Still, neither Leon nor Valeria had missed a single day the entire cycle, and Leon felt a little unsettled by the sight of her empty seat. Who cares where that girl is? If your suspicions are actually correct and she's related to your enemy, the more distance you can put between yourself and her, the better, muttered Zaffin after sensing Leon's unease. If my suspicions are correct, Leon whispered back, perfectly willing to give Valeria the benefit of the doubt. Sounds to me like you're thinking with the wrong head. My thoughts are quite clear, demon. Valeria isn't necessarily involved with that, Adriano's Isonos. Leon had repeated that to himself multiple times over the past few months, trying to quiet the suspicious voice in the back of his mind that prevented him from trying to get closer to Valeria. Leon wanted to challenge her to sparring sessions again, and it was that voice that kept him from speaking up. Their back and forth ended there as the enchanting instructor arrived and the class began. Afterward, Leon made for the Snow Lion Tower, as had become routine. As he leisurely jogged down the forest roads, though, he suddenly realized that he was being followed. This wasn't too unusual. He had fought off spies sent by other units before, but he had a bad feeling that this time was different. His pursuer was staying off the road so Leon couldn't see him and moved so silently that if the wind hadn't carried the sound just so, Leon might have missed it. Leon frowned but kept moving. There wouldn't be much point in confronting the enemy right there in the middle of the road as Leon didn't know their numbers or identities, though he guessed that it couldn't be more than one or two. The other returning trainees didn't take such a slow pace and arrived at the tower before he did, so once he entered their sight, he motioned for them to head inside. This group of snow lions, half a dozen strong, had to fend off enough spies to create a protocol for it, which essentially boiled down to heading inside to strategize in a place where they wouldn't be overheard. If anyone did try to take the opportunity to attack while they're inside, they could leave out of a window while the attacker was busy with the locked door. When Leon made it to the door, he took one last look over his shoulder before making his way inside. He didn't see anyone, but he could still feel their eyes on him from the forest. That he couldn't locate this mysterious enemy in the terrain he was most comfortable in unnerved him. "What's going on?" asked one of the other snow lions. "We're being followed. Don't know how many, but they're out there." Leon's attitude caught the others off guard. They were used to him being unmatched in the forest, but his uncertainty made them all extremely nervous. What should we do?" asked another of the second-tier trainees. Leon muttered, having been mulling that very problem over since he first noticed the uninvited guest. "We don't have enough people to fight off a coordinated attack from another unit. For now, we'll head north instead of west and try to lose them in the forest. If we're lucky, our pursuer will get bored and leave or I'll locate them somehow. If we're not lucky, then, we scatter. If everyone runs in a separate direction, at least one of us should escape. Our mystery pursuer will probably go after me, seeing as they should be third tier as well if they're hiding from me so well." "Define, not lucky?" asked the first trainee who spoke up. "If they attack us, let me know if you see anyone, and if we're attacked, then do as I said and bail." The other trainees frowned but accepted his plan. They were in a terrible position, but there wouldn't be much they could do other than hope for the best if even Leon was so obviously expecting the worst. The 6 men trusted Leon, though. His defense of the tower when the Deathbringers attacked and his actions afterward had won over most of the second-tier nobles, helped greatly by Castor's friendly attitude towards him. They weren't Leon's followers, but since Castor wasn't there they accepted his authority without much reservation. "Well, we're not going to get anywhere if we just hide in here," said Leon as he turned back to the entrance. He paused before opening the door to listen, but after not hearing anything he pushed it open and confidently led the others back outside. The group nervously walked across the open area surrounding the tower to enter the forest, expecting arrows to rain down on them any second. They made it to the tree line without coming under fire, though, and sped off into the forest, with Leon setting a pace brisk enough to make it nearly impossible for anyone to follow them silently. But follow them silently the spy must have because Leon couldn't hear or see anything. In fact, After about 5 minutes of running through the quiet forest, the thought that Leon was mistaken had started to creep into the minds of the other snow lions. And then an arrow sped through the trees, narrowly missing both Leon and one of the second-tier nobles. Chapter 102. Ambush. The arrow came out of nowhere and blazed right past Leon's leg, barely missing him and another snow lion by a hair. The strategy Leon had decided on was to run away if attacked, but one arrow hardly qualified as something they needed to run away from. That being said, as none of the snow lions had any ranged weapons of their own, they all immediately sought cover behind trees while trying to see who was shooting at them. Once the initial panic from being attacked wore off, Leon poked his head out from around the tree he had ducked behind. He knew the arrow had come from roughly ahead of him and to his right, so that's where he focused his gaze. Yet, even with his finely tuned senses, he didn't see a thing. Slowly, Leon stepped out from around the tree, ready to dart back behind it at any moment. He waited for over a minute for another arrow, but when none came he motioned for the others to stay put and watch while he gripped his sword a little tighter and ventured out into the forest. He didn't go far, staying well within sight of the others, but far enough for him to investigate the surroundings. And he found nothing. Whoever just attacked us is very good, Leon thought as he examined the seemingly undisturbed underbrush. Even if I were to try something like this, I would be quite hard-pressed to leave so silently. He was confident that had he more time to investigate he'd surely find the trail of the mysterious attacker, but returning to camp was the higher priority. "Let's go," he said to the other snow lions after running back to them. "Is that archer gone?" one of them asked. "Let's go," Leon repeated, the long pause he took beforehand telling the others all they needed to know. Leon led the group off into the forest, keeping an ear open for anyone who might be following. He didn't hear anything, but he didn't dare let down his guard. "What happens if we can't shake whoever's screwing with us?" asked a snow lion named Janus. He hadn't spoken throughout this whole event, which surprised Leon that he was choosing to speak up now. "We'll head back to the tower, then wait for night to fall and sneak back to the camp," answered Leon. It wasn't an ideal solution. They would miss out on hours of training, and the rest of the unit likely wouldn't get dinner on time if they actually had to wait that long for the group to return, but keeping the location of their camp secret was far more important. Janus frowned at Leon's answer. "The others will surely send reinforcements if we don't show up. Castor won't be in any hurry to do so. We thought something like this might happen, so we decided on only sending someone out to check up on any missing party if they hadn't returned by nightfall, then play it by ear from there. So if they head to the tower at the same time we leave, then won't they miss us?" Leon smiled at Janus' slightly panicked question, but he didn't answer. He only nodded off into the forest, indicating that he wasn't going to get into too many specifics while they were being stalked. But seeing the confident smile on Leon's normally stoic face did relieve some of the tension the other snow lions were feeling. On the inside, though, Leon did regret not telling them about that particular protocol before this happened. And then another arrow hurtled past Leon's face, with only an inch or two to spare. Leon threw himself back while the others turned in the direction the arrow came from to face the enemy archer. Unfortunately, just like last time, they didn't see hide nor hair from the unknown archer. "Shit," Leon muttered as he got to his feet and moved behind a large tree. "They don't have that many people. They can't, otherwise I'm sure I'd hear them at least. So here's a change of plan. I'll find whoever's attacking us while you all scatter and escape. We'll meet up at the place we trained at 5 days ago, got it?" The other snow lions paled a little but nodded to Leon in acknowledgement. Janus was the only one to protest. "But you don't know how many you might face. Or even if they'll even bother coming out of hiding to fight you." "They'll fight," Leon said. "They wouldn't have tracked us this far if they didn't want something. Just me on my own. They'll come out to at least talk, and if they don't..." Janus looked at Leon with a hint of worry on his face. "Then they don't," Leon answered, shrugging noncommittally. "And I'll meet up with you at the aforementioned point." The others nodded at Leon, then took off into the forest. Janus hesitated, but then did as Leon told him to in the end. Leon smiled as the others vanished into the forest. Having everyone split up wasn't the best plan if he really thought about it, but he wanted to take care of the mystery archer without having to worry about the rest of the group. "They'll be fine, I'm sure," Leon told himself, suppressing his misgivings. He pushed himself to his feet and rushed in the rough direction the last arrow had come from. As before, he didn't see the archer, but that didn't stop him from looking around. He dug deep and used every tracking trick he knew about, and after several minutes, he managed to find a promising trail. Leon smiled in anticipation of a good fight, then took off in pursuit of the archer. The trail wound around and doubled back several times, but Leon kept following, determined as he was not to let the archer escape. The longer he followed, though, the more unease he started to feel. The archer could clearly move worryingly fast without making enough noise for him to notice. In fact, the trail was long enough that Leon slowed down and moved with significantly more caution. He had begun to suspect that the trail was leading him into a trap. He stopped completely when the trail led down into a sparsely vegetated valley surrounded on three sides by large forested hills. Leon and the snow lions had trained in that very same cul-de-sac only a week prior, so he knew well enough that once he went in he'd be at the mercy of anyone on those hills. The slopes of the hills near the entrance were relatively gradual, so had he not been there before he probably would have walked straight into a terrible position without realizing until it was too late. Leon's smile faded away, to be replaced with a deep frown. He peeled off the trail, moving in a wide circle around the hills surrounding the cul-de-sac. The tallest of the hills surrounding it was on the opposite side, and that's where he wanted to be. It had been over an hour since Leon's group had left the Snow Lion's tower, and Leon had only just started getting back into the groove of hunting his prey. He'd managed to do some hunting before the Snow Lions had moved into the Western Gorge, but since then he hadn't done much to keep sharp. But following that trail had been like flipping a switch. Leon fell back into old habits and moved through the forest like a ghost, making no noise and leaving no trail anyone else in the academy could follow. It wasn't long before he had circled around the entire hill cluster and began ascending the target hill. The short journey had given him some time to think about who might be interested in ambushing him. His first thought had been the most obvious: the Deathbringers. Gaius had no shortage of reasons to seek his revenge on Leon, but such an indirect plan didn't strike Leon as being his style. Leon's second thought was Tiberius. He definitely got the idea that Tiberius hated him, and that it was probably due to his relationship with Elise. Leon didn't know enough about Tiberius to confidently say it was him, though. After those two came the Steel Century. There wasn't much to back Leon up on that possibility, but he knew Alcander wanted to duel him and the tower closest to the hill cluster belonged to his unit. Leon looked forward to confronting who had prepared this for him, assuming he wasn't simply being paranoid. That thought had occurred to him as well, that maybe the archer had only passed through the valley and that he'd made the detour for nothing. Leon truly hoped that wasn't what was happening, as he'd have undoubtedly lost too much time going around the hills to catch the archer if it was. It was because of that final possibility that Leon felt relief when the top of the hill came within view and he saw a young man hiding behind a boulder, watching the clearing at the center of the hill cluster like a hawk. Leon smiled and silently crept up on the man from behind. The man was too engrossed in his vigil to notice Leon until he had pounced like a lion on its prey. It was over in less than a heartbeat. The man lay stunned at Leon's feet and there had hardly been a sound. Taking the opportunity to get a good look at the man, Leon pushed him over onto his back. He immediately recognized the guy as being one of the third-tier nobles who led the Steel Century. Leon rolled the unconscious noble out of sight with a frown. He'd watched both Marcus and Alcander fight multiple times during the first month of the training cycle and knew they were both extremely capable warriors. Leon's frown grew deeper when he took the noble's place behind the boulder and cast his gaze down into the valley. Marcus was waiting there, sitting on a wooden stool out in the open with a bow slung over his shoulder. He was alone, but from Leon's vantage point he could see at least two other people, though they were hiding as well and he couldn't get a good look at their faces. He guessed one of them would be Alcander. He saw one of them had a long pole on their back, not unlike the haft of Alcander's Greatax, and the other was the last third-tier noble leading their unit. What gave him pause, though, was that both of them were on the same hill, which would leave one hill undefended had Leon not already made a move. He figured there might be others on that last hill that he couldn't see. Despite the horrible position it would put him in, Leon made the decision to head down there and see what Marcus wanted. They've gone to so much trouble to invite me here that not speaking with Marcus would be rude, he thought, holding his training sword in a vice grip and smiling at the thought of the fight he was sure would come, despite his enormous disadvantage. If things went poorly, he could always retreat back into the forest where he was confident he could escape with little trouble. Leon's smile grew wider and he started moving. As he approached, Leon saw Marcus proudly grin. Leon had fallen back off the hill and circled back around the hill cluster, so Marcus thought that Leon had completely fallen for the trap. He's a little later than I expected, he thought. Leon, Marcus said, pointedly not calling Leon a barbarian. I didn't expect you to appear alone. Having more of your unit with you would have been much safer, no? Or are you just that confident in your abilities? Had the others retreat, Leon muttered. Really, that's certainly unorthodox. Leon didn't answer, instead choosing to slowly walk in a circle around the still-sitting Marcus. He allowed his eyes to wander around the hills, though he made sure not to let them linger on where he knew Alcander and the other noble were waiting to not show them that he knew where they were. Cautious, aren't you? Said Marcus with a light laugh. Don't worry, I only invited you here to talk, I mean you no harm. Odd way to invite a man if you don't want violence, muttered Leon as he glanced at Marcus's bow. Marcus put on a bashful face and went a little red from embarrassment. Well, I've been told that I have something of a flair for the dramatic. A moment of silence followed, during which Leon stopped circling Marcus and stood to face the noble with his back to the largest hill. If anything happened that he couldn't handle, he'd immediately sprint up the hill and through the hole he'd punched in Marcus's perimeter. I'm here. What do you want? Leon bluntly asked. There are actually a couple things I had hoped to bring up with you if you would indulge me, answered Marcus, his smile growing wider when he thought that Leon had unwittingly placed himself directly in the center of the danger zone. I'm quite curious as to where the snow lions have been these past few months, as I'm sure many others are. Perhaps you could enlighten me as to where you all have been. Leon's answer was swift and came without hesitation. No, really, why not? Asked Marcus as he put on a hurt expression. Why would I? To make a friend, responded Marcus. Leon rolled his eyes at the weak justification, but Marcus just laughed it off. It doesn't matter what you think, you'll tell us the location eventually. Which brings me to my second point. My friend has witnessed your skills from afar and has consequently been inspired to test himself against you. I would appreciate it if you could indulge him. Marcus continued to jovially smile at Leon, but he raised his fist into the air in a signal to those waiting in the trees to show themselves. As Leon expected, Alcander emerged with a smile of great anticipation, as did the last third-tier mage of the Steel Century. What he didn't expect was for Valeria to appear from the trees on the opposite hill, her cold blue eyes staring down at him and her glaive at the ready. And he was surprised again when xianxia also popped out from the trees, guarding the path that Leon had taken into the valley. Xianxia happily jumped into the air, giving Leon an exaggerated wave while shouting, "Hi there." Leon waved back, though not nearly in such a bubbly manner, then nodded to Valeria to acknowledge her as well. She nodded back and faintly smiled, to try and make it clear that she wasn't there out of malice. So is it Alcander or Valeria who wanted to fight? Leon asked, despite being fairly sure he already knew the answer. It was Alcander, responded Marcus, who was getting concerned that his last third-tier noble wasn't showing himself. I'm going to kick his ass later if he fell asleep waiting for the ambush again. And if I lose, then I have to tell you where my unit is hiding. Leon guessed. That's right, said Marcus, who turned his attention back to Leon, though his eyes kept glancing back to the hill behind the snow lion. Well, began Leon, I'm not going to tell you, no matter what happens. And I won't agree to anything that could possibly end with me telling you what you want to know. Are you sure? You haven't even heard what we're willing to wager. I don't care what you offer, it's not happening. So you won't fight him? I'm perfectly willing to fight him. In fact, I'd quite like to, but I'm not going to put the snow lions or their banners at any risk. Marcus frowned at Leon, then gestured again to the other 4 third-tier mages. I guess we'll have to think of something else to entice you with. For the time being, I'm going to have to ask you to come with me back to my tower. Fuck you, not happening, interrupted Leon, causing Marcus's frown to deepen. Well, that was extremely rude, Marcus said in response. You're outnumbered, you don't really have much of a choice. I don't want things to get out of hand, so why don't? Aren't you curious as to why your last guy hasn't emerged yet? Leon interrupted again. Marcus looked at him blankly for a split second, before Leon's slight smile clued him into what had happened. But, before he could move, Leon was already lunging forward and drawing his sword. Marcus barely managed to raise his arm to block, but he was knocked flat on his back and his right arm was stunned into paralysis. He hadn't expected Leon to attack him with so many other third-tier mages around and had been caught completely off guard. Leon didn't waste any more time and immediately turned around and sprinted for the largest hill. Alcander, Valeria, and Asia all moved to engage him, but they were caught just as off guard as Marcus and Leon managed to make it up and over the hill before anyone could stop him. Alcander and Valeria pursued Leon into the forest while Asia stopped to examine the noble Leon had knocked out earlier. The last third-tier trainee from the Steel Century had gone to check up on the flabbergasted Marcus. Why would he do that? He was supposed to surrender or fight here. Marcus shouted indignantly, angered more at Leon not doing what he predicted than his temporarily paralyzed arm. But the anger soon passed, and the thrill of the hunt set in as he and Asia took off after Alcander and Valeria, leaving the last third-tier noble behind to take care of his stunned comrade. Chapter 103. The chase. Leon sprinted through the forest with Alcander and Valeria hot on his heels. "Ha, this is great. No good meal comes without an appetizer and no good fight comes without some build-up," bellowed Alcander. He'd been yelling himself hoarse ever since he realized that Marcus and Asia weren't behind him and Valeria, so he had taken it upon himself to almost let the entire academy know where they were. He didn't even pay that much attention to what he said. The point was to make sure Marcus could follow even if they had left his sight. But, even though Alcander made it easy for Marcus to follow him, his own pursuit was hardly going well. Out in the forest, Leon was nearly unmatched. Almost his entire life had been spent in the forest of black and white, a place with far more dangers and significantly rougher terrain than in the Night Academy. The lead he had in the beginning had only grown wider in the minutes since the chase had started. How is this guy so fast? Alcander asked himself, noticing how easily Leon navigated the broken ground. He avoided every tree root, weed, and errant stone in his path as if he had run along this route 100 times before. Looking to his right, he saw that Valeria clearly didn't share in his mounting frustration. A rare smile had graced her lips as she relished the chase. She had never ever done something like chasing someone down through a forest after failing to ambush them before, and she was having a lot of fun. "That girl's a damn monster," Alcander thought appreciatively as she pulled ahead of him. He had trained himself and built his body for pure, raw strength, but that had left him comparatively slow in long-distance running. He was able to keep up for a few minutes, but as fatigue set in and his mana reserves ran low, he found himself falling back. Valeria had no such problem, though. Her training had been far more balanced, so she didn't have the same speed disadvantage as Alcander. Even as she fell behind and lost sight of their quarry, she kept on him. Leon didn't once leave her line of sight. "Don't lose him," shouted Alcander to Valeria in between roars for Marcus's benefit. "I won't," replied Valeria, "though it seems you won't be getting the first bout." "Gura, fine, just keep him in sight." With those words, Alcander slowed down to meet up with Marcus and Asia, letting Valeria handle the chase. However, even though Valeria was much faster than Alcander, she couldn't close that growing distance between her and Leon. The actual distance wasn't that great if it were a fixed distance, then Valeria could cover it in less than a second at full tilt, but Leon's ability to move in a dense forest was better than hers. After another few minutes, Leon started running up a steep hill. This made him lose speed, which allowed Valeria to close in on him a little. But, as Leon made it to the top of the hill, he spared the time to flash a cheeky grin back at her before he vanished behind the crest of the hill. It only took Valeria a moment to reach that same point, but when she saw the other side of the hill, she froze. Leon had completely vanished. Her eyes took in every detail in front of her, not missing a single thing. She didn't see a single sign of Leon passing through. She started moving down the hill, hoping to catch a glimpse of his fleeing form, or at least the beginning of a trail, but there was nothing to see. She was absolutely dumbfounded, which was mixed with a little anger and frustration as to what had happened, as were the others when they caught up a minute or two later. "Arg, you said you wouldn't lose him," complained Alcander. His tone was light enough to make it clear that he was more frustrated with Leon than Valeria, but he was still incredibly disappointed. And yet, also quietly impressed. How could that guy just disappear like that? Asia wondered aloud. Ooh, maybe he had some kind of invisibility spell or enchantment or something like that. That would be so cool. "It's possible, but I doubt that," said Marcus, massaging his right arm as it regained feeling. He had been wearing his gambeson under his clothes, which meant his arm had only been paralyzed for a few minutes. Such spells or enchanted items would sell for tens of millions of silver, so far outside of the price range of a Veilman that it would be ludicrous to assume he would have one. "However, I think I might have something." The other three quickly moved closer to Marcus, who was busy examining the ground near the top of the hill. He didn't vanish, he just changed directions. In the split second that Lady Valeria lost sight of him, he darted to the right. Valeria's eyes widened in realization. She had concentrated her investigation to her front, rather than widening it to include the space to her immediate right and left. "Did he leave a trail that you can follow?" she asked anxiously. "He did," answered Marcus, bringing a smile to the faces of the entire party. He led them in pursuit of Leon at a fast pace, though it was quite a bit slower than when they were directly chasing him earlier. Every now and then he'd have to stop and examine the ground or a bush, but still confidently led them onward. "This trail is going west, towards the mountains," said xianxia. She had stellar navigational skills and had noticed that the forest ahead of them had started to thin out. "Perhaps the Snow Lion's camp is in the west, rather than somewhere in the forest as we had assumed." "Maybe," muttered Marcus with a furrowed brow. "Something wrong?" asked Alcander, noticing the unease that had started to creep into Marcus's voice. "It's probably nothing, but the trail seems odd. Could you be a little more specific as to its oddity?" asked Valeria after a long pause from Marcus. "Well, every time I see a sign of Leon's passage, it leads us in a certain direction. But there's only ever that one sign, and when we go far enough that I would need another clue, bam! There's another one just waiting for me. Maybe I'm reading too much into this, but it just seems oddly convenient." "Not getting cold feet, are you?" asked Alcander in a teasing tone. "Hardly. I just don't want to lead us into a trap. He's one guy, how much of a trap could he spring on such short notice? Let's hope we don't have to find out." The group followed the trail right up to one of the doorsteps of the Western Mountains, a small footpath on the northern edge of the Academy's training grounds. "Well, shit," muttered Alcander as he looked up at the two imposing mountains that flanked the mouth of the footpath. His doubts about what Leon could do to them started to evaporate in that moment. The greatest danger to Leon fighting all of them at once was that one person could tie him down while the other three would attack his exposed flanks. The footpath, however, was far too narrow for such flanking action. They would have to be fools to not acknowledge Leon's fighting skill. They all knew that he was an equal at the very least to any of them, so combat against him in such a confined space would be far from easy, especially if he were to spring an ambush of his own. However, little did they know that they were far behind Leon, who had run off back into the forest as soon as he finished making the trail. Leon was far too skilled in forest hunting tactics to unknowingly leave such an obvious trail. Once he reached the footpath, he doubled back and ran as fast as he could to the rendezvous point where the other few snow lions from his group had met up at after leaving him. "Leon!" shouted Janice as soon as he saw the other man approach. "What happened with that archer?" "The archer was bait to lure me into an ambush by the Steel Sentry and Crimson Tigresses," Leon answered. "But I got away, so let's get back to camp as soon as we can." "Right, I'm sure Castor will want to know what happened." The group took off back to the gorge, led by Leon, who was extraordinarily alert for anyone who might be following them. When they arrived and after Leon made a few final checks behind them to ensure they weren't followed, they were greeted by the sight of both Castor and Alphonsus preparing the rest of the snow lions for battle. "There you guys are," Castor exclaimed once they appeared outside of the wooden fortifications the snow lions had started to build. Since Leon and Castor had both decided to stay in the gorge and Alphonsus didn't object, plans had been drawn up for a number of walls and small towers to protect the caves. The fortifications were only half built by the time Leon and his group had returned and weren't expected to be finished for another month or two. Leon and the half-dozen second-tier trainees hurried over to explain the situation to Castor and Alphonsus. "Ancestors damn them, what reason could they possibly have to ally against us?" shouted Alphonsus indignantly. "They have two reasons, and they're both hanging in the caves," Leon responded. "More importantly, there are 4 third-tier mages about to enter the maze up north." Castor smiled at Leon's insinuation, and immediately called for 4 of his best archers while Alphonsus called for 4 of his own. Leon didn't have such a wealth of followers, but he called up Henry, Abelius, and Hostilius. Henry was still only a first-tier mage, but all 3 were the best archers he had gotten to know since enrolling in the academy. "Let's do this. Those bastards provoked us, what's coming is their own fault," shouted an eager Henry. "Indeed, this is a just and righteous action we must take, to defend our comrades and repel these cowardly invaders," said Abelius. Hostilius didn't say a word, merely glaring at Abelius for a moment after the other man had said his piece. "We're wasting time standing around. they won't stay in the maze forever, said an impatient Leon. You're right, let's get a move on, ordered Castor, spurring the ad hoc archer unit onward. This damned place, muttered Alcander as the group of 4 reached another intersection. They had followed Leon's trail into the footpaths and had walked deeper into the western mountains, but they quickly found that it led into a maze-like web of deep and narrow crevices and small valleys. If it wasn't for Marcus, who had learned how to navigate in such terrain in his family's holdings in the hilly and mountainous eastern territories, they would have gotten lost as soon as they made their first few turns. Marcus had lost Leon's trail, but the 4 nobles refused to give up without at least trying to find it again, and so had dove right in. All 4 regretted that decision, as there didn't seem to be an end to the rocky crags and cliffs that surrounded and almost seemed to press down onto them. Did he want to bring us here? Was it his intention to lose us in this place? Marcus wondered. If it was Leon's plan for them to get lost in the maze, then he had to admit he was both impressed and disappointed. Impressed at Leon's simple but effective plan, but disappointed in being unable to actually fight him. We should leave, Valeria said quietly. Her gut told her that something was wrong, and that continuing to wander around in the maze would be a terrible idea. But this place is so cool, protested Xianxia, her face beaming in joy at finding such an exotic place to explore. This place is also probably where the snow lions have been hiding for these past few months. I'm sure they would know the layout far better than we do. Continuing onward would be asking to walk into an ambush, responded Valeria, causing Xianxia to briefly put on a cute frown before her naturally sunny disposition shone back through. Let's press on, said Marcus. I have a feeling we're about to find what we're looking for. You're not wrong, came a voice from above them, but you really should have listened to the lady. The 4 immediately looked up, searching for the source of that voice, and saw Castor, Alphonsus, Leon, and 11 other snow lions staring back at them from the top of the crevice they were walking through. The cliff walls were low enough for third-tier mages like them to jump to the top of, only about 15 feet high, but the snow lions didn't give them the opportunity. As soon as they made eye contact, the snow lions loosed their prepared arrows. Alcander shouted as he raised his axe to try and defend, but he was a large man and the 4 arrows aimed at him all found their mark, knocking him out. Marcus tried to dodge, but both of his legs and one of his arms were hit and disabled, which his gambeson armor couldn't prevent. Xianxia and Valeria dodged as well, but an arrow grazed Xia's arm and paralyzed it. Valeria was the only one of the group who wasn't hit. After taking a moment to take in her situation, she made the decision to take the fight to the snow lions. She leapt into the air and landed nimbly on the top of the cliff. And there she was faced with Leon, Alphonsus, and Castor. Leon stood in front of her grinning in triumph, while Alphonsus raised his sword and glared from behind her. Draw! Shouted Castor from the other side of the crevice, ordering the rest of the snow lions to prepare more arrows to fire down on Marcus and Xianxia. Then, he turned to Valeria. If you fight, you won't win. However, if you leave, we won't follow you. Valeria looked at how badly she was outnumbered and surrounded, glanced back down at the other 3, then reluctantly lowered her glaive. We'll go, she reluctantly murmured, acknowledging that they had lost. Neither Marcus nor Xianxia argued with her decision. Marcus actually thought the snow lions were being incredibly merciful for not simply knocking them all out and dropping them at the doors of their respective towers. Valeria made to rejoin her group, but just as she was about to jump back down, she turned to Leon and said, I'm looking forward to our next proper duel. Then, she gave him a minute smile and jumped. I'm looking forward to it as well, responded Leon with a much bigger smile. The 4 promptly retreated, with Valeria carrying Alcander and Xianxia carrying Marcus. They cut amusing figures as the 2 young ladies carried 2 much bigger men with seemingly little effort. Marcus was still conscious, so he was able to direct them back to the exit. Next time, we won't lose, he thought. Next time, we will seize those banners. When this cycle comes to an end, it will be the Steel Century who stands on top. Chapter 104. Brotherly concern. At the same time Marcus and his group were chasing after Leon after their trap failed to catch him, Gaius was nervously pacing in his room. He had been summoned by his brother Nicomedes again, and given how poorly their last meeting had gone, he was understandably anxious. About half an hour after the Deathbringer's senior instructor dismissed them for the evening, a runner arrived at the tower from administration to escort Gaius to his brother. If the runner hadn't been sent, then it was quite likely for Gaius to be attacked by another unit while he was on the road, and that wouldn't do for someone who had been ordered to appear before a tribune. Gaius arrived at his brother's office in no time. While he was waiting, Nicomedes had been attending to some paperwork, but he set that aside as soon as Gaius arrived. "Little brother, come in, take a seat." Nicomedes' office wasn't that large, but it had several comfortable chairs that Nicomedes and Gaius took advantage of. Gaius sat perfectly straight and didn't let a single emotion show on his face. Nicomedes, on the other hand, allowed himself to relax and lean back into his chair. The two brothers sat in silence for several moments, stoically staring at each other. And then, Nicomedes broke that silence with a light-hearted laugh and said, "You can relax, Gaius. No need to be so formal right now." Gaius breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back into his chair. He didn't let his guard down, but it at least seemed that he hadn't done anything to make his brother angry. "I understand your apprehension, but I haven't called you here to castigate you for anything. In fact, there is something I should have said a while ago but work got in the way." Nicomedes' easy-going smile vanished, leaving a deadly serious look. Gaius tensed up again, expecting Nicomedes to start shouting, despite what he had just said. "I must apologize to you for my actions the last time we spoke. I was angry, and I let my anger speak. I scolded you for losing your noble bearing, but I lost mine as well." As Nicomedes continued, Gaius' eyes nearly popped out of his skull in surprise. In his 17 years of life, he had never once heard Nicomedes apologize for anything. "I scolded you for tarnishing our family's name, but I hardly acted familial," Nicomedes continued, leaving Gaius far too surprised to stop him. "I even scolded you for events, for which that barbarian deserves the blame. For all this, I'm sorry." Gaius sat in stunned silence for a moment after Nicomedes finished, and when he realized that his older brother was waiting for his response, he hurriedly said, "That's fine. I wasn't exactly as I should have. Your self-awareness does you credit. You sound a little more grown up than the boy that left xianxia half a year ago." "A little more like a man," Nicomedes said with a smile. He then leaned forward and clapped Gaius on the shoulder. "So, what brought this on?" asked Gaius. "What, can't I simply admit when I was wrong and take responsibility for it?" Nicomedes countered with a frown appearing on his face. "You can, but I've never seen you so unambiguously apologize before. Usually, you would apologize through actions, not words." Nicomedes' frown disappeared, replaced with an appreciative smile. "You certainly know me well, don't you?" "You're not wrong. I probably wouldn't have said those things if I hadn't received 2 letters a couple weeks ago. One was from His Highness Octavius, and the other was from a friend of mine who works in the royal palace who informed me of some actions His Highness August has taken." Nicomedes paused to retrieve the letters from a locked cabinet behind his desk. "Here, read these and tell me what you make of them," he said, handing the letters to Gaius. Gaius quickly scanned through both letters. His face lit up in joy and he read through the letter from Prince Octavius again to make sure he hadn't misread. "Well," asked Nicomedes, "His Highness Octavius wants me as his personal squire." Gaius responded, almost jumping out of his chair in joy. Nicomedes held out his hand to ask for the letters back, and Gaius passed them back to him with his own hands trembling in excitement. "Does he?" Nicomedes wondered aloud. "That's what the letter said. His Highness was asking for me by name." "Gaius, settle down for a moment and think about it. There's a vast difference between a noble family offering one of their own to squire for a prince, and a prince specifically asking for one." Nicomedes' words cooled Gaius' head quite a bit, and he leaned back in his chair to think. "Note that he didn't ask for my recommendations, or for any specific information about you," Nicomedes added. "Then, does he want me as," Gaius began, but his sentence trailed off as his suspicion sank in. "He might want you as a hostage," Nicomedes said, finishing Gaius' thought. "Father did profess his support for His Highness when His Highness attended Gratian's wedding, and this might be part of the prince's plan to ensure our support for whatever plans he might have." "What should I do?" Gaius asked, his voice cracking in panic. "You're going to be his squire. We can't really stop it, so we need resign ourselves to it." Gaius stared at the wall with hollow eyes, now dreading the time when his squireship would begin. The rules of the Knight Academy stipulated that in order to graduate, a trainee had to complete a year-long training cycle in the academy itself, complete a squireship under an anointed knight, and ascend to the 3rd tier of magic. Since there were trainees already at the 3rd tier, as well as 2nd-tier mages who would quickly ascend during or not long after the training cycle, the academy also required that the squireship had to last at least 2 years. That meant that Gaius would be directly under the thumb of Prince Octavius for at least 2 years, and then likely be transferred into his service as one of his retainers. Of course, that was an appointment that Gaius would have normally ecstatically celebrated, but if Nicomedes was correct and Prince Octavius only wanted him as a hostage, his knightly career would be closer to a grueling nightmare than a dream come true. He wouldn't learn much and would more likely than not be assigned menial tasks rather than treated with honor and dignity. In the worst case, Gaius could expect to be more a prisoner than a squire. "Don't worry about it so much, little brother," Nicomedes said as he saw the dread on Gaius' face. "Our family is powerful enough that you won't be treated as poorly as you might think. And besides, it's not like my speculation is confirmed. For all I know, His Highness truly does just want you as a squire. I barely spoke to him during Gratian's wedding, so I don't have a strong enough impression of him to guess for certain what he wants. I can only tell you what I think, to better prepare you for what may come." Gaius looked a little better, but that still wasn't great. "Thanks, Nico. That helps. So, what was the other bit of news?" "Ah, right, last month, Prince August censured Marquis Grandison for attacking the Brown Bear tribe in the Northern Vales. He even levied an immense fine on the Marquis for supposedly attacking an ally of the Bull Kingdom. The Marquis would have been ruined by the fine if Prince Octavius hadn't stepped in, relaying a pardon to the Marquis via the Earthshaker Paladin. The Prince Regents who rule the Bull Kingdom while His Majesty secludes himself are starting to lock horns, little brother, and if you're going to be Prince Octavius, personal squire, then you're going to be right at his side should anything happen." Gaius' face paled slightly at Nicomedes' words. The second and fourth princes had never gotten along, as their many public disputes could attest. His situation would be dire indeed if they were to escalate their conflicts now that they had real power over the kingdom. "Do you think there will be war between them?" Gaius asked with a quivering voice. "Maybe, so you must be vigilant and watch over yourself, little brother." Gaius sat in his chair trying to regain his noble stoicism, but his face had been drained of blood and he wrung his hands together, showcasing his anxiety. Nicomedes gave him a few moments to process everything they had discussed before changing the subject to help Gaius regain his composure. "So, tell me about the snow lions who have been giving you so much trouble, especially this barbarian." Gaius froze at Nicomedes' mention of the snow lions. His unit had lost their banner to them, which was hardly something a noble should be proud of. "Don't worry, I'm a little disappointed your unit lost its banner, but I'm not angry with you," Nicomedes said with a laugh. "From what I've gathered, you've cleaned up your act and have behaved in a manner more befitting a noble of your status. Everything beyond that is on your entire unit, not you personally." "I lead them, their failures are my failures," Gaius answered, causing his older brother to smile. "Well, there's something I didn't think you'd say. That's actually quite encouraging, little brother. It means you're taking responsibility, something every good noble ought to do. I think Father would be proud of you despite the defeat you suffered." After that, Gaius loosened up a little as he filled his brother in on everything that had transpired between him and Leon from his perspective. "I see," whispered Nicomedes once Gaius was finished. "You weren't wrong that the barbarian shouldn't have undergone the combat test with the rest of the nobles, but there aren't any rules saying he couldn't. Still, you were more than a little arrogant in trying to remove him yourself. You should have waited for the legate and the rest of his retinue to decide what to do with him. But House Aeneas supports the crown, and the Bull King has made it clear that he wants the lesser stock of common men leading his legions. The legate wouldn't have and didn't do a thing about the barbarian's presence," Gaius said, his face regaining some of its color with his rising anger and indignation. Nicomedes murmured. "Ah, well, no use dwelling on something long done, we should be concentrating on what you're going to do from now on. You're a tribune, you're not supposed to show favoritism, even to me," Gaius responded hesitantly. "But I can give you some encouragement. Listen, I don't care that your unit has lost its banner. As I said, that's something your entire unit has to take the blame for. However, our family has its pride to maintain, so I want to make sure that you don't end this training cycle without at least one banner, regardless of whether it's yours or not. What did you have in mind? Even I don't know where the snow lions are, so you're going to have to concentrate on another unit. The Crimson Tigresses and Steel Century have both proven themselves formidable rivals, and 3 of the other 6 units no longer have their own banners. It's the remaining 3 that you'll have to focus on. The Black Vipers are a no-go. Tiberius keeps a low profile, but I know him. He's undoubtedly fortified his tower so well that attacking his unit would be suicide. Nicomedes nodded in acknowledgement of Gaius' insight. Then that leaves the Silver Legionaries and the Obsidian Cataphracts. They have both managed to keep their banners despite attacks from all the other units. Your Deathbringers are going to have to succeed where the other units have failed and seize one of their banners or take a much riskier chance and challenge the Crimson Tigresses or the Steel Century. Why don't you fill me in on your training? Gaius informed his brother on the extra training he had instated for his unit. His main focus was on archery, the importance of which he had realized quite painfully during the Snow Lion's assault on his tower. After listening for a while, Nicomedes gave him a few more tips on what to teach his unit. His older brother couldn't give him any specific tactics or strategies, given his position, but he could chat about what he would focus on if he were in Gaius' place. When they were done discussing training, Gaius rose to leave. The two had talked well past the time when Gaius should have gone back to the tower, and he was eager to return to his unit. The Deathbringers only had 3 third-tier mages including him, after all, and leaving them short-handed for long periods of time wasn't something he was comfortable with. Once again, little brother, I'm sorry for my outburst last time. Family should support each other, and I wasn't that supportive. Don't worry about it, Nico. I deserved it, but I won't disappoint you anymore. Good. With that, the brothers hugged and Gaius returned to the Deathbringers, intent on implementing Nicomedes' suggestions as soon as he could. Chapter 105. An unexpected request. After Marcus's ambush, the Snow Lions changed their policies a little. They had made it through the event without suffering any casualties, but Castor thought that it would be better to be safe than sorry and stopped allowing those few second-tier mages who were still going to class to continue. They'd stay at camp in the gorge and train. Leon was another story, though. Castor had absolute faith in his abilities in the forest, so he didn't attempt to restrict Leon's freedom. And, perhaps it was also because Castor realized that Leon probably wouldn't listen to him anyway if he did try to stop him from going to his enchantment classes. Regardless, no other unit would be able to repeat what Marcus had attempted, to catch a small group of Snow Lions out in the open far away from any reinforcements and try to force the location of the rest of the unit out of them. In fact, it was fortunate that Marcus had made his ambush attempt so needlessly complicated. If he and the other 5 third-tier mages had simply attacked the group in the forest rather than trying to lure Leon into an ambush, they probably would have succeeded in capturing most of them. Leon was happy with the new policy, as it freed him from having to worry about the group on the way back to the camp. Plus, both Castor and Alphonsus started accompanying him to fetch the daily supplies from where the academy staff left them in their tower, just in case anyone tried to ambush them in the mornings or evenings. So, Leon went to class the very next day after the ambush. When he walked through the door of the enchantment classroom, Valeria was sitting at their table in the back and looked a little surprised at his appearance. She thought that, given the way the Snow Lions had behaved over the previous few months, Leon would be cautious and skip classes for a while. Instead, Leon walked right over to his seat and sat down, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his lips. The two sat in silence about a minute before Valeria's curiosity got the best of her stoicism. "So, how did you pull off that counterattack?" she asked. "That trail I left was deliberate. I doubled back and got reinforcements while you all were following it," Leon responded. As he did, his struggling half-smile instantly grew wider as he was just as eager to talk with Valeria about the previous day's events as she was. "But how did you find us in that maze? Did you plan that as well?" "Didn't have to. I figured you four wouldn't stop in the face of some mountains after chasing me so far, so I doubled back at the entrance to the maze." "But what about finding us? We didn't see that much, yet I got the impression that the maze was quite extensive." "It very much is, but my unit was able to find a way to the top. Running along the top of the cliff made locating your party a piece of cake." Valeria said, amusedly grinning at Leon. "Well, you no longer have to worry about me or Asia. We won't be participating in something like that again. Or at least, not until the FTX, oh." "That certainly sounds ominous," Leon said, returning her smile. "Hey, don't forget that she might be an enemy," shouted Zaffin. Leon had been looking directly at Valeria as had Valeria at him, but Zaffin's comment made him avert his gaze. "I know that," he responded quietly. "Really? Because it seemed like you needed a reminder. I get that you're only 16-17, now. Right, because that makes such a difference. Just think with the proper head. My continued existence relies on you not getting killed, so don't do something stupid and get killed. Wise words, a true mantra to live by, Leon said sarcastically. Don't be so dismissive, boy. All it takes is one mistake and you'll wind up 6 feet under. Best not to make mistakes. Yeah, I get it. Do you really? Ancestors, damn it, yes. Is everything alright? Valeria asked, seeing Leon look away and his smile fade. Things are fine, Leon replied. Despite Zaffin's warnings, Leon ended up chatting with Valeria until the enchantment instructor arrived and began class. The demon was left a little exasperated, but Leon couldn't help himself. He genuinely liked Valeria, from her fighting skill to her quiet and reserved nature that was so similar to his own. By the time the instructor gave them some free time to practice a few simple light enchantments that would act like brief candles, Leon had completely forgotten about Valeria's last name and the implication it held if his suspicions about it proved true. Hey, Valeria began as the class drew to a close, I'd like to ask you something. Go for it, Leon said, turning his attention to her while he finished cleaning up his used spell paper. She said, her cheeks slightly reddening from embarrassment. Would it be alright if I called you a friend? Leon was completely taken aback. They had fought more than a dozen times, so they knew each other well enough from a certain perspective, but they had barely spoken more than a few sentences at a time otherwise. Sure, Leon hesitantly replied. Valeria's face, normally so impassive that it could have been carved from marble, immediately lit up with a breathtaking smile. She even had to hold herself back from throwing her arms around Leon in a tight hug, as they were still in a relatively public place and she had her own dignity to maintain. Yes, she whispered, allowing herself that one celebratory indulgence. Leon, too, started grinning like an idiot once it sunk what he had just said. There weren't many people he would consider friends, and he felt good saying that Valeria was one of them. So then, as friends, how about we spar again? Valeria asked with shining eyes. Leon had enjoyed their duels during basic combat immensely, so he immediately said, sure. Come on, kid, said Zaffin exasperatedly, but Leon ignored the demon. Then how about this weekend? Asia and I were going to her family's estate in the city where they have a private training arena. How about we meet up on the training field and head over there in the morning? For the briefest of moments, Valeria's last name crept back into Leon's mind, but her enthusiasm to spar with him again made her so uncharacteristically happy that Leon was incapable of saying no. The two made a few more plans about when and where to meet on Saturday morning, then went their separate ways, Valeria to her next class and Leon back to the Snow Lions camp. After they had left, Gaius was still in his seat, silently suppressing his own frustration. Their entire last conversation had been loud enough that he could hear even when not paying attention. What's wrong, Gaius? Asked one of his second-tier friends after the man had seen that Gaius was still in his seat even though class was over. Gaius sighed before answering, calming himself down and ensuring a stable voice. Nothing. Let's go. I don't like how close they're getting, but in hindsight it's hard to blame Valeria for not really liking me. If I were less of an arrogant asshole, maybe. It would have been me who received that invitation. Ever since the Snow Lions had seized the Deathbringer's banner, Gaius had been reflecting on his past behavior and what it meant to be noble. Before enrolling in the Knight Academy, he would have answered the question of nobility as being able to do whatever he wanted by right of lineage, that his noble blood made him better. But, after eating loss and humiliation after loss and humiliation at the hands of a barbarian that he literally looked down on at one point, he found himself ruminating on many things. His conclusion up to that point had been that the best way to appear noble was to act with nobility. To earn respect through noble action rather than demand it. His lineage made that easy by placing him in the spotlight from birth, but he had squandered that advantage to the point that his reputation was about as far from respectable as a young 16-year-old's could be. But, even after coming to that conclusion after months of thought, his muted anger and frustration at seeing Leon growing even closer to the lady he had a crush on showed him that he still had a long way to go before he could call himself noble without shame. When Leon returned to the Snow Lions camp, he was greeted by Castor and a large group of Snow Lions ready to venture out and fight if anyone tried another ambush. But there wasn't another ambush. Leon made it back without incident. Castor and Leon spoke a few words of greeting and went back inside the caves for a meeting. They had to decide where to hold the next morning's training, to continue their campaign to learn everything they could about the terrain of the Knight Academy. Everyone else was split off for individual training. The first-tier trainees meditated and the second-tier trainees practiced their archery or sparred amongst each other. However, there was one man who wasn't training, Alphonsus. Alphonsus had barely filled his role as one of the men in charge of the Snow Lions since the training cycle began. It had gotten to the point that there wasn't a single trainee that wasn't already loyal to his family that took him even the slightest bit seriously. Most of the time, he was ignored except for the few unlucky individuals who were assigned to his squad for morning training. When Leon came back to the camp and met up with Castor, Alphonsus was in his room wishing he could swap the stone slab he had to sleep on for a real bed. His back ached and the humid chill made his skin crawl. For the more than 3 months they had been there, Alphonsus had barely been able to sleep. Try as he might, finding any comfort in the caves was impossible for the young nobleman. But Castor, his longtime friend, had repeatedly told him that there were no plans to return to the tower. After a while, Alphonsus had stopped asking and secluded himself where he didn't have to pretend to be happy with the living arrangements. However, even this wasn't enough for Alphonsus. At the same time as Leon and Castor were debating where next to train, Alphonsus walked out of his room into the adjacent cavern, which had been used as the third-tier trainees' meeting room. "Al," said a surprised yet happy Castor, a smile appearing on his face due to his friend finally showing himself. "I didn't expect to see you." Alphonsus took a seat on one of the 3 stone stools around their stone table, though he tried to touch as little of the slightly damp stone as he could. "What's up, my friend?" Castor asked. "I was thinking," Alphonsus began, "we should return to our tower." Castor's smile flickered, but he managed to keep it up. He decided to hold his tongue until Alphonsus finished. And Leon, of course, didn't say a word either. "I think it would not only boost morale to sleep in proper beds again, but we'd be able to participate in the inter-unit battles. Such participation is expected of us, but instead we hide out here in the mountains like rats. I want us to return to the tower, as a challenge to any who might wish to fight. I want us to be proper trainees of the academy, rather than a unit that isolates itself from the troubles of its world." "You make some fair points," Castor said once he was sure that Alphonsus was finished. "Indeed, the inter-unit battles are a large part of the training we receive in the academy, and I agree that we can't truly be a part of them if we are this far removed. Not like we can't have this place as a secret refuge if need be," added Leon, to Alphonsus, shock and quiet appreciation. "Then it's agreed, we can return to the tower?" Alphonsus asked, hardly believing his brief venting of frustrations actually achieved his goal. "Yes, I think it's about time. I was actually considering it, myself," said Castor. "I'm fine with it, would be nice to sleep in a good bed again," Leon softly muttered just loud enough for the other 2 to hear. "Then it's unanimous. We'll return to the tower," Castor nearly shouted. Alphonsus couldn't believe his ears, but his mouth curved into an enormous smile anyway. "But first," Castor continued, dampening Alphonsus' joy a little, "we should have a conversation about how and exactly when we should move. Probably not tomorrow, but maybe Saturday or Sunday." Chapter 106. An end to denial. Before Leon knew it, Saturday had come. He woke up early and eagerly got ready to meet Valeria when the Snow Lions were dismissed. Every so often, though, he would pause for a moment. A few memories would repeatedly come back to him. The first was Artoria's death and burial, the second was Ajax telling him the name of the man who had led the assassins to his home Adrianos Isonos, and the third was his learning of Valerius' last name when checking the scores of the enrollment test. He had many times tried to justify to himself why he wasn't digging deeper into something that seemed far too coincidental, but he was finding that he had to repeat these justifications to himself more and more. He couldn't say with absolute certainty that her family was involved, and even if they were, no family worth their salt would ever entangle a 16 or 17-year-old girl in their conspiracies. But his inner conflict couldn't be sustained. Had he been alone, he might have been able to continue on for several more months, but there was another being keeping him constant company. And the voice of this being had been growing louder in his mind for the previous few days. "I know I can't really stop you from going to see that girl," said Zaffin, with blatant caution and apprehension in his tone, "but I will remind you not to show any signs of who you really are in front of her. Repeat your made-up backstory in your mind a few dozen times if you have to, but don't fuck this up. You're not going to let up on this, are you?" Leon asked, feeling a little tired from the demon's constant commenting on this issue. "You've been talking about this almost non-stop for the past few days." "I won't slip up in front of her. I'm Leon Ursus, a tribesman from the Northern Vales, not Leon of House Rame. I would feel a lot more comfortable if you would cancel this little date of yours. For both our sakes, cancel. You're far too weak to combat someone who possesses the resources to eliminate a family of mages as strong as yours used to be. That discomfort stems from something I told you, nothing more. Valeria has shown me no ill will. Had I never let you in on my suspicions, you'd probably be telling me to try and get closer to her like you do with Elise. Well, call me paranoid then. I just don't want to die like a stray dog, alone in this gutter of a plane at the hands of those who by all rights ought to be far beneath me. Don't worry, demon. Leon took on a far more conciliatory tone, one with a little confidence to allay the fears of his partner. I've been thinking on this very issue for a while now. I've been trying to convince myself that Valeria isn't a threat to me, that she wasn't involved in my father's death in any way. In all likelihood, that's true. But her family may well be connected, or even directly responsible. Today, I'm going to remove my doubts. Very well, Leon, I'll trust you, for now. With their conversation complete, Leon finished his morning rituals. He was clean and wore fresh clothes, and after he, Castor, and Alphonsus made their way to the tower and back, his stomach was full of a hearty breakfast. As soon as the senior instructor dismissed them, Leon started jogging through the mountains and forest to meet up with Valeria and Asia. Charles, Henry, Alon, and the others had all made plans, so they went their own way, though not without offering a few last invitations to Leon to join them. Leon hadn't told them who he was going to meet, which was why they were persistent in their attempts to get Leon to hang out with them. Had he told them he was meeting with a pair of gorgeous women, they would have undoubtedly stopped, though not without a bit of jealous teasing. Speaking of the women in question, they were already waiting for Leon where Valeria said they were going to be, at the training field where the road that led to their tower began. Hey there, good to see ya, shouted Asia in her usual chipper attitude, accompanied by an energetic wave. Valeria didn't greet Leon out loud, but she faintly smiled and nodded to him. Leon silently responded with a wave and nod of his own, and they were off to the city. However, Leon and Valeria hardly glanced at each other for several minutes after they had met up. Ooh, this is going to be so much fun. I'm happy you're coming with us, Asia said happily, her bright and sunny expression doing a great deal to alleviate the awkwardness between her two companions. Thanks for inviting me. I'm looking forward to some friendly training, myself, Leon said, responding with as much politeness as he could muster. Drop that formality, we're all friends here, right? Asia said with a bubbly giggle. Sure, muttered Leon as his cheeks started to turn red. Good. Now, since we're friends, maybe you could answer a question of mine. Asia asked, her eyes narrowing mischievously. Go for it, Leon hesitantly said. Asia's expression turned sly and her eyes darted to Valeria before continuing with her question. I think you know a friend of ours, Elise, the daughter of the Heaven's Eye Tower Lord here in the capital. I was wondering what your relationship is with her. Valeria instinctively turned to look at Leon, but she just as quickly looked away. Her heart rate nearly doubled while Leon froze in the middle of the training field, desperately trying to restart his brain after the shock of such an unexpected question. Was all he was able to get out for a few seconds. After Asia continued to stare at him, he realized that there was no getting out of offering at least some kind of answer, so he took a deep breath both to steady his own elevated heart rate and to find his tongue. When he was ready to speak, he looked Asia dead in the eyes and said completely honestly, I don't really know what we are. We haven't met that many times, and neither have we really spoke to clarify. However, I like her. And I'm reasonably certain that she likes me as well. Only reasonably? Zafin asked rhetorically. Asia remained silent for a moment after Leon said his piece, the sly look not leaving her face. I see, you and Elise like each other but aren't actually going out yet, she finally said. Well, that's good to know. After all that was said, she changed the subject to the classes they were all taking. She had chosen horseback riding and dancing as her electives. The former was to fill in a void in her martial abilities, so she would be ready in the off chance she was placed into a cavalry unit after the training cycle. The latter was because she simply enjoyed dancing. Leon and Valeria were largely silent while she talked, but after some frustration, she was able to get them to loosen up and talk a bit by bringing up how Leon managed to escape from Marcus's ambush. About half an hour after leaving the Knight Academy, they arrived at the estate of the Samarid family in the central districts of the capital. Out of the myriad palaces in the capital, the one built by Asia's parents was by far the most eye-catching, if only due to its radically different architectural style and building materials. Most of the Samar kingdom was covered by a harsh sandy desert. It lacked the stone quarries and vast forests of many of their neighbors, which meant they had to build with the only material they had in abundance, sand. The common people lived in unoccupied buildings of tan sandstone, but the rich and noble lived in sprawling palaces made of shimmering black glass, made by melting the sand into huge blocks. The glass imported by Asia's parents was of the highest quality, with an uneven surface designed to appear like rippling liquid in the light. Leon didn't get that good of a look at the inside of the estate as the group immediately made for a separate building which Asia told him was their dedicated training gym. Within were a wide variety of weights and training weapons arranged around the walls, with a large open space in the center for sparring. Additionally, Leon was able to sense that the magic density in the air increased by roughly half thanks to enchantments in the walls and floor. "This is where you two will spar," Asia said. Leon frowned a little at her phrasing. "Are you not going to join us?" he asked. "Oh, no, I won't. I prefer to watch," she responded, giving him an odd smile. Valeria wasted little time with words and immediately pulled her glaive off her back while walking to the center of the room. After glancing once more at Asia, Leon followed, a smile blooming on his face as he drew his training sword. As he took a position about 5 steps from Valeria, Asia took a seat a few steps from the edge of the sparring ring to eagerly watch. Without warning, Valeria lunged forward, bringing her glaive down in a powerful overhead strike. But Leon nimbly dodged with a quick side step and answered her with a horizontal slash at the side of her ribs. Almost faster than he could see, the end of her glaive appeared just in time to block his longsword, the clang from the collision of the two weapons echoing throughout the gym. Neither took a single moment for breath. Valeria pulled the end of her glaive inward, slashing the blade of her weapon out at one of Leon's legs. Leon just barely managed to lift the leg in time to avoid falling on his ass and used it to take a step forward, increasing the pressure he was putting on Valeria's glaive. But Valeria took a step back and spun on her back foot, deflecting Leon's blade into the air and gaining some distance. However, Leon had no intention of letting her keep that distance, so he lunged forward, stabbing at one of her shoulders. Valeria responded by stabbing towards him in kind, trusting that her longer weapon would reach him first. Leon seemed to agree, as he changed the direction of his lunges best he could to deflect her counter. Their duel proceeded like this for about 10 more minutes, with each constantly trading blows and neither achieving any sort of advantage for more than the space of a single attack. Their duel ended in yet another draw, with each landing hits that paralyzed the other's primary arms at the same time, bringing the fight to an inconclusive ending. Still, Leon and Valeria both left the ring with big smiles on their faces. "That was amazing," admired Asia, who had made sure that no movement either of them made during the fight escaped her notice. "Where did you learn to fight like that, Leon?" "My father taught me," Leon answered. "Oh, he must be an incredible warrior if he raised you to be so strong." "He was." Leon's short answer, averted gaze, and pointed use of "was," told Asia all she needed to know, and she tactfully changed the subject, raising the question of lunch and summoning a servant from a door Leon hadn't noticed to take their orders. As they moved to Asia's personal residence, a private building with only half a dozen rooms just off the main palace, Leon's heart started beating faster as he tried to push himself to say what he needed. He had promised Zafin that he would remove his doubts, and he had no intention of going back on that promise. "Sue," he began, "I hope neither of you laugh at me for this, but we've never been properly introduced," Asia sharply gasped, then sarcastically said, "You're right. We have been remiss in our duties as nobles, O honored guest. Please don't hold this slight upon your honor against us. That would be ever so dreadful." This drove all three of them to chuckle a little as they entered Asia's residence. It was lavishly decorated, with the black glass walls enchanted to only reflect light in certain colors, creating beautiful wall art without the use of paint, and thick carpets that were woven with gold thread in geometric patterns. "You joke, but I'm not entirely certain of either of your full names. I just wanted to clear the air so I wouldn't make a fool of myself later," Leon responded as his eyes drank in the colorful spectacle that was Asia's living room. "That makes sense, but wouldn't it make more sense if you started things off by introducing yourself?" Valeria said quietly while Asia led them into her dining room. "I guess," Leon said before straightening up before the two women and saying, "I am Leon Ursus of the Brown Bear tribe in the Northern Vales. It's a pleasure to properly make your acquaintances." Fortunately, Artorias had found some time to teach him some of the noble manners Leon would have learned had Artorias and Serana's villa never been attacked. Well, Leon Ursus, I am a Sia Samarid. Samarid, huh, as in the Samar kingdom, right? Leon asked. His father had taught him that etiquette demanded the one requesting the introduction to ask a question or two about the person's name before they moved on, and as Asiya was the host she went first. Close. Samarid means, from Samar, but it doesn't refer to the entire Samar kingdom. Instead, it's the capital city that it refers to, also named Samar. That's the city where my great-grandfather founded our noble house, so that was the name he decided on for us. Asiya's face lit up in a smile as she spoke of her family's history. It was clearly a point of pride not only for her but for her parents as well, judging by how expensive and time-consuming Leon guessed it had to be to import so much black glass for their estate. And I, Valeria began once Asiya had finished her explanation, am Valeria Isanos. Leon's heart immediately sank. Valeria had finally told him her name, and it was exactly the same as Adrianos Isanos, the only man of the assassination team whose name was known to Leon, and thus his only lead to find those who ordered his father's death and could potentially be responsible for the downfall of his entire family. Isanos, is there a story behind that name? Leon asked, his voice quivering a little from holding back his sudden surge of killing intent. Fortunately, neither of the women seemed to notice as Valeria launched into her own explanation with a strange look of eagerness. Oh, it's nothing special, it just means, from Icenia. Just like Asiya, my family is foreign to the Bull Kingdom, and we proudly wear the name of the city that gave birth to us despite the distance that now separates us. I see, was all that Leon was able to say. This is great, said Asiya, almost jumping out of her chair. Valeria and I first became friends thanks to both of us not being native to this land. And now you're here, another stranger in a strange land just like us. We were destined to be friends. Asiya's eyes glittered as she stared at Leon with a smile so wide it almost split her face in half. The prospect of gaining a new friend was just that exciting for her. Yeah, we were truly destined to meet, Leon said with some embarrassment. But, he continued, looking over to Valeria, Isanos is a name familiar to me. If I recall correctly, one of the men who accompanied the paladin Roland to the Northern Vales about 6 months ago was also named Isanos. Valeria's eyes instantly refocused on Leon, surprise evident on her face. You know him? Not really, Leon answered, stepping very carefully around his answer. All I know is that one of the knights called him by that name, we never actually spoke. It was only by coincidence that I learned it. The paladins group helped my tribe eliminate some bandits, and during the fight, Isanos and I happened to end up fighting close by each other. When he appeared to be injured during the battle, one of the paladin's knights called out to him. I see, Valeria said with a thoughtful look. You're talking about Adrianos, one of the men who accompanied my family to this country. He ended up leaving my father's service, though, and joined up with the royal legions. Ah, so he's from the same place as you and thus has the same name, unless I'm mistaken. Leon asked. His family served mine with enough distinction to earn official adoption, Valeria answered. They're not actually from Icenia. Leon fought to maintain an easy-going smile. Valeria's family was placed at the very top of his list of suspects as most of those on it such as Roland, the royal family, and the rest of the nobility of the Great Plateau he didn't think were likely to have sent the assassins. But this also came as less of a shock to him than he might have guessed only 10 minutes before. Deep down, he knew that Valeria's family undoubtedly had something to do with those assassins ever since he saw her name posted after the enrollment test. He wouldn't have needed to delude himself with frequent justifications as to why it might not be the case if he didn't already know. Valeria herself might not be his enemy at least for now, while she still thought of him as a mere Valeman, but her family certainly was. Chapter 107. Return of the Snow Lions. After having lunch with Valeria and Asiya, Leon made an excuse and left. Asiya tried to get him to stay for a while longer, and even the stoic Valeria seemed disappointed, but Leon truly had to leave. After hearing Valeria's name and learning of her connection to Adrianos, he was finding his killing intent to be extremely difficult to restrain. As Leon walked down the streets of the capital on his way back to the Snow Lions camp in the gorge, Zafin asked him, So, what are you going to do? You won't continue to weakly justify getting closer to that girl, will you? Don't know what I'm going to do. Nothing I can do, really. But I won't spend much more time with Valeria than I must. I would have liked to have her as a friend, but chances are her family is responsible for my father's death, my mother's disappearance, and the destruction of the rest of my family." After Leon finished speaking, there was a short silence. Zafin could feel the killing intent within Leon threatening to boil over, so he decided to try and lighten the mood a little. "Well, at least you're thinking with a little more logic now, rather than with what's between your legs. You already have one young beautiful woman trying to get into your pants, for some reason, best not to press your luck. You're astronomically good luck." Of course, the demon's comments drew some of Leon's ire, but he had succeeded in shifting the young mage's attention away from the events of his father's death and the strong possibility that a girl Leon wanted to befriend could be involved. When Leon returned to the gorge, he found that both Castor and Alphonsus had stayed behind, as did about 24 snow lions. They had taken the day to pack up much of what they needed to bring back to the tower, while also making sure to lock up the caves as tightly as they could so they could be used again if the need arose. Leon helped them out, mostly by using what he had learned in the enchantment classes to seal up the other entrances to the cave system. First, rocks and wood boards were used to block the entrances, then Leon carved enchantments into the boards that were similar to those used to fortify Legion camps and bases. When he was done, it would take any other unit several hours to open one of the cave entrances, but the snow lions would be able to do it in minutes. Later that evening, the entire unit started to ferry some of their things back to the tower after returning from the city, with all 104 snow lions heading back to their tower for dinner, rather than Leon leading a group to pick up the delivered food and bring it back to camp. They were accompanied by their instructors, who spoke a little about what they ought to expect during the following weeks. After all, small unit tactics was over, and it was time to move on to one of if not the single most important class on the Knight Academy's schedule, heavy infantry training. This class was longer than the 3-month small unit tactics, coming in at just over 4 months. For the first week, the trainees would receive classes that taught basic unit formations, the flag signals and whistles used in battle, as well as get issued their final piece of gear, their shields. After that, most of the rest of the 4 months would be spent out on the training field, practicing forming up and moving as an entire unit in a layered shield wall. There would also be other classes that would teach the trainees exactly what they would have to do if they were in larger units than a 100-man company, but the time on the training field would take up the lion's share of the time allotted to heavy infantry training. Following heavy infantry training, there would be another month of classes dealing with the myriad creatures and monsters they might be deployed to hunt and fight. There were 3 monsters in particular that the Knight Academy focused on, as they were the creatures that were responsible for the most damage to the rural towns and villages in the Bull Kingdom. They were vampires, stone giants, and werewolves. There were other monsters in the kingdom that they would have to hunt down if ordered to, such as gorgons and cockatrices, but most other dangerous creatures had been hunted to near extinction in the Bull Kingdom. Vampires and werewolves, however, were monsters born of men and as such couldn't be wholly eliminated, and the stone giants lived in the eastern border mountains, a region that was impossible to enter with the kind of large army that would be needed to bring a permanent end to their raids. After the senior instructor finished laying out a road map that covered the majority of their remaining time in the Knight Academy, he left the snow lions to their business. That business being to finish the move back into their tower. First, Castor ensured that both of their banners went into the ground floor shrine and were properly secured. It took him, Emilius, and Janus almost an hour to figure out the various mechanisms that locked the banners in place. Second, Alphonsus made sure the front door was as secured as it could be. It was boring work, simply testing the various locks that would buy the snow lions the time they needed to get armed and armored in the event of an attack, but Alphonsus took to this duty with an enormous smile on his face. It didn't matter to him what his job was, he was just happy to be back in the tower and out of the dark dank cave he had been forced to sleep in for the past 3 months. Lastly, Leon took charge of the nightly combat training that the rest of the unit had to take part in. He had them focus on simple motions repeated ad nauseum to build up the first-tier trainees' combat muscles. This would not only help them become stronger fighters but also aid them in their ascension to the second tier, something which 5 more snow lions had accomplished since their first trainee had ascended several months before. On Sunday morning, the snow lions woke up after having won the best nights of sleep in their entire lives. Their happiness at coming back to soft, warm beds after resting their heads in a cave for months was truly profound. They were so motivated from the night's rest that they finished moving the last of their things out of the cave by lunch, none of them having gone into the capital for the day. The following week was spent being taught in the first-tier common room by the senior instructor. He drew crude diagrams on large sheets of paper for the entire unit to see, showing exactly where they had to be and what they had to do when in formation. The most basic formation that the senior instructor focused on was a layered shield wall, with 5 rows of 2 squads 20 men each. In the center of the first row was the centurion who commanded the company and one of their prefects. In the Snow Lion's case, this was Castor as centurion and Leon as the accompanying prefect. The rest of the first row was made up of their personal squads, with the second-tier members posted on the flanks of the formation. The other 8 squads of the company made up the next 4 rows, with the squad commanders taking the flanks and their other second-tier mages directly behind the centurion and leading prefect. The second prefect Alphonsus for the Snow Lions was in the last row, keeping an eye on the formation and making sure no one ran away during battle, while the other prefect and the centurion were leading the company into battle. As most other units had 4 third-tier trainees, they would have their extra man in the last row as well. In a normal company, the centurion would be of the 4th tier, but that wasn't much of an option for the 10 training units in the Knight Academy, which was why it was up to the 3rd-tier trainees to decide amongst themselves who would lead their respective units. For the entire week after moving back into their tower, the Snow Lions instructors almost literally drilled this information into their skulls, while Leon, Castor, and Alphonsus arranged where each individual squad would be in the formation. By the next weekend, every Snow Lion knew exactly where they had to be when in their company formation. While these classes were being taught, the Snow Lions continued to have their food delivered to their tower instead of going to the dining hall. Consequently, none of the other units had any idea that they had returned, given that they had long since stopped watching the Snow Lions tower. And so, when the other 9 units gathered on the training field the following Monday to begin practical training, nearly all of them were frozen in shock when the Snow Lions came running out from the forest, Emilius proudly waving both of their banners in front of the unit as they arrived on the field. After a few seconds, the others recovered enough to not simply stand slack-jawed at the unexpected development, but none had a stronger reaction than the Deathbringers. Many of the more hot-blooded first-tier trainees struggled to stay with the unit and not charge the Snow Lions. Fortunately, the second-tier trainees had far more self-control and kept them in line. "They're back," Linus asked rhetorically. "We can get our banner back." "Let's g," started Xianxia, but he was silenced by a burst of killing intent from Gaius. "Not here," he said. "Save it for later. But we still lack a banner. If we can seize ours again," Xianxia tried to argue, but when Gaius glanced over at him, he stopped talking and left his argument unfinished. It was apparent from Gaius' look that he was angry, but he kept himself in check despite the surprising return of the training battalion's prodigal unit. "Not like we can do anything now," added Linus as the Snow Lions placed their banners on the wooden platform that held the other 8 banners. The units weren't allowed to seize banners if they were on that platform. This was a strictly enforced rule, as the instructors wanted everyone's minds focused on training rather than on stealing banners when they were on the training field. "Later then," muttered Xianxia as he stole another glance at the Deathbringer's banner, waving just below the Snow Lion's own. The other units weren't so in need of restraint as they didn't have the same recent history with the Snow Lions as the Deathbringers did. The most antagonistic unit apart from Gaius was Marcus's, and that was simply due to the ambush he had tried to spring on Leon. Given that it didn't work and they hadn't tried again, the relationship between the units remained largely unchanged, with none of the leaders of either unit harboring bad feelings about the other. As a matter of fact, the opposite was true. Marcus had absolute confidence in his ambush plan, and when Leon not only escaped but managed to turn the tables on him, he felt an enormous amount of respect blossom for the other man. So when the Snow Lions appeared out of the trees, Marcus smiled wide, greatly anticipating testing himself again against an opponent who had beaten him once before. His reaction was mirrored in slightly different ways in both Alcander and Valeria, with both smiling but the former reaching for his weapon while the latter merely reverted back to her normal cold and emotionless exterior barely a second after the smile appeared. "Hey, he's back," Asia said, nudging her silver-haired friend with her elbow, being not satisfied seeing only a tiny smile on Valeria's face. I can see that," Valeria said, her slight stutter the only sign that her haughty and unconcerned tone wasn't nearly as honest as it seemed. But, for all the shock their return brought, the Snow Lions were remarkably calm, only taking a spot slightly apart from the others to wait for their morning training to begin. Though to say they were calm would be to remark solely on their outer appearance, many snow lions were relishing being the center of attention, though Castor, Leon, and Alphonsus had all given them incredibly strict orders to maintain their composure. They wanted to make a good impression, after all. Chapter 108. Heavy infantry training. The snow lions made one hell of an impression upon their unexpected appearance, but not even 5 minutes after they placed their banners upon the banner platform, perhaps the only thing that could distract the rest of the trainees from the new arrivals happened. Their issued shields had arrived. From the administration building came 40 horse-drawn carts on air plates, wooden tablets with robust, high-quality air enchantments that lifted the carts about 3 or 4 feet into the air, making them trivial for the horses to pull. These air plates were a similar concept to the air rune that Artorias had carved into his first sled, but far more refined. Within the carts were the shields the trainees were waiting for, the final piece of standard equipment that every person in the Royal Legions was issued. Unlike the defective enchantment-less armor they had received earlier in the cycle that wouldn't stop a battle-ready weapon and barely did the job blocking their training weapons, these shields were the real deal. The shields were rectangular and long enough to cover an average man from shoulder to knee and wide enough to slightly curve around the body. They were primarily made of thick wood planks, but their front was a 1/4-inch layer of steel and painted a deep crimson. On the inside of every shield was an enchantment carved with an ingenious fractal pattern that made the shield both sturdy and reliable. The shield's true strength, however, was shown when used in conjunction with other shields. The fractal enchantments carved into them would connect with and amplify each other, turning even the smallest legion unit into a mobile fortress once they had gotten into a shield wall. The issued armor for the Royal Legions was strong but not of unusual quality for a nation as powerful as the Bull Kingdom. Similarly, their weapons and even cavalry weren't anything special. But with these shields, no man in the Legion would ever stand alone, linked as they were through their shield's enchantments. It would not be hyperbole to say that the Bull Kingdom had been built upon the strength of these shields. When Leon was past his shield, he found himself captivated by the enchantment, to the point of completely ignoring everything else around him. It took a nudge from Castor to bring Leon back to reality and follow the rest of the unit to their practice area. "Take this. You reviewed the calls for each formation, right?" asked the senior instructor to Castor after handing him a whistle. "Yes, sir," Castor answered. "Good. Then let's get started. Form everyone up into a standard battle line." Castor immediately whistled 3 times in quick succession, causing the snow lions to spring into action. There was a little confusion as the trainees weren't used to handling their brand new shields, but they got into their lines in short order. Castor and Leon were in their place at the front and Alphonsus watched the back. None of them had to say anything to the trainees as they had done some informal practice the week before to make sure the unit could form up at a moment's notice. "Keep going," shouted the senior instructor once the snow lions had gotten into place. Castor whistled again, this time 2 short blasts and 1 long blast. "Shields up," shouted Leon and Alphonsus in response. The entire unit raised their shields, forming a long shield wall. With their enchantments helping to stabilize them, even the weaker first-tier mages appeared formidable despite the weight of their shields. But appearances can be deceiving. The senior instructor made a subtle hand gesture. Behind him and the 2 other instructors sprinted forward and threw themselves against the points where the shield wall was weakest, in the middle of the first-tier trainees on the front line. They grabbed, kicked, and shoved at the shield wall, even ripping the shield away from a few overwhelmed first-tier trainees, utterly shattering the formation. "That was a miserable showing," shouted the senior instructor. "Get yourselves back into formation." Castor immediately blew his whistle 3 times again, with both Leon and Alphonsus shouting at the snow lions to get back into their shield wall. "Brace yourselves this time," Leon added. "Make sure to channel your magic into your shields. Let the enchantments connect and overlap with the shields to your right and left." Alphonsus shouted further. It took the snow lions a few seconds to get back into formation, but the instructors didn't give them the time they needed to solidify their position. They charged again at the shield wall before every shield enchantment had been activated, causing the formation to crumble again. "These are only 2 men. They may be 4th-tier mages, but your shields should be able to resist their charge with ease if you form up properly." The senior instructor made a great show of scowling at the snow lions picking themselves up off the ground as he said this. He didn't actually expect them to be able to form up perfectly on their first and second tries, but he wasn't going to give them any room to slack off. "Again," he shouted as the other 2 instructors pulled back. "Get back on your feet," Leon shouted. Alphonsus and Castor added their voices to his, which along with a few whistles from Castor, galvanized the snow lions into getting back to their feet and into their formation. And they just barely got back into line when the instructors charged again, throwing themselves against the shield wall and knocking back the snow lions who tried to hold firm. It didn't matter that the line was 5 men deep, it still broke apart with almost a dozen snow lions on each side falling to the ground like dominoes. This pattern repeated itself another half-dozen times, with the snow lions failing to hold their shield wall. That being said, they managed to reform quicker every time. The senior instructor considered that a good start, but the ability to reform wasn't nearly as important as holding their lines together in the face of a strong enemy. So, having had their fun with the inexperienced snow lions, the instructors stopped gleefully tearing apart their formation and started to instruct their trainees in the proper stances for those in the back to support those at the front, and to allow their shield enchantments to connect with each other. When the time for morning training was over, the snow lions joined the other units in the dining hall for lunch. Afterward, though, they returned to the training field to continue practicing forming and moving in the shield wall. Leon was the only exception, as he refused to miss a single enchantment class even though it left the snow lions down a third-tier trainee. They were able to compensate by having Leon's spot taken by Abelius, one of the unit's more promising second-tier trainees and de facto second-in-command for Leon's squad. A few hours later, Leon returned from his enchantment class and took his position again, which was also the same time that the instructors took to shattering the snow lions' formation again after having given them some time to fix their problems. Of course, that one day of practice wasn't enough and the instructors had little trouble getting through the shield wall, but there had been some noticeable improvement. By the end of the week, the instructors found that it was much harder to break through the snow lions' formation than it had been. Those 5 days of hard training had clearly not been wasted on the lions, as they had become proficient enough to maintain their formation even in the face of the 4th-tier instructors. This stood in stark contrast to the rest of the units, as without the same amount of time spent training, they struggled to do the same. In the following weeks, the instructors had them incorporate their fighting techniques into this training as well, mostly consisting of shield bashes and stabbing with their arming swords. Leon had a small amount of trouble with this given that his longsword wasn't particularly suited for fighting in as confined a space as the shield wall, but he was able to make it work. By the 3rd week, the instructors were having them shift their lines. Essentially, the front line would only fight for about 5 minutes, at which point they would turn around and squeeze past the second line all the way to the back of the formation, and the second line would take over as the new first line. 5 minutes later, they too would fall back and the third line would take over. This pattern of brief bursts of fighting, punctuated by much longer stretches of rest, would help the unit pace itself and keep the trainees in the front lines always at the top of their game. It was because of this tactic of shifting their front lines that the heavy infantry units were seen as the safest units in all the Royal Legions, with only the archers competing for the spot. The heavy cavalry units weren't seen as particularly dangerous either, but with no outstanding equipment to speak of they faced greater risk and were hardly as untouchable. The light infantry and light cavalry units were something else, though. In any given large-scale battle, it would invariably be those two groups that would suffer the highest casualty ratio in any given legion. A month of hard training flew by, and the instructors began to entertain the notion of teaching the trainees other formations they would need. However, before they got around to doing that, there was another piece of business they wanted to get around to, a demonstration that the instructors of all the units would put on not only for themselves but also for the legate who would come to see the progress of the trainees. On Monday morning of the 5th week of heavy infantry training, rather than split up into their units to go and train separately, as usual, the instructors had all 10 units gather around the banner platform where the legate was waiting. "Every one of you has performed magnificently," the legate started off with, beaming down at the crowd of almost 1,000 trainees. "I know that you will all be a credit to the Royal Legions, serving your king and kingdom with honor and distinction. But, the weight of the Royal Legion is heavy, and there's no need to place that upon your shoulders right this moment. So in the spirit of friendly competition and getting to know your fellow trainees better, we're going to have a little game." With that said, the legate took a seat and let his tribune step forward. "Here's what's going to happen. We're going to separate your units into 5 groups of 2 by drawing names out of a box. You will fight whoever you're grouped up with in the standard heavy infantry formation." The tribune paused for a moment to let his words sink in for the trainees, and as soon as they had, the snow lions felt the attention and killing intent of just about all the other units. They all wanted a piece of the prodigal unit, with the Deathbringers, Crimson Tigresses, and Steel Sentry Chief among them. In fact, the obvious anticipation mixed with slight killing intent coming from Valeria, Asia, Marcus, and Alcander dwarfed that of everyone else. Gaius wanted to fight against the Snow Lions just as much as those four did, but he was far more subtle about it. His reflection of the past few months had left him a little lost about who or what he wanted to be, and he felt like he would have a clearer picture of his future once he beat Leon's unit. However, as his will to fight wasn't rooted in blind vengeful rage so much anymore, he was able to control his emotions like a seasoned noble and maintain an impassive expression. The one unit that didn't react to this competition, not even to momentarily glare at the Snow Lions, was the Black Vipers. Led by the eerily quiet Tiberius, the Black Vipers kept a quiet dignity that didn't have the slightest of cracks. All this attention made the Snow Lions feel more than a little awkward, but they were more than ready to face whoever they would be matched against. And judging by the way most of the Snow Lions glared back at the Deathbringers, it was clear that they were already certain about who they would be fighting. They had fought the Deathbringers too much to even consider that they'd fight another unit. After several moments, the Tribune on the banner platform produced a box out of his soul realm and started to pull slips of paper out of it with dramatic flourishes. The Silver Legionaries versus the Steel Sentry. With the first pairing announced, the tension surrounding the Snow Lions increased. Marcus and Alcander were a little disappointed, but the strength of the Silver Legionaries was apparent simply because they still held their own banner. They turned their attention away from the Snow Lions and prepared themselves for their battle. Next will be the Obsidian Cataphracts versus the Blood Eagles. It had never been so apparent to Leon how ridiculous the names of some of the units were. Blood Eagles, Deathbringers, Black Vipers, whatever asshole came up with these names was clearly trying too hard, he thought to himself. With the possibilities for who they would fight decreasing, the killing intent in the air only grew more intense. The aura coming from the Deathbringers was strong enough that Gaius didn't even bother trying to stop it. They clearly thought the same as the Snow Lions, that they would end up squaring off with the other unit again. "And we have the Snow Lions," called out the Tribune, deliberately taking much longer to proceed than he had for the others. He showcased his flair for the dramatic by glancing to the Deathbringers, then to the Crimson Tigresses, and then to each of the other units in turn. Only then did he reach back into the box to decide who would battle the Snow Lions. When he pulled out the slip of paper and read it to himself, he smiled and paused again, pushing the tension in the air almost to the breaking point. The Snow Lions will face the Crimson Tigresses. Chapter 109. Lions and Tigresses. All 10 units couldn't face off against each other at once, as everyone watching wouldn't be able to focus on one single battle for very long. Thus, they would battle each other one pair of units at a time. The Tribune who had decided who would face who also had control over the order in which they would fight. He wasn't particularly interested in complicating matters, so he simply had them do battle in the same order as they had been picked. Starting things off were the Silver Legionaries against the Steel Sentry. Normally, the Silver Legionaries would be loath to pit themselves against the unit led by Marcus Aeneas, but as they were fighting face to face on even ground, they didn't hesitate to form up. There wasn't any time or room for Marcus to think of any clever tactics, making this as good a chance as any that the Silver Legionaries would win. They still lost, though not by much. Both units' shield walls were quite well formed, which meant that the fighting basically boiled down to shoving and pushing as each side tried to break through the other's front lines. The only time this stopped was when the front lines moved to the back. When that happened, their shield walls would dissolve and it would take their second line several seconds to reform the wall after the front lines moved past. Unfortunately for the Silver Legionaries, they were slightly slower in reforming than the Steel Sentry, leaving a moment where the Steel Sentry was fully formed up and the Legionaries weren't. Marcus's men didn't hesitate to move and take advantage of this brief advantage, though they ended up being just a little overzealous, with their own lines breaking apart during their charge. The battle was stopped when the winner was made clear, when only 20 Silver Legionaries still stood, with about half again as many remaining trainees from the Steel Sentry. But that also meant that there were about 150 young men lying either unconscious or immobile on the training field. To fix this, the presiding Tribune had organized 15 knights who were skilled in healing magic to wake the fallen trainees. After the victor was announced and the fight stopped, these knights swarmed over the casualties and pressed sheets of spell paper to their chests, waking up each trainee or returning feeling to their paralyzed limbs in seconds. Well done indeed," shouted the legate. He was referring to the performance of both units, but he was also clearly happy that his nephew's unit had won. Next came the battle between the obsidian cataphracts and the blood eagles, which lasted quite a bit longer than the previous battle. Unlike the steel century, which had practiced quite a bit in their off time, so they could switch their front lines quickly, neither of these units had done much practicing outside of their morning training. This made them fairly evenly matched, so their battle lasted for almost an entire half hour until finally, one of the blood eagles in the front line stumbled on a small stone in the ground and fell down, creating a momentary gap in the unit's lines that was quickly exploited by the obsidian cataphracts. The latter won, but by a much narrower margin than the steel century had, with only 12 of their men left against 8 blood eagles. Even though they had broken their opponent's shield wall, it wasn't until the very end that they had achieved a large enough numerical advantage for the presiding tribune to end the fight and announce their victory. After they were done and the medic knights tended to the casualties, it was time for the Crimson Tigresses and the Snow Lions to take the spotlight. As there weren't nearly so many women who enrolled in the Knight Academy or the Royal Legions in general, the Crimson Tigresses only had 54 trainees as opposed to the 104 in the Snow Lions. This led to Castor approaching Leon before the battle began to tell him how he had decided on solving the number disparity. "Leon, you're in 4 other squads will be sitting this one out," he said. Leon glared at him in alarm. The Crimson Tigresses were strong, and he had been eager to cross blades with them despite his resolution to distance himself from Valeria. "I understand leaving out 5 squads to make the fight even, but why am I included in this?" Leon asked, doing his best to keep his voice calm and even. "Relax, this isn't an indictment of your skills, or the skills of anyone else not participating," Castor said. "The Crimson Tigresses only have 2 third-tier mages, so I needed to have one of ours not join the formation. As for why it's you, well, think of this as kind of a peace offering to Alphonsus." Leon clenched his jaw, but when he turned his eyes to Alphonsus and saw the other man's barely contained excitement, he reluctantly agreed with Castor's decision. "Well, this sucks," whispered Henry as he and the rest of Leon's squad enviously watched the chosen Snow Lions form up. "It is what it is," responded Alon, seemingly content with merely watching, but the way his hands kept balling up into fists painted a different picture. "Best not to worry about it," said Charles as he leisurely stretched his arms. "This basically means that we get the entire morning off. When was the last time that happened?" "I guess," Henry said, though he still wasn't happy at being left out. Their attitudes were mirrored in the Crimson Tigresses. Valeria and Asia had been excited at the prospect of battling the Snow Lions, but they couldn't care less about Castor or Alphonsus. Their excitement stemmed from testing their unit against Leon's, and with him sidelined, their interest in the battle dimmed considerably. But that wasn't to say they weren't going to take the battle seriously. In fact, at being denied what they had wanted in the first place only inflamed their desire to crush the Snow Lions. The 2 units formed their shield wall 25 feet from each other. The Snow Lions had to adapt their formation a little, with only 10 men in the front line rather than 20, but keeping their 5 normal ranks. This meant that Castor had to shift some people around again, with himself as close to the center as he could get and the 2 second-tier mages in his squad on the flanks. Facing him, the Crimson Tigresses had a nearly identical formation, with Valeria in the front and Asia in the back. Asia still carried her scimitar, but Valeria had swapped her glaive out for an arming sword, a weapon much better suited to fighting in the confined spaces of the shield wall. "Begin," called out the tribune when he judged the 2 units ready. As soon as the word passed his lips, Castor shouted, "Forward." The Snow Lions surged forward in perfect unison, catching the Crimson Tigresses off guard and immediately putting them on the defense. Castor was acutely aware of just how dangerous Valeria was, so he was not about to give her unit a single inch. He seized the initiative and attacked first, slamming his own shield into Valerius and putting as much of his strength and body weight behind it as he could. He wasn't surprised in the least to see Valeria standing easily firm, but he wasn't seeking to defeat her specifically. He only needed to keep her occupied while the rest of the Snow Lions broke through the Crimson Tigresses' formation. Once that happened, victory would be all but assured. But it wouldn't be so easy. Valeria flashed him a slightly patronizing smile and retaliated far faster than Castor expected. He had only gotten in a single shield bash and had been about to follow it up with another as fast as he could when Valeria suddenly pushed against him. Her attack wasn't a shield bash, she had instead charged into him in the split second he had taken to pull his shield back, bracing herself against the ground. Castor barely managed to keep his footing, but he had been pushed back enough to leave a small hole in the snow lion's shield wall. This gave Valeria just enough room to slash at the man to Castor's left. Grrragh. Castor roared as he regained his balance and pushed back against Valeria. Fortunately for the snow lions, her attack didn't connect with its intended target, but it didn't have to. The other Crimson Tigresses in the front line had performed similar moves, knocking almost half of the snow lion's front line slightly off balance. They got enough support from the second line that they remained standing, but their shield wall was in tatters. They barely had enough time to reform their lines before the Crimson Tigresses charged again. Unlike the previous time, though, the snow lions were ready and the front line had all the weight of the 4 ranks behind them for support. They braced themselves and took the Tigresses hit head-on, barely maintaining their shield wall. "Again!" shouted Castor. The lions surged forward, but the Tigresses were ready for their counterattack. As soon as the lions committed to their push, the Tigresses nimbly took a couple steps back and braced. This extra space drew the lions' front lines a step ahead of the ranks at their back, and 2 lions even slipped at the unexpected lack of resistance. The Tigresses stabbed out with their blades, giving most of the lions in the front line a good hit and the 2 who had stumbled an even harder time. One of these lions was knocked unconscious and the other thrown to the ground. "Shit," muttered Leon. "It's only 2 guys, we can still recover," said Charles hopefully. As if to spite his optimism, the Tigresses pushed back against the lions, taking full advantage of the 2 holes they had just punched in the lions' line. The lions made a valiant effort, but they couldn't reverse the situation after their lines had been breached. It took another 5 to 10 minutes, but eventually, the snow lions were reduced to only 14 men including Alphonsus and Castor, whereas the Crimson Tigresses had almost 30, including Valeria and Asia. "Damn it," Castor muttered as the snow lions rejoined their fellows. "I think leaving half our unit behind really threw us off. A loss is a loss, but," Leon began. While he spoke, Leon saw Valeria smile at him in a way that was both cocky and challenging. She was bragging at his unit's loss at the hands of her unit and inviting a response at the same time. "We'll have other chances," he finished. "Indeed we will," Castor said. "And we'll win next time." "Next time probably means during the FTX," added Alphonsus. "We can bring our entire unit to bear at that time. Even if they use clever tactics again, they won't be able to beat our numbers." "It's not a good thing to rely on numbers, though. We ought to think of some clever tactics, too," Leon responded. "Wasn't saying we shouldn't, just that we'll have a distinct advantage next time," said Alphonsus. "I wonder about that," Leon said. "And what does that mean?" Alphonsus demanded. "We shouldn't let them choose where we fight. It'll undoubtedly be a place that'll mitigate our numerical advantage, like a canyon or something. We should stack the deck in our favor by choosing a place where we can bring all our strength against them and hold nothing back." "I doubt we'll win otherwise." "I agree," Castor said. "Ladies Valeria and Asia are smart, we shouldn't underestimate them in the slightest, and we absolutely can't give them an inch." "You had a better view than either of us," Alphonsus said to Leon. "Did you see any weaknesses in their formation? Anything at all that we might be able to exploit?" Leon responded by solemnly shaking his head. The 3 snow lions would have continued to strategize in depth, but the next pair of units had gotten ready while they were talking. Seeing that the next battle was going to start, Leon, Castor, and Alphonsus redirected their attention there. They could talk about the Crimson Tigresses later, but missing even a single detail from the other battles could put them at a disadvantage if they were to ever face them in the future. Fueled by their loss, when the matches were over, the snow lions threw themselves wholeheartedly back into training. They took what they had learned from the morning's battles and decided to focus on unit cohesion, syncing up their movements so that the first line wouldn't advance alone again. Chapter 110. The arena. A month passed after the exhibition put on for the legate. It was hardly eventful, with all the other units falling back into the old routine. The other units continued their battles, but the snow lions remained in their tower, not bothering anyone else. And no one came to bother them, either. The Crimson Tigresses had beaten them during the exhibition, but everyone was waiting for someone else to test them at their full strength. Consequently, no one ended up attacking them. This was all well and good for the snow lions, as this meant they could focus on their training, even if they were left a little bored. Although, because of this extra time to focus and their admirable drive to improve, 3 more first-tier trainees ascended to the second tier. There was also another lightning storm during this time. There had been a little rain, but nothing that compelled Leon to head out into the mountains again until he felt the familiar itch in the back of his skull one late afternoon. Fortunately, classes were over and he was only helping Castor and Alphonsus supervise the individual training of the other trainees, so he was able to head out into the forest with only a little bit of excuse-making with Castor. Leon hardly went back into the capital during the couple of months that heavy infantry training had been going on, but whenever he did it was exclusively to go to the Heaven's Eye Tower to meet up with Elise. They wouldn't do much, mostly just chat over lunch about what happened since the last time they had seen each other. Every time he saw her, Leon would always try to strike up a conversation to clear up their relationship, to figure exactly what they were to each other, but he could never quite get the words out. He'd always leave with his teeth clenched in frustration at his own inability to talk to the girl he liked, much to the amusement of Zaffin, who gave him no small amount of grief over it. But, the last time he had seen Elise, she had told him that she, Valeria, and Asia had wanted to go see an upcoming gladiator competition. Managing to pick up on her hint, Leon had bought tickets for the four of them to see the show. They weren't particularly expensive, he could easily afford them merely by relying on the weekly stipend that he rarely spent, but he was still a little conflicted over how to treat Valeria. They had barely spoken since he confirmed her connection with Adriano's Isonos. When the time came for him to go and meet the ladies at the Heaven's Eye Tower, the only conclusion he'd reached was to simply treat her the same as he had been, if only to not arouse her suspicion as to why he suddenly started shunning her after learning her full name. When he arrived at the Heaven's Eye Tower, he found that he was the last to arrive. Asia and Valeria had evidently hurried over as soon as they were dismissed, whereas he took his time getting ready. Asia saw him first. She sprang out of their private booth and hurried over to him, waving enthusiastically. "You're finally here," she said happily. Valeria's greeting consisted of only a single nod, but it was obvious that she was happy to see him from the smile on her lips. Elise, too, didn't say anything, choosing to instead wrap her arms around Leon's neck in a loose hug. And she refused to let go until he returned the hug, smiling at him impishly until he did so. "Well, we should get going," Elise said, turned back to the other two ladies. "Thanks to someone we might be late." Leon smiled awkwardly at his own slightly late arrival and the group left the tower. Their destination was the arena in the northern part of the city. It was a monstrously large construct, easily seating over 100,000 people. The stands were held aloft by colossal marble arches, beneath which were hundreds of shops selling everything from cheap food and souvenirs to high-end clothing and expensive jewelry. People from every class of society would attend the games showcased in the arena, thus there were shops that catered to those with means as well as to those without. "So where are we going?" Asia asked, looking at Leon for direction as he had the tickets. "Section 2, seats 21 through 24. "Ooh, Section 2, those are nice seats. Thank you," Asia said happily. She would have been perfectly happy sitting with the crowds, but Leon had reserved seats in a part of the arena where they could watch the games from a private room. "Yes, thank you," whispered Valeria, looking a little awkward. "How much was mine? I'd like to reimburse you for it." Leon only waved her words off and said, "Don't worry about it. Just something I can do for my friends, right?" Valeria's face remained as stoic as Leon's, but a hint of red appeared in her cheeks and she said, "Thank you, again." Elise hardly said a word. She had gone with Leon to buy the tickets and had tried to insist on purchasing her own, but Leon had insisted just as firmly as she did that she didn't have to. In fact, for him it had almost turned into a battle of wills with neither backing down, until after several moments of silence they both burst out laughing, though Leon's was more of a smile and silent chuckle. In the end, Elise had happily accepted Leon's offer to pay. The tickets really weren't that expensive for him, anyway, only about 1,000 silver coins apiece. The last time he spent more than a handful of physical silver coins at one time had been when he bought his bow 6 months before, so he had amassed almost 50,000 silver coins from his weekly stipend that were now sitting in his room that he didn't really know what to do with. About the only thing he could think to do would be to carry them over to the Heaven's Eye Tower and deposit them in his account, but even half of the coins were too much for him to carry all in one go, so his silver hoard had just sat in his room growing ever larger while he procrastinated taking care of it. Their private room was very nice, shielding them from both the sun and prying eyes with stone walls and secluded access hallways, while giving them a commanding view of the arena. The armchairs prepared for them were large, well cushioned, and very comfortable. To top things off, there was a young attendant waiting just outside of their room ready to fetch them anything they might want from the shops below. "Woo, I've never been in these box seats before, they're even better than I thought," admired Asiya as she kicked off her sandals and dug her toes into the thick carpet. The group took their seats to watch the opening games, which had already started, but while there were enough seats for all of them to have one of their own, Elise decided to sit with Leon, squeezing herself in beside him. The chairs were just large enough for the two of them to sit comfortably, if intimately, and Elise got even more intimate by giving Leon a radiant smile and leaning in closer to him. "You don't object to this, do you?" she asked, gazing into his bashful eyes. "And no," he responded after taking a few breaths to calm his racing heart, causing both Elise and the watching Asiya to giggle. Valeria tried not to watch, but her eyes clearly flickered over every now and then, while a ghost of a frown could be seen on her lips. The opening games were a series of chariot races between the 4 professional teams in the capital, the Whites, Reds, Blues, and Greens. Elise favored the Reds and ecstatically hugged Leon when they won the first race. The Reds essentially stopped participating afterward, though, leisurely riding around the outside of the track with the Whites just ahead of them. It seemed to Leon that the Reds and Whites had only shown up for the race in the most token way, almost as if they thought themselves above these races. These two teams left the rest of the day's races to be decided between the Blues and Greens. "What's up with these teams?" Leon asked Elise. "Why aren't they trying anymore? The Reds and Whites are favored amongst the nobility. The Blues and Greens are the common teams. This event was organized by a merchant for the common people, so the noble teams don't care about it after winning the first race," she answered. Leon frowned at their attitude, while Elise turned to Asiya and struck up a conversation about what she and Valeria had been doing during the past few weeks. While the ladies were chatting, Leon found himself becoming fascinated with the races, despite the Reds and Whites barely participating. The Blue and Green charioteers didn't conduct themselves with anything resembling sportsmanship, loudly insulting and swearing at their rivals. They would even try to ram into and destroy the other chariots if it seemed like they were going to be passed. "I wonder if your whore mother fucked a turtle to make you," shouted a Blue as he passed a Green. "That might explain both your lacking speed and your degrading color. Well, you'd certainly know about whores. I heard you've sold yourself so many times that you have to plug your asshole to keep from leaking," the Green shouted back. He pulled on the reins of his horses, moving his chariot a little to the right. As the Blue started passing him, the Green turned back left hard, crashing into the back of the Blue's chariot and knocked one of his wheels loose, tossing the Blue off his chariot and high into the air. "Victory! Victory! Victory!" chanted the Green fans as the Green passed the finish line in first place. The Blue fans were none too happy to see their guy injured and his chariot destroyed, and there was some pushback against the celebrating Greens to the point of several small fights breaking out in the more densely packed sections of the arena. "This place is certainly lively," Leon muttered as he saw several of the fighting Greens and Blues still struggle to continue their fight even as the arena's security guards swarmed over them and dragged them away. "It's like this at every game," Elise said, her conversation with Asiya pausing after hearing Leon speak. "The chariot teams are serious business here. Insulting another person's favorite team is a sure way to start a fight." "I guess I won't say anything about the Reds, then," Leon said with a faint smile. "You'd better not, hee," Elise said back with a sinister chuckle and an ominous look in her eyes. When the races were over, the real games began. An announcer took to a small stage at one end of the arena, though his job wasn't to comment on the fight, rather, he was merely there to introduce the gladiators and to extol the virtues of the wealthy merchant who had sponsored the games. The first few fights were never particularly important, so the ladies filled their time by calling the attendant and ordering some food and drinks, then began chatting amongst themselves again. They had all seen many of these games, so the inconsequential early fights didn't interest them in the slightest. Leon, however, was utterly fascinated. The first 2 gladiators were very lightly armored, with only a helmet and weapon apiece. They didn't even have shirts, letting the entire arena drink in their perfectly built pecs and abs. One of them was shorter, leaner, and faster, while the other was an enormous hulk of a man. Neither was of the 5th tier or higher, so they weren't able to show off any elemental magic, but they made up for the lack of spectacle by expertly playing to the crowd. They hurled insults at each other, and many of the moves in the first half of their fight boiled down to knocking the other man down then raising their arms to call the roar of the watching masses. After several minutes, Leon noticed something odd. At first, the crowd seemed to favor both men. However, the smaller gladiator had managed to endear himself to the crowd better than the other gladiator, with flashier moves and a sharper tongue. The people made more noise when it seemed like he was winning, and when it became clear that they wanted him to win, that's when the fight turned in his favor. The bigger man seemed to slow down and allow the smaller man to knock him to the ground. He left more openings for the smaller gladiator to exploit and seemed, in Leon's eyes at least, to throw the fight. These fights, Leon asked, turning to Elise, are they rigged? Elise smiled at him and helpfully explained, there's no need to pay attention to these first matches, whoever the crowd wants to win will win. All except maybe the last 2 or 3 fights are done solely to please the masses. Leon frowned. He'd heard a few things about gladiators from Artorias, but he'd never heard about that. Then again, he figured that his father probably wouldn't really remember the opening fights as he'd have been too busy talking with his friends just as Elise, Asia, and Valeria were doing. So, Leon turned away from the arena profoundly disappointed. The ladies had moved on from talking about the Night Academy to talking about a play they had seen the week before that Leon couldn't be less interested in, so he ended up zoning out for a while. But, 2 hours after they had arrived, the preliminary fights were over and it was time for the first of the 2 main events. Leon only returned to reality after noticing that the ladies had stopped talking and were staring down into the arena with such expectant looks that Leon couldn't help but stare as well. And now, shouted the announcer, here after more than 30 consecutive wins, we have the Golden Man returning from his latest victory in Tira. The Adonis of the arena himself, Antonius Agrippa. With these words, the single most beautiful man Leon had ever seen entered the arena. He walked with so much grace that he almost seemed to glide across the arena's sand. His hair and eyes were a brilliant shining gold, as was his spear and plate armor. Upon reaching the center of the arena, he slowly turned to survey the crowd, taking several heroic poses and enjoying every deafening cheer he received, and he received many, from every corner of the stands. Antonius was so beautiful that even Leon felt himself slightly captivated and felt the urge to join everyone else and cheer for the Golden Man's victory, despite knowing nothing about his opponent. It wasn't until he felt Elise next to him inching forward in their chair to get a clearer look at Antonius with a dreamy look on her face that Leon snapped out of the trance. In that instant, any good feeling he had for the gladiator disappeared like light into a black hole. His sword arm instinctively twitched toward the blade at his hip, which Elise noticed as it was the arm she'd taken hold of and was unconsciously gripping even tighter after Antonius' entrance. "Oh my," she said with a smile, "are you getting jealous, Leon?" Her words drew the attention of Asia and Valeria, who turned to look at Leon. Valeria was as stoic as usual, but Asia burst into a fit of giggles. Elise, meanwhile, pressed herself against Leon's arm and whispered into his ear, "You don't have to worry about that pretty boy. He has a nice face, but I prefer the man I'm with right now." Her words, whispered so close to his ear that he could feel her breath, caused Leon to freeze with one of the stupidest looks that his face had ever worn. It seemed like it was meant to be an embarrassed smile, but it was heavily distorted from Leon's attempt to suppress it. This, of course, only made Asia laugh harder, which made Leon even more embarrassed. Right," he said, then clearing his throat and trying to move on. After a moment, though, he snuck a glance at Elise and saw that she was still staring at him and smiling. Her smile grew wider when she noticed him looking, and when he hurriedly looked away she contentedly rested her head on his shoulder to watch the fight. But, as she did, she noticed Valeria staring at them out of the corner of her eye. Her silver-haired friend's face seemed just as impassive as it always was, but Elise detected something else there as well, a suspicious glint in Valeria's eyes. The announcer was moving on, though, so she pushed it out of her mind until she could talk with Valeria alone. "Facing our reigning champion is a man who many of you know. He fought and lost to Antonius 5 years ago and is now here for his revenge. Ladies and gentlemen, I present one of our brightest rising stars, Themistocles Aurelianos." From the other side of the arena came a man who seemed like Antonius, polar opposite. He was clad in spiky black armor and wielded a shield and short sword. The crowd's reaction to him was far more mixed compared to the near-rapturous response given to Antonius, though still positive on the whole. The two bantered back and forth for a while, but Leon didn't hear a word of what was said. Instead, his mind was filled only with the sound of Elise's voice telling him that she preferred him to Antonius. However, this had only inspired more doubt in Leon's mind about whether it was true or not, since it seemed to him that she had only done that to make a show out of it for the benefit of Xianxia and Valeria than for any real desire to reassure him of her affections. Needless to say, he both looked forward to and dreaded the moment it came time for them to leave, as it would mean that he could be alone with her and finally ask her, with no uncertain terms, exactly what she thought of him. Chapter 111. Burning Pain. You'd best surrender now, you won't get another chance, Antonius loudly said to Themistocles. Fuck surrender and fuck you. Themistocles shouted back, you humiliated me last time we fought, and now I'm going to do the same to you. Without even waiting for the announcer to begin the fight, Themistocles launched himself at Antonius and swung wide with his gree attacks. Leon noticed that despite only having a single enormous blade, there seemed to be far too much weight in Themistocles' swing, especially as he didn't even bother to stop the swing when Antonius nimbly ducked out of the way. Instead, Themistocles followed through by swinging his axe over his head and straight into another strike, which Antonius also dodged. What's the matter? The Golden Man mocked. You seem to have gotten even slower than you were 5 years ago. Even a mortal could easily dodge your pathetic attacks. Themistocles roared, pulled back a little, taking a more defensive stance, but stomping on the ground as he did so. In response, all the sand around him for almost 20 feet solidified into stone and lifted both Themistocles and Antonius several dozen feet into the air. His intent seemed to restrict the amount of ground that Antonius could use to dodge him, but the Golden Man smiled derisively at him and slammed the pommel of his spear into the rock hard enough to crack the entire surface. Then, he concentrated his own light magic into the head of his spear and thrust into the rock again, causing what sounded to Leon like an explosion within the small plateau. You really shouldn't do something so foolish as this, Antonius said, not bothered by Themistocles' look of hatred. Those poor people in the lowest stands can't see us anymore. Themistocles snarled and took a menacing step toward Antonius, but at that very moment the plateau he had created splintered apart in a flash of light that briefly shone through the cracks. Antonius leapt back to the sands of the arena with an almost inhuman grace, while Themistocles came down with all the grace of an avalanche. He barely managed to land on his feet, but he near imperceptibly stumbled. Themistocles has lost, Leon said. Indeed, it's over, Valeria agreed. What makes you two say that? Elise asked. He just stumbled. He was injured in that fall, and look at the way he's standing now, he's avoiding putting too much weight on that injured leg, Leon explained. He probably can't move that well anymore. He's a sitting duck for the faster Antonius, Valeria added. Both of them left something out of their explanation, something that they could only suspect. That axe looks too heavy, Themistocles isn't used to its weight, they thought. It wasn't much to go on, but they both had a feeling that somehow Themistocles was using the wrong weapon, meaning that the match had been rigged in a way that was significantly less obvious than the earlier fights. Someone wanted him to lose or, more accurately, they wanted Antonius to win. The fight didn't last much longer after Themistocles' platform was destroyed. Antonius danced around Themistocles and attacked with impunity, while the larger gladiator could barely assume a stance stable enough to bring even half of his strength to bear thanks to a broken ankle. Let this be a lesson to you, you upstart, Antonius shouted while sweeping Themistocles' good leg out from under him. Never challenge me again. Antonius thrust his spear into Themistocles' head, sending his black helmet flying across the arena. Then, he viciously beat Themistocles around the head a few times with the pommel of his spear until the announcer finally declared him the winner. As soon as he did, Antonius spat in Themistocles' face, which had started rapidly swelling, bleeding, and forming bruises, then raised his arms in triumph, loving every second of the crowd's jubilant cheers in their champion winning yet another match. Leon couldn't but frown and lower his view of Antonius even further. His actions were incredibly excessive and vindictive, though it was the spitting in the face of his fellow gladiator that really drew Leon's ire, as well as the suspicion that the Golden Man had cheated. Antonius left the arena after celebrating his win, and the announcer began the second main fight, a large-scale battle between two teams of 30 gladiators. Leon had no idea who anyone was, though, so he only watched out of curiosity in seeing their fighting styles. He quickly decided that he wasn't fond of said fighting styles, as it left many openings and focused more on flashy moves over practicality. He and his group didn't stick around for long after the final match was over. Xianxia and Valeria had some other business to attend to, so they said their goodbyes at the doors of the arena. As they did so, Elise noticed a few more looks Valeria gave Leon that raised some questions in her mind, foremost of which was, does she like him? They were hardly in a place for a private conversation, though, so Elise pushed it to the back of her mind just as she had when she saw the same thing in the viewing room. If you don't have anything else to do, why don't we head back to the heavens? I tower, Elise asked Leon. I actually have something for you there. Sure, Leon swiftly responded. There are some things I'd like to talk to you about, too. Anything in particular? Elise asked with a smile as she took Leon's arm and set off for the tower. Let's wait until we get somewhere with a little more privacy, Leon said, looking around at the crowds of thousands of people that were leaving the arena. His serious tone brought some anxiety to Elise's heart, leading to an awkward silence between the two until they had returned to the tower. The two wasted no time heading to one of the private rooms on the upper floors. As soon as they entered the room, Elise turned to Leon and said with a proud look, "Can you wait here for a moment?" Leon's heart was racing due to his own anxiety about clearing up their relationship, and he felt like he could use another few minutes to muster up his courage, so he nodded his acceptance. "Then I'll be right back, don't go anywhere," Elise said as she closed the door with a seductive look, leaving Leon alone with his thoughts. "Look at you, so nervous you're practically sweating," Zafin said with faintly mocking tone. "Of course I am," Leon answered. "I don't know what she's going to say. What if she says that she only wants to be friends? Or worse, what if she avoids my question entirely? Trust me, kid, you've got nothing to worry about," Zafin responded, dropping any hint of teasing in his voice after hearing how panicked Leon sounded. "Trust is for the rational," Leon shot back. "My fear isn't rational. You sound rational enough if you can make an argument like that. Why don't you stop overthinking it and relax? Either way, getting a clear, unambiguous answer will be good no matter what it is. You'll be better off with it than without, no?" "Why yeah," Leon said. His voice wobbled a little, though, making it clear that he was in no way relaxed about the matter. Just as Zafin was going to offer a few more comforting words, Elise returned to the room with a small thin box. She was so excited to give the box to Leon that she almost skipped over to him with a huge smile on her face. "What is this?" Leon asked, his stoic face showing little sign of his inner anxiety. "It's a dancing bear. Just open it," Elise said with a laugh. Leon undid the latch and opened the box. Whatever was within had been covered with a bolt of red satin, but Leon could sense an incredible amount of wind magic as soon as the lid was cracked. "Is this?" Leon began, looking at Elise, who was smiling and nodding furiously. Leon pulled the satin out of the way, revealing a pure white feather. "Yes SS. Finally," Zafin couldn't help but roar. "The final thing you wanted Heaven's Eye to find was a feather from a 4th-tier bird who was strong in wind magic, no?" "Well, the one I acquired was from a 5th-tier Escalian dove," Elise said with a look of expectation. She wanted Leon to praise her a little, or at least say something, but he just stood there staring at the feather. "Is there something wrong?" she asked with some worry after a moment of silence. "No, it's perfect," Leon replied, a wide smile breaking out over his face. It had taken him a moment to respond because from within his soul realm had come an overwhelming feeling of surprise, followed by excitement and joy. Zafin's feeling was infectious and he had needed that moment to calm himself down enough to speak. "How much is this?" Leon asked. "It's a gift," Elise said with a proud smile after a moment of slightly confused silence. "Are you sure? This couldn't have been cheap. Just take it and finish my potion, damn you," Zafin bellowed, having completely forgotten that Leon still had something to discuss with Elise. In fact, his excitement had given way to impatience, and Leon could barely stand still while holding the box due to his connection with the demon. "Please take it," Elise said, with a steely firmness in her voice. She wasn't going to let Leon pay a single silver coin for a gift she had presented him with. "Thank you," Leon exclaimed, perhaps out of the restlessness that had overcome him from Zafin's desire to finish the potion, or simply out of sheer happiness and gratitude at receiving a gift from Elise. He took a few steps forward and threw his arms around her, pulling her into a hug. "This was very important for me. I can't overstate my gratitude for your help in this matter." "Don't mention it," Elise said, her face rapidly turning red. Leon's quickly followed suit as soon as he realized what he was doing, and he just as quickly released her. "So," Elise continued, feeling a little awkward from the unexpected hug, "what was it that you wanted to talk about when we left the arena?" As soon as she said that, Leon froze. He needed to know where he stood with her, but he also felt an extreme compulsion to hurry back to the Snow Lion's tower stemming from Zafin's wild joy. "Right, You have to have a conversation with her, don't you? I can wait, Zafin said, though even through the mental communication Leon could tell that the demon's teeth were clenched. He'd waited almost 80,000 years to leave that prison and recover his former power, and now Leon was holding the final ingredient he needed to give his recovery the jumpstart it needed. He deferred to Leon's judgment, but the young mage could tell what Zafin thought was more important. And he couldn't honestly disagree. The faster Zafin recovered, the faster he could provide Leon with his true power, beyond the occasional blast of killing intent. That is a conversation that can wait, Leon reluctantly said after a moment of thought. It's not too important. I mean, this feather actually kind of answers it already. Well, it would be nice to hear it from you, but I do need to head back to finish what I needed this feather for. Elise promptly stepped forward and interrupted Leon by putting her hand on his cheek. Whatever you wanted to say, I can wait to hear it if I need to, she said with a gentle tone. I'll be here whenever you want to talk again. Truth be told, she was just as nervous as he was, as she had a feeling that whatever Leon wanted to talk about was serious enough to completely change their relationship. That scared her more than a little, and she was perfectly willing to kick that can down the road a ways. Well, next time, then, Leon whispered, pulling Elise into a gentler, but more deliberate hug than the previous one. Next time, she agreed, returning his hug. They stayed like that for a few moments more before Zafin's impatience finally boiled over and Leon said his goodbyes. After leaving the Heaven's Eye Tower, Leon hurried back to the Night Academy as fast as he could, sprinting through the streets of the capital. He didn't care one whit for the stares he attracted as he hurtled past the early afternoon crowds. I must apologize to you, Leon, Zafin muttered. Don't mention it, demon. But don't mention it, demon. Very well. When Leon made it back to the Snow Lion's tower, he rushed up the stairs straight to his room. Waiting for him in the corner was the tall bowl covered in spell paper. He grabbed it and moved to a table in the center of the room. Now, what do we do? Leon asked. First, remove the water coals. They're not needed and will only get in the way, Zafin immediately replied, though the demon kept his voice calm and measured so he could communicate the right information. Leon removed the lid of the bowl and, using a pair of thin metal tongs, removed the water coals and threw them into the sink in his bathroom. They almost immediately stopped burning without water around them, but they were still too hot even for a third-tier mage to handle with his bare hands. And then, Leon continued, instantly, a flood of runes forming a complex enchantment entered his mind. Take as much time as you need to inscribe this enchantment. It must be perfect, Zafin said. Leon didn't hesitate to get to work. As he wrote each rune, his hand was steady and his penmanship near perfect. His practice in the enchantment classes was truly paying off. Although this was the most complex enchantment he had ever written, it only took as many tries as he needed when learning how to make a crude flare spell. He finished in only 2 hours. Zafin murmured as he inspected Leon's work. Once he was satisfied that everything was in order, Leon peeled off the spell paper already on the bowl and replaced all of it with what he had just written. So what does that enchantment do? Leon asked. What do you think it does? Zafin asked back. He wasn't trying to be a sarcastic dick, he only wanted to fill some time and distract himself with speech while the enchantment went to work. The enchantment's core was made of more than half a dozen separate runic circles, totaling 3 light runes, 8 wind runes, and more than 20 fire runes. The modifiers had something to do with bodies, though I couldn't quite parse what they did exactly. So I would have to guess that it fills your body with fire magic that was stoked with the wind magic, plus a little healing from light magic. Not bad, though not very specific either and missing quite a few very big and important details. The enchantment is actually an amalgamation of 2 different enchantments. The first creates the potion itself, while the second dictates the potion's effects. The salamander core is going to melt, releasing so much fire magic that it will saturate and feed the kagu flower. Then, after the flower has had its fill, it will secrete a juice that will combine with the fire magic-rich water, which will form the potion. Lastly, you will need to eat the feather, then wash it down with the potion. And don't eat the remains of the kagu flower. You'll probably be incinerated from the inside if you do, but what will the potion and enchantments do exactly? Leon asked. Once it settles in your stomach, all of its magical energy will be directed into your soul realm, thanks to the second enchantment. From there, the magic power will enter my body and stimulate my recovery. Essentially, the light runes will give the potion the healing properties it needs to enter your body without causing permanent damage, while the fire energy will invigorate my own atrophied demonic core where my magic is produced, much like your magic comes from your bone marrow. The wind magic will help to feed those flames, prolonging their effect until the job is done. Well, sounds easy enough, Leon said. He figured that he had finished the hard part, a notion that Zafin wasn't in a hurry to dispel. It wouldn't help anyone if Leon spent the next hour or so while the potion finished being made in a state of dread. Leon spent his time quietly meditating, while Zafin used his magic senses to monitor the bowl. "It's ready," the demon finally growled. Leon's eyes opened and he opened the box he received from Elise and grabbed the feather. It was only as long as his index finger, making it easy enough to put in his mouth, even if it was less so to swallow. Complicating things was the strength of the wind magic the feather possessed. It vibrated and filled Leon's mouth with air, making getting it down his throat a difficult task, especially as the air quickly turned sharp. Leon's mouth was filled with shallow cuts, and he spat out blood. "Ugh," he moaned in pain. "Swallow the potion. There's not much time. It will hurt, but the injuries and the pain will only be temporary," Zafin shouted, spurring Leon onward. With an awful look of pain on his face, Leon cracked open the bowl and started chugging without even looking at the thick red liquid in the bowl. The potion was scalding hot from the fire magic and it felt like his stomach had been set aflame, but Leon didn't stop. The pain wasn't nearly so intense as what he had felt when he had awakened the Thunderbird's bloodline. "How are you doing?" Zafin asked with a little worry as Leon finished, leaving nothing but a few drops of potion clinging to the side of the bowl and the shriveled kagu flower at the bottom. Leon barely managed to say all right, through the burning pain. The potion had settled in the pit of his stomach, growing stronger as the feather kept vibrating. At least the potion is suppressing those tiny wind blades, Leon thought, grateful for the small comfort. Despite his brave face, Leon took a few staggering steps toward his bed before collapsing onto the floor, barely stopping himself from screaming in pain. He could feel the magic of the potion slowly moving through his body, scorching him from within. Eventually, the pain grew too great and he slipped into the comfortable oblivion of unconsciousness. Chapter 112. Severe burns. It took less than 15 minutes for the potion to wear off. Every last speck of magic power had flowed into Leon's soul realm, where it was drawn to the fire demon waiting for it. Where before Zafin was like a bonfire, with the power of the kagu flower and salamander core plus the Escalian dove's wind magic fueling his flames, he became like a tornado of fire. Zafin himself was in an inordinate amount of pain, but he didn't have the luxury of passing out as Leon did. He channeled the fire magic into his demonic core and compressed it as far as he could. After 5 minutes, it felt like his core would explode. After 10, he felt so much pain that for a moment he was sure it had. The fire magic spread throughout his body, feeding his malnourished body but wreaking havoc at the same time. His bones cracked and his hard obsidian skin glowed red hot. But after 5 more minutes, the pain faded. The fire tornado died down and the wind stopped blowing. Zafin took a few minutes to catch his breath and collect himself, then cast his magic senses inward to inspect the state of his body. 80,000 years of immobility in a prison that sapped his magic power had left his core as dry as a desert. It had been so malnourished that he could barely generate any magic power at all. Leon had taken the demon into his soul realm and Zafin had tried to use the young man's own power to feed his core and recover, but Leon was just too weak. He didn't possess enough magic for Zafin's core to heal in any reasonable amount of time. For all intents and purposes, the demon had been forced back to being a third-tier demon, even if the physical foundation he had laid during his rise to demonic lordship was still there. But the potion had been like a heavy downpour refilling a dry oasis. His powers hadn't returned completely, but he could feel his core outputting roughly the same amount of power as he had when he was the equivalent of a 5th-tier mage. "Good, I can work with this," Zafin muttered. He could have made do even if his core could only produce the same power as a 4th-tier mage, but he theoretically could have risen back to the 6th tier from the potion, so he couldn't help but feel a modicum of disappointment. Still, with his core now given the kickstart it needed to recover, he was a happy demon. Leon, on the other hand, wasn't nearly so happy when he woke up. His entire body was sore and stiff, though the burns and cuts from the feather and potion had been healed. "Did it work?" he asked, rolling over onto his back and not intending to bother getting off the floor. "It did," Zafin said. "Good," Leon whispered before closing his eyes and taking a few deep breaths. "So, what now?" "I'll need a few days, maybe a week to take stock of my new situation." More waiting, Then, these things take time, young mage. Just because the potion worked doesn't mean everything's immediately peachy. As I said, a week at most and we'll know where we stand. Leon sighed and struggled to his feet. It was getting close to dinner time, so he made his way down to the first-tier common room. Upon reaching it, he saw the usual group chatting in the corner, so he walked over and joined them. "Leon!" shouted Henry as soon as he saw him. "Leon! Leon, what?" Leon asked, seeing Henry stare at him with an absolutely stupefied look on his face. I was at the arena today. Who was that girl that was all over you?" Henry stared at Leon with a look of confusion that someone as unsociable as Leon could find a girlfriend and awe that said girl was so beautiful. "Yeah, how could you keep this a secret from your buddies?" Charles said, throwing his arm around Leon's shoulders in a brotherly manner. Alon, Bohemond, and Matthew also stared expectantly at Leon. For his part, Leon froze up while his face rapidly turned red and his face twitched, not quite knowing what expression to settle on in his surprise and embarrassment. After a moment of silence, Alon decided to give Leon a little help and ask a few simple questions to get the ball rolling. "So, what's her name?" "Elise," Leon whispered, the gears in his brain finally turning again. "A beautiful name for someone we've been told is more than beautiful enough to deserve it," Alon said, glancing at Henry. "Why don't you tell us a little about her, Leon? What's she like, and how did you meet her? And when, and can you introduce us?" And Henry wasn't even close to being done with his barrage of questions, but Alon slapped the back of his head and shut him up. "We understand if you don't want to talk about this lady friend of yours," Alon added, giving Leon a reassuring smile. "No, it's fine," Leon said, giving Alon a look of gratitude for giving him some time to think and process the surprise. "I met Elise in the Heaven's Eye Tower in Tira about 8 months ago." "That long ago?" Charles asked in disbelief. "Yeah," Leon responded with a bashful look, causing Charles to facepalm. "Come on, man, how long were you going to let this go on without telling your buddies about this girl?" Bohemond asked in slight frustration. "Whoa there, let's not go making a big deal out of this," said Matthew. "It's not as if Leon is particularly talkative to begin with. If he wants to see a lady in private, that's his choice." "Indeed, there's no need for him to say anything," added Alon. "Well," Leon began, "I suppose I find it hard to say definitively that we're even together." "The fuck does that mean?" demanded Henry. "I saw how she was acting in the arena. If you two aren't together, then why in the name of all the ancestors would she have been so intimate with you? Unless you're saying you paid her, in which case you must be broke because no way any man could afford her." Upon Henry's not particularly serious insinuation of Elise being a prostitute, Leon's killing intent momentarily spiked, leaving Henry frozen in terror and sweating through his clothes. "I did not pay her," Leon said with a quiet and grim severity that drained all the blood from Henry's face. "Right. Sorry," Henry squeaked. "So then what do you mean by, hard to say you're together?" Alon asked, quickly moving on. What followed was a moment of silence while Leon carefully chose what words to say. He'd been troubled by this very problem for a while, but he never thought he would ever bring it up with these guys. But the guys waited patiently for him, having come to a reasonable understanding of Leon and how reluctant he typically was about sharing personal details. When we first met, she came off, she was very direct. I don't really know what she saw in me, why she approached me to begin with, but I walked into the tower and then, without any warning, she was there, talking and smiling, and she's given me a bit more space ever since, but with the context of how forward she was with me before we had even properly met makes it hard for me to see what's genuine. Leon babbled a little and wasn't too detailed, but the others didn't press him for too many specifics despite their burning curiosity. Well, most of the others didn't. Henry was still too overcome with jealousy to pick up on the fact that Leon wasn't too keen on providing those details. Forward? Huh, so how good in bed is she? 'Cause today she looked like she knows exactly what to do. Come on, man, I need details. Again, what Henry said infuriated Leon, but he refrained from releasing his killing intent a second time. Instead, he decided to clear the air, to correct any misconceptions his vagueness may have made. "No, we never did that." The other 5 young men heard the second part of Leon's statement, but it was the first part that made them all stare at him in shock. Leon felt incredibly awkward about how intently they stared at him, so he didn't say a word either, leading to a long moment of silence. "So," Matthew said, Being the first to recover, you're a third-tier mage, barely 17, but you've never had sex. I haven't, Leon said quietly. He'd never been very concerned about being a virgin until leaving the Northern Vales and hearing how often these guys would discuss it. Over the course of the 7 months in the academy, he had grown self-conscious that he'd never been so intimate with a woman because it meant that it was something he couldn't relate to and talk about with his friends. That's very surprising, Matthew said in wonder. Yeah, added Bohemond thoughtfully, most of the girls I've seen have been incredibly attracted to just first and second tier mages, even if they were ugly or middle-aged. Power is incredibly attractive, especially when it comes from a very young man who is already a third-tier mage and still has enormous potential. This cannot stand. Henry said loudly, finally finding his tongue. Leon, if you're not going out with that girl, then you have to come with me tomorrow. We need to get you laid. No, that's fine. We don't have to do that, Leon whispered. Ever since the conversation had taken this turn, Zafin had started to laugh uproariously from his soul realm and he was trying to block it out. This wasn't easy, as Zafin's hysterics were only growing louder. Shouldn't you be busy evaluating your current power? Leon asked angrily. Yes, but how can I not appreciate this? Zafin choked out between laughing fits. Yes, come on buddy. All you'd have to do is let your third-tier aura do its thing and you'll have any number of ladies you want. No, Leon said again, with more emphasis and a hint of killing intent. Henry wisely closed his mouth and let his invitation drop. Nothing wrong with virginity, Alon said. Well, maybe a little, Charles added, exchanging a knowing look with Alon. Leon, you like Elise, right? Leon slowly nodded, not quite sure what Charles was getting at. Well, if what Henry has told us and if what you said about how forward she is, then you're probably going to be completely overwhelmed by her if you ever manage to seal the deal and get into her bedroom. Leon couldn't really argue with Charles there. In fact, he started sweating from panic now that Charles had mentioned this problem that he had overlooked. I wouldn't be surprised if she has experience, there's no way I'd satisfy her. I'd be fucked, literally. I'd last all of 10 seconds, and then she'd probably leave in disappoint, but don't worry. Charles said, cutting off Leon's line of thought after seeing panic breaking through Leon's normally stoic exterior. We're here, and we've got all the advice you need. Anything you want to know, we'll do our best to tell you, said Matthew. Indeed, you're our friend, we'll help as best we can, Bohemond added, giving Leon a nod of solidarity. We've got your back, Alon said with a smile. You've taught us about fighting, so let's repay the favor, Henry added. However, as soon as he said that, he launched into a story about how he slept with both of a noble's daughters and his wife all on the same night, a tale that was doubtlessly highly exaggerated if it was even remotely true. Since no one really believed him, everyone else chose to ignore him. So listen, began Alon. He already had 3 fiancées, so his words and advice on this subject carried a great deal of weight and authority. We should start with the single most important part of this for a virgin who might not be too confident in his abilities: foreplay. Trust me, my friend, your fingers and tongue can carry you through any deficiencies in other areas, such as a virgin's lack of stamina. The group spent the 45 minutes they had until dinner giving Leon various sex tips. Alon and Charles were particularly detailed in their descriptions of what they found worked. In fact, none of them had ever gone into so much detail before, and the conversation turned into everyone sharing tips for the benefit of all the others, not just Leon. Leon himself didn't talk much, the immense sense of privacy he had built up during his isolated childhood making him far too embarrassed to participate in the conversation. He did eventually relax after a while, but not so much as to ask many questions. Still, he did his best to absorb what everyone else had said. That night, after dinner was over and Leon had gone to his room for his nightly training before bed, Zafin spoke up. Leon, I need a favor. What kind of favor? I want you to try and use some of my power. It will help me understand how much I can give you, which in turn will help me realize my own output. Alright, what do I do? Remember how you did it last time? You only need to pull on the connection between us to summon my power, then you can manipulate it as if it were your own power. Leon took a deep breath and, just like when Zafin had first taught him how to use his demonic flame on the journey between the prison and Tira, carefully located the connection between himself and Zafin. He couldn't really feel it unless he was looking for it, but now that he was aware of it, the connection felt like a string connected to his heart that he could tug at will. As he did so, power flowed out of his soul realm and into his body, but unlike his own power, this magic felt foreign and faintly unsettling. "Careful, don't go summoning too much, wouldn't want you bursting into flame," Zafin said, the caution in his voice readily apparent. Leon directed the demon's power into his arm as best he could, but his face began to scrunch up from the strain. A third-tier mage trying to control the strength of a fifth-tier mage equivalent wasn't easy in the slightest. But, soon enough, the power flowed into Leon's left hand and it appeared to him that he was literally holding fire. A deep red flame had appeared in his hand. And then things went wrong. Leon didn't stop channeling Zafin's power, and the sense of discomfort he had quickly turned to pain, which then escalated into far more extreme pain. The flame in his hand winked out and he collapsed, barely holding in a scream. "Stop. That's enough," Zafin shouted, but Leon couldn't stop the flow of magic stemming from the demon. Before his eyes, Leon's arm turned red from heat as it burned from the inside. Leon's teeth clenched together so tightly from the pain that he couldn't speak even if he wanted to. After a few more seconds, Zafin managed to cut the flow of magic into Leon, but by then the skin on Leon's arm had started to peel and bubble up. The burns Leon sustained all over and within his left arm were profound. Leon sat in the center of his room barely holding back the tears and cries of pain. "I'm sorry, I didn't think things would be that bad. I thought your innate affinity for fire and the contract we forged would be enough to protect you." Zafin quickly said, Did you at least get the information you needed?" Yes, I did." "What was that?" "But, it was nothing," Zafin said. Leon was in too much pain to pursue his doubt, so he let the matter slide. Zafin had only asked him that favor to satisfy his own curiosity. He did learn a little, but he didn't think it was worth the price Leon paid for it, but he refrained from telling that to the young man himself. The demon doubted that would help the situation in any way. After a few more minutes of channeling his magic into his arm to dull the pain, which had been so severely burnt that he could barely move it, Leon staggered to his feet and made for the bathroom where his first aid kit and the healing spells it contained were located. Chapter 113. Demon Fire. Leon had 10 healing spells in his first aid kit, all of which he had to use to regain the use of his left arm. Even then, his arm was still covered in light burns, but he could move it without pain if he was careful. "Well, that was certainly enlightening," Zafin said flippantly in an attempt to lighten the mood. "That's one word for it, I guess," Leon muttered sarcastically. "At the very least, we learned 2 things, Zafin continued, ignoring Leon's comment. "The first is you need to focus on controlling the magic you borrow as well as only taking what power you need. The second is that the power I gave you was a little wild and outside of my own control. Fortunately, these are very fixable problems." "How so?" "All we need is time and practice. For now, I'll focus on regaining the proper control of my power. It shouldn't take more than, say, a week or so." Zafin decided to be cautious after Leon's injury. He estimated that it would only take a day or 2 to shake off the rust and bring his flames under enough control so as to not burn Leon again, but he wanted the extra time to make sure he had gotten used to the sudden jump in power. "I think I'll take that time to make a few new healing spells," Leon said, looking over at the pile of spells he had just used and then to his burned arm. It still hurt to move the arm quickly, but the spells had healed him enough that apart from a lot of peeling skin, there weren't many obvious signs of injury, especially when he wore long-sleeved shirts. He was sure he could heal what the spells hadn't in a week. Despite that surety, Leon used the first few healing spells he made that night to clean himself up. His peeling skin had vanished during the night, so while his arm appeared to completely heal, holding a shield during training still caused some discomfort. The week passed quickly with hardly a single word exchanged between Leon and Zafin, but finally, it came time for Leon to have some real practice with Zafin's power. To make sure he wouldn't be disturbed, Leon took the huge stack of healing spells he'd drawn up during the week and ventured out into the maze of gorges and cliffs in the northwestern part of the academy. "So, has this been enough time for you to get a good handle on your power?" Leon asked, with only a tiny hint of sarcasm. "It has," Zafin responded, ignoring Leon's tone. "Are you ready to see what you can do with it?" "Of course. Anything I need to know before we start, though?" "Plenty. I guess the first thing I ought to mention is that part of the reason you were burned so badly last week was that you couldn't stop the flow of magic out from your soul realm." I'd guess that problem was because you didn't try until the flow had grown too large for you to properly handle, so keep it slow and ramp it up gradually. Makes sense. Another thing, demon fire is very potent. Just about anything can burn within it, so be careful about what you do with it. Don't go starting any large fires, keep it in control. Again, go slow until you have a good idea of how much you can handle. Got it, then let's do this. Leon briefly smiled before his face turned deadly serious. He gently pulled on the connection between him and Zafin and called forth the demon's power. He kept it as minimal as he could, letting the heat from the connection trickle out slowly, before channeling it into his arm and out into his palm. There, a small red flame appeared in the center of his palm, no bigger than the flame of a small candle that leisurely roiled and flickered as if it were burning in slow motion. The first time Leon used Zafin's power just after leaving the prison, this was all the power he had been able to call upon, so there was hardly a need for caution. This time, however, he had to hold back the demon's power that tried to burst free from his soul realm. The longer he held the flame, the more intense the pressure became. He felt like a flimsy dam trying to hold back a raging waterfall after barely a minute, which caused him to extinguish the flame and immediately stop summoning Zafin's power. Leon took a deep breath as the heat from the flame disappeared. You didn't burn yourself this time. Progress, Zafin said mockingly. Screw you, demon, I may have gotten burned, but at least I'm always in control of my power. If you're so confident in your strength, how about you go about raising yourself from 3rd tier power to 5th tier power in a matter of minutes and see how well you control yourself then. Leon grit his teeth in frustration. Zafin did have a point. The demon had gotten used to his atrophied 3rd tier strength, so there would understandably be a short period of adaptation to the sudden spike to 5th tier. After a few minutes of rest, Leon began again. He kept the flame small, merely testing himself to see how long he could hold it. He made it about a minute and a half during his second test, about half again as long as the first try that morning. I'm going to try something, Zafin said as Leon extinguished the fire again. Like what? I might be able to help you call upon only what you can bear. Might. I've never had to share my power before, so I'm learning as we go, too. Let's try again. For a third time, Leon summoned the demon's magic. This time, however, the pressure in his chest that came from his soul realm was greatly diminished. Whatever you're doing, it's working, Leon mumbled, trying to concentrate on keeping the flame lit and under control. Zafin was himself too busy concentrating to reply. Leon managed to last 5 minutes that time thanks to Zafin's assistance. It seems like it will be a collaborative effort if you ever find yourself needing to call upon my power, Zafin said after Leon put out the flame in his hand. Fine by me, Leon said. He was starting to get a good handle on calling upon Zafin's power and had already started thinking of how to maximize his time holding the fire. On his 4th try, he tried mixing Zafin's magic with his own, an idea that wasn't theoretically terrible, but it left Leon feeling drained after only 10 seconds. He guessed this was because he still lacked sufficient control over his own magic due to only being a 3rd tier mage that it felt so draining. But he had made Zafin's power a little easier to control, even if it didn't last nearly so long as the previous attempts. The two practiced for the remainder of the day. Leon's final practice run before he returned to the Snow Lion's tower lasted for almost 15 minutes. The next day, the pair changed their focus. Instead of trying to maintain a tiny flame for a long time, Leon tried to conjure a larger, more useful flame. He didn't try to summon a flame roughly the size of a torch or magic lantern as he had the week previously, but instead only increased the size of the candle-sized flame by about half. He quickly found that such use of Zafin's fire was quite inefficient, as such a small increase more than half the time he could keep the flame lit. Despite this inefficiency, Leon continued down that road of training. Keeping a fire the size of a candle lit was hardly practical for battle, so he needed to learn to handle greater amounts of Zafin's power. All throughout the next week, Leon would venture off into the western mountains whenever he got the chance. From a certain perspective, this kind of training wasn't productive for him, as he was merely learning to use borrowed power. His time in the long run would be better spent working on ascending to the 4th tier. However, when Zafin brought this up, Leon responded that there would be hardly any point to making the contract between them if he never learned to use Zafin's power. Besides, what Leon wanted was strength, and Zafin's demonic fire would certainly give him that, even if that strength was only temporary. Plus, It wasn't as if Leon completely neglected his own training. It was a tough decision for him to make, but Leon cut into his sleep time to make some extra room in his schedule for meditation and working to increase his own power. Fortunately for him, he only had to keep this schedule up for another week. With Zaffin's help, Leon was able to conjure a small explosion of demonic fire out of his hand that had a range of about 3 feet, and he had enough control to do so 2 or 3 times before the burns accumulated enough to disable his arm. During this time, Zaffin also had to teach Leon how to douse the flames so as to not kill anyone he didn't mean to or set everything around him on fire. Leon sighed in pain as he slid to the ground with his back against a large boulder. The ground all around the secluded crevice he had been practicing in was scorched and blackened, with the rocky walls not looking much better. It had been hard practice, and the skin on his left arm that was cracked and bleeding from the heat was proof of the intensity with which Leon had taken to his training. In fact, he had gone through more than 3/4 of the healing spells he had written, a total of more than 150 that all went to treat his burns. He had grown so used to the sensation of pain that Leon could barely even feel the fire that ravaged his arm during practice, but he had to force himself to take a break whenever he felt his arm started to grow heavy and lethargic, as he knew that the damage was severe. It got so bad that Zaffin had to intervene. "You've already gotten enough of a handle on my power to fight with, there's no need to keep pushing yourself. Slow down, I suppose," Leon muttered, as he pressed more healing spells onto his burned arm. "I just want to learn enough control so that I don't have to worry about burning myself if I ever need to use your power. No amount of control will lessen that risk right now. What you need to focus on is your own power. If you ascend to the 4th tier, you'll probably be able to call upon much more of my power before your arm is burned to the point of disability. Ascension to the 5th tier, I'd guess, would allow you to use this level of power with relative impunity. You don't specifically need control, you need to get stronger." Leon couldn't argue with Zaffin when his entire left arm had been covered in healing spells. The demon's fire was truly potent, but Leon felt that the pain had been worth it to have such a power that no one would ever suspect in his wheelhouse. "You're right, I should double down on my own training," Leon said quietly. "Though I am looking forward to when I can use elemental magic for real, rather than relying on you for it. Throwing even this small amount of fire is rather intoxicating." "I don't like that tone," Zaffin replied with a worried tone. "Relax, I'm not talking about getting reliant on your power. If using only your magic were this fun, though, I can't wait to see how it feels to use lightning," Leon said, every word dripping with anticipation. As soon as his arm was healed, Leon drew his sword and began practicing. He flooded his body with magic, but the thought of learning how to use his own elemental power had made him too restless to meditate. He'd rarely trained so intently with his father's sword before. Usually, if he were to practice his sword techniques, then that was what he wanted to concentrate on, saving the flooding of his body with magic power for when he would meditate. But now, he was doing both at the same time, even if the sword movements were only meant to keep him moving. And as he moved, a comforting warmth spread out from the handle of the sword and throughout his entire body, though Leon was so into his training that he wasn't even aware of it. Chapter 114. Monster Class's caster blew his whistle, and the snow lions formed up into their layered shield wall in seconds. With another series of whistles, the unit was given the signal to begin marching forward, which they did in near-perfect unison. More blasts on the whistle brought them to a halt. Turning right, left, back up, tighten the formation, spread out a little, all commands given by caster via his whistle were carried out quickly and precisely. The 3 watching instructors were suitably impressed. The Snow Lions had been in heavy infantry training for 4 months and were moving with the same confidence and skill as career soldiers. "Turtle formation," shouted the senior instructor. Caster responded with a quick series of blasts on his whistle, and the trainees in the interior raised their shields above their heads while the formation tightened up to take cover beneath them. The trainees on the exterior of the formation kept their shields facing out, making the training unit a nearly impenetrable box of shields. "Archers," shouted the senior instructor. Caster blew the whistle a number of times to lower the turtle shell that had been raised, then again to give the backmost rank their command. Under the watchful eyes of Alphonsus, the 20 men in the last row put their shields on the ground and pulled their bows off their shoulders, nocking an arrow and standing at the ready. They held that position for about 10 seconds, long enough for the instructors to get a good look at them before Caster signaled them to sling their bows over their shoulders, pick up their shields, and rejoin the formation. Alternate ranks, shouted the senior instructor. With well-practiced movements and a signal from Caster, the snow lions in the front rank moved to the back. A few seconds later, Caster signaled again, and the ranks shifted again. This was repeated until the entire unit had cycled through the front lines. Splendid, said the senior instructor. Go ahead and relax, you third-tier boys come with me. The snow lions relaxed, letting the formation disperse as the trainees assembled into their usual friend groups. Alphonsus, Caster, and Leon, meanwhile, followed the senior instructor about 100 feet away from the unit. The senior instructor began with some rare praise. That was a good showing. The time you all have spent training has clearly not been wasted. However, there's always room for improvement. Heavy infantry training ends today, but don't neglect it going forward. We won't, sir. We know the importance of this training, Caster said. Good. Moving on, next week begins your study of the common monsters you'll face as knights. We can't exactly go out and grab a vampire or werewolf for practical training, so these classes will be almost entirely theoretical. It won't be as exciting as the more active classes, but the academy still expects the same effort you've been giving in your previous classes, got it? Yes, sir. Good. Their monster hunting classes began the following Monday. Rather than reporting to the training field in the morning, the entire training battalion made their way to the same huge hall that most of the first-tier trainees had been using for magical theory. First thing on their schedule was the most dangerous and insidious of enemies that knights of the Royal Legions would be expected to face, vampires. For a week, the trainees learned all about how to identify signs of vampiric behavior, how to identify vampires themselves, and the general tips to fighting them. Fighting a vampire was remarkably similar to fighting a mage, only a vampire uses power gained from a demonic contract and augmented that borrowed power with blood. Of course, this blood magic would invariably involve consumption of blood, or more specifically, mana, and the point a blood mage became a vampire was when their bodies adapted to this foreign power and became dependent on blood. Or at least, that was how a nest of vampires often got their start. The original blood mage turned vampire would usually but not always seek out other like-minded mages to gain safety in numbers. These other mages would make contracts with the vampire, providing it with blood in exchange for some of the vampire's demonic power. Unfortunately for that mage, their bodies would be corrupted by their connection to the vampire, and they would slowly turn into vampires themselves. Most of what Leon learned during these classes he had already picked up from Zaffin, who, being a demon, already had a robust knowledge of the demonic pacts that granted vampires most of their powers. Zaffin had never actually forged a contract with a blood mage, but he had been close to a great many other demons that had before he was summoned by the Thunderbird clan and imprisoned. The second week was devoted to werewolves. They were a little easier to learn about since they were only humans who had contracted a communicable curse, but that also made them more common than vampires. Additionally, they could potentially pass on their curse to any knight who might try to hunt them down, making them more dangerous than vampires to a certain extent. The stone giants in the east were the subject of the third week. There wasn't much to say about them, except their physical dimensions and characteristics. They were about 3 to 4 times the size of an average man and made entirely of stone. They had incredible resistance to most kinds of magical attacks and had a great affinity for using earth magic. Unlike the previous 2 weeks, the instructors actually had some practical training for the academy trainees. Unfortunately, it essentially boiled down to trying to break enormous boulders to simulate fighting a slow-moving giant. Most of the instructors had to fight the urge to cringe when directing their trainees to literally smash boulders and call it training. The Snow Lion's senior instructor in particular had to say his orders through teeth that had been tightly clenched from the absurdity of it. But some brilliant genius in the Bull Kingdom's administration had thought that it was a good idea to get the trainees used to the toughness of stone giants, so the orders had been passed down to the legate and made their way to the trainees. Man, what in all the fucks are we doing? Charles asked as he swung a war hammer into a boulder. Leon sighed before giving a terse response, just think of it as physical conditioning. I'm sure you're getting close to ascending to the second tier, so any extra exercise is good for you. I guess, Charles muttered, still unenthused at how repetitive and dull their task was. Leon was hardly any happier, as he didn't specifically need the exercise, being a third-tier mage. Out of curiosity, Leon, how close are you to breaking through to the fourth tier? I mean, you've been third tier for as long as I've known you, so it has to be soon, right? Charles asked. As he did, Henry and Alon, who were training close by stopped their own conversation to listen in. Soon, I think, Leon answered. You think, shouldn't you feel it? I'm feeling close to the second tier and I felt it when I got close to the first tier as well. Isn't the fourth tier the same? Kind of, Leon said. He took a brief moment to think before continuing, as, feeling close to a magical threshold wasn't easy to put into words. You knew you were coming close to those tiers because they have such drastic changes. Your muscles grow stronger and you can handle magic. These are easy to notice. Ascending to the fourth tier involves changes in the brain and organs that are hard to notice, as they basically just make them work better. About the only thing a person can notice is an increase in the control they have over their magic power. And to that end, I have noticed that I have better control over my mana and magic power. I'm still not quite there yet, but I'm close. I'd estimate 6 months, give or take a few weeks. If the change from third to fourth tier is so hard to notice, how do you know that you only need 6 months? Henry asked as he and Alon were as interested in this topic as Charles. I think it has to do with the changes in the brain. I guess it's kind of like how I can't do the math that would tell me how to hit a target with an arrow 500 feet away, but I can eyeball it and guess with a reasonable degree of accuracy. I can't explain this in words, but I can estimate. Leon trailed off, but he made his point. Well, whether it happens tomorrow or a year from now, you'll still be a fourth tier mage before you hit 19. You can consider me very impressed, Alon said, clapping Leon on the shoulder in early congratulations. Hey, muttered the senior instructor as he walked over to the chatting snow lions. You're supposed to be breaking rocks. Get back to Brea, get back to your important and necessary training. As soon as he said this, he turned around and walked away, not even bothering to make sure they followed his half-hearted order. He honestly didn't care if they went back to hitting rocks or not, but as their senior instructor, he had to say something. The fourth and final week of their monster classes shifted the focus to other creatures a knight would have a reasonable chance of encountering, like chimeras, hydras, griffins, and more, all packed into 5 days of study. There were enough creatures that were brought up in that week that none of the instructors truly expected any of the trainees to internalize much of the information, but they were confident that the trainees would learn quickly after getting some practical experience during their squire's hips. The weekend after their monster classes finished, Leon decided to make his way back to the capital. He'd visited Elise several times since she had given him the last ingredient, but he still hadn't been able to muster up the courage to bring up their relationship again. In fact, he'd been so embarrassed about running off after receiving the feather that he'd barely been able to speak to her at all. Elise was, if not happy with the arrangement, then at least content. She didn't pressure Leon to bring up what he'd wanted to speak with her about, but the anxiety of not knowing what he'd wanted to say had started to cause quite her a bit of stress. However, she was just as embarrassed to bring it up with Leon as he was to bring it up with her. This trend of neither bringing up what they really wanted to say continued when Leon made his way to the Heaven's Eye Tower after the monster classes were done. He'd finally made the decision to commission some custom armor, and he could think of no better smith than one that worked with Heaven's Eye to forge a set for him. The reasoning behind this was that he was quite unhappy with the quality of the armor the Academy had given him. He knew that it was defective and only meant to be used in the simulated battles in the Academy, but it also represented the armor he would receive after leaving the Academy, and he was not impressed. In fact, the only thing had stopped him from commissioning armor before was hesitation brought on by the cost. He knew he would have to pay an enormous amount of silver for even a passably decent set of armor. But, with the end of the classes dealing with monsters and dangerous creatures, he was down to only 3 months left in the capital after which he would leave for his squireship. He knew that forging armor was a time-consuming process and that he'd be gone for 2 months during the Academy's final test, the FTX. In other words, he was rapidly running out of time to find a smith and arrange for the armor to be made. So, he made his way to the Heaven's Eye Tower. Elise was there as usual, and she introduced him to who she thought to be the best smith for Leon's purpose and price. Leon and the smith made their arrangements, and Leon returned to the Academy. During his entire time at the Heaven's Eye Tower, he and Elise didn't speak about anything consequential. And as with his armor situation, he knew that he was quickly running out time to have the serious conversation that he knew they needed. But, he just couldn't spit it out, even with Zaffin's teasing and encouragement. Chapter 115. Final classes. The last few classes the Knight Academy taught its trainees during their training cycle were a random mash-up of various other aspects of a knight's job that the trainees would have to know. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time to go into detail, so the burden of educating them fully in these parts of their jobs would fall upon the knights who the trainees would serve during their squire's hips. The first class was camp construction. Leon had an easier time with this class than most of the other trainees, thanks to Artoria's education. Artorias had used most of the same principles in building their fortified home in the Forest of Black and White as the instructors were teaching in the academy, and he had made sure to teach Leon those same principles. As a result, Leon's squad was able to build their camp wall and tents during their practical exercises faster than anyone else in the battalion. The rest of the classes weren't so smooth for him, however. Leon hit the ground hard, landing on his back with a look of intense anger and frustration on his face. The horse that had just thrown him off turned around to stare at Leon, its bright eyes looking smug and self-satisfied to the young mage. "This fucking animal," Leon muttered bitterly. The horse had thrown him onto the ground half a dozen times, and he was more than sick of it. As if it could understand what he said, the horse snorted haughtily, or so it seemed to Leon, and turned its head away. Once Leon rose to his feet and approached the horse to remount, it bucked its legs and took off running across the field, leaving Leon standing there feeling quite foolish and very frustrated. "You all right there, Leon?" asked Castor as he rode over on a horse that seemed as tame and well-trained as an old herding dog. "I'm fine," Leon said, his tone making it clear just how much of a lie his statement was. "Need some help getting that horse back here?" Castor asked, looking perfectly willing to go after the running horse. "No," Leon answered. He started to emit relatively small amounts of killing intent as his eyes followed his horse around the training field, and Castor awkwardly laughed and rode away, leaving Leon to his own business. Leon took a few deep breaths and released some magic from his soul realm into his blood. The horses the Knight Academy used for training weren't anything special, but Leon would still need to utilize all of his third-tier speed to run down his horse. After galloping away across the training field, the horse had slowed down and started to follow some of the other horses around. It had noticed Leon didn't immediately run after it, so it wasn't worried at all. Several minutes later, once it felt an ice-cold killing intent envelop its body, it knew that it had made a mistake by not paying any attention to Leon. Leon, seeming to appear out of nowhere, tackled the startled horse to the ground, aiding that realization. Fortunately, neither the horse nor the extremely angry Leon was hurt, and the horse struggled to its hooves with Leon back in the saddle. Leon didn't have nearly so much trouble for the rest of the class as he had in the beginning, but that wasn't to say the horse had suddenly started cooperating with him. It only stopped trying to throw him off. By the time that class ended, Leon still hadn't gained control of the horse. "I fucking hate horses," Leon bitterly complained in the Snow Lion's ground floor common room, "and I hate that fucking horse in particular. Well, you may not have had the best time, but it sure was funny seeing you getting tossed on your ass so many times," Henry said with a laugh. Had anyone not in the small group of friends Leon had accumulated said the same thing, Leon would have responded with a potent blast of killing intent. But, after 9 months around these guys, he had learned to just roll with the good-natured ribbing. So, he only shot the snickering Henry a brief glare before sarcastically saying with a shrug, "At least there's a silver lining." "Yeah, but I have to say, it's weird seeing you not be good at something," Bohemond said to Leon. "I don't think I've ever seen you really struggle at such a simple task as riding a horse. There aren't any horses in the Northern Vales. Where would I have ever learned this shit before coming south?" Leon asked rhetorically. "You could have taken the horseback riding class rather than whatever it was you chose for your second elective," said Charles. "You had the opportunity to learn, but you didn't." "To be fair, that horse was kind of an asshole," Alon stated. "It was, but a skilled enough rider would have been able to compensate and take control without their killing intent," said Henry. Maybe that horse was in heat or something. It kept following the mares when it got away from Leon." "Horses go into heat, right?" Matthew mentioned. "If it was a male horse, then I doubt it was in heat. That's a female thing." "Was it male?" Leon asked. "Yes, it was," answered Matthew after a moment of stunned silence. He clearly thought the horse's sex had been obvious, but it apparently wasn't to Leon. Or at least, Leon hadn't paid nearly enough attention to his horse, which was perhaps one of the reasons why it was so uncooperative. "I mean, it was a stallion unless that fifth leg it seemed to have actually was a fifth leg, that poor horse," Charles said sarcastically. All he wanted was to take a ride with some fine lady horses, but instead he had to be ridden by this surly goon. My heart aches for him, it truly does. Leon sighed. He wasn't in the mood to fire back at Charles, so he simply repeated in a low voice, I fucking hate horses. The horse class lasted less than a week, not nearly enough time for Leon to actually improve in his horse riding skills. He was barely able to get his horse to move where he wanted it to, let alone pull off the fancy maneuvers that many of the third-tier nobles showed off to each other. In fact, Leon's lack of skill with a horse had become something of a joke among many of the nobles. There were a couple of bets going on how long he'd be able to last before being thrown off his horse again. Of course, Leon was hardly alone in having serious trouble with his horse, but he was the only third-tier trainee who had such problems. However, for the several dozen nobles who took great joy in seeing Leon finally seem to fail at something, one nobleman was notable for not taking the opportunity to deride Leon, Gaius. As a matter of fact, Gaius had been strangely quiet and reserved for months, though no one was upset enough at his relative silence to actually ask him about it. When many of the other nobles quietly laughed at the sight of Leon struggling to control his horse, Gaius watched impassively and didn't say a word or make any sort of reaction, for that matter. The young nobleman merely maintained his silence and kept to himself. Fortunately for Leon, the next class was an introduction to the signals used to command legions on the battlefield, a significantly easier subject than riding horses. The second to last week was spent learning the flag and horn signals in a classroom, while the final week was spent on the training field, putting those classes to practice. The training units were arranged into 3 lines, staggered into a checkerboard pattern, and made to move in time to the signals they had learned the week before. Everything from battle commands to parade marching was covered, though the latter was only given a few cursory hours, as opposed to the days of the former. And, when the last day was over, the training units retired to their towers to rest. They had the next week off, and then it was on to the FTX, the 2-month-long final test of the skills they acquired in the Knight Academy. It would involve all 10 units fighting against each other with the goal of seizing as many banners as they could. The results of the FTX would have a major impact on where the trainees would be sent for their squires' hips. Since most lords and higher-ranked knights kept their former squires on as knights in their own units or retinue, where the trainees would be sent for their squires' hips was essentially where they would spend the majority of their career in the royal legions. Thus, most trainees considered it of the utmost importance to perform well, so that they could be sent somewhere pleasant. Most trainees, of course, meant the commoners. The nobles were confident they'd be sent somewhere befitting of both their nobility and education in the Knight Academy, regardless of their performance in the end. But that wasn't to say that they didn't take the FTX seriously. To beat the other units would be to confirm their own greatness, an incredibly attractive prospect to the proud and egotistical nobles. The Snow Lions were no exception to the general state of things in the academy. Every trainee in the unit wanted to win, a desire that was amplified by the fact that they hadn't done any fighting since seizing the Deathbringer's banner. They were ready for a good fight, and the FTX was the perfect opportunity. To that end, Leon, Castor, and Alphonsus convened in the third-tier common room to discuss their strategy going forward. "We've been passive for too long. We need to go on the attack," said Alphonsus emphatically. "I agree," added Leon, "and the sooner the better. The longer we wait, the more chances everyone else will have to not only find us but also to dig in and fortify their camps." "Indeed. Fortunately, we already have a fortified camp," muttered Castor, causing Alphonsus to frown slightly. The latter truly hated that cave the Snow Lions had moved into for several months, and the idea of going back certainly wasn't appealing to him. Even though none of the units were allowed to stay in their towers during the FTX, they had to venture out into the training grounds and build a fortified camp to stay in, rather than stay in the comfort of their towers. "Any idea about who we should attack first?" Castor continued, letting the other two speak their minds before him. "The Black Vipers," answered Alphonsus immediately. "That shitstick Tiberius took part in that attack on our tower, and we haven't gotten our revenge yet." After a silent moment of thought, Leon said, "Works for me. The Black Vipers still have their banner. A surprise attack on the first night could work. I was actually hoping to go after the Steel Century for that ambush they pulled on you back then," Castor said while looking at Leon, "but if the two of you are in agreement, then we can go after the Black Vipers first. Then the Steel Century." Alphonsus laughed in anticipation, but Leon only nodded stoically. "Beyond that, how do you two think we should fight?" asked Castor. I'm thinking we ought to go out as light infantry and archers, attacking at night and disappearing during the day back into our caves. Thoughts? I like it, especially the nighttime raids. However, I think we should also have a couple squads of heavy infantry just in case, Leon said. I can certainly take the heavy infantry in that case, Alphonsus said eagerly. All right, Al, your squad will take that role. Choose another squad to join you. If anything should go wrong, you'll be our shield wall. That'll buy us time to escape. Hopefully, we won't need you, Castor said, to Alphonsus, glee. And you, Castor continued, turning to Leon, I'm going to put you in charge of 3 squads of archers. I think you'll be able to inflict plenty of damage with them. Most definitely, said Leon with a sinister smile. I also have a few more ideas about how we should proceed after the attack on the Black Vipers, whether win or lose. The 3 stayed up late that night planning their moves, but there was one more detail that they had decided on that didn't sit quite right with the rest of the unit. They'd be foregoing the week off to move back into the caves early. They wanted that extra time to prepare and fortify the caves further. Alphonsus certainly wasn't happy, but since he was only staring down 2 months in the caves, he held his tongue and accepted the decision. Chapter 116. FTX Prep, are you fucking kidding? You want us to give up our week off? Shouted an enraged Snow Lion at the 3 third-tier trainees. Yes, and there's no need for profanity, replied a serious and straight-faced Castor, causing more than half of the 104 assembled Snow Lions to groan or make some other noise to express their disagreement. No damned way, shouted another Snow Lion. We've all busted our asses in training, and once we finally get some real time off, you're trying to take it away. We're not asking for all of it, only the 5 weekdays. Both weekends can be spent in the capital, added Alphonsus, trying and failing to quench the anger of the Snow Lions. You're still taking 9 days off and making them 4. And for what? So we can go back to sleeping in a cave? Asked another trainee that Leon recognized from the start of the training cycle, a young first-tier mage named Theoderic who had gotten on the senior instructor's bad side in the first few days of the training cycle. Not even Leon's friends could keep silent. Matthew stepped forward and said in a more composed but still angry tone, we followed you nobles out into the western mountains so we could train better. We understand that that was something we needed to do to grow stronger. However, we've earned this week, and I for one am not giving it up. He sent an apologetic look to Leon, but he stood his ground in front of Castor and Alphonsus. His position was bolstered by a chorus of support from a growing number of Snow Lions. Even a few of the second-tier trainees were making their voices heard, though none of them were nobles who followed Castor or Alphonsus. The expression on Castor's face was as stoic as it could be under the weight of so much pushback, but those who knew him could plainly see his displeasure. Alphonsus' expression wasn't any better, if anything, it was worse, as he wasn't able to conceal his own anger quite as well as Castor was. Both third-tier nobles were clearly not expecting such vehement protest to their decision after almost 9 months of relative deference among the commoners. Castor raised his hands, quieting down the Snow Lions so he could speak. I get your anger, believe me. I'm giving up my own week for this. But, this is something that we need to do, to maximize our chances of coming out of the FTX with the most banners. Who gives a fuck about banners? Shouted Theoderic. You obviously don't. Otherwise you would have had us attacking the other units before this. I actually do, responded Castor, his voice taking on a hint of steel that silenced Theoderic, otherwise why would I have ordered the reclamation of our banner after it was stolen from us? Indeed. Plus, seizing more is only more honor and glory for us, added Alphonsus, though the commoners cared so little for those concepts that they hardly spared him a glance. This plan will help us to win in the FTX, shouted Castor again, but this time he sent a meaningful look to the second-tier nobles that followed him, which Alphonsus mirrored to his own subordinates when he saw Castor's people start to move. The second-tier nobles were preparing to drag the most vocal dissenters out of the common room for their insubordination, thus forcing the unit to follow Castor's orders. But, before they could do so, Leon stepped forward and silenced the entire room by unleashing all of his tempestuous killing intent. It only froze the trainees for a handful of seconds before they could unleash their own magical auras to protect themselves, though a few of the first-tier commoners had to pick themselves off the floor from their knees giving out. Despite regaining their mobility, none of the nobles moved and none of the commoners continued to shout. Instead, they all stared at Leon. First of all, he began, using a quiet but serious tone, to shit with honor and glory. Such esoteric things are worthless. His words caused Alphonsus to frown, but the third-tier noble held his tongue for the time being, as Leon was far more respected among the commoners than the rest of the nobles. He didn't carry the same arrogance around that most of the nobles did. He was quiet, and he avenged them when the Deathbringers had attacked them in the streets, something the nobles had initially refused to do. His words carried more weight among the first-tier trainees than Castor's, even though it was the latter who was technically in charge of the Snow Lions. Leon continued, "But the Academy places great emphasis on these banners. So much so that they encourage their trainees to fight and beat each other for these big strips of cloth." The entire unit could hear the scorn in Leon's voice as he said these words. "Seems stupid to me, who grew up having to hunt down my own food in the Northern Vales, but the fact is that the banners have importance. The unit that seizes the most by the end of the FTX will be honored as the best trainees in the entire training cycle. Important knights from all over the Bull Kingdom will vie with each other to be sent squires from the Academy's best training unit." As he spoke, the trainees began to visibly calm down, to the surprise of the nobles. "I don't know about all of you, but I for one want to land myself as respectable a squireship as I can. This is, after all, something which will dictate the course of our lives for years. If I have to sacrifice 5 days to ensure that I'm sent to a legion fortress under a legate rather than to some tiny insignificant camp on the border under a centurion, spending my days fighting petty bandits and stone giants, then I'll gladly give up those days. The more important and powerful the knight we are sent to serve, the more important and powerful we will be. But all of you want to throw that away for 5 days in the capital." Leon's eyes scanned the room, and none of the trainees could meet his gaze. This wasn't necessarily because of how persuasive Leon was trying to be, it was also because no one wanted to oppose him. Regardless, no one spoke up, despite Leon taking a long enough pause for anyone to speak their mind if they were so inclined. "We're heading out into the mountains to prepare for the FTX next week. You'll still have both weekends off, but those 5 days will be spent getting our fortifications back into shape, as they've been no doubt fallen into disrepair in the months since we left. Our futures depend on this FTX. We must take it seriously and take the time to prepare as best we can. Are there any objections to this plan?" Again, none could speak after Leon finished. No one. Good. With that settled, the nobles returned upstairs, and the third-tier mages made their way back up to the top floor for one last meeting. "Hey, thanks for that," Castor said to Leon. "That might have gotten ugly had you not stepped in." "Yeah, that was, well done," Alphonsus said, though it seemed to Leon that that short sentence was quite the struggle for the noble. In response to the two, Leon just nodded his head. He felt like he had used all his words in that speech and now he could barely bring himself to utter one more sentence. "But anyway, what was wrong with everyone? I wasn't expecting such intense pushback," said Castor in frustration. "I know," agreed Alphonsus, "I thought they had accepted us as their leaders. I mean, before this, they haven't made so much as a single complaint about the extra training or any other aspect of our leadership style since we retrieved the banner. Oh, if only everyone else could have been so devoid of complaints during that time," Castor said sarcastically while giving Alphonsus a cheeky smile. Alphonsus clenched his teeth and frowned, but he didn't say a word. He and Castor had made their peace after returning to the tower, though Alphonsus was still having some trouble accepting Leon as an equal. They understood the need for the extra training, and they could also see the benefits that training would bring them. "More than 10 of them have ascended to the second tier now, after all," Leon whispered. His quiet voice sounded exhausted and he had slumped down into a chair in front of the fire like the only thing he wanted to do was to pass out. Speaking so much in front of such a large crowd had sapped all the energy from him, though for all his exhaustion he took comfort in seeing that he was at least capable of such a performance, which was a far cry from where his social capabilities had been only a year before. "That was why you both failed, I think," Leon continued. "They don't respond well to orders that take something away from them, or to concepts that are more abstract, like glory and honor. So you emphasize the practical benefits," Castor whispered. Even after 10 months of being technically in charge of the Snow Lions, Castor was still terrible at dealing with commoners who disagreed with him. He was used to dealing with nobles who respected the hierarchy of nobility. Lesser nobles would fall in line behind the higher nobles with little question. The commoners, however, had little respect for the rights of birth as such rights didn't afford them much, if anything. Compounding this were the reforms made in recent times that expanded upon the rights of the commoners at the expense of the nobility. As they gained rights, the common people held less respect for and fear of the nobility. Castor, having grown up all his life as a rich noble with servants and knights that would always respond immediately to his commands, was still coming to grips with the fact that commoners could, and as he had just seen in the common room, would question his decisions. "I'll remember this," he thought to himself. "If I am to be a great leader in my own right someday, I must learn to get commoners to follow me, not only the knights." At the same time the 3 third-tier snow lions were having their meeting, Gaius had arrived at the administration building, having been called there by his brother, Nicomedes. "Little brother," Nicomedes said in greeting as Gaius entered his office. "Nico," Gaius said back, "how's everything? Let's skip the pleasantries. With the FTX just around the corner I have a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it in." "Sure. Good. Have a seat, Gaius. I've given father an update on your progress, and he's not particularly happy." Nicomedes let his sentence hang for several seconds while Gaius sat and nervously stared at him. "However, he's not disappointed either. You've done well since our last chat. Though you haven't managed to seize a banner, you've acquitted yourself well. Both father and I are confident that you'll do just fine in the FTX without our intervention." "But, you are still planning on intervening?" Gaius asked, picking up on the intention behind Nicomedes' last sentence. "We are. I'm not too happy about it, but father insisted on providing you with help. So as to not embarrass the family, and no," Gaius said emphatically while rising from his seat. "I don't need your help. I know you don't need it, but father insisted," Nicomedes repeated. "But," Gaius tried to argue, but Nicomedes interrupted him. "Gaius, the help we are providing doesn't necessarily have to be used, but you are not allowed to turn it down." Nicomedes stared at Gaius until the younger man sat back down, though Gaius had to clench his teeth to stop himself from making an angry outburst. "What kind of help is this?" he asked through his gritted teeth. In response, Nicomedes took out a wooden box from his desk and handed it to Gaius. "Open it," he said. Gaius complied. Within was a bracer, no different from what he had been issued as part of his armor set. "What is this?" Gaius asked, his anger lessening due to his confusion. "It's a bracer, genius," Nicomedes said with a sarcastic smile. Gaius rolled his eyes and shot back, "I know what it is, but what makes it so special that you're giving it to me with such seriousness?" "Take a good look at it." Gaius picked up the bracer and turned it over in his hand several times. He examined every inch of the exterior, and after not seeing anything noteworthy about it, he looked back at his brother. Nicomedes only stared back until Gaius took another look. And on that second time, Gaius found exactly what had been done to the bracer. His father's monoglyph had been inscribed on the inside. Gaius recognized it immediately, a spruce tree made of thousands of tiny runes. His father had shown him his monoglyph before when Gaius was young, but he hadn't let Gaius examine it too closely. Despite this, Gaius still had no trouble recognizing the monoglyph for what it was. "With that bracer, father has effectively loaned you some of his power. When you wear it, you should be able to fire off about a dozen wind blades or use any other wind attack of comparable magic cost," Nicomedes said in a relatively light tone, but as he continued, he turned deadly serious. "I have to warn you, always keep that bracer safe. Since father inscribed his monoglyph upon it, the bracer has become linked to his soul realm. If any of his enemies got a hold of it, they could curse him in a multitude of ways." Gaius frowned. His father was showing him a great deal of trust in giving him the bracer, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of happiness. It wasn't the kind of trust he wanted, the trust to win on his own merits, though he couldn't honestly tell himself that he deserved that level of confidence. He slowly placed the bracer back into its box and closed the lid. "You want me to cheat?" he asked bitterly. "No, father, and I want you to win, using any means available to you. Support from your family is just as important as personal skill." "Thank you, brother," he said impassively after a long silence. "If there isn't anything else, I will take my leave." "Go ahead," Nicomedes said after a brief moment. Gaius' strange tone gave him pause, but he knew that his little brother wouldn't tell him why, so he didn't ask. However, as Gaius was approaching the door, Nicomedes continued, "Good luck, little brother. I have every confidence in you." "Thank you," Gaius said quietly, not quite believing what Nicomedes said. He was so confident that he gave Gaius the bracer, which was hardly a sign of his trust in his little brother's skill. After thanking Nicomedes, Gaius left, to take the next week to ready himself for the FTX. Chapter 117. FTX. It had been a long 10 months, but it was finally time for the trainees to undergo the field training exercise, their 2-month-long struggle to see which unit could amass the most banners. None of the units that had already seized a banner were required to return their spoils, so Marcus's Steel Sentry started out in the lead with 3 banners, followed by the Crimson Tigresses and the Snow Lions, who each had 2 banners. The Black Vipers, Silver Legionaries, and Obsidian Cataphracts had each managed to hold on to their unit banners but had failed to seize any more, leaving them with 1 banner apiece. The Deathbringers, Blood Eagles, Phantom Bulls, and the Warriors of the Naga were the final 4 units, and they didn't have a single banner between them. The FTX itself technically began after breakfast on the first Monday after the trainees returned from their week-long break, but the trainees weren't allowed to stay in their towers during those 2 months, so in practice, the actual fighting usually took a few days to begin. Most of the units needed those days to pore over maps and select the best place to set up camp. And they couldn't ask their instructors for help, as even though their instructors would accompany them to the field, their job was to watch and evaluate the units, tactics and strategy rather than to continue teaching. The instructors would always be there to monitor the trainees, but since they couldn't interfere in any operation unless the trainees were cheating or breaking laws, they were effectively not there at all. The most popular places to set up camp in previous training cycles were close to the rivers in the forest, where there was plenty of water. The academy would only be sending shipments of food to them, so water was critical. Those units whose trainees had knowledge of enchanting could be a little more flexible and set up in places with higher elevation, using water runes to fill their water needs. The Steel Sentry was one such unit. When they left their tower, they knew exactly where they were going to set up camp, and it wasn't next to a river. Instead, Marcus had selected a large hill near the foot of the Western Mountains, in the south of the Knight Academy's training grounds and at least half a mile from any natural source of water. Stay vigilant. If any of you see anything suspicious out in the forest, like someone following us for instance, then speak up, shouted Marcus just as the Steel Sentry left their tower. As Marcus and the other 3 third-tier trainees in the Steel Sentry got the unit moving, 2 squads separated from the marching formation and melted away into the forest. Before setting out, Marcus had ordered them to separate into teams of 2 and try to spy on the other units. Marcus wanted to know where they were setting up their camps as soon as possible. He didn't have much expectation regarding the Snow Lions, but he was confident that he could learn the locations of at least half of the other units' camps with those spies. In the marching formation, Marcus and Alcander both took point, with their 3 banner carriers just behind them. The other 2 third-tier trainees were respectively in the middle and back of the formation, though the unit was small enough that Marcus didn't feel it strictly necessary to do so. Still, he decided to be cautious and spread them out. The Steel Sentry marched in near silence. They were carrying a lot of gear, they were all fully armed and armored, their shields on their arms, and bows over their shoulders. The first tier and most of the second-tier trainees also had huge packs on their backs, full of food, tools, and various other materials they would be constructing their camp from. All in all, it was heavy, even for mages, heavy enough that no one wanted to talk much. As the Steel Sentry moved further into the forest, Alcander watched Marcus slowly grow more nervous. At first, Marcus kept an eye on the ground in front of him, to ensure he kept stable footing, but more and more frequently he kept looking around until it looked like his head was on a swivel. Alcander himself looked around into the forest and saw nothing of note. No one was out there, as far as he could tell. So, eventually, he just watched Marcus stare intently out into the trees, his eyes darting to anything that made even the slightest noise. And given the thickness of the forest they were walking through, almost everything made some kind of noise. After a few minutes of watching and desperately trying to stifle his chuckles which only made him want to chuckle even more, Alcander lost control and started laughing at how nervous Marcus seemed to be. "What is wrong with you?" demanded an angry Marcus. "What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? You're turning your head around so much you look like you're about to break your neck," Alcander said, his laughing fit quickly dying down once he let it out. Marcus grit his teeth to keep from shouting and answered, "There's someone out there, watching us. I can feel their eyes on me. It's the same feeling I got back home when I went with my father's knights to repel a raid by stone giants right before we were ambushed." His tone was deadly serious, and it gave Alcander pause. The latter took another careful look around, but he didn't see anything. As soon as he told this to Marcus, though, Marcus called the formation to a halt. I have to know, I have to see who's out there, he muttered. Hey, who cares if we're being followed? Said Alcander. We're not trying to hide, anyway. And it's not like any other unit knows where we are going, so I doubt we have to worry about any ambushes. It would be impossible for anyone to get ready to attack without our knowledge. No, I'm finding whoever it is who's following us, and I'm going to get them to stop one way or another, responded Marcus with a mad glint in his eye. He immediately went about reorganizing the steel sentry. Everyone was made to drop their packs in the center of a defensive circle formation made up of 4 squads, about 40 people who locked their shields together and faced outwards. Push out into the forest, Marcus told the other 4 squads, scout out the area, see if we're being followed. If you do see anyone, don't engage. Return immediately. We don't want you guys running into an ambush when you're separated, especially since we're already short 2 squads. Each of the 4 squad leaders nodded and split up into 4 directions, pushing out into the forest. They had been trained to stay within eyesight of the group they were scouting for, which wasn't that far within the underbrush of the forest, barely more than 200 feet. After going out as far as they were able to without losing sight of the defensive formation, the 4 squads slowly walked clockwise until they had completed their survey of the surroundings. Well, did you find anything? Marcus asked the squad leaders upon their return while he desperately tried to hold himself back from manically grabbing their shoulders. None of them found what Marcus sent them to find, which did nothing to calm him down. And he was right to be so vigilant. The trainees of the steel sentry were being watched. The squads only looked outward as they did their scouting. Had they only looked up, some of them might have seen a pair of snow lions hiding up in the trees who had been following the steel sentry since they had left their tower. These 2 snow lions were Leon and Abelius. Castor, Leon, and Alphonsus had sent out scouts to follow the other 9 units, just as Marcus had, but since they had spent the previous week getting set up back in their caves, they had a lot more time to get their scouts into position. The snow lions sent to spy on the other units were all of the 2nd tier, and they were also split into groups of 2. Leon insisted on spying on the steel sentry himself, though, as he considered this group that not only had the most banners but also organized an ambush targeting him to be the biggest threat in the FTX. Leon and Abelius had masterfully navigated the thick forest completely unseen while keeping the steel sentry within either sight or hearing range. Unfortunately, for all their skills in evading detection, Marcus's own 3rd-tier senses were incredibly sharp. He had subconsciously picked up on Abelius' 2nd-tier magical aura consistently enough to instinctively know he was being followed. But, as soon as Marcus called his unit to a halt, Leon and Abelius had, as quickly and quietly as they could, scrambled up the leafiest tree they could find within eyeshot. Thus, the steel sentry's scouts missed them. Marcus was frustrated at the scouts' lack of results, but he couldn't keep his unit sitting there forever, so he suppressed his seeming paranoia and had his unit pick up their gear and press on, reaching the hill they would encamp upon only half an hour later. Leon and Abelius stayed for a while longer until they had both become reasonably certain that the camp the steel sentry was setting up was the real thing rather than a ruse devised by Marcus. It was only after they had left that Marcus was able to calm down and properly direct his unit in building their fortified camp. The camp was only a spiked wooden palisade and 4 watchtowers at the corners, with nothing but tents in the interior, but the steel sentry would still need to make several trips back to their tower to fetch the rest of the materials. Under normal circumstances, the palisade would be either carried with the unit on carts or built from local materials, but the Knight Academy neither wanted to give them carts nor allow them to cut down the trees in the forest. Trees could still be cut down if absolutely necessary, but the watching instructors would step in and stop the trainees if they went too far overboard. This left the trainees little other option than ferrying the provided materials to their chosen campsite. "They're setting up here," Leon said to Castor and Alphonsus while gesturing to a map. The 3 were back in the Snow Lion's caves, with Leon and the other scouts marking where the other 9 units had established themselves. That's not a bad position. They'll probably have most of their defenses set up by the end of the day, making a frontal assault suicidal at best, muttered Castor. Then we shouldn't attack them head-on. Wait for them to leave their camp, then ambush them, Leon said. Ambushes are hardly honorable, muttered Alphonsus. We'll hardly win if we stick to honorable measures, responded Leon. Honor will handicap us and put our trainees in unnecessary danger. Honor is shit for that very reason. I'd rather stick to safer if more dishonorable means. Leon's statement caused Alphonsus to frown a little, but he didn't respond. He hadn't been seriously trying to argue against ambushing the Steel Sentry, but surprise attacks didn't sit well with his ideas of how a knight should conduct himself. I agree with Leon on this, said Castor. Marcus is a dangerous enemy to have, I think. Better to not have to face an enemy unit in open battle, especially one that has one more third-tier mage than we do, any more than is necessary. Alphonsus' lips tightened in mild displeasure, but he nodded anyway. Good. Any suggestions for who we should target first? I know we agreed on the Black Vipers last week, but looking at this map, I'd prefer the Silver Legionaries or Obsidian Cataphracts, personally, Castor continued, his eyes turning back to the map. Either works for me, said Leon. How about the Obsidian Cataphracts? Suggested Alphonsus. The Silver Legionaries have posted up on a small hill on the north side of this river here, but the Obsidian Cataphracts are in a much less defensible location. Castor smiled. The Cataphracts it is, then, in the main tent of the Steel Sentry camp, surrounded by 24 other tents, the wooden fence, and the 4 watchtowers that each had a pair of trainees, Marcus, Alcander, and the other 2 third-tier mages in the unit had gathered. So we are in agreement, then? No one else has anything to say? Asked Marcus. The 4 had been doing the same thing as the Snow Lions, debating which unit to target first. Marcus's question was met with silence. Then it's settled. Inform the second-tier trainees, we're attacking the Obsidian Cataphracts tonight. We have to move fast before they finish building their camp. Chapter 118, FTX 2, get that watchtower raised. We need to get this camp secured by the end of the day, shouted Elianus, the third-tier noble in charge of the Obsidian Cataphracts. He'd chosen to have his unit set up camp on one side of a deep river that flowed through the southern parts of the forest. By the time the sun fell on the first day of the FTX, the Obsidian Cataphracts camp hadn't been completed. They still needed to raise part of their eastern fence, and the watchtower in the southeastern corner was only half completed. And that created a vulnerability that, with the growing darkness, made Elianus nervous. His senior instructor had told him that the fighting doesn't typically begin until the second or third day of the FTX, but Elianus wasn't about to relax because of what, typically, happens. In fact, he had heard movement out in the forest past his unit's camp borders several times in the past hour, sounds that he doubted came from local fauna. He had done the sensible thing and sent out a squad of scouts, but each time they returned having not seen a single thing worthy of note. And that only made Elianus increasingly paranoid. He was absolutely right to be paranoid, even if his scouts came back empty-handed. The Steel Sentry had arrived about a quarter mile from the Obsidian Cataphracts camp, just far enough to hide from Cataphract scouts. The sounds Elianus had heard was from Marcus and his squad spying on his unit, waiting for the right time to strike. That time came about an hour after the sun had fallen, when the first-tier trainees in the Obsidian Cataphracts had started to turn sluggish from hunger and fatigue, and work nearly stalled on finishing their camp. Just as Elianus was about to hurry over and hurry them along, a volley of 50 arrows landed in the camp, immediately stunning 3 cataphracts into unconsciousness and 15 more into some kind of temporary disability. We're under attack. Get your weapons, Elianus bellowed, drawing his sword and rushing back to his tent to grab his shield. Fortunately, he had insisted that everyone work in their armor, which was why they had so few people rendered unconscious. But the Steel Sentry weren't about to give the Obsidian Cataphracts the time they needed to get organized. Another volley of arrows descended on the camp mere seconds after the first, and another immediately after that. When the rain of arrows ceased, 40 cataphracts had been knocked out or otherwise left unable to fight. And that was when the Steel Sentry appeared, steadily marching in a thin formation several hundred feet out into the trees. The Steel Sentry couldn't assault the camp from the river, which bent and looped around the clearing the camp was built in, leaving them with only the north and east they could approach from. To that end, Marcus had his unit form a long line with heavy infantry in the front with shields raised and archers behind them. The formation was spread out so it could advance from both possible directions at once, tightening up as they neared the camp. Get over to the east side. Form a shield wall. Protect the camp, Elianus shouted, desperately trying to keep the panic out of his voice. The 60 remaining Obsidian Cataphracts formed up on the inside of the fence in locked shields. Fortunately for them, all 4 of their third-tier trainees had been unaffected by the Steel Sentry's arrow barrage. You 5. Elianus shouted at 5 of the trainees in the last line of the shield wall. You get up that tower and fire down at the enemy. Everyone else not in the front lines, get out your bows and shoot. The 5 men Elianis singled out climbed the northeast watchtower and started loosing arrow after arrow at the steel sentry, as did 30 more cataphracts from just behind the shield wall. However, the steel sentry's first line only had to raise their shields, with the archers taking cover behind the first line, and every cataphract arrow bounced off its mark. "Shit," muttered Elianis as the steel sentry advance barely slowed. There were about 50 feet between the edge of the clearing and the camp fence, and when the steel sentry finally made it to that edge, Elianis shouted, "Shields up." Immediately, the ineffectual fire from the cataphract archers ceased, save for the 5 in the tower, and all shields were raised. But then, the sentry's archers resumed fire, and their targets were the 5 cataphracts in the tower. 2 were immediately knocked out while the other 3 wound up forced to duck behind the waist-high wooden walls of the tower with their shields over their heads. Meanwhile, Marcus's 50 heavy infantrymen charged. Elianis' face fell, as he had massed all of his remaining men at the small gap in the unfinished fence that he assumed would be the target of the attack, just south of the northeastern watchtower. Instead, Marcus had his men attack the entire northern and eastern sections of the fence. "Second squad guard the north. Third squad guard the east," Elianis ordered, and 2 squads peeled out from the shield wall to guard their designated sections of fence. Each of these squads was commanded by a third-tier trainee. Their movements didn't go unnoticed by the steel sentry, though, and many of their archers retargeted these men who had broken from the safety of the shield wall. Seeing this, Elianis became racked with indecision. He could order several more of his men to put away their shields and take out their bows, but they would be made vulnerable to the sentry's return fire. However, with the sentry's heavy infantry charging the fence, their archers were just as vulnerable. Almost none of Marcus's men attacked the hole in the fence that the cataphracts had left, instead choosing to assault the completed parts of the fence, either by climbing over or having several second-tier mages attempt to destroy a section. The cataphracts Elianis dispatched to protect the fence were hard-pressed to do so, given how outnumbered they were. They could attack through the fence posts, but that didn't change the number disparity. So, realizing that there wasn't much else he could do, Elianis made his decision. "Follow me," he shouted, charging out from the hole in the fence and attempting to flank the attacking steel sentry. There was a split second of confused hesitation, but the cataphracts at his back followed him, with the last third-tier trainee taking a squad to attack Marcus's men who were attacking the east section of the fence while the rest followed Elianis to defend the north. The battle became a chaotic whirlwind of shield bashing and sword slashes, but the steel sentry still had their archers and Marcus put them to good use. He had them shift their target again to the counter-attacking obsidian cataphracts. They hadn't reformed into their shield wall after their charge, not that doing so would have helped much against the archers. The cataphracts fell in droves to the falling arrows, bringing the battle to a swift end. Nearly all of the obsidian cataphracts were knocked out or disabled so they couldn't continue fighting the steel sentry. Then one of Marcus's second-tier trainees retrieved their banner from the center of their camp, and the sentry melted back into the forest. The last thing the few still conscious cataphracts saw was Marcus, cheekily grinning at them in triumph. "That went better than I expected," shouted an exuberant Alcander. "Indeed, that was remarkably easy. It would have been much harder if they had prepared better, though," said Marcus. The steel sentry had only taken about 30 casualties in the battle, while they had effectively wiped out the obsidian cataphracts. Marcus was sure the cataphracts would retaliate as soon as they were able, but he believed that they didn't know where the sentry's camp was, so the threat they posed only brought a smile of anticipation to his lips. "Stay cautious," Marcus shouted to his unit as they reorganized themselves about half a mile west of the obsidian cataphracts camp. "We can celebrate our victory back at camp, but right we're not the..." He would have continued speaking, but the arrow that had come from seemingly nowhere and struck him directly between 2 of his armor plates made that impossible. For a moment, Alcander stared in disbelief as Marcus crumpled to the ground before dozens more arrows rained down upon them. Most fell upon those at the front and back of their movement column, while those in the middle were largely hampered by carrying their casualties from the previous fight and were subsequently passed over. "Raise shields," Alcander roared, just barely managing to do so himself in time to block an arrow that certainly would have knocked him out. 3 more arrow barrages fell upon the steel sentry, leaving more than 60 of the trainees unconscious, including those casualties sustained in the previous battle. Alcander wasn't one of them. He heard some footsteps a few feet in front of him right where their banner carriers had fallen, and he peeked out from behind his shield to get a look at who it was. Standing in front of him, just out of reach, was Leon, Castor, and Alphonsus. Yes, finally! He shouted as he cast away his shield and reached for the enormous axe strapped to his back. I'm getting that duel, Leon. You really shouldn't have done that, Castor said with a smile, his eyes flitting to the discarded shield. Half a dozen arrows shot past the 3 third-tier trainees and hit Alcander, knocking him down before he could do anything more than widen his eyes at the realization of what Castor meant. His armor kept him conscious, but both of his arms and one of his legs had been disabled, leaving him helpless for the 3 second-tier snow lions who advanced to take the fallen banners. One of them, with a casual swing of his sword, finished the job the arrows had started and stunned Alcander. Hey, look at this, said another, lifting the obsidian cataphract's banner. Huh, I guess these guys beat us to the punch, Alphonsus said with a wide smile. He walked forward and personally took the extra banner, right in front of the last few still standing men in the steel sentry. Drop that! Shouted one from the safety of the hastily established shield wall. When Alphonsus glanced over, he recognized the man as one of the third-tier trainees in the steel sentry, the last one who wasn't stunned, he reckoned. Why don't you come out and make me drop it? Alphonsus challenged. The other man almost tried just that, but he only needed one look around to immediately think again. There were barely more than 20 men on his side who were in any condition to fight, and he could just barely see the glinting of the snow. Lions' swords and armor, waiting to strike from the shadows of the forest. His side was horribly outnumbered and in a terrible tactical position. The steel sentry wasn't going to win, but he still couldn't just let the snow lions leave with all 4 of their banners. The third-tier mage grit his teeth and leapt out of the tight ring of steel sentry shields directly at Alphonsus. He swung his sword down with all of his might, hoping to at least stun Alphonsus and make his unit's defeat that much less terrible. Unfortunately for him, Alphonsus hadn't made an empty challenge. He easily sidestepped, and the man was peppered with arrows. Well, good night to you gentlemen, said Castor to the remaining steel sentry trainees, flashing them an almost mocking smile as he spoke. Then, he turned back to his own unit and said, now let's grab those banners and head back to camp. And just like that, the snow lions vanished into the dark forest after firing one more volley of arrows, leaving those few men in the steel sentry who were left to tend to their stunned comrades. When Marcus woke up, his first thought was to try and track the snow lions, but he had to wait for the rest of his unit to recover before he could start. When he was finally able to set out, he found that the trail disappeared at a river, not a quarter mile from where the snow lions had ambushed his unit. Ancestors, damn it! He shouted in frustration. All of our banners. Gone. We'll get them back, said Alcander with a determined look. You're damned right we will, Marcus said with a wild light in his eye. Every one of my kin who has gone to the Knight Academy has led their unit to victory, seizing the most banners during their footexes. I will not be the one to break that trend, especially not when my own uncle is the legate. We will find the snow lions, even if it takes every remaining second of this FTX, and we will recover our banners. Chapter 119. FTX 3, well that was surprisingly easy, said Charles as he sat down in a stone chair. After the snow lions ambushed the steel sentry, they immediately returned back to their cave, though a few detours had been made just in case someone managed to track them. It was so easy because they had already taken casualties, about 1/3 of their guys I think, and they had to spare a bunch of people to carry them. Plus, we got very lucky running into them at all, said Alon, taking a seat across the table from Charles. Yeah, and Leon took out their leader right from the start, added Henry, who sat down next to Alon. And the rest of their leaders quickly followed, Alon said. All right, but all that doesn't mean that battle wasn't easy, said Charles. It was easy for us is what I was trying to say. We weren't the ones shooting arrows, Alon stated. Well, as one of those who was shooting arrows, I can say that it was pretty easy, Henry bragged. Are you guys really going to argue about how easy that battle was? Asked Matthew as he and Bohemond sat down with them. No, said Charles with a chuckle, but you have to admit, that fight was kind of anticlimactic. I mean, I assumed that the steel sentry, the unit with the most banners, would have put up a better fight. At the very least, I never thought their third-tier mages would have gone down as quickly as they did. A third-tier mage isn't invincible, said Leon, appearing seemingly out of nowhere behind Charles, who almost jumped out of his skin. By the ancestors, where did you come from? He asked. Just from over there, Leon said with a slightly confused look, pointing to the third-tier meeting room. Then, Without waiting for Charles to say anything more, he continued, "But as I was saying, a third-tier mage will probably beat all of you single-handedly in a straight fight. That's why we didn't fight face-to-face and relied on our archers and the element of surprise. Don't forget that most other units have one more third-tier mage than we do. But, with the proper preparations and tactics, there isn't a mage who can't be defeated, as today should have shown you." "It sure did," muttered Charles. The others all thought something to a similar effect, and their confidence grew that much stronger. There was a mystique that surrounded the nobility in the eyes of most commoners which almost every smart noble would actively work to maintain, or at least not damage, and that carried over to the trainees of the Knight Academy. After all, the nobles were objectively stronger than the commoners, and they had the wealth and connections to stay that way. But, as the trainees were learning, that advantage only carried the nobles so far. Castor and Alphonsus certainly wouldn't encourage this train of thought if they were there to hear it, but Leon didn't care. He only wanted his friends to fight better and to not fear enemies who didn't deserve it. "This is how the rest of the FTX will go for us, isn't it?" asked Alon. "Fighting at night and sticking to ambushes, I mean." "That's the plan," answered Leon. "As I said, most of the other units have more third-tier trainees than we do, and those that don't, the Crimson Tigresses and Deathbringers, are hardly weak. We'd most likely be at a disadvantage if we attack head-on, and we're sure that head-on is probably how they'll want to fight. But Castor, Alphonsus, and I don't want to fight them the way they want to be fought. We're going to fight them on our own terms, maximizing our chances to win." "Makes sense," said Henry. As they were speaking, the sun began to rise, letting some natural light filter into the caves through the fortified entrance. "Well, I'm going to hit the hay. It's going to be another long night, so I'm going to get all the rest I can," said Leon as he rose to his feet. "I think I'm going to stay up a little longer," said Charles. "I'm still a little charged from winning that battle. It's going to take me a while to get tired." "All right, not like there's any hard training scheduled for tomorrow," Leon muttered. He said his final parting words, then made for his room. Charles stayed awake for about an hour and a half. The others eventually made their own ways toward their rooms, leaving him as the only one in the unit left awake aside from the handful of snow lions assigned to keep watch over the gorge. Charles spent this time quietly meditating, as he could feel himself nearing the point where he could ascend to the second tier of magic. By the end of the FTX's second day, all of the training units had completed their camps. All of the units had also deployed their scouts, finding the locations of the other camps fairly easily with the sole exception of the Snow Lion's Gorge. With the need for access to water, all of the units avoided making camp in the mostly dry western mountains, making it pointless to scout the mountains unless they were specifically looking for the snow lions. But, specifically looking for the snow lions was an apt description for what the Steel Century had preoccupied themselves with. Word of their attack on the obsidian cataphracts hadn't spread, as the units weren't in a position to socialize with each other, not even during meals. The Academy's policy was to deliver food to the units every week and allow them to manage their supplies themselves. In fact, following these supply caravans were part of the reason why the other camps were so easy to find. The Snow Lions, in contrast, met their supply caravan at a pre-arranged point, which the other units hadn't even realized they could do. With their entire unit present, it was easy to dissuade scouts from trying to follow them back to their camp. The obsidian cataphracts had to fend off another assault on the second night, this time by the Blood Eagles, who didn't know the cataphracts had already lost their banner. Since their defenses had been completed and were far more alert due to the previous night's attack, the cataphracts managed to fight off the eagles. A similar attack happened at the Black Viper's camp at roughly the same time. The Silver Legionaries attempted to seize their banner in a surprise nighttime raid but had been quickly beaten back by Tiberius' men. They managed to hold on to their own banner and retreat after the failed attack, but the casualties they took made them easy prey for the Crimson Tigresses, who had followed them since they had left their camp. In the aftermath of the second battle, the Tigresses took possession of the Legionaries' banner. The Silver Legionaries' woes didn't end there, either. Upon returning to their camp, they found that another unit had attempted to raid them while they were gone. There hadn't been anything the Legionaries had thought was at risk of being stolen, as they had brought their banner with them when they left, but the other unit had disagreed. All the Legionaries' supplies were gone. An entire week's worth of food and over 3,000 training arrows that they had been given by the Academy had been stolen. Needless to say, this unpleasant surprise crushed what little remained of the Legionaries' morale. Not even the replacement food supplies their instructors arranged to have delivered the next day could raise their spirits. Well, that was disappointing, muttered Castor as he, Leon, and Alphonsus reconvened in their meeting room. The rest of the unit busied themselves storing everything they had stolen from the Silver Legionaries' camp. It wasn't guaranteed that they'd be there. Can't be helped, said Leon with a shrug. We still should have stayed and ambushed them on their way back, said Alphonsus with a frown. We can leave that for tomorrow after they've spent a night without food, said Castor. But, suggested Leon, we should probably have scouts keeping an eye on the rest of the units, to prevent our time from being wasted again. Said Castor, resting his chin on his hand and thinking for a moment. Was our time truly wasted here? Well, no, Leon replied, I guess that was just bad phrasing. Effort spent seizing our enemy's supplies is never wasted. But, I think that our time would be put to better use seizing banners, at least for now. And then switch over to stealing supplies? Asked Alphonsus with a sadistic smile. Yes, said Leon, his lips turning slightly upward in a wicked smile of his own. Sounds like a fine strategy, said Castor, adding his own smile to the mix. I'll get some scouts together to head out in the morning to get the lay of the land. I know that the senior instructor said that battles don't typically start for 3 or 4 days at least, but I can't imagine that the other units have been spending these past 2 days sitting on their hands in their camps. I mean, the Steel Century already made their first move and the Silver Legionaries were clearly doing something since they weren't at their camp. No reason to think that the Crimson Tigresses or the Deathbringers have remained passive, right? We don't necessarily know who has what banners anymore, said Alphonsus. Well, we already have 6 banners, since we got lucky with the Steel Century and grabbed 4 all at once, said Leon. That only leaves the warriors of the Naga, Black Vipers, Crimson Tigresses, and Silver Legionaries. The warriors of the Naga's banner was seized by the Crimson Tigresses months ago, and they never managed to retrieve it. I doubt they've managed to retrieve in these 2 days, said Alphonsus. So, should the Crimson Tigresses be our next target, rather than the Silver Legionaries? They have the most banners, after all, Castor proposed. That might be a hard-fought battle. I wouldn't recommend a frontal assault on their fortified camp unless we want another defeat like we suffered at the exhibition during heavy infantry training, said Leon. We'll definitely need to wait for them to leave the safety of their camp. Are you sure the cataphracts don't have their banner anymore? Valeria asked a recently returned Crimson Tigress scout on the morning of the 3rd day. Yes, absolutely, the scout replied. Well, then, that just leaves the Steel Century and the Black Vipers, said Valeria. On the Snow Lions, reminded Xianxia. And them, but we don't exactly know where they are, do we? Valeria said back in a detached tone that disappointed Xianxia, who had been trying to tease her. Then we should go after the Black Vipers, Xianxia said. I think they'll be easier than the Steel Century. Why, I doubt any Black Vipers apart from some scouts will leave their camp today, Valeria said with a disapproving tone. She really didn't like how passive the Black Vipers had been. She thought they should have taken a much more active role in the inter-unit battles if only to showcase their skills just as the rest of the units had done. That said, even though she had rarely seen him fight, her lack of knowledge of Tiberius' fighting and leadership style made her apprehensive, and she didn't want to attack him when he was at his strongest if possible. Well, it's either them or facing down Marcus. Just then, another Crimson Tigress scout returned. She had been the one Valeria and Xianxia had sent to check up on the Steel Century. And, to the shock of both third-tier ladies, she reported that the Steel Century had lost all 3 of the banners they had started the FTX with. Since their other scouts had already reported back, Valeria and Xianxia already knew none of them had the missing banners, leaving the Snow Lions as the only culprit for seizing not only the Steel Century's banners but the Obsidian Cataphracts as well. The other units must have the same information as we do, said Valeria with some worry. If it's down to us, the Black Vipers, and the Snow Lions, the other 7 units will probably focus on us. We need to be extraordinarily careful today. We're still going out. Shouldn't we hole up in camp and defend ourselves instead? Asked Xianxia. No, Valeria swiftly answered. I think we'd have to endure attacks all day if we stay put. It's safer to head out into the forest, even if we don't attack the Black Vipers. In that case, we should take our spare arrows and at least some of our food with us. Best not leave it here unguarded, especially since we can't exactly spare any guards, Xianxia said. Yes, now, let's get ready. I want us out of this camp in less than half an hour. Valeria said with high intensity. She could feel the pressure that the 3 banners her unit held were exuding, with only about half the number of trainees as the other units, and possessing 3 banners, the Crimson Tigresses would be seen as the most vulnerable and thus, enticing target to the banner-less units. Chapter 120. FTXIV. The Crimson Tigresses didn't waste any time on the morning of the 3rd day. The entire unit woke up before the sun rose and left their camp just as dawn broke. But that speed didn't mean that their departure went unnoticed. Valeria distinctly heard at least half a dozen scout teams from other units keeping an eye on their camp. She guessed that there were at least 3 more, to make 1 team. From each of the other units, but she couldn't detect them. Regardless, she hurried her unit out into the forest. Even if the other units knew that they had left their camp, she still believed they'd be safer by staying on the move rather than stuck in a camp where they'd be easily surrounded and be forced to endure attacks from all of the other units throughout the entire day. Many of the scouts watching their camp made an attempt to follow the Crimson Tigresses into the forest, but they were quickly dispatched with well-placed arrow fire or the quick feet and quicker swords of second-tier trainees sent by Valeria. And so, the Tigresses quickly vanished into the forest. The ladies ran for several miles until Valeria and Xianxia were sure that they weren't being followed, then they stopped for a short rest. They were less than half a mile from the Blood Eagles, something that was by design. Valeria gave her unit several minutes to rest, then set out again. By the time the Blood Eagles left their camp and started making their way to the Crimson Tigresses' camp, the Tigresses themselves had already gotten into a strong position along the Eagles' most likely route. Before they had traveled even a quarter mile from their camp, the Blood Eagles were hit with 2 volleys of training arrows, followed immediately after with Valeria and Xianxia leading a dozen second-tier Crimson Tigresses out from the thick underbrush of the forest to crash into the Eagles' formation. The first 2 volleys of arrows and the Tigresses' surprise attack cut the Blood Eagles in half in less than 15 seconds as well as cost them 3 of their 4 third-tier mages and more than 3/4 of their second-tier mages. In the face of the determined and well-prepared Crimson Tigresses, the remainder of the Blood Eagles fell in short order. But that wasn't to say that the Crimson Tigresses didn't take casualties. In fact, their losses amounted to a dozen trainees, more than a fifth of their entire unit. It was still a great victory, exchanging over 100 Blood Eagles for 12 of her own, but Valeria knew that that pace couldn't be sustained. It would take the Blood Eagles a day or so to recover, as the Crimson Tigresses had elected to wipe them out completely rather than do the more common and honorable thing, which was to leave a few of their enemies standing to tend to their casualties and help them recover sooner. But, this dishonorable act bought the Tigresses some breathing room. The other units wouldn't come poking around the Blood Eagles' territory for a while, and by the time they would, the Tigresses would be fully recovered. For the time being, Valeria led her unit to take over the now empty Blood Eagle camp, leaving the Eagles themselves lying in the dirt. There was no concern for their safety, as the Eagles' instructors and other knights of the academy lurking out in the forest wouldn't let the unconscious unit out of their sight. The same was true for all the other units in the academy, whether conscious or not. After a few hours passed, the casualties the Crimson Tigresses had taken recovered, and the unit left the Eagles' camp. The other units were still searching for the ladies, but after so much time passed they fell back on their training. Instead of having entire units blindly wandering the forest, they posted up in easily defended places and sent out scouts to scour the surrounding forest. Their scouts wouldn't venture far, and when they had searched about a quarter mile from the rest of the unit, they would return. The unit would then move to another location and send out more scouts. Valeria and Xianxia had spoken about how to approach this problem. They were all too aware that with their numbers, they couldn't attack any of the other units when they were in their defensible positions, so they decided on something that most of the other units would think crazy. They split the Crimson Tigresses in half and left in opposite directions. But even though they had done such a baffling thing, they had no intention of running or hiding. After their defeat the previous day, the Silver Legionaries were out for blood. They were the first unit to arrive at the Crimson Tigresses' camp that morning, and they were the most fervent in their pursuit of the Tigresses. The other units understood the Legionaries' passion, especially the Obsidian Cataphracts, as they had managed to hold on to their banner throughout the entire training cycle only to lose it 2 days into the FTX. The Silver Legionaries swept through the forest with vigor, not stopping to rest or eat lunch. They had to alternate squads on scouting duty because those they usually had to do that job were exhausted and in no shape to continue. But the other trainees in the unit weren't exactly fresh either, given how hungry and tired they were. and this left them open to making mistakes. In particular, one two-man team had the singularly terrible luck to be the first team spotted by Valeria's group of tigresses. They weren't paying the slightest bit of attention, staring at the ground 20 feet in front of them rather than surveying the forest as they were supposed to be doing. Consequently, they were shot down with training arrows before they could even register they were under attack. And Valeria's 3 squads didn't stop there. It had taken them an hour to find another unit, and they weren't about to let them off with only 2 knocked-out trainees. They advanced silently, pausing only to eliminate 2 more scouts who were just as inattentive as the previous legionary team was. After several hundred feet, they approached the edge of the clearing where the silver legionaries had stopped. The tigresses didn't get too close, sticking to the shadows of the forest. Their caution was warranted, as the legionaries in the center of the clearing weren't so lax as their scouts. The second-tier mages in the unit made sure of that. The unit was arranged so the first-tier trainees were facing outwards in all directions, with the second-tier trainees just behind them and the 4 third-tier trainees in the very center, waiting for any signal from the scouts. "Where are they?" mumbled one of the first-tier legionaries. "Those damn scouts are taking too long. The sooner they get back here the sooner we can leave." "Shut your mouth," shouted a second-tier noble from behind the first-tier commoner, but before the commoner could respond with a frustrated complaint, an arrow fired by Valeria flew right past less than an inch from his face and hit one of the third-tier trainees in the back. 32 more arrows followed an instant later, raining down upon the center of the legionaries' formation. The cry of "shields up" came from second-tier legionaries around the formation, but it was too late for the 2 third-tier and half-dozen second-tier legionaries who had already been knocked unconscious by the volley. The legionaries raised their shields and waited for the next volley. They held that position for almost a minute while straining their eyes and ears to try and locate their enemy. It was only when that minute was over that they realized no follow-up volley was coming. "Push out, find who did this," shouted the only third-tier legionary who hadn't been hit. The second-tier trainees immediately took charge of their squads and scattered into the trees, moving out a couple hundred feet. None of them found the slightest trace of the tigresses who had been there only a minute or 2 before. But, even though they weren't found, didn't mean the tigresses were gone. After 10 minutes, the legionaries returned to the clearing to tend to their wounded, but one squad failed to return. Picking up on the obvious danger, the rest of the legionaries cautiously went to look for the missing squad and quickly found it. The 10-man squad was unconscious alongside the 4 scouts the tigresses had taken out before. The legionaries rushed forward to investigate, but as soon as they arrived at the side of their fallen comrades, arrows fell upon them again. And this time, the tigresses who fired them targeted the main body of the legionaries rather than the leaders. 23 legionaries fell to the tigresses' arrows. Again, Valeria's group melted back into the forest without taking a second shot, and the legionaries were too busy trying to protect themselves to immediately follow. And this made them vulnerable to continued harassment by the Crimson Tigresses' merciless arrow fire. Before long, the legionaries had been whittled down to nothing, with the final handful falling to Valeria's glaive or to the blades of her second-tier trainees. All 105 silver legionaries had fallen to only 33 Crimson Tigresses, and the Tigresses hadn't taken a single casualty. 3 miles to the northeast, xianxia group met with similar success. It took her a little longer as she only had 24 tigresses with her, but she still led them with the same tactics to victory over the warriors of the Naga. The Crimson Tigresses regrouped on a hill about a quarter mile from their camp. Valeria and xianxia told each other of their victories, and the ladies made their way back to the camp ecstatic from defeating 3 full-strength units over the course of the day. xianxia and Valeria were a little apprehensive about spending the night in their camp rather than hidden in the forest somewhere, but they decided that it was better to sleep in a place with fortifications rather than one without. Besides, they were confident enough from the day's events that they actually rather hoped someone would attack during the night, if only to liven things up. But then, just as they were about to enter visual range of their camp, the tigresses noticed a small fire burning in the forest. Out of curiosity, Valeria took her squad to investigate. To her extreme surprise, she discovered Leon sitting there, appearing as if he didn't have a single care in the world, slowly turning a fat rabbit on a spit over the fire. The sun was setting and the forest had already grown very dark. Despite this, Valeria had no trouble seeing and, as far as she could tell, Leon was completely alone. Still, she sensed a trap, and she signaled for xianxia to come and join her. They silently crept up on Leon, who didn't bat an eye once they had completely surrounded him and walked out into the firelight. "What are you doing here?" demanded Valeria in disbelief, her incredulousness only growing when she saw that Leon wasn't even wearing armor. "Waiting," Leon answered in a matter-of-fact tone, as if what he was doing should have been obvious. "For what?" asked Xianxia. For all her cheerfulness, she wasn't a person who was quick to trust, especially not with such a suspicious scene. Her hand had come to rest upon the hilt of her sword, ready to draw at a moment's notice. All around her, the crimson tigresses were doing the same, as well as raising their shields and casting their eyes outward just in case an unseen foe struck at them from the depths of the forest. "I'm waiting for you," Leon responded, only looking up at Xianxia and Valeria once he had. "What are you playing at?" asked Valeria as she assumed an aggressive position and raised her glaive threateningly. "I'm playing at being a decoy," said Leon completely. Honestly, his words had barely entered their ears before a storm of arrows fell upon the tigresses. They had been looking in the wrong direction. The snow lions weren't around them, they were above them, hidden in the dense canopies of the trees. Over 100 arrows were fired at the tigresses, then another 100 mere seconds later, which was followed by another 100. 6 volleys in total were fired before it came to an end, and all the tigresses save for Valeria, Xianxia, and 3 second-tier trainees had been stunned. Those 5 only made it through by virtue of their own stellar reflexes in raising their shields or dodging the arrow fire. Dozens of snow lions scampered down from the trees to surround the remaining tigresses, but Valeria didn't care. She knew they had already lost to the snow lion ambush, so she struck out with her glaive and slashed Leon across the chest. He fell back off the log he had been sitting on, as unconscious as the majority of the tigresses. Seeing this, Castor and Alphonsus only smiled. They slowly walked forward and, after several minutes of searching, found all 3 banners the tigresses had. "We'll be taking these," Castor said, handing the banners off to Emilius. Valeria only glared at him, and Xianxia's face held none of its usual cheer. 2 second-tier snow lions walked forward to pick up Leon, but they hesitated when it seemed like Valeria was going to try and stop them, as she tightened the grip on her glaive and took a step toward them. However, as she looked around at the numerous snow lions staring back at her, then down to the trainees in her unit lying on the ground, she loosened her grip and let the snow lions take Leon. They had stopped attacking her so she could take care of her trainees, so she decided to show them the same respect. This wasn't an actual battlefield, after all, so she could take a defeat gracefully. Once the snow lions grabbed Leon, they disappeared, off to their own camp in the gorge. As she watched them vanish into the darkness, a terrifyingly resolute look appeared on Valeria's face, and she thought, "We're going to get those banners back. We will find where you hide yourselves, and we will retrieve what's ours." Then, she smiled. The day had gone almost too well for her, and she felt the rush of a new challenge, finding and defeating the snow lions, then taking all 9 banners they now held. Chapter 121. FTX versus the Crimson Tigresses recovered from the snow lions' ambush quickly. They were already pursuing the latter a mere 2 hours after the lions had seized their banners. They didn't get very far before being forced to turn around and return to their own camp due to lack of clues to follow, though. "That sucked," said Xianxia as she slid into a chair in the tent she shared with Valeria. "We didn't exactly come out ahead, did we?" Valeria muttered. "It was a good day, though, all things considered. We lost the banners in the end, but we defeated 3 other units. That's worthy of celebration, I guess, but it hardly feels good without the banners we worked so hard to hold on to," Xianxia responded dejectedly, her usual cheerfulness dampened by the loss the tigresses had just suffered. "It will feel better when we find the snow lions and pay them back for this ambush," Valeria said with a smile. "We didn't find anything after helping our trainees to wake up, but tomorrow morning we start our search in earnest. We're going to find them, and when we do, all 9 of their banners will be ours." Valeria spoke with such uncharacteristic passion that Xianxia couldn't help but wonder if Valeria felt any sadness at the defeat at all. She had rarely seen her silver-haired friend so intense about anything since their childhood. And Xianxia couldn't help but be affected by the fighting spirit that lit up Valeria's eyes. Her heart started to race in anticipation and her fatigue melted away as the 2 spoke further about their plans for the morning and how exactly they would go about their search. "Still nothing?" Marcus asked. "Not a single trace," answered the Steel Century scout reporting to him. "That rules out this area," Alcander whispered, indicating a small valley in the south of the western mountains. "This will take forever at our current pace. complained one of the century's other 2 third-tier mages once the scout finished his report and left. We're not exactly burdened with an abundance of options. If we want to find the snow lions, we're going to have to manually search. They've spent months out here, they know the terrain far better than we do, said Marcus. But that doesn't matter. We'll find them, even if we have to spend the entire FTX exploring the mountains. We could just fight another unit, said the last third-tier trainee. If I recall correctly, the Black Vipers and Crimson Tigresses still have banners we could seize, and what? Let the snow lions get away with attacking us. Tuck our tails between our legs and slink away from that challenge like whipped dogs. Alcander asked, barely able to contain his fury at the suggestion of attacking other units. The third-tier noble who made the suggestion wilted before Alcander's gaze like a dry flower and didn't say another word. I agree with Alcander, Marcus said, to the surprise of no one. We can't just ignore the 6 banners that the snow lions have. Whoever defeats the snow lions will win the FTX. It's that simple. And we will win, I assure you. Well, it's not like beating the snow lions will instantly grant us victory. We'd have to hold on to the banners we seize, but we can cross that bridge when we come to it, said Alcander as he turned his gaze back to the map. He stared so intently at the paper that it almost seemed like he expected it to spring to life, take him by the hand, and led him to where the snow lions were hiding. That obviously didn't happen, but he did select a few places for the scouts to search the following day. Both the Crimson Tigresses and the Steel Century were in for a surprise on the morning of the 4th day. They ran into each other just outside of the western mountains. The best place to enter the mountains was at the very center of the border between the mountains and the forest. The hills there were steep but allowed for better access than the tall cliffs to the north and south. The Century arrived there first since their camp was closer to the hills. The Tigresses, however, left earlier than they had, leading to them emerging from the tree line behind the Century mere minutes after the latter had. Turn around. Get in formation, bellowed Marcus as soon as he saw the Tigresses. The Century had been about to disband into scouting groups and spread out into the mountains, but they quickly formed back up and got into a shield wall to face the Tigresses, who responded in kind. For several minutes, the two formations stared at each other and didn't make a single move. The Century held a complete tactical advantage, being on higher elevation and possessing greater numbers, so the Tigresses didn't attack. However, Marcus didn't want to fight. He wanted his people to venture out into the mountains to find the snow lions, not tied down with fighting in the subsequent recovery. A battle here would cost a ton of valuable time. After those few minutes, Marcus shouted, "Hold position," to the Century, then slowly walked out from the formation. He made a show of returning his sword to its sheath and slinging his shield onto his back so that the Tigresses knew he wasn't attacking them. Seeing what he was doing, Valeria did the same, leaving her formation and meeting Marcus halfway between their formations to talk. There was another moment of silence as the two waited for the other to speak, but Valeria was a quiet person to begin with, so it was Marcus who broke the silence. "We're not looking for a fight. We don't have any banners, and you don't appear to, either." Marcus's sentence trailed off at the end, as it took him a moment to notice that the Tigresses didn't have the 3 banners he thought they had with them. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Valeria. "We don't have our banners, either. They were taken by the snow lions. We're going to find them," she said, her face remaining stony and impassive. "Well, that just so happens to be exactly what we're doing," Marcus responded. The two stared at each other in silence for a moment before they decided to, if not work together, then at least to stay out of each other's way. As a sign of good faith, Marcus had the Steel Century leave first, actually turning their backs to the Crimson Tigresses as they ventured out into the mountains. And his good faith was well placed, as Valeria honored their agreement and let them leave, though it wasn't as if she had much reason to attack them in the first place. The two units spent the entire day spread out among the mountains, with small teams occasionally running into each other. Everyone was civil, though, and none of the teams came to blows. When the sun started to set, everyone returned to the foothills where they had entered the mountains. Once there, Marcus, Alcander, and the other 2 third-tier nobles in the Century held a meeting with Valeria and Asia. Neither side had found any traces of the snow lions, and the idea had been raised among the lower-tiered trainees about possibly teaming up to find the lions. That possibility was exactly what the third-tier nobles convened to discuss. "We're not getting very far alone, are we?" asked Alcander. "No, but that doesn't mean we have to join forces, does it?" rebutted Asia. It would make things a hell of a lot easier, though, Marcus countered. It might, Valeria mused, and it would be nice to have some backup when attacking the snow lions in their own territory. They undoubtedly know these mountains better than we do, but we don't need them, Xianxia said with a slight frown. No we don't, Valeria conceded, but that doesn't mean we can't all work together to make this easier on ourselves. If their actions thus far have shown anything, it's that they won't go down without a fight, added Marcus. We're going to need all the people to join us in this fight as we can. What are you getting at? Asked Valeria suspiciously. Only that even the two of our units together might not be enough to successfully assault the snow lions if they've fortified their positions enough. The more allies we have, the better. Do you have any other units in mind? Alcander inquired. Maybe, then perhaps you should ask them. We haven't agreed to anything, after all, said Xianxia with an impish grin. Then what would you need to get this alliance off the ground? Marcus asked. Our own banner back, that much is non-negotiable, said Valeria. Then we would make the same demand. They have our banner too, responded Alcander. They also have quite a few others, and if we beat them, we'd have to find a way to split the other 7 banners 2 ways, Xianxia reminded the group. We'll take care of that when the time comes, said Marcus. Although, having another unit with us would make that particular issue easier to deal with as well, as we'd only have to split the 9 total banners into equal thirds, we still have to actually seize the banners, though, Alcander said. Right, so, then, can we do this? As long as we get our unit's banners back in an equal share of the rest, we can work together. Marcus asked the group. Valeria nodded silently, and Xianxia deferred to her. Alcander and the other 2 century nobles nodded their heads as well. Wonderful. Let's meet back here tomorrow morning and plan out our next move. Marcus said enthusiastically. The units left for their respective camps, then returned the following morning. Again, the tigresses arrived just after the century, and when Valeria saw who was waiting for them, she hesitated for a long few minutes before taking a deep breath and leading her unit out to meet the century. The cause for her hesitation was the presence of another unit, the Deathbringers. What are they doing here? Xianxia wondered out loud with a faintly disgusted tone as she stared at the Deathbringers. Don't know, but I would appreciate an explanation, Valeria said, glaring at Marcus as he approached with a genial smile. When he arrived before the 2 ladies, Marcus didn't even wait for them to ask before he launched into his explanation. I invited Gaius, unit into our little alliance, of sorts, and I'm happy to say that he accepted. The Deathbringers will join our search for the snow lions, and our assault on their camp when we find it. Marcus said eagerly. And you didn't ask us first? Xianxia asked, her icy voice sending a chill down Marcus's spine despite her bright and sunny expression. I figured you'd be fine with it. I mean, it always seems to me that you or Valeria, at least, are on good terms with Gaius. Plus, this means that we won't have to fight each other over a spare banner until we return to our own camps. Valeria frowned. She wasn't too happy to see Gaius, unit, but he'd been leaving her alone for the past several months, so she wasn't as repulsed by the thought of working with his unit as she thought she would have been. In fact, only a few minutes later, Gaius joined the 3 of them to hash out a plan, and he was nothing but polite and cordial with her. He didn't try to get too close, he didn't stick around when the plan was decided on, he didn't stare, and most importantly, he didn't try to talk to her more than was necessary. In the end, the 3-unit alliance went forward without any objections, but Valeria made it abundantly clear to Marcus that any more invitations without her knowledge would end with the Crimson Tigresses leaving and going their own way. As the 3 units pooled their resources, they debated the most likely locations for the snow lions to be hiding, and it was decided that they would focus their efforts on the northern parts of the mountains. When Leon and the other snow lions counter-ambushed the Century and Tigresses, attempt to capture him, he and his unit showcased a great knowledge of the stone maze on the northern edge of the Academy's training grounds. The 3rd-tier nobles in the alliance felt that this came from a familiarity with the terrain that only living near the maze would provide. And they were right. It took only a week of searching to find the gorge that the snow lions had encamped in. The Alliance scouts discovered this was well before the snow lions' camp had even entered view, as one scout triggered a hidden enchantment and a bright red flare was fired up into the sky, where it made an incredibly loud popping sound. The entire gorge heard that flare, and it was bright enough that it guided all the rest of the 3-unit alliance's trainees to it. It wasn't long before the walls of the snow lions' camp came into view. Chapter 122, FTXV. The Snow Lions camp had been built into the face of the cliff. The primary defensive feature that the leaders of the 3 units could see were 2 layers of concentric palisades, each with 4 watchtowers. Looking farther up the cliff face, they could see a few caves with fortified platforms jutting out, providing enough space for 2 or 3 archers per platform to rain down arrow fire on any attackers. "Hold fast," whispered Marcus. "Stay back." "What? That's their camp. Let's go get them," said Alcander. "I agree, this is what we came for," added Actian. "I'm with Marcus on this one," said Gaius. "That flare has already alerted the Snow Lions. You can see them in their towers already. We can't just blindly try and take those walls, we need a plan." Gaius' statement shocked most of the others. They had assumed he would be blinded by rage and immediately sprint for the palisade as soon as he saw it. Instead, he was advocating caution. "Your opinion?" Marcus asked Valeria. "Fall back," Valeria replied. With the leaders of all 3 units in agreement, no one else said a word. The allied units fell back. However, the forest in the gorge wasn't nearly so thick as the central forest of the training grounds, and the units were perfectly visible to the Snow Lions who manned the towers and archer platforms. Even after they fell back from the gorge, the Snow Lions had hidden scouts that kept them in sight the entire time. During their search over the previous week, the 3 allied units had moved their tents out of their camps and into the mountains, to save time on their search. With the Snow Lions camp found, the 3rd-tier trainees had the new allied camp moved almost to the Snow Lions' doorstep. Since they no longer held the element of surprise, they wanted to put some pressure on the Snow Lions while they planned their assault. "They have some serious fortifications," said an impressed Marcus in the command tent of the allied camp. "Yeah, 1 set of walls wouldn't be too much to handle, we could just jump over them." With 9 3rd-tier mages suddenly in the center of their camp, the Snow Lions would be effectively finished, added Alcander. "With that 2nd palisade layer, though, we can't just jump in, otherwise we'd be caught between both layers and immediately shot by every archer in range. We do have more trainees than they do, but to launch a frontal attack would lead to massive casualties," added Gaius while he stared at the crudely drawn map in the center of the small wooden table they were gathered around. "Those archer platforms on the cliff will also be very hard to deal with, we can't just assault them, and they're too high up for effective counter-fire. Any attack we launch will be in range of those platforms long before their towers on the ground will be in range of our own bows. We're going to have to launch a night attack," said Valeria, "but we're also going to need to watch out for those flare mines they have. If even one of those were to go off, we'd be screwed. They'd know we were coming and have plenty of time to man their towers." "Why don't we just try a frontal assault?" suggested Actian. "We don't exactly know for sure that it would fail. A shield wall could cover us from the arrow fire and get us right to the walls." "Perhaps," muttered Marcus, closing his eyes in thought. Before anything else could be said, the 9 3rd-tier mages in the tent heard a shout from outside, "We're under attack." Instantly, everyone drew their weapons and hurried outside. There hadn't been much noise before, but the shout had been like a shot in the arm for the resting trainees. Several hundred trainees were running around trying to locate the source of the attack and to find their leaders. "Hey, what's going on?" demanded Gaius from a passing Deathbringer. "Arrow fire from the northwestern pass," the young 1st-tier mage responded. In order to make camp, the allied units had followed the river that ran through the gorge to what seemed like a good defensive position, a valley that only had 2 entrances, a narrow pass to the northwest, and another pass to the southeast. The northwestern pass led right back to the Snow Lions Gorge. The 3rd-tier trainees wasted no more time and sprinted for the pass in question, only pausing to order their 2nd-tier subordinates to get the rest of the trainees to meet them there. They had left their shields and bows behind in their individual tents, but they still had their armor and primary weapons, so they didn't stop again on their way to reinforce the pass. When they arrived, they found an ad hoc shield wall made up of individuals from all 3 units blocking the pass. About 20 feet behind them lay 5 unconscious trainees and more than a dozen arrows on the ground. There were 3 more trainees that had only been partially stunned taking cover behind a few short trees. As soon as the 3rd-tier trainees showed up, another volley of arrows rained down on the shield wall. The 9 leaders ran forward, most of them picking up discarded shields on the way. Alcander and Valeria were the only 2 that didn't, as their weapons, the glaive and gree attacks, were most effective when wielded with 2 hands. The 3rd-tier nobles hurriedly joined their trainees in the shield wall. The rain of arrows ended after only 3 volleys. Marcus stared forward into the darkness of the evening mountains. There were enough trees and bushes in the pass that even when he channeled magic into his eyes to see in the dark, there still wasn't anything of note to see. The enemies, snow lions in all likelihood, had hidden in more than just darkness. There can't be that many of them, maybe 20 or 30, Marcus thought after having experienced the volley. However, he hesitated to make his guess out loud, as he could only estimate the number of archers they might be facing. Instead, he glanced to his right and left to check on the shield wall. While he did so, he locked eyes with Valeria. She made a move forward gesture at him, and he shook his head. It wasn't quite time to start moving. About 5 minutes later, when the shield wall had swollen in size with dozens more trainees who had assembled at the pass, Marcus shouted, "Let's move forward," and the shield wall began to slowly move forward. They had to move carefully and very slowly in order to maintain their formation's cohesion in the broken and rocky ground. The other 8 third-tier trainees willingly deferred to Marcus as he was the only one of them to have any experience on a real battlefield, even if that experience was only in fighting the stone giants in the east. Plus, he was a son of House Aeneas, a noble family renowned for their skill in the various arts of war. As the shield wall moved forward, another volley of arrows forced it to stop in its tracks. However, this volley was the last, and the shield wall pushed into the trees of the mountain pass without another incident. But this absence of attack only put the trainees in the shield wall on edge. Their eyes darted to every little leaf and shadow that moved, certain that arrows would come falling down upon them at any time. "They're out there, I know it," muttered Marcus. He pushed the formation forward, though he remained wary of any potential ambushes. But it wasn't an ambush that his enemy had planned, they're moving. "The camp is almost entirely deserted save for a few stragglers," said Charles as he returned to Leon. "Alphonsus and the archers managed to draw them away." "Good, then let's make this quick," Leon responded. He, Charles, and the other 8 trainees in Leon's squad began to climb the cliff in front of them. It was only about 30 feet high, something which wasn't clear when they looked back down from the top. The short evergreen trees were densely packed and blocked the view of the ground. From anywhere else along the cliff, the ground was much farther down, up to several hundred feet. Once they had reached the top, they quickly moved along the ridge for about 30 seconds before finding themselves at the edge of another cliff, looking down upon the Allied units' new camp. Leon quickly located the 2 largest tents, one of which undoubtedly housed the Allies' supplies. Leon's squad silently climbed down the 20-foot-tall rock face and infiltrated the camp. The Allies had left about 25 trainees behind to guard the camp while they chased the archers who had already fallen back to the Snow Lion's caves. These guards were concentrating on the mountain passes, though, which gave Leon's squad almost completely unfettered access to the entirety of the camp. In fact, none of them ever noticed Leon's squad within their midst, even though the second-tier trainees left behind to command the guards were competent enough to make sure to watch both passes. So, without any interruptions, Leon's squad checked out the 2 largest tents. The first they checked wound up being the command tent, with nothing in it save for a few chairs, a table, and a crudely drawn map of the part of the gorge that the Snow Lions had fortified. There wasn't anything to be gained from taking it or anything else in the tent, so the squad quickly moved on. They found what they were looking for in the second tent, the Allies' supplies of food and spare arrows. Even with the aid of magic, there was no way for the squad of 10 to take everything, so they loaded themselves up with as many of the arrows as they could reasonably carry and fight with. Then Leon started throwing scrolls of spell paper at what was left. As soon as the scrolls unfurled, they began to burn white, disintegrating everything within a radius of 6 feet with magical fire. This particular spell had been taught to Leon by Zaffin, and after both rigorous testing and the assurances of the demon, Leon had determined that the fire conjured by the spells wouldn't spread, a determination that was proven when even the tent remained untouched despite everything within quickly becoming ash. With a quick hand gesture, Leon signaled his squad to leave. They departed the same way they had arrived, by climbing a cliff face, then scaling down the other side. It was then easy enough to return to the caves through one of many hidden entrances that the Snow Lions had fortified. "Well, that was a pain in the ass," Chieftain complained as he sat down in a chair in the Allies' command tent. Marcus had pushed the shield wall to scour almost the entirety of the pass, only to find nothing. In the end, the Allies were forced to return to their camp, having failed to find any of the Snow Lions who had attacked their camp. That pass was narrow enough that they could have fought as if they had really wanted to. To not do so was cowardly beyond words, said one of the Steel Century's third-tier nobles. You're wrong, Marcus immediately snapped back. This wasn't a cowardly act. It just seems that a direct confrontation wasn't their goal. At that moment, a second-tier Deathbringer arrived at the command tent with a panicked expression. He quickly whispered a message to Gaius, then stood off to the side. Gaius' eyes widened in panic of his own, then he ran out of the tent while yelling, "They burned our supplies." The rest of the leaders hurriedly followed him to the piles of ash that had been their food and arrows only an hour before. Since the tent was still intact, it likely would have taken until the next day for them to notice if it hadn't been about time for dinner. "All our food," muttered Linus in disbelief. "So this was their goal," murmured Marcus. "Well played, Snow Lions, well played." Chapter 123, FTX-7. With their supplies incinerated, the Allied units had a lot of trouble staying in their position. Those supplies had been meant to last them for several weeks, but with them gone they'd either have to send runners back to their old camps and ferry replacement food and arrows back to the new camp, or they would have to abandon the new camp temporarily until they worked out a new logistical solution. While it came with a high risk of ambush, the 9 third-tier nobles decided on the first option, and more than 60 runners and guards were sent out early the next morning. The runners safely returned with the needed supplies around noon, but the allies were quite nerve-wracked for the hours they were gone. The entire camp had been alert for any sign of a snow lion attack, and both passes were watched by no less than 20 trainees each. However, once the runners came back and the allies had a good meal, morale improved, and everyone managed to relax. Plus, with their return, the allies had the numbers to begin scouting. The leaders wanted to know everything about the gorge and the surrounding mountains, so they sent out just as many scouts as they had runners. However, the scouts didn't find anything worth noting the entire day. None of the hidden entrances to the Snow Lion's caves were found, and even if they had been, they had all been blocked and fortified anyway. There isn't going to be any fancy tactics that will let us take that fort without casualties. Xianxia almost shouted. We should just resign ourselves to the fact that we're going to have to take it by a frontal assault. We haven't explored the entire area yet. We shouldn't try something so reckless until we've gotten a good understanding of the surrounding area, argued Linus. Xianxia was too impatient for that, and he shot back, why should we wait? I'm sure we could take that fort right now if we tried. We might have 150 or maybe even 200 of our trainees fall in the attempt, but we outnumber the Snow Lions 2.5 to 1. What do we have to lose? Since the Snow Lions are only using training weapons, we really don't have that much to lose if we tried to assault their walls tomorrow, said Valeria quietly. Still, we ought to train the way we are going to fight, Marcus said. We would explore all of our options before a frontal assault under normal conditions. We could at least try and probe their defenses, suggested Gaius. If we see an opening, then we can order a full attack. What do you have in mind when you say, probe their defenses? Asked xianxia. We split up into 3 shield walls and attack the palisade from all 3 sides. Actually, moving in a turtle formation would be better, since they have those archer platforms. We also ought to have several units of archers behind a single layer shield wall covering our attack. We can keep casualties to a minimum that way. That sounds more like an assault than a probing action, said Marcus with a frown. We can always turn around and retreat if things go poorly, Gaius responded. Maybe we can do that, but before, we should try a proper probing action. I have something in mind. Marcus looked around at the 9 leaders with a serious look. We can try it tonight if you're all up for it. The others were all on board and were ready to go by nightfall. Marcus and the other 8 third-tier mages assembled near the northwestern pass. With them were an equal number of second-tier mages. They didn't carry shields, though they had their armor and weapons. As soon as they were ready, they ventured out into the dark pass. The going was slow, as the second-tier trainees couldn't see in the dark as well as the third-tier mages could. It took them nearly 3 hours just to walk the half-mile they needed to approach the Snow Lions' camp, a journey that had been made much longer when Marcus, Xianxia, and xianxia had all discovered flare spells surreptitiously hidden in bushes, tall grass, and tree roots that they had to avoid. The group managed to come within 100 feet of the tree line before they stopped, while Marcus, Gaius, and Valeria silently moved forward to get a closer look at the Snow Lion's nighttime defenses. They saw 1 lion in each of the towers, plus 1 on each archery platform. This was a total of 12 Snow Lions on guard. The 3 unit leaders could tell that the sentries, Vigilance wasn't high, but with how many of them there were and the limited number of approach vectors and large amount of cleared land between the walls and the tree line, they didn't need to be particularly vigilant. This is not going to be easy, thought Marcus, a frown appearing on his face. In contrast, Valeria was smiling in obvious anticipation, despite seeing the same bad tactical position as Marcus. Gaius' expression was of a more neutral determination, with only a slight pursing of the lips and narrowing of the eyes to break his impassivity. The three returned to the others, then silently prepared themselves for the fight. 15 minutes later, they opened up with a short barrage on all four of the towers in the outer wall. They had to sneak up as close as they could, but they had gone so far that the tree cover wasn't enough to shield them from any counter-attacks from the archer platforms. Fortunately for them, they had the element of surprise, and all four of the snow lions in the towers on the outer wall were stunned into unconsciousness. The rest of the snow lions weren't so inattentive that they'd miss such an attack, and immediately a shrill alarm spell was activated by one of the lions guarding the inner wall. "Let's go!" shouted Marcus as he sprinted for the wall. The only cover his group would find from the archer platforms was right up against the front of the palisade. But, to get there, they'd have to sprint across 200 feet of relatively open ground. A short distance for the third-tier mages, but still more than enough time for the archers to get off a couple shots apiece. And the snow lions had trained enough that their shots were well aimed. When Marcus arrived at the palisade, only 6 others had made it with him: Valeria, Gaius, Alcander, Xianxia, and 2 second-tier trainees from the Deathbringers. The other 11 had been shot down as they ran, and their fallen forms littered the open area between the palisade and the tree line. A few of them still moved, but another few arrows from the snow lions quickly put a stop to that. Marcus sighed in dejection. They still had enough people to inflict serious harm on the snow lions, but that was dependent on making it over the second wall. They'd be turned into pincushions after leaping over the first. He doubted they'd have the time to make it over the second. To make things worse, the snow lions reacted much faster than he thought they would. He could hear dozens of them pouring into the gap between the 2 palisades. "Fall back!" he shouted. The tactical situation wasn't lost on anyone else, so they all nodded and scattered. Marcus, Valeria, Xianxia, and Gaius made it to the tree line, but Alcander and the 2 second-tier Deathbringers were felled by snow lion archers. "Hold fire!" came a shout from one of the outer towers. "Whoever's out there, if you come out and admit defeat, we'll let you come take your fallen back to your camp." Marcus glanced back and saw that it was Castor, who had called out to them. His offer was a common courtesy among the trainees. There was no need to suspect it for a trap. Marcus turned and walked back into the open area with his hands far away from his weapons. "I'll take that offer. You've beaten us. We'll take our people and go," Marcus called out with a good-natured smile. "Then be quick about it. It's late," Castor shouted back. He returned Marcus's smile, but neither he nor any of the snow lions left the towers. They barely moved an inch until Marcus and the other 3 had dragged their fallen comrades to the edge of the tree line, where they were revived with healing spells, though it took about 10 minutes for their eyes to open, and another 5 or so for them to regain enough mobility to leave. When they returned to their camp, they made for the command tent to talk about what they had learned from their attack. However, just about as soon as they had begun their discussion, they heard their trainees running around outside and yelling coming from the pass to the Snow Lion's Gorge. Castor hadn't waited to launch a retaliatory strike. When the 9 allied leaders arrived at the pass, they found all 20 guards unconscious. "Form a shield wall," Alcander bellowed, summoning all nearby trainees to the pass. A few more token arrows were fired at their formation, and then, nothing. With the memory of what happened the last time they pushed out into the pass after an attack, Marcus and the others elected to not do the same thing and make their camp vulnerable again. The allied shield wall just stayed put, waiting for more arrows come flying out from the trees. After about 10 seconds of waiting, 3 young men stepped out from the dark mountain pass: Castor, Alphonsus, and Leon. They stayed in the open just long enough to show themselves, smile at the shield wall, then melt back into the shadows. No more arrows were shot after that. "Cocky bastards," growled Acteon when they returned to the command tent again. "I guess this was only retaliation for our own attack, rather than an earnest assault on our position," Gaius said. "We should still make sure all of our trainees are alert for anything," Alcander mentioned. "They may have made a show of leaving, but I don't trust those guys to leave things here." "We'll certainly do that," said Marcus, "but I think our priority is planning the assault on their camp." We can let our second-tier trainees take care of security for now. That response time was incredible, Linus said, saying what was on everyone else's mind. They had known that the snow lions had become great archers, so the stellar performance of those on the platforms high up the cliff wasn't surprising. How quickly the snow lions had responded and reinforced their palisades, however, was quite unexpected. Their attack hadn't even been going on for 2 minutes before they heard the lions' footsteps on the other side of the first wall. It was, and I don't think we'd be any faster in an assault, Marcus said, then he turned to their map on the table. To make things worse, their gate is over here on the south side, but I'd be willing to bet the inner gate is all the way over here on the north side. We would have no cover from their arrow fire when we try to open them, and we'd have to fight through the entire length of the palisade to get from the outer gate to the inner gate. So we're going to have to cover someone with shields from all directions while they work on opening the gate, Valeria said. Our second-tier mages will have a hard time getting over the spikes on top of the palisade, but it should be possible to get 30 or 40 trainees over it. Possible, but they're going to be under fire from all directions and probably have snow lions attacking them. On the ground all at the same time, Asia stated. We could try to knock down the gate. If we get close enough to set up a good shield wall to protect ourselves from the archer platforms, we might be able to buy ourselves enough time to tear it down, Alcander put forward. I like that idea, responded Chieftain as he sat forward with an enormous smile. He even cracked a few knuckles as if he were readying himself to go and rip the gate off the palisade right then and there. That might just be our best bet. We're still going to have to deal with those archers in the towers and prepare ourselves to deal with a snow lion shield wall between the walls, said Marcus. We might have to resign ourselves to the fact that we're going to take some casualties doing this, but I think we have the numbers to pull it off. We can get those banners, I know it, said Gaius. Might it be possible to recruit some of the other units to help us out? Asked Linus. Doubtful, Marcus replied. As far as I know, they're all busy fighting amongst themselves trying to seize the Black Viper's banner. And besides, why would we want to share those banners with anyone else? We already have a perfectly even split here. To introduce another unit would be to invite needless conflict into this alliance, no. Once we get those banners, we'll pass them out and then return to our own camps. Nice, clean, simple. We won't fight against each other until the alliance has fulfilled its purpose and been subsequently disbanded. A short silence filled the tent after Marcus finished. It was unbelievable that the Black Vipers had held onto their own banner despite having 5 units constantly trying to seize it. However, Tiberius had been leading his unit around and purposefully stoking violence among said units, preventing them from forming a cohesive alliance like the one against the Snow Lions. It wasn't so much that the Black Vipers had been holding the other units off by force of arms, but rather that Tiberius had been luring the other units into depleting themselves, attacking each other rather than his unit. Anyway, Marcus continued, we can try this plan about assaulting the walls with a shield wall and trying to bash down the gates. That's probably our best chance for success. Anyone disagree? No one spoke up, so Marcus said, well then, no reason not to do this as soon as we can. How about tomorrow night, just after sundown? Again, no one said anything. Their plan was set, so they left the command tent to get some rest. They had a long day ahead of them when they woke up. Chapter 124, FTX 8, they're going to attack tonight, Castor stated. You say that as if it were ever a question, Leon responded with a smile. That attack last night was only a probe. They wanted to see how we would react. No doubt that they'll use what they learned to plan for their attack. Then we should attack them first. They won't attack us if they take serious casualties, said Alphonsus. I'm certainly tempted to attack as well, Castor agreed. That might not be the best option, said Leon. What do you mean? Asked Alphonsus. Only that we know where they'll come from and we know where they're going, Leon answered. That gives us options. You're saying we should spring an ambush? Asked Castor. Yes, Leon responded instantly. We shouldn't just wait around for the attack like a turtle hiding in its shell. We can hit them before they attack, or even after their attack has started. A couple of squads can be pulled from defending the palisades without seriously compromising its security. We need only to hide them in the forest and hit them in the flank when they present an opportunity. That also doesn't preclude us from hitting them a few times during the day, reminded Alphonsus. No, it doesn't, said Castor while he lost himself in thought. Both ideas are not necessarily different, said Leon. In fact, they're essentially the same, only taking place at different locations. I think we can do both at the same time, what are you thinking? Asked Castor. Leon smiled at him, moved over to their map, then began to speak. Alphonsus readied half a dozen arrows. He and the rest of his squad had taken 3 bundles of arrows each, 90 per person, and set out not long after the third-tier strategy meeting finished. It had taken them all day to reach their destination, one of the small ridgelines that flanked the pass between the Allied units, camp and the Snow Lion's Gorge. Across the pass, he could see another similarly equipped archer squad led by Abelius. They had posted up just beyond the narrowest part of the pass. It had taken all day for both squads to finish climbing to these locations, but it put them in positions that were not only nearly untouchable from the ground, but also gave them a commanding view of the pass. Their job now was to wait. After about half an hour, the sun set behind the mountains and both squads began to hear increased movement coming from the Allied camp's direction. An hour or so later, after darkness had completely fallen, they saw the first of the Allied units appear. The steel sentry had taken point, with Marcus and Alcander at the head of the formation. Behind them came the Deathbringers, led by Gaius. Bringing up the rear were the Crimson Tigresses, led by Valeria. At the very back of the formation was Acia, Actaeon, and Linus. "Looks like they're afraid of being hit from behind," whispered Alphonsus with a smile. They should have worried more about what was above them than what might be behind. All 20 Snow Lion's archers over both ridges made their final preparations while the Allied formation slowly moved through the pass. They readied a handful of arrows and waited for the exact time to fire. That moment came when the Allies had moved about 2/3 of the way through the pass. They were spread out enough that Marcus and Alcander had disappeared into the forest on the other side. Silently, Alphonsus raised his bow and waited for a single heartbeat, just long enough for the rest of the Snow Lions to do likewise, then he loosed his first arrow. Everyone else did the same, and then just kept shooting with the arrows already in their hands. In less than 5 seconds, 80 arrows had fallen upon the unsuspecting allies, leaving 50 of them unconscious or too paralyzed to fight. Several hundred feet ahead, Marcus and Alcander were leading the allies through the forest when Marcus suddenly called the formation to a stop. He could hear shouting coming from behind them, though he couldn't quite make out what was being said. "What's going on back there?" he asked quietly. When he had explained the plan to the second-tier trainees, he had emphasized keeping the units silent and undetected for as long as possible right up until they launched their attack if they could manage it, but the noise coming from further back in the marching column was throwing a wrench into that plan. Suddenly, one of his second-tier noble followers came sprinting up from further back and explained what had just happened. "Shit," Marcus muttered under his breath. He quickly ordered the trainees to turn around and head for the pass, to support those under fire. "The Snow Lions obviously figured out what we were going to do, though this isn't unsalvageable, we just need to get back to the units under fire," he thought. However, the trainees had only taken a few steps back, just enough to completely turn around, when dozens of arrows came whizzing through the trees and into their exposed backs and flanks. This happened along almost the entire length of the marching column that had entered the forest, and the Allied trainees fell in droves. Even Marcus himself was hit by no less than 3 arrows, but each one had hit him directly in his back plates, where his armor was thickest. He was knocked to the ground, but he wasn't out of the fight just yet. "Turn back around," he roared while struggling back to his feet. "Get in a shield wall." Alcander had been stunned, as had more than 30 men in the steel sentry, but those still standing charged forward into a tight formation and covered themselves with their shields. "Advance, but keep your shield up," Marcus bellowed. The shield wall quickly broke, but the trainees stayed in tight groups and kept their shields up. However, the arrow fire didn't abate, and the Snow Lions' targets quickly changed. Those who had been firing on the right flank then targeted the left, who had their backs and flanks exposed, while the same happened on the left. "Keep moving forward," Marcus ordered, keeping his trainees charging into the trees, ignoring those who fell while they frantically searched for the Snow Lions shooting at them. And his tactic seemed to work, as after they had run forward for about 150 feet, the arrows ceased to fall. In the distance, Marcus could see a few brief glimpses of the retreating Snow Lions. He almost ordered his trainees to keep pushing forward, but there were more than 50 of his men either partially paralyzed or completely stunned. Besides, he still didn't know the situation back in the pass, so he could only grit his teeth and order a retreat. The situation in the pass wasn't much better than in the forest for the Allies, the snow lions kept up a heavy barrage, but Valeria had managed to get the trainees behind their shields, so the casualty rate they suffered plummeted. After that, she organized a few archers to take cover behind the shields while they returned fire, but the angle they were firing back at limited their effectiveness. However, Xianxia, who had run forward, and Gaius, who had run back, had both managed to take a few snow lions out with well-placed arrows. Valeria herself, meanwhile, ran forward and jumped with all the strength she could muster. The cliff was only about 30 feet tall, just low enough for her to jump, grab a hold of the cliff's edge, then pull herself up. As soon as she did, she made quick work of the two closest snow lions. Another quickly fired the arrow he had been about to shoot into the allies down below at her, but she raised her arm and blocked it with her bracer. The arrow's stunning effect badly stung, her arm went numb, but she could still move it. While Valeria began tearing through the snow lions on the ridge, Marcus and his men came charging out from the trees. Marcus left 20 trainees with their shields raised at the tree line, while he and 80 men from the Steel Sentry and Deathbringers came to support the 50 remaining Deathbringers and Crimson Tigresses in the rear. Up on the other ridge, Alphonsus could see Abelius' squad being torn apart by Valeria. He had been about to order his archers to shoot her, but then he saw Marcus's charge and instead ordered a retreat. He trusted that Abelius and the other two second-tier trainees in his squad could hold Valeria long enough for them to get away, but he fired a few arrows at her anyway to help them out. All of his arrows hit her in the armor, so she wasn't stunned, but he did knock her down long enough for Abelius and his squad to grab their stunned comrades and pull back. Alphonsus' squad then did likewise before Marcus or any of the other allied third-tier mages could follow Valerius' example and take the fight directly to them on the ridge. "What's the final casualty count?" Marcus asked as the stunned trainees were gathered back in the camp. 109 either unconscious or otherwise unable to fight, answered Gaius. An entire unit, taken out, Xianxia whispered in both awe and disbelief. Marcus paced a few times in the command tent and thought, resting his chin in his hand as he did so. "We can still launch our attack," he said after several long seconds. "What?" Linus almost shouted. "We just had more than a third of our people stunned. They'll recover before the night's over, and I have a few second-tier nobles from the Steel Sentry keeping an eye on those ridgelines, so we won't be ambushed from there again," Marcus calmly responded. "We can't attack now, because the snow lions are likely on guard and waiting for us to keep up with our attack. However, if we take this opportunity to rest and attack again just before dawn, we might be able to pull this off." The Allied units spent the next several hours recovering, making sure all of their stunned trainees woke up and had some time to collect themselves. Then, barely more than an hour before dawn, they set out again. The units moved with extreme caution, keeping their eyes on the ridgelines and their weapons drawn. They even had 60 trainees with bows and arrows in hand ready to return any fire they might receive. But, for all their caution, they didn't encounter a single setback on their way to the Snow Lions' camp. There wasn't a single arrow that flew at them from the darkness, and they didn't trip a single flare spell. Finally, they arrived at their destination, the bank of the river that flowed through the gorge. It was only another 500 feet to the Snow Lions' palisade, but the unit stopped to get in a few last minutes of rest before the attack began. In that time, Marcus, Valeria, and Gaius snuck forward to the tree line to see how the lions' defenses looked. The watchtowers were still manned, as were the archer towers. In fact, it seemed like the Snow Lion sentries were just as alert as they would have been if they hadn't ambushed the allies earlier that night. The three unit leaders quietly snuck back to their waiting trainees with smiles on their faces. Leon walked out of the cave and into the camp's courtyard. He had led 4 squads into the forest to ambush the allies' front, and when Marcus pushed his men forward, Leon had his trainees retreat. They had done their job and inflicted heavy casualties, so they didn't need to stick around and get dragged into a fight with an enemy with far superior numbers. All in all, the ambush was a success. The 3 allied units had been turned back. But something didn't quite sit right with Leon, and it kept him from sleeping. After hours of tossing and turning, he had decided to call it quits and resign himself to sleeplessness. He had then left the cave to get some fresh air, though that restless feeling in him didn't die down, so he had taken the extra time to put his armor on. He couldn't pin down what felt wrong, but there was just something about the ambush that didn't feel right. Had it been anyone else leading the allies other than Marcus, he probably would have gone to bed with a satisfied heart, but from what he knew of Marcus, he didn't think the noble would end things so easily. Leon walked a few laps around the inside of the palisade to loosen up, then he climbed one of the watchtowers to get a look out into the forest. "Everything going all right here?" he asked the first-tier trainee in the tower. The trainee tiredly nodded in response. And then, as if mocking the young trainee, dozens of arrows began to fly out from the forest and straight into the towers. Chapter 125, FTX. Several arrows whizzed past Leon's head as he ducked down behind the watchtower's waist-high wooden wall. He didn't stop to think about what was happening or who was responsible. He slammed his hand into the runic circle on the pinned sheet of spell paper on the wall and activated the alarm enchantment. The trainee who had been manning the tower had been hit by several arrows and immediately stunned, so Leon then grabbed his bow and arrows and stood back up to return fire. He took a quick look around before shooting his first arrow. He wanted to understand the situation before he began. 3 of the trainees in the 8 watchtowers had been stunned, but the other 5 were still up and ready to fight. None of the archers up on the cliff platforms had been hit, so they, too, began shooting down into the forest. Leon then channeled magic into his eyes and stared out into the forest. He saw dozens of enemy archers firing back at the camp, though a few were falling here and there from the snow lion's return fire. Leon quickly fired 3 arrows at the archers at the tree line, stunning 2 and paralyzing 1 of the last man's arms. And then, from the darkness, came the sounds of hundreds of advancing footsteps. All the remaining allied trainees appeared, advancing toward the palisade's gate in the south in one giant shield wall. Everyone behind the front line had raised their shields above their heads in a turtle formation, so most arrows fired at them bounced off. There were, however, a few unavoidable gaps that Leon was able to exploit and stun a few of the trainees in the formation. "Fire at the archers!" came a shout from one of the archer platforms. Leon turned his head to see who it was and saw Castor gesturing at the tree line. From the mouth of the cave, snow lions had started trickling out, some still pulling on armor or readying their weapons, and 20 snow lions had already arrived at the platforms while Leon wasn't paying attention. In response to Castor's order, the trainees redirected their fire back to the tree line, eliminating the allied archers one after the other. Leon, however, judged the advancing shield wall to be the greater threat. Castor had redirected the arrow fire because that's where it would be the most effective, but Leon was accurate enough with the bow that he could still hit the trainees in the shield wall through the unavoidable gaps between the shields. Besides, Leon was eagerly waiting for the third-tier allied nobles to jump over the palisade, where they would make themselves vulnerable to his arrow fire, so it was with the advancing turtle formation that he kept his attention. "Come on," he thought, "you're going to make that jump, you have to in order to open the gate." But, the shield wall made it all the way to the gate, only taking minor casualties along the way, and no one attempted to jump over the palisade. Instead, the trainees in the front ranks of the shield wall split up to allow 3 men to come forward under the cover of their shields and begin attacking the sealed gate, one of these men being Alcander. The third-tier noble swung his gree attacks with all of his prodigious strength and weight behind it, but it hardly put a dent into the gate. Neither of the other 2 third-tier trainees had any more effect than he did. But Leon couldn't see what was happening on the other side of the gate. He only heard the sounds of something hitting the gate incredibly hard, shaking the entire palisade. And the gate held, or rather, the enchantments he carved into it held. Behind him, in the palisade's courtyard, 50 snow lions had assembled, with Alphonsus at the front. Turning his attention away from the allies at the first gate, Leon jumped down from the watchtower to join this assembled force, leaving 3 first-tier trainees to take his place in the tower. If the allied third-tier nobles weren't going to come to him, he'd go to them. "We put a lot of work into our defenses. Let's see how well they're holding up," Leon said to Alphonsus. "Let's," agreed Alphonsus. The 2 third-tier trainees led the other 50 snow lions out of the inner gate into the zone between the 2 palisades. There, Alphonsus set up a strong shield wall 10 men long and 5 men deep while Leon darted up the closest outer watchtower to the gate. From his new position, Leon was in greater danger from the allied archers in the forest, but he was able to inflict higher casualties on their friends in the attacking shield wall. "Rarrgh!" Alcander shouted, and he swung his axe into the gate again. It had taken him and 2 third-tier nobles from the Steel Century a great many strikes, but they were finally beginning to make some headway. The gate had started to splinter and bend. Then, arrows began to hit those in the shield wall through tiny gaps at the edges of the shield wall. Marcus, a little further back than Alcander but still in the few front ranks, noticed the sudden increase in casualty rate. The Allies had barely taken any casualties since taking cover at the foot of the palisade, since only a single archer platform and the closest watchtower could even see them from there. Plus, Marcus hadn't thought that the shield wall would still be targeted after hearing Castor order the snow lions to shoot at the allied archers instead. But, when he saw Leon in the watchtower with a bow and a sly grin, Marcus wondered no longer about where the increase in casualties had come from. Leon was in the tower firing arrows exceptionally rapidly, and from a distance of barely 25 feet, he couldn't miss. Marcus grabbed several of the second-tier trainees around him and pointed directly to Leon. "Over there," he said, "shoot him." The second-tier trainees quickly set their shields down and reached for their bows. Marcus did the same thing, but as soon as he unlimbered his bow and turned his eyes back to the tower, he saw Leon staring right back at him, with an arrow nocked, drawn, and aimed his way. Marcus didn't even have time to curse before the arrow hit him in the weakest part of his armor, the area directly below the shoulder plates. Marcus was knocked to the ground and thoroughly discombobulated, but still conscious. Leon's next two arrows that hit the same place changed that, stunning the third-tier noble and removing him from play. By then, the second-tier trainees had started to shoot back at Leon, forcing him to take cover in the tower. However, with their shields no longer a part of their formation, they had made themselves vulnerable. Castor, seeing this from his archer platform, quickly ordered the snow lions around him to take advantage. Arrows rained down upon the allied shield wall, stunning the trainees who had pinned Leon and opening up others in the shield wall to more arrow fire. But just as the shield wall was starting to disintegrate from that hole, Alcander finally managed to bash down the gate, the enchantments Leon had made that held the gate together losing the last of their power with one last mighty swing of Alcander's axe. "We're in," the third-tier noble roared as he charged into the opening, stepping on the fallen gate as he did so. And as soon as he turned to charge to the next gate, he came face to face with the snow lion shield wall. But that didn't slow him down in the slightest, he only grinned like a battle-hungry madman and ran forward, winding up a terrifying blow from his axe as he did so. Just as he was about to bring his axe down upon the snow lions in the front line, an arrow fired by Leon in the tower hit him in the thigh, paralyzing his entire left leg and bringing his charge to a premature end. Alcander still tried to limp forward and attack, but a quick swing of Alphonsus' sword put a stop to that and knocked the nobleman unconscious. But there were other third-tier trainees able to take control of the allies. Gaius moved up into the front ranks and led them in their assault on the assembled snow lions. Both shield walls crashed into each other, pushing and shoving and trying everything they could to break the other's formation. The problem the allies had, though, was that the snow lions only had to brace themselves and hold against the assault while the archers in the towers and platforms slowly cleaned up the allies. And that's exactly what happened. There were remarkably few casualties at the battle line where the two front ranks of the formations met, as both shield walls were well put together. Instead, the majority of casualties sustained were from archers exploiting gaps in the shields. The allies couldn't get the snow lions to move, and with their mounting losses, they finally reached their breaking point. Valeria had kept an eye on their archers at the tree line and noticed that they had all either been pinned down or otherwise incapacitated. The shield formation was without support and losing trainees at a faster and faster rate as gaps in the shields widened with every casualty sustained. Eventually, she forced her way through the formation to Gaius and shouted, "We're not going to win. We need to retreat." Gaius took her completely seriously, but he still didn't like the idea of running away. Despite this, he clenched his teeth and nodded to her. Then, he shouted, "Pull back. Return to the tree line." Gaius had to repeat himself several times, but he and Valeria managed to keep their people from breaking formation completely and made an orderly retreat. The snow lions shot a few more token arrows after them once they had left the palisade, but Castor ordered his unit to let them go. He didn't see a lot of point in being so vindictive toward his fellow nobles and countrymen. Had this been an actual battlefield, though, it would have much different. After several minutes, Gaius came forward alone. "Wait," Castor shouted as the archers prepared to shoot him. "Let's hear him out." Gaius nodded to Castor, acknowledging the respect he was shown, as well as shocking Castor with his significantly more noble bearing than he had the last time the two units had much interaction. "We," began Gaius, but the words he had to say next caught in his throat. He took a deep breath, straightened himself up with all the dignity he could muster, and continued, "Acknowledge our defeat. We request permission to collect our fallen." It hurt Gaius to say those words, but he kept himself calm. For all of his attempts to mend his reputation and act with more nobility than he had at the beginning of the training cycle, he still hated losing. Castor granted his request. There really wasn't any reason not to, but sometimes a unit would try to take prisoners. They'd quickly find their supplies strained if they took too many, so most units would decide to show their opponent the courtesy of taking their stunned trainees back with them instead. While the allies began to collect their comrades, Gaius walked back to where the rest of the third-tier nobles were. He, Valeria, Acia, and Linus were the only unit leaders who remained on their feet. One of Actaeon's legs had been paralyzed, while all 4 of the Steel Century's third-tier trainees had been stunned. "Thanks for doing that," said Linus. "Yeah, it's never easy to admit defeat, even if it's to get our people back," added Acia. "Don't mention it," Gaius responded evenly. "I think I'm actually getting used to it, anyway." That battle was the beginning of a month-long stalemate between the 3 allied units and the Snow Lions. The Snow Lions couldn't permanently drive off the allies, while the allies couldn't penetrate the Lions' defenses. Marcus tried to lead attacks on the Snow Lions' supplies that came in every week, but the Snow Lions managed to either fight him off or steal the allies' supplies in revenge. The allies started learning more about the mountains' layout during that month, but they still couldn't locate the hidden paths the Snow Lions knew about to constantly ambush them when they tried to launch sneak attacks on the camp. This state of affairs was grueling for the allies, especially with the end of the FTX approaching and not a single banner had been seized or reclaimed. It was subtle, but desperation had started to set in, with trainees that were a little harder to control than usual. The mood in the Snow Lions camp, however, was exactly the opposite. Most of the lions felt exhausted from the constant battling with an enemy with superior numbers, yet energized from their constant victories or at least, their constant avoidance of loss. But, all that changed when, with only 2 weeks left until the FTX came to an end, the allies picked up some new friends. Chapter 126, FTXX, "Coming here alone was quite bold," Marcus said to Tiberius. The leader of the Black Vipers had shown up at the southeastern pass without a single other member of his unit and asked to speak with the 9 third-tier leaders of the allied units. He was consequently shown into their command tent. "Was it really so bold?" Tiberius asked in response. "I'm merely trying to show my trust in all of you not to take me hostage, as well as my commitment to what I want to propose." Marcus frowned. Tiberius had sounded completely sincere, and he had a pleasant enough expression, but it seemed fake to him. He couldn't imagine that the leader of the Black Vipers, who had spent the previous month and a half skillfully fending off the other 4 units to keep their banner in hand, would show up in their camp without some kind of ulterior motive. "What is it you propose?" Gaius inquired. "Only that my unit join this alliance you all have built." "Why?" Valeria bluntly asked. "Because it's my understanding that your 3 units aren't quite enough to cut through the Snow Lions' defenses, and neither have you found an alternate entrance into their caves." "Well, I just so happened to have." Tiberius reached into one of his pockets and pulled out a piece of paper, folded many times to fit, a map of their cave system, including the system's hidden entrances. "Let me see that," said Alcander as he stepped forward and reached for the map, but Marcus stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. "Hang on," Marcus said. "You only explained why allowing you to join our alliance would help us," Valeria stated, picking up on the same thing Marcus had. "You failed to explain why you want to join us in the first place. Surely, if your map is accurate, you could just infiltrate their camp yourself, yet you're here." "Why?" Tiberius' smile didn't shift in the slightest from Valeria's questioning, which only served to put both her and Marcus further on edge. It was incredibly disconcerting for them how completely unfazed Tiberius was, with his easygoing smile that barely even twitched coming across more like a mask to the 2 of them than his actual amicability. Tiberius was silent for a long moment after Valeria's question, he only stared at her unblinkingly. Finally, he said, "I want the same thing all of you want, banners. However, 3 other strong units have been unable to penetrate the Snow Lions' defenses and accomplish their goal. Makes me very apprehensive. So, even if my unit only gains 1 or 2 banners by joining up with all of you, it's far better than the none I think we'd likely get if we tried this on our own." With his fake-seeming smile, Marcus had a hard time believing him, but his reasoning was sound. The Snow Lions had resisted for a month and a half against the alliance, so it was quite understandable that the Black Vipers would seek out support rather than attack on their own. "Aren't you afraid that we'd just stun you, take your map, then attack the Snow Lions without your unit?" Alcander asked, while his hand started to wrap around the handle of his Griatax in an obvious threat. Tiberius' answer was a simple, no, but his demeanor was so confident that Alcander unconsciously hesitated to attack. Plus, Tiberius' eyes had narrowed, as if to turn his smile into a direct challenge for Alcander. Why don't you let us see that map, and we'll think about it? You know, a little show of good faith, asked Gaius. Tiberius happily handed the map over to him without any fear. He had a good relationship with Gaius and trusted him not to try anything deceitful. Gaius opened the map and spread it out on their table. It was incredibly detailed, with every cave within a half-mile of the Allied camp marked in red. Marked in green was a series of lines that emanated from the region protected by the Snow Lion's palisade, which Gaius guessed to be the cave system. So, how about it? Are you all interested in my offer? Asked Tiberius. Gaius, Valeria, and Marcus exchanged glances. Marcus and Valeria were still a little apprehensive, but with only a single week left in the FTX, they weren't in a position to casually turn down help. All three nodded, and the Black Vipers joined the alliance. For 4 more days, the allies were quiet. They didn't attack the Snow Lions, few scouts were sent out, and the Snow Lions' own scouts reported that not enough trainees left their camp to signal an attack. Suffice it to say, Castor, Leon, and Alphonsus were extremely suspicious. What are they doing? Castor wondered aloud as he stared out into the forest from one of the inner watchtowers along the palisade. They're definitely planning something, said Alphonsus. Maybe we should go and attack them before they can try it, Leon suggested. No real use waiting around for them to do what they're planning to. We hardly have the numbers to beat them in an assault, Castor reminded. I'm not saying we have to run them out of the mountains, just disturb them a little. Put them on the defensive, maybe force them to take enough casualties that they have to delay whatever they're planning, Leon said. Castor frowned in hesitation. There were only 3 days left until the FTX came to an end, and the tension was making him anxious. For now, he said, we'll keep an eye on them. I want to know everything they're doing, so let's have scouts watching them around the clock. They've learned a lot about the terrain around here. Our scouts will have a hard time getting close enough for that kind of monitoring, Alphonsus said. Well, let's have them do their best. For now, we'll remain. In the middle of his sentence, Castor was interrupted by 3 flare enchantments flying into the sky and illuminating the entire forest. Looks like we won't have to wait to see what they're planning, Alphonsus remarked while Castor activated the alarm enchantment for the cave. By the time the first few allied trainees came into view, all of the Snow Lions were in place. But they didn't advance toward the gate like they always had in past assaults. Instead, the shield walls took up a position to cover the archers in the tree line. Both sides exchanged fire, but the allies remained motionless, even when their archers were occasionally hit. What is this? Leon wondered. Why aren't they attacking? Staying in range of our archers without moving will only bring them needless casualties. What are they thinking? And then, something occurred to him. He scanned the shield walls and the archers behind them for the third-tier trainees. They were a little too far for him to see their faces, but he could still see their auras, and a quick count only brought him to 7. 2 of their third-tier nobles were missing. Leon stopped firing his arrows and fell back from the watchtowers into the caves, where he sprinted straight to the highest archer platform. What are you doing here? Castor asked when Leon arrived. Some of them are missing, Leon answered. We need to make sure the banners are secured, because they may have found one of our secondary entrances. Castor thought for a moment, then nodded to Leon. Do what you need to do, he said. Leon nodded back, then ran back into the caves. The banners had been hung on the wall in the main cavern, though Leon had only placed light enchantments upon them to keep them secure. He quickly went to work removing them from the wall. It's impressive that they've managed to do so much, Gaius marveled as he, Alcander, Tiberius, and the other 3 third-tier Black Vipers stared at a wooden wall with an incredibly secure-looking door. Several second-tier Black Vipers were working on opening the door while the other 100 trainees of their unit waited behind the 6 third-tier nobles. As soon as the door was open, they'd charge into the tunnel it was blocking and hit the Snow Lions from behind. They've had months to fortify these caves. They clearly put that time to good use, Alcander said with a smile. He was almost bouncing with excitement at the prospect of finally rooting the Snow Lions out of the caves they had been hunkered down in. That's it, it's open, said one of the second-tier Vipers. He pushed the door open, and the third-tier leaders took point. But They were so preoccupied with rushing into the Snow Lion's camp that they didn't notice a glyph on the back of the door flash, then blink out. Leon had gotten 6 of the 9 banners undone and rolled up for transport when he heard the deep rumbling alarm of someone penetrating one of the secondary entrances. "Shit," he whispered, knowing that he had been right to be suspicious. The Allies had found another way in, and their attack outside was only a diversion while they came in a different way. Fortunately, they hadn't noticed the alarm, and soon after, Castor and Alphonsus sprinted back into the caves. "They're in," Leon said, confirming what they already knew. "What do we do now? We can't fight them off if they're already in the caves. The only reason we could hold out was because of the palisade." Alphonsus shouted in hysteria. They were only 3 days away from ending the FTX with 9 of the banners. But now they were almost certainly going to lose all of them. "Help us with these," Castor said calmly as he joined Leon in removing the last 3 banners from the wall. "What are you planning?" Alphonsus asked. Probably the same thing Leon had in mind. "We're going to move these banners while most of the unit stays behind and buys enough time for one of us to escape," Castor said, to which Leon nodded. "Then who's going to go?" Alphonsus shouted. Castor glanced over at Leon. He had made his own decision, but he wanted to know Leon's opinion. "I'm staying," Leon said. "And I'll be keeping 3 of the banners." "What?" Alphonsus asked in confusion. "I won't be enough to keep the invaders from pursuing whoever escapes, I'll need some kind of bait." "The unit banners will do." "Do it," agreed Castor. "And Al, take these other banners and go." "Where to?" "Anywhere. Wherever you can lay low until the FTX is over." Alphonsus couldn't help but hesitate. All 9 banners were quickly rolled up and distributed, with 3 hung over Leon's shoulder and the other 6 given to him. But he still couldn't bring himself to leave Leon or Castor. I won't leave. We can fight them off. I'm not going to leave you 2 behind," he said, remembering all of his behavior earlier in the training cycle. His face now burned in shame at how Leon and Castor were now so willing to stay and buy him time to leave. "You are," shouted Castor. "They're in the caves. They have the numbers to beat us. So you're going to win this for us. Go." "He's not going anywhere," came a voice from a nearby tunnel. Emerging into the light of the main cavern came dozens of black vipers, led by Alcander, Gaius, and Tiberius, the latter of whom had been the one to speak. "Go and open the gates," Tiberius said to the unit at his back and, led by one of the other 3 vipers, the rest of the unit sprinted to the cave entrance and spilled out into the courtyard. "Hand over those banners," Alcander shouted. Leon, Alphonsus, and Castor glanced at each other. There was no arguing it now, they had lost the camp. In an instant, they all came to the same conclusion and immediately turned to run down a tunnel behind them. "Oh, you're not getting away that easily," Tiberius said with a smile as he, Alcander, Gaius, and the other 2 vipers gave chase. The 3 snow lions knew the caves better, but they still couldn't gain much ground. The caves were winding enough that running at full speed was impossible. So, knowing there wasn't an abundance of choice, Castor shouted to the other 2 lions, "Keep going. I'll give you a few seconds." With that, he stopped and turned around to face the 5 pursuers in the narrow tunnel. Alphonsus grimaced, but he kept going, as did Leon. So long as those banners remained in their hands, the snow lions hadn't completely lost quite yet. Chapter 127. FTX 11. After standing at the tree line for about 10 minutes, Marcus judged that they had bought enough time for the infiltration team and ordered the shield walls to slowly advance. He didn't like having them simply stand there and take fire, but the plan didn't hinge on these units getting too close, so he had decided to wait for a while. By the time he ordered his shield walls forward, the snow lions had used most of their arrows, so their advance didn't face nearly so withering of arrow fire as they had during their previous assaults. In fact, their march to the gate came without sustaining a single casualty. Once they arrived at the gate, Valeria immediately got to work undoing the enchantments Leon had placed upon it. Everyone was eager to get inside, as they could hear the sounds of battle coming from within, which Marcus knew meant their infiltration team had succeeded in gaining access to the caves. It only took Valeria another 3 minutes or so of slapping sheets of spell paper onto the gate for Leon's enchantments to fail, at which point she, xianxia, and Chieftain threw themselves against it. The gate utterly failed to stop the 3 third-tier mages and was ripped from the palisade after only that one battering. The allied units swarmed into the palisade and hastily reformed their shield wall, as they had come face to face with the snow lion's own formation. Under normal circumstances, Even if all 9 of the original Alliance's third-tiered trainees worked together, they still wouldn't have been able to break through the shield wall before the Snow Lions had whittled their units down with arrow fire. Now, however, the Snow Lions were trapped between the main 3 allied units on one side and the Black Vipers on the other. With their archers running low on arrows, it was only a matter of time before they either surrendered or fell. Leon and Alphonsus sprinted down a tunnel that led north, leaving Castor behind to hold off their pursuers. 3 days. Only 3 days left, and we've lost the camp. Alphonsus growled in frustration. Had to happen eventually, I think. In fact, I'm quite surprised those 3 units haven't been able to overrun us before now, Leon responded. Still pisses me off. What should we do now? Alphonsus asked. Same thing we planned earlier, Leon said. You head north, make for the stone maze. Stay there for a few days, until the end of the FTX. So long as you stay hidden and don't lose those banners, then we win. Simple as that. Alphonsus truly hated that plan, mostly because it involved him hiding away like a cornered rat. But he acknowledged that it was probably their best bet to win now that the camp was in the midst of falling to the Allies. Fine, I'll go, but if you get the chance to escape, you take it, he said. I will, Leon replied, a little surprised at Alphonsus' concern. Finally, they arrived at a fork in the tunnel, and Alphonsus took off to the north while Leon slowed down to wait for their pursuers to catch up. Outnumbered 5-1, Castor knew he didn't have a chance of victory, but that didn't stop him from fighting with everything he had. In the end, he managed to buy Leon and Alphonsus 3 minutes, more than double what he had hoped for. You two, Tiberius said to the 2 third-tier Black Vipers that had accompanied him, Gaius, and Alcander, spread out. Find the way to those archer platforms and clear them. The 2 third-tier nobles in question nodded and left without hesitation. They followed Tiberius' orders so quickly, in fact, that Gaius and Alcander couldn't help but be taken aback. What in the hell did Tiberius do that made those 2 so loyal? Gaius wondered. He felt a shiver run down his spine at the thought, given what he knew about Tiberius' twisted personality. Now, let's go catch those 2 runaways, and capture those banners, Tiberius said with a smile, though to Gaius, it seemed like he only added on the bit about the banners as an afterthought. He had had a bad feeling about Tiberius since he had asked to join the alliance, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Now, he started getting an idea. Tiberius wanted to catch up to Leon. Tiberius had made a point to tell Gaius to be patient after the raid on the Snow Lion's tower, to wait until Leon had left the Knight Academy before attempting to take his revenge, but Gaius had since set his vengeance aside. It seemed to him, however, that Tiberius had not done likewise, and was taking advantage of the situation to go after Leon. But it won't be Tiberius who catches him, Gaius thought, a determined look appearing on his face as he, Tiberius, and Alcander took off after Leon and Alphonsus, stepping over Castor's unconscious form as they did. I'll show everyone that I'm not just a hostage. I'll earn my place at the second prince's side. He almost ripped the bracer his father had sent him off his arm when he thought this, but he managed to restrain himself. Even if he was insulted by its presence, he still couldn't allow an object inscribed with his father's mana glyph to leave his person. The group bolted down the tunnel, and in seconds, had caught sight of a decidedly not in a hurry Leon. The Snow Lion seemed to be waiting for them, standing with the Deathbringers, Steel Centuries, and Crimson Tigress banners on his back, his arms folded, and his eyes glaring back at them. He was daring them to keep walking down the tunnel. The 3 third-tier nobles slowed down considerably, wary as they were of some kind of trap. If he runs, said Gaius, one of us should go down the other tunnel, because that's probably where Alphonsus ran. The other 2 acknowledged this but neither volunteered. They all wanted to fight Leon, and none were willing to let him slip from their fingers when he was now so close. Took you 3 long enough, Leon said provocatively. He smiled confidently at them, baiting them closer. We had to crush your unit on the way, of course it would take a hot minute, Tiberius boasted, but his eyes narrowed when Leon only smiled wider. Hand over those banners, and tell us where Alphonsus went, Gaius ordered, though the 3 of them were under no illusions that Leon would tell them. Well, if you're going to be silent on the matter, then you'll have to beat us in a contest of arms, said Alcander as he brandished his greataxe. Then, without waiting for a response from either Leon or the other 2 at his side, Alcander lunged forward, bringing his axe down in an earth-shaking blow that even Leon with all his speed barely seemed able to dodge. But Leon had expected Alkandar's opening move to be big, flashy, and backed with all of his strength, so he had only sidestepped as far as he needed to. Alkandar's axe was stuck into the floor of the rocky tunnel. It took the noble a split second to recover and draw his axe back into position for another strike. Leon didn't waste that brief moment, as he drew and struck at the noble with his longsword in one smooth motion. Alkandar blocked by raising his arm, but the strength of Leon's blow was great enough that even though the blade hit his bracer, it still paralyzed his left arm. Fortunately for Alkandar, Leon wasn't able to follow through and finish him off, as Gaius and Tiberius surged forward and put him on the defense. Alkandar had to grit his teeth and deal with his paralyzed arm, but he knew he was lucky that Leon was only able to do that much after exploiting the mistake he had made in overcommitting to a single attack. He couldn't continue to use his gree attacks without both arms, so he dropped the axe and drew the short sword at his waist, then joined his two allies in their attack. Their rain of blows was unrelenting and precise, with Gaius, Tiberius, and Alkandar each filling in and keeping the pressure on Leon, preventing the Snow Lion from counter-attacking. Leon was pushed back, constantly having to block, dodge, and deflect, barely managing to keep up with his three attackers. And then he unleashed all of his killing intent, letting it wash over all three nobles in an instant. For a brief moment, before they were able to bring forth their own auras to resist, the nobles without exception felt like nothing more than ants beneath a descending boot. But Leon knew that they'd be able to fight off the fear his powerful killing intent brought in less than a second, and that he'd only get a single free strike, so he sent that strike at Alkandar. The century noble had already been partially paralyzed, which made him the only one Leon was confident in bringing down with that one attack. Leon didn't hesitate, stabbing into Alkandar's chest with all of his might. The stunning effect of his training sword broke through the noble's armor, and Alkandar fell to the ground unconscious. But that still left Gaius and Tiberius, who had been given more than enough time to recover in the space of that attack. Leon barely managed to bring his sword back around to block Gaius' strike, but Tiberius got through, paralyzing his right arm from the elbow down and causing Leon to drop his training sword. Seeing that there wasn't any other option, Leon threw himself backward to avoid Gaius and Tiberius' follow-up strikes, then sprinted down one of the tunnels at the fork. With neither giving any thought to either Alphonsus or Alkandar, both Gaius and Tiberius tore off after Leon. Gaius had a look of stern determination, whereas Tiberius was fighting back a sadistic smile. The former wanted the banners and only thought of defeating Leon as a way to bring a measure of closure to his time at the academy. The latter, in contrast, wanted to use this fight as an excuse to hurt Leon as badly as possible before sending his family's assassins after the Snow Lion when the training cycle ended. The two nobles weren't able to catch up to Leon on their own, but the tunnel he had chosen to run down brought Leon around in a circle past other cave chambers and back to the main cavern, where Marcus and Valeria were busy arranging the unconscious bodies of all the fallen trainees, Snow Lions included. But all of that came to an awkward end when Leon arrived, almost literally running into xianxia as he burst into the cavern. Valeria and Marcus could hardly believe their eyes when Leon showed himself, but they took action almost instantly, moving to block off his escape routes and preventing him from running any farther. Tiberius and Gaius followed a couple seconds after, blocking Leon off from retreating back the way he came. "Well, I didn't expect to see you, Leon. I thought you'd have taken the banners and run off, given that they weren't hanging here," Marcus said, glancing at the three banners rolled up on Leon's back. "Who says we didn't do just that?" Leon asked with a slightly mocking smile. Marcus frowned. "Did either of you find the other banners? And where's Alkandar?" Finally realizing that he'd let Alphonsus escape, Gaius had to restrain himself from loudly swearing in front of the rest of his Deathbringers. Tiberius, meanwhile, ignored Marcus and attacked Leon when the lion's back was turned. Leon pivoted on his back foot and deflected Tiberius' blade with his left arm, though it cost him the use of that arm as well. In response, Valeria lunged forward and stunned Leon with a slash of her glaive. But her attack wasn't done out of malice, and she immediately turned her weapon on Tiberius. They wordlessly stared at each other for a moment before Tiberius smiled, shrugged, and put his weapons away. Sensing the tension, Marcus intervened before either of them could speak. "What happened to the other banners?" he asked. "Alphonsus has them," Gaius answered, "but we don't know where he went." "Damn it," Marcus muttered. He wasted no time organizing the rest of the trainees in the alliance to search the caves. He planned on occupying the Snow Lions' camp, which would keep them dead for the duration of the occupation. This meant that Alphonsus was effectively on his own. However, the Allied units failed to catch Alphonsus in the 3 days they had. They had barely managed to explore the entire breadth of the cave system before the rest of the time in the FTX had elapsed. The snow lions had spent months in the mountains, and they knew just about every nook and cranny within. Even Alphonsus, who had hated every moment he had been forced to stay there during the early months of the training cycle, could navigate around the mountains far better and far faster than anyone else among the other units. Evading their scouts for 3 days was quite easy for him, and because of this, he managed to bring the Snow Lions' victory over the other 9 units. The final banner count was 6 for the Snow Lions: the Silver Legionaries, Blood Eagles, Obsidian Cataphracts, Phantom Bulls, Warriors of the Naga, and their own. The Crimson Tigresses, Deathbringers, Steel Century, and Black Vipers had all retained or reclaimed their own banners, so all 4 wound up tied for second place. Chapter 128. Post-FTX. The mood in the Snow Lions Tower was absolutely jubilant. It had been only a day and a half since the FTX came to an end, long enough for the unit to rest and sleep in, then begin to party, for they had come out of the FTX with 6 banners. There wasn't any official reward for victory in the FTX other than honor and glory, but they'd receive first consideration for any well-respected knights seeking squires. The chances of every trainee in the unit receiving an enviable squireship skyrocketed. Contributing to the celebration in the first-floor common room, Leon, Castor, and Alphonsus had moved a lot of their drinks downstairs. They hadn't had the opportunity to head into the city yet. There were still a few days of paperwork followed by the ceremony that officially ended the training cycle before they got any time off, so everyone had to content themselves with what little was available. Perhaps the most central person in the celebrations was Alphonsus, as he had to hide out in the mountains with little food for 3 days, staying on the move to keep the remaining banners in the grasp of the Snow Lions. None of the other men in the unit could help, as the Allied units had occupied their camp, thus keeping them dead and unable to render assistance. So it came as no surprise to anyone that he was not only the most eager when it came to celebrating, but all the other trainees were perfectly willing to party with him. His selfish behavior early in the training cycle had been forgotten in light of his securing the unit's win, and when our shield wall finally broke, "It took 3 of those assholes to take me down," bragged Charles while he gestured wildly to make his point. "Ha, it only took 3 for you. They had to send a 3rd-tier noble to stop my arrows," Henry boasted. "That noble wasn't sent for only you, it was for the entire Archer platform." "And you didn't even put up that notable of a fight against him, did you?" asked Charles. While those two started to fight about who was more valiant and courageous, Alon, Matthew, and Bohemond were talking about what to do in the capital once they had the chance. All of their wives and fiancés were in the city waiting for them, so they had planned on having a smaller party where everyone could meet everyone else's significant others. Alon was especially excited, as his 3 fiancés had all given birth, but he hadn't had a lot of time to spend with his kids. And as for Leon, he just sat back and enjoyed the atmosphere. The other 5, knowing his general demeanor, didn't bother him. "Well, it is disappointing that you didn't win first place in the FTX, but I'd say that Father will have a hard time saying that you dishonored the family," Nicomedes said to Gaius. The 2 brothers had met back up in Nicomedes' office to discuss what was going to happen to Gaius next, namely his transfer to Prince Octavius' service. "If all that can be said is that I didn't bring dishonor to the family, then I hardly did well enough to be proud, did I?" asked Gaius sullenly. He had fought as hard as he could, all to prove that he deserved to serve and learn from the second prince, but in the end, he couldn't surmount the obstacle that was the Snow Lions. "Well, if you need some cheering up, Father said that he'd be stopping in Calabria for a day or so on his way north. The impression he gave me in his letter was that he would broach the topic of formally requesting Valeria be married to you while he was there," Nicomedes said in an attempt to cheer his brother up. Instead, Gaius barely reacted. He only closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. After several long seconds of silence, Gaius finally said, "That isn't necessary." "What?" Nicomedes asked in confusion. "I thought you were crazy about that girl. I seem to remember you declaring multiple times, even that you would one day make her your wife. What changed?" Gaius sighed, then said, "Those were the foolish dreams of a child. She doesn't love me, or even like me, I think. Best to set that dream aside until I can earn it. If I can earn it." Gaius' frankness rendered his older brother speechless. He'd never seen Gaius so resigned or lacking in confidence. By the way, you can send this back to father, Gaius continued as he placed the bracer he'd been given on Nicomed's desk. You didn't use it, Nicomedes asked when he picked it up and examined it. Of course I didn't. If I did use it, and won, then it would have been father who'd given me the win. If I lost with it, then it would have only been my punishment for cheating. Using outside equipment isn't cheating, Nicomedes replied. I would consider using the magic of someone not in the academy to be cheating, Gaius answered, staring Nicomedes in the eye. You said it yourself, my squireship under the second prince will be nothing but a cover for taking me as a hostage. But, it's still squiring for someone of royal blood, I only wanted to earn my place of honor. Instead, all I earned was a place as a hostage. Nicomedes had no idea how to comfort his brother, and in the silence that followed, he didn't get the chance. Gaius rose to his feet, said his goodbyes, and left without waiting for his brother's response. As he sat there alone, Nicomedes thought hard about what he could do, if anything. It probably wouldn't help Gaius much, but he had an initial idea, at least. The FTX had been over for only 2 days, but already the academy was swarmed with requests from hundreds of respected knights in the capital for squires. Most were for the trainees in the Snow Lions. The requests for Castor and Alphonsus alone were almost more than the other third-tier trainees combined. Leon didn't receive as many, probably due to his last name being Ursus, but he still received a great many requests. And Nicomedes immediately threw away all of the requests for Leon. Then, he turned his attention to a detailed map on his wall with every legion fort and fortress clearly marked. The central territories are too good for this barbarian who's caused my brother so much grief, Nicomedes thought with a vicious smile. I'll send him to a place he can disappear in. Somewhere on the eastern frontier perhaps. No, too much opportunity to face stone giants and gain merits in battle. Ah, I know. Yes, that's the perfect place for a northern barbarian. Straighten yourself up, Lou, a young blonde noblewoman scolded. If Leon could see her, he would recognize her as Victoria, one of the squires who had accompanied Roland to the northern vales. The man she was scolding was Luke, Roland's squire, who had also accompanied the paladin north. My clothes are fine, Luke said glancing down at his sharp green military uniform. There wasn't a single golden ornament decorating his chest, giving him an attractive clean aesthetic. Fine, Victoria said scornfully, you have dirt here and here. And your pants have wrinkles. No self-respecting knight has wrinkly pants. While Victoria pointed out the flaws in his uniform, Luke glanced over at hers, desperate to find some faults that he could point in her own dress uniform to distract her from his, but try as he might, he couldn't find a single flaw. He wasn't too surprised, as Victoria was the daughter of a count in the Western Territories, so she knew exactly how to dress. In fact, her green uniform was much fancier than his, with golden trim and several medals and ribbons she had won during her time in Dame Shira's service, medals and ribbons that he, too, had won, but had simply chosen not to wear. Such things weren't required, he figured, so he didn't want to bother putting them on. The 2 knights accompanying them watched in amusement as Victoria took on the duty of personally fixing Luke's uniform, supervising him as he smoothed and brushed the dust off his pants. You two sure make a cute couple, the lady knight said. As soon as she said this, both Victoria and Luke went bright red, shut their mouths, and slightly shifted away from each other, pointedly looking in opposite directions. She was Shira Evanson, the knight Victoria had served for the past 2 years. The other knight was none other than the 6th paladin of the Bull Kingdom, Sir Roland. Both had come to knight their newly turned third-tier squires in the Knight Academy's graduation ceremony. Luke and Victoria had served both of them for the required minimum of 2 years and ascended to the 3rd tier, so the Academy's graduation requirements had been met. You shouldn't have teased them, Roland said with a playful smile. Now look at them, too embarrassed to speak. Both Roland and Dame Shira burst out into laughter, further embarrassing their 2 squires. So, Dame Shira said, moving them along and giving the squires some time to collect themselves, what's the schedule like? You don't know, Roland asked. I only glanced at the schedule they sent out, Dame Shira said with a shrug and an unapologetic smile. Roland sighed, then said, first comes the opening ceremonies. Honoring the ancestors and the sacred bull and all that. Next comes the ceremony for the people who've just completed their training cycle and are about to go off to their own squire's hips. Then comes the knighting ceremony for graduating squires. Is that it? Dame Shira asked, her eyes already indicating that she was bored with the ceremony. For us, yes, Or at least, I have no intention of staying after the knighting ceremonies are over, Roland replied. Good, Dame Shira said with a smile, because neither do I. The ceremony honoring the trainees who completed their training cycle was being held at the same place the enrollment test took place. An enormous stage had been assembled, with thousands of seats surrounding it, enough for all the families of the hundreds of trainees. The trainees themselves had been gathered together into one of the 3 surrounding buildings to wait for the ceremony to begin. They had rehearsed it the day before, so they knew exactly what they had to do. It's about time, said Castor after checking the clock on the wall. We've still got 10 minutes or so left, no need to be so impatient, Alphonsus said as Castor started making his way to the door. As the victorious unit, the snow lions would be placed right in the center of the stage, with all the other units off to the sides. All the knights in attendance would get a good look at them, especially at the 3 young men who led the unit. Consequently, Castor was quite nervous, constantly checking and rechecking his brand new uniform and running through the entire ceremony in his head. Finally, the 30 instructors arrived and wrangled together the units to prepare to march out to the field, with the snow lions leading the way. Leon breathed deeply, to quiet his own nerves. He wasn't that thrilled at being placed in the center of attention, barely more than 10 steps to the left of the legate himself, but he didn't have much of a choice in the matter. As one of the leading members of the Snow Lions, his place was at the head of his unit. After a few more minutes of waiting where they could hear the distant roar of the legate speaking into a voice-amplifying stone, the training battalion began its march. And these are the most promising young officers that will be the future of our royal legions, the legate said as soon as the battalion entered view, to which the entire watching crowd erupted into cheers. The trainees were almost overwhelmed at the sight of over 10,000 cheering and waving family members, and all of them scanned the multitude of faces for their own loved ones. Leon found himself scanning through the faces as well, if only to satisfy his own curiosity. He certainly wasn't looking for anyone in particular, though he did have a slight hope that Elise was in the crowd. He hadn't gotten a chance to talk to her since before the FTX, but he had made sure to tell her when the ceremony would be held. But then, mere seconds after he started looking at the spectators, he saw something that almost made his blood freeze. Sitting in the front row, in a place of honor, was the paladin Roland. Chapter 129. Old acquaintances. Leon nearly stopped walking right in the middle of the marching formation, but fortunately for him, the next rank of second-tier snow lions was right behind him, pushing him onward. But, even though he kept moving, his brain felt like it had locked up. He didn't quite manage to process Roland's presence until he was already on the stage, standing next to Castor and Alphonsus next to the legate. Leon glanced back at the paladin, hoping that against all odds, Roland hadn't seen him yet. And, it seemed like his hopes weren't unfounded, as Roland was staring at the legate rather than him. But then, Leon's field of view widened a little to see the woman sitting next to Roland, a woman he recognized as well, Dame Shira. Leon didn't hear a single word of the legate's speech, he was so nervous. He thought back on all the suspicions he had about Roland, about how it wasn't unlikely that Adrianos Isonos had been acting on the paladin's orders rather than those of the noble house he had left. If that were the case, then the one who had ordered Artorias killed was either Roland himself, or connected to him. The time when he and the rest of the Snow Lions could leave the stage couldn't come fast enough for him. After honoring the training cycle's top unit, the knighting of the year's graduating squires commenced. Alongside Luke and Victoria, more than 800 other squires had managed to fulfill the Knight Academy's strict graduation requirements. All of these squires assembled into a loose formation upon the stage, while the knights they served tapped them on the shoulders with their swords. Then, the squires made their oaths, affirming their loyalties to the crown and to the common people. The entire ceremony, from the beginning speeches, through the honoring of the Snow Lions and the other units, to the knighting ceremony, was over in less than an hour. It was a short, to-the-point affair, which Roland greatly appreciated. He had no love for the pomp and circumstance of most ceremonies that involved nobility, and the knighting ceremony was almost always one of the longest, being one of the most important. But, the ceremony finally came to an end and Roland, Shira, and the 2 newly made knights, Sir Luke and Dame Victoria, made their way off the field. Shira mumbled. What's up? Roland asked curiously. Did you happen to get a good look at the third-tier mages who were leading the unit on stage? Shira inquired. Not really, Roland stated, I wasn't paying that much attention to really look at them. Well, one of them looked familiar, but I couldn't quite figure out why, Shira said. Huh, Roland said. In his duties as a paladin, he met far more people than he cared to remember, so seeing someone who was somewhat familiar without being able to clearly remember them wasn't that notable of an event. Consequently, he didn't give the matter much thought. Shira, too, didn't spend too long thinking it over, as seeing Leon wasn't that interesting for her. This reaction might have been understandable and come as a relief to Leon if he knew about it, seeing as Roland and his knights had far more interaction with Artorias than they ever did with him, but he didn't know about it. As a result, he ended ditching the Snow Lions after the ceremony had ended. It was customary though not required for the trainees to stick around and mingle with their families and the important knights who turned out to see the ceremony, but Leon wanted no part in that. Instead, he decided to get out of the public eye and make his way back to the Snow Lions Tower. However, he didn't expect that Roland and his comrades had the same idea. This ended up with him walking less than 100 feet ahead of Roland's group, none the wiser about their close presence behind him. "I'm finally a knight," Luke said with a tone that suggested he never thought the day would come. "Well then you should dress like one," Victoria said, glancing at the uniform he wore with a scornful smile. Luke's uniform was only made from cotton, while hers had been made with some of the silk grass she had brought back from the northern vales. "I am dressed like a knight, without any of those gaudy baubles that the overly proud or childish like to cover themselves in," Luke responded with a mockingly derisive smile at Victoria, who pouted and punched him in the shoulder though without putting much strength behind it. As their good-natured bickering continued, Luke happened to glance ahead of them a ways, and noticed one of the trainees who had just made it through their training cycle. He didn't think much of it at first, but only a few seconds later, a loud drunk was thrown out of a nearby restaurant, drawing the attention of everyone around, including both Luke and the trainee. Luke only gave the drunk a quick glance, then turned his eyes forward again, only to freeze in place from shock. Is that," he whispered, but Leon, whose face he had just seen and recognized, had already turned back to facing ahead of himself, so Luke didn't get a second look. "What's wrong?" asked Victoria. Shira and Roland had both stopped behind Luke and were giving him curious looks while waiting for his response. "I could have sworn I just saw Leon," Luke answered. "Who?" asked Roland after it became clear that Luke wasn't going to explain any further of his own accord. "The son of that wraith guy from the northern vales we met last year. The man who guided us to the Heartwood Amber." Roland, remembering exactly who Luke was talking about, immediately whipped his head around and examined the crowd ahead of them, but Leon had already disappeared into the throngs of passing pedestrians. After more than a year with the far more nutritious food in the Bull Kingdom changing his body shape as well as his diligent training changing his aura, Leon had become unrecognizable enough that Roland wasn't able to find him with only a quick cursory look at the surrounding crowds. "Are you sure?" the paladin asked Luke. "Positive," Luke answered. Roland frowned. He was one of the few that knew Artoria's true identity as one of the last survivors of House Rame. If his son had come south, Roland wanted to know about it and keep an eye on the young man. To that end, he quickly surged forward through the crowd, easily parting the throngs of people in his way with his 6th-tier strength, while projecting his magical senses. But he didn't find Leon. "I saw him, I know I did," Luke insisted once Roland returned and mentioned his lack of findings. "I believe you," Roland said. He didn't believe that Luke would deliberately lie, but he also didn't think Luke was infallible. "Do you remember what he was wearing?" asked Shira. "A dress uniform, just like us." "Really?" Roland mused. "Well then that should make things easy. Given the time frame, he would have just completed a training cycle at the Knight Academy, though I don't know why he'd be down this far south. Regardless, I can just check the list of trainees that are about to head off for their squire's hips. He should be easy to find, assuming that was him." "I swear, it was him," Luke insisted again. "And like I said, I believe you," Roland reminded. As soon as Roland returned to his home later that evening, he dug out the list of trainees that the Knight Academy sent out to advertise to knights who might be looking for squires. He scanned the document several times, but he found no mention of any trainee named Leon in the 1st or 2nd tier. He did, however, find one, Leon Ursus, listed as one of the 3rd-tier Snow Lions. "Looks like I might have to pay a visit to the Knight Academy tomorrow morning," he thought. "Quiet down, all of you," shouted the Snow Lion's senior instructor. "I get that you're all happy that you've passed in 1st place, but we've still got some business to deal with. But we've already turned in all of our armor and training equipment, what else is there?" asked one particularly dull 1st-tier trainee. We have to announce where you will all serve as squires, the senior instructor reminded, instantly quieting everyone down. They had come first in the FTX, so they were sure to get choice squires' hips. Most were hoping for somewhere in the mild and pleasant Central Territories, or the warm and luxurious Western Territories. Well, then let's just jump right into it, the senior instructor said as he started flipping through the 100 sheets of paper he had brought with him. Castor, he said, handing Castor the sheet on top. Alphonsus was next, and then came Leon. The papers were short memos that contained orders of where to report and when to report and by. Castor had to stifle a cry of joy as he had been taken as a squire by one of the legates leading a legion within the capital, an incredibly prestigious post. Likewise, Alphonsus was elated at his orders to squire for another legate in command of a legion about 50 miles south, not quite as prestigious as Castor's squireship, but still more than enough to take pride in. All throughout the Snow Lion's Tower, the young trainees were invariably overjoyed at their squires' hips, though there was some disappointment since only a small handful were staying in the Central Territories or were being sent to the Western Territories. In fact, most of the Snow Lions were going east, scattered around the largest and most important legion strongholds of the Eastern Territories squiring for legates and tribunes. The East wasn't nearly as attractive as the West, given how significantly less populated it was, but they could consider their future careers in the royal legions to be extraordinarily bright with these squires' hips. The only exception to this jubilation was Leon. The location of his squireship wasn't specified in any way he could understand on the paper, and neither was the knight he'd serve under. All that was listed under the location was somewhere in the Northern Territories called Fort 127 Feet, a place that Leon had never heard of before, though its remarkably generic name didn't inspire much joy in him. While the rest of the unit was celebrating, Leon approached the senior instructor and asked, "Sir, where exactly is this, Fort 127 Feet, and why isn't the knight I'm going to serve listed?" "I'm not sure," the senior instructor admitted. "I was assured that all the paperwork for you is in order, though, so you're going to join a legion caravan heading to the Northern Territories in a couple weeks. When you get to the largest fortress along the Naga River in the north, you'll probably be given further instructions." "Thank you, sir," Leon said hesitantly. He couldn't help but feel that something was wrong, despite the senior instructor's claim that everything was fine. "Leon," Charles called out from the crowd, distracting him from his clearly unusual posting. "Come on, we're going to head into town tomorrow to celebrate." "You in?" Charles threw his arm around Leon's shoulders and pulled him into the circle of himself, Henry, Alon, Matthew, and Bohemond. "Don't flake out on us, this time," Henry said in a mock-threatening voice. "These next few days are probably going to be the last time all of us are together, at least, for a long time." Leon smiled at the expectant eyes all around him. There wasn't much else for him to do over the next few weeks, so he agreed fairly quickly. But he also thought of Elise. With this squireship, he'd be leaving the capital for 2 years at the very least, and he still hadn't spoken much with her about their relationship. And he got the bad feeling that if he were to leave without having that conversation, he and Elise would never be anything more than friends, if even that. So, he vowed to himself that he'd clear things up before leaving. He had to, otherwise he knew he'd always regret it. Chapter 130. Lion Armor. Leon spent most of the following morning with Charles and the others. He had quite a bit of fun running around the capital talking about nothing in particular and looking for good food. But, in the end, he had other business to take care of. They still had more than a week to spend in the capital before they had to leave for their squire's hips, so there was time enough to hang out later. Instead, Leon felt that he had to take care of something that he had been putting off, that being to clarify his relationship with Elise. So, he made the excuse that he had to pick up the armor he'd commissioned from Heaven's Eye, which wasn't actually a lie. His armor was likely done after more than 4 months, and left the others after lunch. Over the entire walk to the Heaven's Eye Tower, Leon couldn't help but stress over what he would say. His anxiety grew until it felt like his heart was in his throat and his hands had started shaking. But he clenched his teeth and kept walking. He couldn't let a little nervousness stop him, not when he was about to leave the city for years. Finally, after hundreds of agonizing steps, Leon found himself walking into the Heaven's Eye Tower. Elise wasn't there, but he only had to wait about 10 minutes for her to arrive and make her way over to him with a glowing smile. "Leon, I'm glad you finally stopped by. These past 2 months have been so boring without you. I didn't even have Valeria or Asia here to help me deal with the boredom," she said as she wrapped her arms around him in an intimate hug. It's good to see you, Elise, Leon warmly responded while returning the hug. So what brings you here today? She asked. Then, she continued with her eyes mischievously narrowed, assuming you're not just here to see me. Well, Leon answered with a smile, seeing you is actually the main reason I came here. Elise's face lit up in happiness, while a hint of red came to her cheeks. Here I am, she said. And you look amazing. Even just catching a glimpse of you makes coming here worthwhile, Leon praised. That was a little much for Elise, who averted her eyes in embarrassment and brought her hand up to her face in as seductive a manner as she could in order to try and hide both her bashful smile and her rapidly reddening cheeks. In fact, she was so embarrassed and happy from Leon's compliments that she barely even thought about how uncharacteristic it was of him to say so much. He'd certainly complimented her before, but never so unprompted or for more than a few neutral and dispassionate words. Had it been anyone else who complimented like that, Elise would have simply laughed it off and proceeded with her business, but since it was Leon, she froze up. It took Leon saying, I'm also here to check up on the armor I commissioned a few months ago, to bring her back to reality. With nothing more than a radiant smile, she took his arm and led him to the magic lifts. The trip to the specific blacksmith Leon had commissioned was enough for Elise to recover her composure, though she still almost felt like skipping to the blacksmith's forge, such was her joy. Hey, that wasn't half bad, Zafin said to Leon on the way. Thanks, Leon responded, though he was barely able to hear the demon over the sound of his own frantic heartbeat. He hadn't planned on saying what he did, but he was glad it seemed to work out. Keep that up and you might walk away from this tower with a girl who is unambiguously your girlfriend, Zafin continued. That's the plan, just have to jump right in, don't think so hard, and all that, Leon said, though it was more to hype himself up than to respond to Zafin. That is the way to do it. Don't overthink things, just be yourself, Zafin encouraged. When Leon and Elise arrived at the smith's forge, the blacksmith Leon had commissioned recognized him. Ah, yeah, must be here about your armor, he said. When Leon nodded, the smith whispered a few things to one of his apprentices, who ran off to the nearby room where all the finished products were secured. I only just finished your order up a couple weeks ago. Came out looking real good, if you ask me, the smith continued. Although, are ya sure you don't want me to get some enchantments on the sucker? It took a lot of my time, I'd hate to see it fail in the face of a single enchanted blade. No, thank you. I can take care of the enchantments myself, Leon said confidently. Suit yourself, the smith replied. When Leon placed his order for the armor months before, he had specifically ordered it without enchantments. He only wanted the armor itself, as he intended to personally enchant it with all the knowledge he'd gained over the past year from the Knight Academy, Zafin, and the books he'd brought from his family's archives in Tira. Several moments later, the assistant returned with a large wooden box. He placed the box upon a table, unlatched it, then stepped back, allowing Leon to open it himself. Leon approached the box with some trepidation. He had spent a lot of his money on ordering this armor to be made despite the armor's lack of enchantments, over 700,000 silvers, and he was incredibly nervous about how it turned out. Even if it wasn't what he wanted, even if it looked terrible or ridiculous, he wasn't sure if he would be able to convince himself to order another armor set to be made, given the price. He slowly opened the box. It had been lined with black cushions to keep everything inside clean and free of any unsightly blemishes. As he laid his eyes on the armor within, he couldn't help but smile. At least visually, it was everything he had asked for, simple, and lacking in ostentatious decoration. The metal used is magmic steel, refined by fire mages from Mount Kazan in the Sakura archipelago far to the east, the smith began. It can hold any fire enchantments you can envision. And only fire enchantments. Magmic steel isn't the most versatile material, it's fine, Leon said as he ran his finger over the greaves, bracers, and cuirass. All were made of the same dull black metal. The armor itself resembled the standard equipment of a soldier in the Royal Legions, but the leather skirt was replaced with metal plates covering the legs, and the torso had added protection for the upper arms which would normally lack anything aside from light cloth gambeson. The helmet, too, was different, with a closed-off faceplate that left two slits for him to see out of. The forehead slightly protruded to keep the sun out of his eyes while he wore it, and there was a pair of stylized wings attached to the sides, like extended ears. The wings were the only consideration Leon made for aesthetics over practical design. Additionally, The magmic steel cuirass had a slight impression of a heavily muscled torso, with a stylized silver lion decorating the center of the chest. How about the suit beneath the metal? Leon asked, running his hands along the dark gray clothing meant to be worn under the armor, and the sashes for over the armor. Woven from several layers of skyflax and the attached leather straps came from a mutated bull strong in lightning magic. The beast could have been a second sacred bull if I'm being honest, but its life was cut short by the royal legions at only the 6th tier, one shy of potentially gaining sentience, the smith explained. Was the bull gray? Elise asked with her eyes narrowing in suspicion. She doubted that any animal with lightning powers would be gray. No, my lady, it was bright gold, but the skyflax was gray. I only dyed the completed clothing dark gray to complement the armor plates, to match the leather strips to the flax, and to comply with good Sir Leon's request for a more toned-down design. Dark gray is far less ornate than gold, is it not? It's fine, Leon said with a satisfied smile. He agreed with the smith that wearing that amount of gold would have been far too much, and since dyeing it gray wouldn't compromise the defensive strength of either the skyflax or the leather, Leon was glad the smith had made that decision. He shut the box and the deal was concluded. Leon had already paid for the armor when he commissioned it, so he and Elise turned around and made their way back to the magic lift. So, Leon hesitantly began. He knew this would probably be his last chance to have any kind of meaningful conversation with Elise, so he steeled himself and jumped right in after a moment of silence. Are you busy right now? No, why? Elise asked with a smile. I was wondering if we could talk somewhere private. Sure, Elise said, her smile flickering a little as they took the magic lift up to a private room rather than back down to the lounge. So, what's up? Elise asked once they had closed the door and took their seats. Again, Leon hesitated before beginning. His face grew red and he struggled to maintain his usual stoicism, with his face twisting out of embarrassment and anxiety. What do you think about me? He finally asked. He had to look away from her to choke out the words, but once they were out he turned his eyes back to hers. What do you mean? She inquired. She did a far better job than he did keeping a neutral expression, but inside her heart was racing. She was just as anxious about what Leon was asking as he was. We've gotten close over this past year. I just wanted to know where we stood. In no uncertain terms. Unambiguously. She said. She certainly liked Leon a lot, perhaps to the point of love, but she hesitated to say so out loud. Maybe it wasn't the best thing for me to ask you first, Leon said after seeing her hesitation. Springing this on you out of the blue isn't quite fair. So, how about I start? Leon took a deep breath, then turned his body to face Elise. His eyes locked onto hers, and now that it was time for absolute seriousness, he managed to control his face to convey just how serious he was. I like you. I think I might love you. I want you to be my woman, just as I want to be your man. He let that statement hang in the air. He had struggled mightily to muster the courage to admit it, so he understood her freezing up. After a long silence, his heart sank. He smiled sadly at her, taking her silence as evidence that she wasn't as serious about him as he was about her. I'm being sent north for my squireship, so we likely won't see each other for a couple years. I just wanted to get that out. As Leon said this, Elise's heart nearly stopped. He's leaving, she thought in a panic. She'd been confident that he'd get a squireship in the Central Territories, not far from the capital. Before he could finish his last sentence, she stopped hesitating. She leaned forward and cut him off with a kiss. The kiss was fast and juvenile, done on instinct. It was all lip, in stark contrast to what Elise's mother had taught her about tongue kissing. But it did the job and effectively shut Leon up. After parting with Leon, Elise leaned in even further, wrapping her arms around Leon's neck and pulling him in closer. He had pulled away from her out of surprise. Then, she whispered into his ear, I like you too, Leon. A lot. Once she said this, her mother's lessons came flooding back to her. She kissed Leon again before he could respond, which surprised him into inaction. But that inaction didn't last long. Not even half a second passed after Elise's tongue had entered his mouth before he began to respond in kind. Their hands drifted all over each other's bodies. Leon's found their way to Elise's waist, then upward to her ample chest, while her hands did likewise, traveling all over his toned abs and well-built pecs. Eventually, both wrapped their arms around the other and pulled themselves in as close as they could feasibly to each other without being naked. And Elise seemed quite willing to fix that last problem, as she mounted Leon and began pulling at his clothes. However, in the course of trying to take off his shirt, they had to stop kissing, and as soon as their lips separated, they each leaned back for a moment to stare at the other. Their gazes were feverish, and both of their faces were bright red from the rush of their confession and their subsequent actions. Then, Elise got to work again trying to pull Leon's shirt over his head. "Are we really going to do this here?" Leon asked in surprise and confusion. "You said it yourself," Elise responded breathlessly. "We're not going to see each other again for 2 years, at least. I just told you how I feel, and I'm not going to wait that long to show you. I'm all for action over words, but are we really going to do this here?" Leon asked again. Elise stopped and looked around. Their setting was hardly romantic. There was comfortable furniture, to be sure, but the private room was still one designed for financial transactions and was consequently cold and devoid of many personal comforts. "You're right," she finally said. Then, she rose and shot him a look more seductive than any she had ever previously shown him, even during their initial meeting. "Come with me," she continued, then she sashayed toward the door. Leon wasted no time jumping to his feet and eagerly following her. Chapter 131. Intimacy. Before Leon and Elise left the private room in the Heaven's Eye Tower, they had to take a few minutes to fix themselves up a little. Their clothes were a mess from their mutual groping, and their faces were flushed from both the embarrassment of their confessions and the excitement of their subsequent actions. Once they had smoothened out their clothes and calmed down a little, the two wasted no more time and left the room, with Elise taking Leon's arm and impatiently steering him toward the lift. To Leon, it seemed like Elise had reverted back to her extremely flirty behavior from the first time they met, as she was pressing her body into his and taking advantage of being arm in arm to take his hand and bring it up to her breasts. However, unlike when they met in Tira, Leon wasn't so embarrassed and awkward that he froze up. Rather, he eagerly responded, with Elise not having to put in much strength to move his hand. However, before Leon could move on from her waist and hips, the magic lift arrived at the ground floor. "Where are we going?" Leon asked as he made sure he picked up his armor box from the floor of the lift. His armor had cost far too much for him to ever leave it behind, even with Elise all over him. "Around to the back," Elise said as she led Leon away from the front door. There was a back door that she led Leon to that opened into a luxurious garden filled with all kinds of plants and flowers of both the magical and mundane variety, but neither of them stopped long enough to really take in the sight. Instead, Elise almost pulled Leon through the garden to a palatial estate just on the other side. Elise didn't stop once they had entered the estate. She led Leon through more than a dozen hallways and courtyards until they had reached a private wing. This was Elise's personal quarters, with her bathroom, lounges, private library, and of course, her bedroom, the latter of which Leon was brought to. Once they finally entered Elise's bedroom, she slammed the door shut and threw herself at Leon, sealing his lips with her own so quickly that he didn't even have time to look around. She was so forceful, in fact, that Leon's back was almost pressed up against the door. Leon quickly embraced Elise, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her in closer. After more than a minute, the two separated and Elise led Leon by the hand straight to her bed. As she went, she kicked off her shoes and started loosening the silk straps of her dress with her free hand. Leon followed suit, removing his shoes and letting go of Elise's hand long enough to take off his shirt. Both of them were increasingly nervous in inverse proportion to how clothed they were, but they tried to cover those feelings by moving so fast that they didn't have time to hesitate. Before long, Elise had removed her dress, and Leon had lost his shirt and pants, revealing to each other almost their entire bodies. Only a few tiny articles of clothing remained. Still, they parted for a moment to drink in the sight of each other's bodies. Leon was captivated by Elise's abundant chest, slim waist, and toned thighs. Elise, meanwhile, admired Leon's built muscles. When she had first seen him, he was fit to be sure, but quite skinny. His life spent hunting and training had made him lean and dense, leaving him with little show, muscle and even less fat. After a year eating the far more nutritious food in the South, though, Leon had filled out considerably, and Elise was immensely pleased with what she saw. Needless to say, both of them were more than ready to continue. They quickly stripped down completely, and Elise laid down on her bed while Leon crawled over on top of her. For another few seconds, they didn't do anything more than kiss. They were so enraptured with each other and caught up in the moment that they completely forgot what they had been taught about the opposite sex. Everything Elise's mother had taught her disappeared in their passion, as did what Leon had picked up from Charles and Alon. But, both were so ready and excited that foreplay was hardly necessary. Instead, after more kissing and mutual groping, they got right down to business. As with his previous actions up to that point, Leon moved quickly to avoid any hesitation. His heart beat furiously, but he channeled all of his anxiety into action. He felt that if he didn't, his nervousness would soften him and end things before he'd finished. As it was the first time for the both, neither lasted more than a minute or so, but after a few moments of silence in the wake of their first experience, they were ready to go for round 2. Round 2 lasted much longer, and they both relaxed enough to remember a few simple moves that brought each to a simultaneous climax. And, with another few minutes of rest, they went right for round 3. For the first 2 rounds, Leon had been on top, but with the third, Elise pushed him down and mounted him. Leon wasn't too upset with this, as it freed up both of his hands to explore her, which she happily encouraged with a dazzling smile. She even brought her own hands up to guide his along the curves of her body. They were exhausted after the third round, but some magic applied to the proper areas made them good to go for one more time. Elise tried to take charge again, but Leon twisted his body and brought her crashing down onto her mattress, after which he went after her like an animal. When Leon and Elise were finally finished, they lay in each other's arms breathing heavily and sweating only a little. "So, how was that for? No uncertain terms. I wasn't too ambiguous, was I?" Elise asked as she snuggled even closer to Leon and rested her head on his shoulder. "No, you were very clear," Leon responded, gently squeezing her into his arms with a smile. "Ooh, you're not going for another, are you?" she asked with a surprised chuckle. "I'm down for it, but I need some rest first. I think I'm done for the time being," Leon responded. "You've quite exhausted me. Was I that good?" Elise asked teasingly. "You were," Leon affirmed, as he smiled again and gently pressed his forehead into hers. "That's good to hear. You were wonderful as well," she said as she drew closer for a kiss. Then, as she pulled away, she said, "But, there's still some room for improvement. Well, do tell, my lady, how can I satisfy you better?" Leon asked with a laugh. We're going to need a lot of practice. When do you leave the city?" she inquired. 2 weeks from now, I'll be taking a Legion galley northward," he answered. "Where are you going and who are you squiring for?" Elise asked. "I don't know yet," Leon replied. "You don't know? How can you not know? They didn't give me any specifics. All I know is that I have to report to the Citadel in Cyrene in the Northern Territories, and I'll get further instructions about where I'm going from there." "That's an odd way to go about things," Elise said with a frown. "I thought so too, especially given that everyone else knows exactly who they're going to be squiring for. I asked about it, but I was assured that despite its oddity, all my paperwork is in order, so, yeah. I guess I'll see when I get to Cyrene. You just be sure to send me a letter or something. I want to know where you're going to be," Elise sternly ordered. "You got it," Leon said. "Good. Now, where are you going to stay for the next 2 weeks?" Elise asked. "Probably an inn somewhere. I need to get out of the academy dorms by the end of tomorrow, so I'll be looking for a place when I leave here." "You should just stay here. That way, we'll have plenty of time for that practice I mentioned," Elise suggested with a lustful smile. "Works for me," Leon answered, matching her smile with one of his own. "With that settled, I should probably go get my stuff. Do you need any help? I can have some of the servants here accompany you to carry your things if you need it." "No, Leon began, before he remembered the large pile of silver coins he had yet to take care of. At that point, the pile had grown to over 80,000 coins. He'd have to make 4 or 5 trips to transport just the coins to the heavens. Tower. "Actually, yes, I could use some help," Leon said. He explained the situation to Elise, who, after intently watching Leon get dressed, quickly followed suit before organizing half a dozen servants to carry Leon's silver coins to the tower. At the same time, Leon packed all of his things and left the Snow Lion's tower behind. He had more clothing than he did when he moved in, so he needed more than just the one pack he had originally, but he made it work. Leon wasn't too worried about seeing his friends again, as he knew where they were staying, and he could stop by to say goodbye whenever he wanted to. So, he happily returned to Elise's estate with all of his stuff packed and everything else taken care of. "Took you long enough," Elise playfully chastised when Leon finally returned to her rooms. The servant who guided him respectfully bowed and left. I think I did that rather quickly, though, Leon said as he put all of his things down in the corner, as out of the way as he could. Well, I guess we're just going to have to work on your speed, then, Elise said as she sat down on her bed and gave Leon a suggestive smile. Leon smiled back and moved to join her, pulling his clothes off as he went. So, why a lion? Elise asked as she admired Leon's new armor, with the stylized silver lion on the chest drawing most of her attention. Apart from my name, Leon jokingly asked, I was placed in the Snow Lions unit when in training, and the biggest beast I've ever brought down was an actual snow lion in the Vales. Plus, I like lions. But I would have figured you'd have taken some kind of bird motif, Elise said. For a moment, Leon was a little confused, until he remembered that Elise knew his real identity. She had been there when Ajax, the Heaven's Eye Tower Lord in Tyr, identified him. I did, Leon said, indicating the wings off his helmet. Such decorations were so commonplace that Elise hardly even noticed until Leon pointed it out. Elise hummed. A long silence followed, until she turned to Leon with a serious expression and asked, why did it take you so long to make a move on me? Leon matched her serious expression and said, do you remember how strongly you came onto me when we first met? You made me second-guess your later actions, because if you would be so forward with someone you just met, then how could your subsequent displays of affection mean anything? Elise frowned at the realization. She had been following her mother's teachings to make Leon hers as soon as she saw his power in his gold card, but her behavior toned down considerably when she learned more about him and how such forwardness might drive him away. Then, she started to actually like him, far more than just the initial attraction to power that she had to begin with. But, it seemed that her forwardness had the unintended side effect of making Leon insecure in their relationship until they finally confessed to each other. Elise clenched her teeth in frustration. Her mother had taught her that those techniques were guaranteed to make any man fall for her, but instead, they had nearly made it so that Leon left without speaking with her. She was going to have some words with her mother later, but for now she turned back to Leon and said, well, I'm glad you finally made your move. I was getting a little tired of always taking the lead. Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore. I'm certainly intending to be more proactive than I have been, Leon said as he rose from the bed and embraced Elise. We've only got 2 weeks until you leave, she said sadly. She then pushed herself deeper into his arms and continued, we should make the most of this brief time. Chapter 132, Decimus. While Leon and Elise were confirming their relationship, Tiberius had an important meeting to attend. He was to be the squire for the legate of the 12th Legion, which was stationed in the western territories conveniently close to the Duchy of Orleanorum, which his father ruled. In celebration of his completion of the Knight Academy's training cycle, both Tiberius, father and the legate Tiberius would soon squire for had arrived in the capital and were staying in the Duke of Orleanorum's private estate. Ah, Tiberius, it's good to see you, boy. You've grown quite a bit, shouted the legate as soon as he saw Tiberius. He was an immense man, over 7 feet tall and built like a brick wall. It's good to see you, too, Lord Aureus, Tiberius said, giving the legate a polite greeting. I'll be in your care for the next couple years. I hope you'll forgive and correct any incompetence on my part. Nonsense. No son of House Decimus could ever be so terrible in the knightly ways as to be incompetent, especially not the son of Euphemius. The legate boomed as he clapped the shoulder of the slight and unassuming man beside him, who was the patriarch of House Decimus and the Duke of Orleanorum. Father, Tiberius said in greeting, to which Euphemius Decimus gruffly and silently nodded back. Despite his reserved nature and modest stature, Duke Decimus was easily one of the 5 most powerful people in the entire Bull Kingdom. In fact, his power was eclipsed only the Duke of Nicaea, the capital city's Tower Lord, and the Bull King himself. His lands were vast, his personal army was mighty, and his wealth was tremendous. And it wasn't enough. He had the reputation for being a fair, kind, and pleasant man, one who was content with what he had, but he was a man of great ambition. His reputation was earned through calculated deeds done specifically to cultivate the renown needed to mask his secret power plays. Come, let's find a place to sit down. The hallway is no place for a proper greeting, Duke Decimus said. The 3 men went to an octagonal patio in the expansive estate's gardens surrounded by tall trees and colorful flowers. Each side of the patio had a marble arch that supported a small dome, and within each archway were white silk curtains that had been subtly enchanted to prevent noise from escaping when all were drawn. It was the perfect place not only to receive distinguished guests, but also to have conversations that the Duke didn't want overheard, a feature the Duke frequently made use of. "So, Tiberius, how did you find the Knight Academy?" asked Aureus once the three had taken their seats. "It was an invaluable experience," Tiberius replied. "It still couldn't have been that challenging, though, given the skills of scene you use," said Aureus. "There was plenty of challenge," Tiberius countered. "My unit managed to hold on to our banner for the entire training cycle despite everything we were faced with. One unit, the Snow Lions, managed to acquire 9 of the other banners at one point, then left to hide out in the mountains. 3 other units ventured out to lay siege to their camp, while the other 5 dedicated themselves to trying to seize my banner. My Black Vipers had to hold out against the combined efforts of 5 other company-sized units for almost 2 months. I find it impressive you were able to hold out for so long without losing," Euphemius praised, showing his son a rare smile before brushing his long pitch-black hair out of his matching eyes and returning to his usual noble stoicism. "Indeed, I've heard it only takes 2 to 3 times as many soldiers to take a fortified location, assuming a realistic level of fortification. To hold against 5 times as many means you must truly be gifted," Aureus said. It was in his interest to praise the Duke's son, so he didn't hesitate to do so, but he cut it short before it became too excessive. However, he didn't realize that his statement also betrayed his lack of practical military experience. "To receive such praise from the man I will serve for the next 2 years is an honor," Tiberius responded, putting on a courteous smile as he did to try and cover up his contempt. The conversation continued on like this for another 10 minutes, with Tiberius explaining some event of the training cycle and having Aureus praise him for it. But the legate couldn't stay long, so he only stayed for another couple of minutes to discuss the details for him and Tiberius to head west in several days. Once he was gone and the father-son pair were left alone, Duke Decimius' expression darkened. "An imbecilic man," he growled, his sunken eyes subtly glaring at the back of the legate as he made his way out of the garden. "If he's so lacking in brains, why did you send me to squire for him?" Tiberius asked with bitterness creeping into his voice. He'd heard that the second prince and 2 paladins were requesting squires, and given his social rank, he'd expected to be sent to one of those 3. Instead, Gaius was sent to the prince and he was being given to a lowly legate. "The 12th Legion is close enough to our borders that it pays to have them on our side. Plus, you'll be there for every important meeting that legate has. You can be our eyes within the Legion, and once you gain rank and power, you can sway the soldiers in the Legion to be more sympathetic to our family. Would it not have been more advantageous to have me squire for a higher-ranked officer, though? A paladin, or even one of the consuls would have sufficed. Probably. Hard to say for certain. The actual benefits of having you serve a paladin is debatable, and none of the 7 consuls are headquartered near our lands. The 12th Legion, on the other hand, is thus more valuable, and more easily influenced. And we need that influence, given what's coming." "What do you mean?" Tiberius stared at his father, whose sharp features took on a pensive expression. He was clearly debating with himself whether to let Tiberius in on what he was thinking. Eventually, he decided for it, and explained, "The Bull King is in a coma." "What?" Tiberius almost shouted. The Bull King had been in seclusion as far as most anyone knew, and it was generally taken as a given that it was to observe how his sons handled real power. Most in the nobility assumed that the Bull King still ruled by issuing orders through the bronze and penitent paladins, and that it was only a matter of time before he emerged and selected either Prince Octavius or Prince August for the rank of Crown Prince, thus designating them as his heir. The implications of the Bull King not only not being in control of the kingdom but also so severely enfeebled were not lost on Tiberius. "So, if he dies without designating an heir," he began, "then the kingdom will likely plunge into civil war upon his death, which is looking more likely by the day," Duke Decimius finished. "Prince Octavius has already visited me, asking me for support. He believes that Prince August will try to seize the throne once the Bull King dies, so Prince Octavius has been raising support in the western and southern territories." "What did you tell him?" Tiberius asked. "I eventually pledged my support to him. He's going to be the next king, no doubt in my mind, so pledging support early on will yield great benefits to the family, in addition to the rights His Highness plans on returning to the nobility." Duke Decimius allowed his passive expression to slip for a moment, revealing a hungry look that only Tiberius and his younger sisters had ever seen. Tiberius knew, from that look alone, that his father was planning on exploiting that favor he accrued with Prince Octavius to acquire more land and titles at the very least. After all, there are always huge shake-ups in the noble classes after civil wars, and once they won, any nobles who might support Prince August would undoubtedly be purged and vast tracts of confiscated land and their accompanying noble titles would be open for the taking. Then for now, I should be working on bringing the 12th Legion over to Prince Octavius' side, to further our rewards. Tiberius inquired with a devious smile. Yes, but I also want you to focus on keeping Aureus out of our lands. He's been having his soldiers patrolling far too close to the border between our duchy and the royal domain, and it's been making it quite difficult to grow silverleaf. Even if we don't particularly need the income it brings in, I still enjoy having the extra silver in our treasury that growing it provides. I'll do what I can. I'll only be a squire, though, so don't expect instant results, Tiberius said calmly. Growing silverleaf was incredibly illegal, as it was the primary ingredient in grey dust, a drug that could increase the potency of wind magic, though at the cost of severe mental damage with repeated use. If their family was caught growing it, their punishment would be fines heavy enough to ruin them. They'd probably be forced to sell off land and other properties, assuming the royal family didn't cut out the middleman and directly seize their land. Knowing this, Tiberius didn't resolve to prevent the growth of silverleaf, rather, he resolved to keep the 12th Legion from ever finding out. That would be easier after being knighted and becoming an officer in said legion, but as Aureus' squire he'd still have some borrowed authority to use. One of these days, Duke Decimus began, but he immediately cut himself off. He was in as private a place as he could be, with no one but his own son around, but he still let his guard down enough to almost utter words that would send him directly to the headsman's block if they ever got out. One of these days, what? Tiberius asked curiously. Never mind, the Duke replied. One of these days, I'll be a king in my own right, just as my ancestors were. I won't be enslaved to these calves, to these descendants of a dead beast, he finished in his mind. Anyway, he said, changing the subject, is there anything you want to tell me, anything that you couldn't mention in front of Aureus that you need taking care of? Why yes there is, Tiberius said with a vicious smile. His father had given him a leading question, but Tiberius had already insinuated that there was something he needed taking care of when he last sent a letter to Duke Decimus. Well, I brought a couple of our shadow guards, I'm sure they can handle any tasks you give them, the Duke said, mirroring Tiberius' sadistic look. Well, this particular task ought to be fairly easy. There's a third-tier mage, a Valeman by the name of Leon Ursus, that crawled his way south. He then joined the Knight Academy and has been doing nothing but offend everyone's nobility with every fetid breath he's taken. So, it's time to stop him from breathing. That's not a good enough reason. Simply being an annoyance wouldn't cause you to send out assassins after the boy. Tiberius leaned back in his chair, smiling. Then, as if right on cue, a cloud cast a shadow over his face as he began to emit killing intent. That vulgar savage dared to lay on hand on what's mine. I would have him strung up by his entrails if I could. Ha ha ha, that's my boy. The Duke laughed uproariously. Just remember, discretion, discretion. We have a reputation to maintain, and it must not be tarnished. Act with dignity, act with nobility, and, above all, don't be caught when you don't. I remember, father. I'll make sure this cretin's death won't be traced back to us. My own personal gratification comes second to the advancement of the family. So long as you understand that, then everything's all right. With everything said that they wanted to say, the two rose from their seats and left the patio to go about the rest of their business. The Duke had meetings, meals, and parties to attend with many of the other nobles whose children had either been in the Knight Academy with Tiberius or were about to join the following training cycle. Tiberius, meanwhile, decided to spend some time in the Heaven's Eye Tower, with the hope that he would be able to spend some time with Elise. He would end up disappointed, though, because Elise was far too busy spending her day in bed with Leon to go to the Heaven's Eye Tower. Chapter 133, Departure. It was a titanic effort to rise out of bed the morning after Leon and Elise's first night together, and it weren't for his insistence on not missing a single day of training, Leon wouldn't have bothered to try. Elise pouted a little when her attempts to get him to stick around for a little while longer failed, but Leon was still intent on gaining enough power to find whoever had attacked his family and gain his vengeance. Plus, he could feel himself growing closer to the edge of the fourth tier, and promise of gaining magical strength was too attractive to ignore. His thoughts were noticeably faster than they were only a year before, and his control of magic had reached such a degree that he could almost start practicing some of his family's magical techniques. Every time he tried to start, however, his magic would always fly out of his control before he could complete the steps a technique required. While Leon trained, Elise contented herself with watching him for a while. It was exciting watching him practice his fighting skills, but when he sat down to meditate and flood his body with magic, it grew much more tedious. Consequently, Elise then began her own training. She didn't practice fighting skills, but she kept herself fit with various other kinds of physical exercise, usually dancing. Physical condition was an important part in advancing through the magical tiers, as mana can't circulate through an unfit body nearly so well as a fit one. So, Elise may have been a little unhappy that Leon left her bed to train, but she understood the necessity of it and didn't slack off in her own training. She still made Leon pay by taking a bath with her, though he hardly considered that a punishment. When they left Elise's bath without bothering to put their clothes back on, they returned to her bedroom, where they found that the estate's servants had swapped out her dirty sheets for clean ones, which the two young mages immediately went about dirtying. Across the estate in another private wing, Elise's mother, Emily, watched her daughter with a smile on her lips. She didn't watch for long, but she was just so excited that Elise had finally found herself a partner that she couldn't help but take a quick peek. Emily was a little disappointed that it wasn't one of the young men she had picked out for her daughter, though. Leon and Elise couldn't spend the last 2 weeks Leon had in the capital in Elise's bedroom, though they certainly tried. After 3 days, Leon had to leave to spend some time with and say goodbye to Charles, Henry, and Elan, so Elise went to her private garden. That was where Leon found her when he returned 4 hours later. Elise had personally planted and grown every plant and flower in her garden, and every single one had flourished under her careful attention. This left the garden in a state of extreme beauty, so awash with color that when Leon walked through the door into it, he almost felt like he had been transported back to the forest of black and white. Leaning over a planting bed a couple dozen feet away, he saw Elise, dressed in drab brown pants and a tight matching shirt, with her bright red hair pulled back in a loose bun. She was so enthralled with what she was doing, staring at a tiny sprout barely poking above the soil with her emerald eyes narrowed and her lips pursed in thought, that she didn't notice him enter. Leon smiled and silently snuck up on her, then wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and pulled her into a hug. "I'm back," he whispered into her ear. She had been surprised when his arms suddenly appeared and enveloped her, but as soon as she heard his voice she relaxed and leaned back into Leon's chest. "It's about time," she said with a cute pout. "So what are you doing, that you're too distracted to notice someone's arrival?" Leon asked with a smile. Elise responded with a wide smile of her own, and eagerly explained, "I'm trying to get this medicinal herb to grow here. It's called Meligaint's obsession, after Meligaint the fair-minded's fixation on proving its existence." "Seems like he succeeded," Leon commented. "He didn't. Someone else did, a decade after Meligaint's death. Anyway, it supposedly has extreme healing capabilities, to the point of being capable of regenerating lost limbs." Elise passionately said, "Is that true?" Leon asked with an amazed look. "I don't know," Elise admitted. "I bought the seed for almost 500,000 silvers 5 months ago, but the thing has only grown this much." She indicated the tiny sprout not even an inch long in her garden. Elise continued, "I've been trying to find a nature spell that will help to accelerate the herb's growth, but nothing has worked so far. Mind if I have a look?" Leon asked. Nature magic was just a specialized use of earth, light, and water enchantments, so he figured he could provide some small help to Elise. Unfortunately, when Elise showed him the nature enchantment she had been working on, Leon didn't have anything to say. The complexity of the enchantments and the way the runes spiraled into each other were beyond anything he had learned over the past year. "Oh well," Elise said good-naturedly when Leon admitted he couldn't make heads or tails of the enchantment. "That can wait, the herb isn't in any danger of dying, it's just not growing. I can come back to it." In the meantime, a wicked grin appeared on her face and she turned around in Leon's arms and kissed him. "Come with me," she said after separating. Over the next hour, she led Leon around her garden, showing him all the fruit of her labors. There were over 100 different plants in her garden, each with a specific alchemical use, from simple healing to extreme combustion, from aiding relaxation to inducing a state of hyper-awareness. Her garden was truly diverse, with extraordinarily expensive plants and flowers from all over Eterna, and her grasp of nature magic greatly aided her efforts to help them thrive. "That was incredibly impressive," Leon said when the tour was over, and they began walking back to Elise's bedroom hand in hand. A plant will grow if you stick it in the ground and give it enough water, generally speaking, so what I've done isn't that great, Elise said with a grateful chuckle. Instead, what I want to do is to splice some of those plants together with nature magic, to combine or amplify their effects. That can be done? Leon asked in wonder. Elise was revealing to him that his knowledge of nature magic was truly lacking. He figured it was probably because he had been focusing almost exclusively on fire and lightning in his studies, as opposed to the elements crucial for plant manipulation. It can, Elise affirmed. The two continued their discussion of plants, alchemy, and nature magic for another few minutes until they arrived at Elise's bedroom. They immediately threw off all of their clothes and jumped onto the bed. They had loved each other for months, and it was only their anxiety about confession that prevented their relationship from advancing. Now that it had, they were making up not only for those months they had lost, but also for the 2 years they were about to lose with Leon leaving the capital. That night, as both Elise and Leon were lying in bed, Elise turned over to Leon and, after resting her arms on his chest and her chin on her arms, she asked, "Can I ask you something?" Leon opened his eyes and with a smile of amusement at Elise asking if she could ask something, he nodded. "Why did you sign up at the Knight Academy? Did you just want to be a knight or join the Royal Legions that badly?" Leon's smile faltered a little. "The reasons why aren't happy," he said quietly. "You can tell me, can't you?" Elise inquired. Leon hesitantly began. Elise's eyes were bright and comforting, and Leon certainly trusted her, but it was also a sensitive topic for him. He'd never spoken about these things to anyone else after he'd had the time to fully process everything. Torfin knew, but Leon was still in shock when he told the Brown Bear Chief, and Zaffin knew, but the connection between him and Leon made talking even about sensitive matters quite easy. "My father always told me stories about knights as I was growing up. I fantasized a lot about being one. Now that I'm a little older, I had the opportunity to fulfill those fantasies, while also working towards another goal." "What other goal is that?" Elise asked curiously. Leon hesitated again, but he knew that Elise was aware that Artorias had died, so he took a deep breath and said, "I want to find those who killed my father. To do that, I need to gain both political rank and magical power. I can do both of those things in the Royal Legions, though it will take a while before I can start in earnest." "What about your mother?" Elise asked after a moment of thought. Her question threw Leon for a loop. He hadn't put much thought into what happened with Serana, despite naming her in his monoglyph. "I want to find her too, but I never knew her. It's hard to be emotional about someone I've never met. On an intellectual level, knowing the reasons why I've never seen her makes me angry, but as for my feelings about my mother herself, I've never known her, and I could probably go the rest of my life without our meeting. That being said, I've decided that I want to find her as well, if only to satisfy my own curiosity. Though, the details behind her disappearance make me think that might not be possible." "Why do you say that?" Leon averted his eyes from Elise. He hesitated for a third time, but this time was a little different. He had no real fear of talking about what his father had relayed to him about Serana, but the look of utter grief on his father's face was still vivid in Leon's mind. Remembering that sight made Leon shut his mouth, but when he looked back to his girlfriend, smiling at him and waiting patiently for his answer, he couldn't stay silent. He slowly, with several hesitant pauses, told her what Artorias told him had happened, about Riker and Fane, about the men who attacked the villa, and about how Serana was taken away by her cousins. When he was done, Elise was stunned into silence. She had no idea how to respond. Finally, she said, "Thank you for trusting me with this information, my love." "Anything for you," Leon whispered back to her. "Well, if you mean anything," she said suggestively as she got on top of him. She traced the center of his chest with her finger, then leaned down to whisper into his ear, "There is something I want to ask, what is it?" Leon asked, stuttering a little over his words from both the residual anger he had when remembering Artoria's death, and from arousal at Elise's actions. "What you said you wanted from the Royal Legion's magical strength and political power can both be gained in Heaven's Eye, too. Why don't you join us? You'll be well compensated for time, and we'd help you find your enemies." "That's certainly a tempting offer," Leon answered with a thoughtful look. Elise smiled at him in response and pushed away the sheets covering their lower halves, making sure that Leon could see all of her. "And only getting more tempting all the time," Leon said as he put his hands on Elise's hips. "However, I'm going to have to decline. For now, at least. For now." I don't want to be dependent on you, just as I'm sure you wouldn't want to be dependent on me. So, for the time being, I'll stay with the royal legions. If your offer stands in a few years, then I think I'd find it a lot harder to decline again. How many years are a few? My father said that most people stay with the legions for 10 years, though that doesn't include knights. That's only a traditional time limit. You could technically quit right now if you wanted. I only just joined. I'd rather stay a little longer than a single year in the Knight Academy, Leon said. Elise wasn't happy with his decision, but she was at least content. So, to change topics, she began to move her hips on top of Leon, eliciting moans of pleasure from both. The day Leon had to leave came quickly, far quicker than either he or Elise wanted. Charles, Henry, Alon, and all the other Snow Lions had already left for their posts in the Eastern and Central Territories. In fact, apart from a few other select trainees who had been sent to serve knights in the capital, Leon was the only member of his training cycle still in the city. Those select few other members included Valeria and Asia, who had been assigned to the Princess's Guard, a subunit of the Bull King's Praetorian Guard. The ladies who were assigned to this unit had the job of protecting the wives, concubines, daughters, and other young female relatives of the reigning Bull King. Because of that duty, the unit was entirely made up of noblewomen, which also meant they typically didn't have the number of members as they needed. Every second and third tier noblewoman who went through the Knight Academy was assigned to this unit. As for Leon, he still had no idea where he was going other than some fort in the Northern Territories. He had to make his way down to the military port on the Central Lake and take a galley that was heading north along the Naga River. He would be joined by over 200 other men of the Royal Legion, but they would stop at Cyrene, whereas he would merely be stopping long enough to get some directions to Fort 127, wherever that was. Elise walked with him down to the port. Unlike the previous 2 weeks, Leon tried to keep a certain distance from her, as he was still uncomfortable with public displays of affection. Elise, however, wasn't so bothered by them, so she clung to his arm and gave him a hug and a kiss at the gates to the Legion port. The gates were as far as she could go. 2 years, then you come back to me. You will not stay in the Northern Territories, she whispered into Leon's ear. For his part, Leon had all but frozen in embarrassment from the looks people were giving the two of them, but he managed to smile and nod. Good, Elise continued, and don't forget to write to me once you reach your destination. I want to know where you are. I'll make sure to do that, Leon replied. With that, the two of them said their goodbyes and Leon turned to enter the Legion port while Elise started making her way back to her family's estate. As she walked, the gentle smile she had with Leon disappeared, to be replaced with a noble seriousness that masked the profound sense of loss that Leon's departure filled her with. 2 years, she thought to herself. 2 years, and he'll be back. She decided to throw herself into her work with nature magic as well as her personal training. She was at the edge of the 3rd tier, she could feel it, so she at least felt confident that she could pass the time until Leon returned. Chapter 134. The galley Leon had to take north was slow and cramped. 200 fresh soldiers were being taken to Cyrene, a fortress city in the royal domain situated along the Naga River, and they were packed into the hold as tightly as possible. They had to share space with dozens of the galley's crew members, too. Leon, however, as both a 3rd-tier mage and someone associated with the Knight Academy, was given a tiny cabin all to himself that was separated from the main hold. Leon was grateful for the small amount of privacy this afforded him, but it still did little to mitigate the unpleasantness of the journey. This was the first time he had ever been on a ship of any size, and even on the calm waters of the Naga River, the galley rocked and shook enough to make him feel nauseous. As an irritating addition, the galley was old and made disquieting creaking noises that kept Leon on edge. For the entire first day he knew the ship was fine, but he still had an irrational fear that every creak meant the ship was about to sink. Consequently, Leon spent most of the next day on the deck, where he could get plenty of fresh air and he could easily swim to the riverbank if the need arose. Ugh, I hate boats. Fuck boats, he quietly groaned as he leaned over the edge of the galley's railing. He hadn't vomited since he was a young child, but he felt closer to breaking that streak than he had in years. You're certainly having fun, said Zaffin amusedly. Shush, demon, I don't want to hear it from someone that doesn't have to experience it. Well, alright then. I was going to tell you a little trick to dealing with motion sickness, but I guess I'll just, shush, now. Please tell me, Leon asked quietly. That's a hell of an apology. Truly, you are the picture of repentance. A symbol of penitence and purity for all the world to marvel at, Zafin said, his words dripping with as much sarcasm as he could pack into them. I'm sorry, partner. I shouldn't have snapped at you. Please tell me the secret to surviving this nightmare. That's better. I've heard better, but it's a far sight better than it was. While Zafin was speaking, Leon felt his stomach churn and saliva fill his mouth. He was about to chunder, he could feel it. Just circulate your mana around your stomach. Do it slowly, like 1 revolution every 2 seconds, Zafin quickly said. Leon immediately did as Zafin said and, apart from a few little chunks, managed to hold in his breakfast. Hey, proud of you, the demon said with a hint of mockery. Now, have your magic power, massage your stomach. You should start feeling better in a few minutes. After a few minutes of silence, color started to return to Leon's face and his strength returned to his jittery legs. This is overwhelmingly awful, he moaned. That particular technique helps you to hold onto your food, but if you perform the same technique around your ears, then it ought to help your issues with nausea and balance, Zafin stated. As Leon tried out the technique, circulating his mana and magic power around his ear canals, he rapidly recovered. After a few deep breaths, he said, "Thank you, Zafin. That helps immensely." "No problem. I can hardly be associated with someone who empties his stomach from such light travel. Where did you learn these techniques, anyway?" "This tub swaying is nothing. A demon summoning ritual, from the demon's perspective at least, is 1,000 times worse, and it can last for up to an hour. So, there have been techniques invented to assist with the accompanying nausea, and as a Lord of Flame, these techniques have naturally fallen into my hands." "Oh, Lord of Flame, huh? You know, I've heard you mention that title before, but you've never really explained what exactly it means." "What do you think it means? That you're good at fire?" "I don't know, that's why I'm asking you." There was a long few moments of silence while Zafin thought of a response. Finally, he decided to be as impersonal as possible. He didn't want to talk about his own lordship, but he could at least answer Leon's question. In demon society, there are 7 princes, 1 for each magical element. They are invariably the strongest demons in existence, and each prince is acknowledged to be the most powerful in their respective element. A lord, meanwhile, is one that is appointed by a prince, and there are up to 7 per element at a time, Zafin explained. "Are there any power requirements to being made a lord?" Leon asked. "Not technically, but it is considered poor form to elevate someone considered weak or undeserving of the title, even though the ritual that accompanies the title's bestowment grants the demon in question all the power of a lord. So demons have a ritual that can grant power. How does it work?" "With a lot of blood sacrifices," Zafin said. Leon could hear the disgust in his voice plain as day. "Oh, fortunately, I earned my lordship through strength. The Prince of Flame had no need to bestow such tainted power upon me." "About that, is there some reason that you don't like blood sacrifices?" "Why, young mage, are you considering sacrificing to me? Aren't you afraid of turning into some blood-crazed vampire?" "I am not considering that, I'm just curious." "Well, it's probably the same reason you wouldn't want to rely upon my power. To receive a blood sacrifice is to take someone else's power into yourself. For a demon, this isn't so bad, we can make that power into our own easily enough. However, I would never consider that strength to be my own. I want to gain my own power using my own means, not by relying upon the worship and sacrifices of fanatical mages." "Makes sense to me," Leon responded. As the two were talking, Leon finally fully fought off the effects of his motion sickness, and as a result, he remembered just how little he had eaten that morning and the day before. He had been running almost entirely on the breakfast he had eaten with Elise before setting out, as he didn't think he'd have been able to hold down a large lunch or dinner. However, with Zafin's technique in hand, Leon figured he was now able to keep food down. Consequently, he made for the mess hall, a tiny and crowded room where rations were handed out. Leon wasn't given any rations that were different than the rest of the soldiers aboard, despite his status, so he had to content himself with a bit of stew and a few pieces of bread. As he was eating, he attracted quite a few stares. He was the young mage who was of sufficient rank to be afforded his own cabin, after all. As he was eating, Zafin said with a wary tone, "Hey, Leon, do you?" "Yes, I can feel it," Leon responded. There was an undercurrent of killing intent in the air. No one else in the mess hall was sensitive or powerful enough to pick up on it, or at least, no one else seemed to care. But Leon certainly cared, as the killing intent seemed to be directed toward him. Leon continued to eat, but he surreptitiously took a few more minutes than he needed to, so he could look around. There were about 50 soldiers in the mess hall, and there were more than a few who seemed to be staring at him. Too many, in fact, for him to really identify who was emitting the killing intent at him, especially since none of them seemed to be staring intently enough to be suspicious. With that in mind, Leon hurriedly finished after a few more minutes and quickly made his way back to his cabin. He didn't want to be wandering around the galley with someone who clearly wanted to do him harm walking around as well. When he returned to the cabin, he immediately started putting on his armor. It would take him about 15 minutes to do so by himself, and that would be infinitely too long if someone were to try and attack him during the night. Once he'd donned everything save for his helmet and gauntlets, he started checking the rest of his gear, namely his weapons. His family's sword was at his hip, as always, so he really only needed to check his bow. Fortunately, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. After you're done checking your stuff, maybe look around and see if someone was in here while you were on deck, Xianxia suggested. You think someone might have broken in? Leon asked. You never know, and it pays to be both thorough and cautious. Good point. Leon didn't have that much stuff and the cabin was barely large enough for his bed and a small desk, so it didn't take long to search. He found no sign of any break-ins, or that anyone had been in the cabin while he was gone. That's only slightly comforting, Xianxia mumbled. Indeed, agreed Leon. He quickly made sure his cabin door was locked, then continued, I'm going to get some shut-eye right now. I have a bad feeling that I'll be in for a long night. You're probably right about that, said Xianxia. My power will be ready, should you have need of it. Hopefully I won't, Leon replied. He started smiling, despite the shady circumstances he found himself in. After Xianxia's statement, he actually rather hoped someone would try and attack him, if only so he could have an excuse to use his demon fire. By midnight, nearly everyone on the galley was asleep. Since it was designed as a riverboat, it only had a single sail. That meant that it was primarily driven with several dozen oars, but with all the oarsmen asleep, the galley had stopped at a tiny port town for the night. Out of the 300 or so people on board, all but a dozen were asleep. Those crew members who weren't amounted to a mere 8 guards watching the deck. The rest of those awake consisted of Leon waiting patiently in his room, and the 3 men he was waiting for who were silently creeping through the interior of the galley toward his cabin. These 3 didn't say a word. They understood the need to be quiet. They had done this sort of thing far too many times to count. They were former pirates based out of the Serpentine Isles, but the subjugation of the Isles by the Bull Kingdom brought an end to their piratical lifestyle. Instead, they became freelance sailors, and took to robbing people who were on the same ship as them. This time, however, was no robbery. Just before the galley had set out from the capital, they were approached by a man in nondescript clothes who had a lot of money. They had each received 10,000 silver coins and would receive another 40,000 upon the completion of their job. And for that money, all they had to do was kill Leon. The man had made no stipulations about how to do the deed. There weren't any requests for torture, or to draw out Leon's death. Rather, the man simply wanted Leon dead as quickly and cleanly as possible. As the men were all of the 3rd tier despite pretending to only be of the 2nd tier, they were extraordinarily confident in the imminent completion of their task. Finally, they reached the end of the passengers' quarters and entered the section of the galley set aside for a dozen private cabins. Here, they stepped even lighter than they had been, as this was where the officers slept. The 3 cutthroats had faith in their ability to kill a sleeping Leon, but they had no desire to face all the ship's officers at once. Slowly, silently, they crept up to Leon's door and twisted the handle. Chapter 135, Blood on the Naga. They're here, said Xianxia. It was much easier for him to use his magic senses outside of his body since regaining a small portion of his power, and he made sure to keep an eye out during the night for the men who intended to harm Leon. Leon looked up from his work. He was fully armored and had been working on the enchantments he intended to place on his armor to pass the time. How much time? He asked Xianxia. About 5 minutes. They're currently sneaking through the halls of the ship, which is slowing them down. Thanks. Leon immediately rolled up the spell paper he was writing on and slipped it underneath his bed, right next to the rest of his stuff. Then he drew his sword, sat down on the bed facing the door, and waited. He didn't have to wait long, as Xianxia's estimate was a little off. Leon heard the handle twist ever so slightly. It was just enough that, if Leon were asleep, he never would have heard, but the assassins also figured out the door was locked. Then came the muffled clinking of someone with a lockpick getting to work. I don't suppose there's the possibility that these people only want to rob me, rather than killing me. Leon wondered to Zaffin. They're far too heavily armed for that, and they passed by all the other cabins on the ship to come straight to yours. There's no way they're not here for violence, Zaffin answered. That's a shame. I thought I might get away with not killing them, Leon replied, his face twisting into a vicious smile. You might want to try to keep one of them alive, assuming that's even feasible, Zaffin said. They don't seem particularly powerful, so you shouldn't have any trouble with them, but still, they might pose enough of a threat that you'll have no choice but to kill all of them. I'll see what I can do. It's not like I don't want to know who sent them. After all, with a near-silent ping, Leon's door was unlocked. He quietly stood up and slid into a strong offensive position. On the other side of the door, the man who had been picking the lock shuffled away, then nodded to the assassin in charge. That man then cautiously tapped the third man on the shoulder, telling him to open the door. There had been one time when, as part of a raiding party attacking a noble's transport ship under the last Serpentine King, he had been in this same position. He had opened the door and been almost instantly killed with a wind blade from a 5th-tier mage hiding within the cabin. He'd obviously survived, but the memory still haunted him, so he had someone else open the door. His caution turned out to be well-founded, because as soon as the door swung inward, Leon lunged forward and skewered the unprepared assassin in the doorway upon his sword, killing him instantly. The other two assassins were caught completely off guard. They had assumed that Leon would be sleeping, that he would be easy prey. But the intense burst of killing intent that now emanated from him showed them exactly how wrong they were. Leon glanced to the assassins at his right and left. This cursory look was all he needed to decide on his next target, the man to his left. He was a 3rd-tier mage, while the other man's aura was harder to make out, but Leon could still tell he was also of the 3rd tier. Leon didn't want to be caught in between two assassins, even if one of them seemed far weaker than he was, so he went for the surer kill. His killing intent nearly paralyzed the weaker assassin from fear, but he was still barely able to raise his dagger to meet Leon's sword. Unfortunately for him, Leon's strength overpowered his own, and Leon's blade was hardly hampered by the cheap dagger the assassin brought to bear. The sword Leon inherited from Artorias sank deep into the assassin's shoulder, not killing him immediately, but it was most certainly a mortal wound if the assassin didn't receive intense healing in the next couple of minutes. Regardless, the assassin was out of the fight, so Leon spun to face the last man. The stronger assassin had been so surprised by Leon's actions that he hadn't been able to move at all during Leon's attacks. It had been a long time since he had tried to kill anyone who had the capacity to fight back, after all. However, by the time Leon finished off both of his underlings, the assassin had fought off Leon's killing intent and lunged forward with his dagger. Leon easily sidestepped and brought his sword down on the assassin's outstretched hand, severing it at the wrist in an instant. Grahh! The assassin bellowed in pain, his voice carrying through the entire back section of the galley. Leon lunged forward and knocked the man to the ground, then with his sword at the assassin's throat, he demanded, "Who are you? Why did you try to attack me?" He expected the rest of the cabin doors to spring open in only a few seconds, at which point the assassin would be taken to the brig and he would lose any chance to interrogate him himself, so he wanted answers right that very second. However, the assassin remained silent, and the doors remained closed. In fact, Leon couldn't hear a single creak coming from the neighboring cabins, even after the assassin's painful roar. "Speak, damn you," Leon demanded again. The assassin opened his mouth to say something, to which Leon leaned forward a little to hear better, but a red rune suddenly illuminated itself on the assassin's clothes. Recognizing it as a fire rune, Leon immediately took his foot off the assassin and hurried back a few steps, watching as the assassin was engulfed in flame. The fire didn't spread, fortunately, but the assassin was killed instantly. "Looks like someone didn't want him to speak," Zaffin observed. "I guess this wasn't just a simple robbery after all," Leon added, the last of his doubts vanishing. "A brigand might try to steal from wealthy passengers if they share a ship, but they would never set themselves on fire if caught. That was a terrible way to die, after all," and even though he didn't scream, the assassin's face had contorted in obvious pain as the rune had activated. "There's still one more," reminded Zaffin. Leon turned to the last remaining assassin, the man he had mortally wounded. The man was still alive, but he was unconscious and rapidly bleeding out. "He won't live long enough for me to question him," Leon said, noticing that his blade has sliced one of the man's lungs in half. He had no healing spells capable of saving the man's life at that point. Despite this, another fire rune lit up on both of the fallen assassins' bodies, rendering them nothing but ash in seconds right before Leon's eyes. Leon sighed, then said, "I doubt they would have had any useful information, anyway. They didn't seem the sort to be anything more than hired thugs." "Indeed," Zaffin agreed. "Now, then, what in the hell is wrong with the crew?" Leon wondered, glancing around at the rest of the cabins. He didn't hear a single member of the galley's crew stirring, not even the guards up on deck. He was sure they would have heard that commotion and come to investigate, but no one came. Leon still stood alone. He quickly rose to bang on the nearest door and yell, "Hey! Someone tried to attack me. Someone help." But nothing changed. He didn't hear a peep from any of the other cabins. "Something is very wrong," Leon said to Zaffin. "Keep your wits about you, young mage. Those who arranged this might still be around," the demon replied. In an abandoned building just down the street from the port Leon's galley was anchored at, a man waited for news of the assassination. He was the one who had paid the thugs to attack Leon and had gone out of his way to do everything he could to ensure their job was a success. He had bribed the kitchen staff to drug the crew's evening meal, a meal which Leon hadn't eaten, and had surreptitiously carved a few enchantments into the hull only a few hours before to keep everyone asleep. He'd even tossed a few small pouches of herbs onto the deck that, once the pouches' enchantments activated, knocked out the entire guard detail with sleeping gas. He was cautious by nature, and the failures in his early career had only made him more so, which was why he had wanted some local thugs to kill Leon rather than do it personally. He had done what he could to guarantee the success of their job, then stepped back to let them commit the actual murder. Then, once the thugs finished the job, they would have been permanently silenced via the hidden fire enchantments on their clothes. For all intents and purposes, it would have appeared they had killed Leon in the course of robbing him, then disappeared, and the guard detail would have only looked incompetent for letting them escape. It wasn't uncommon for the entire guard shift to fall asleep, after all, as it was unheard of for a ship carrying hundreds of Legion soldiers to be attacked, especially while in port, where the local militia could be called up if need be. While this man was waiting, the door to the building opened, then seemingly closed by itself a couple seconds later. He didn't bat an eye at the strange sight. Neither did he react when, mere feet in front of him, light bent and wavered, until another man appeared as if from nowhere. This newcomer had in his possession a ring that, when enough magic was channeled into it, turned the wearer almost completely invisible. The effect wasn't perfect. The man couldn't move quickly or attack anyone while the effect was active without becoming visible, but it still gave him an enormous advantage in his job as a spy. "Is it done?" the waiting man asked. He had a slightly worried tone as he knew that the thugs would have come to the building if Leon were dead, rather than the spy. "No, the boy is still alive, and all the cutthroats are dead." "All of them?" the waiting man asked, wondering if he misheard the newcomer. "All of them," the newcomer confirmed. The waiting man sighed. Even though his assassins failed, he couldn't give up. "What happened?" he inquired. The newcomer quickly filled him in. "Well," he continued, "since everyone else on that boat is still sleeping, we should be able to finish the job. Our target is only a single third-tier mage, after all. But, wasn't the whole point of getting those brigands to do the dirty work so we wouldn't have to do it ourselves?" The newcomer asked. "No, it was so if anything went wrong, we wouldn't implicate the house. We've already sterilized ourselves of, or at least I've sterilized myself of anything incriminating," the waiting man said, glaring at the newcomer. "As have I," the newcomer hurriedly answered. "Good, then we can move out. We'll get this done and be gone by the time anyone wakes up. It's not like we can return and simply tell the young lord that a few thugs failed to kill the boy. He ordered us to take care of it, after all." The waiting man made for the door. "Wait, I need at least 5 minutes for my ring to turn me invisible again." The waiting man scowled. He wanted to get this done, but he also didn't want to rush and botch the job. He glared at the newcomer and waited for the man to turn invisible again. "Leon," began Zaffin. "What is it? Someone else just boarded the ship. They don't seem surprised at the unconscious guards, so get ready for a fight." "Shit. Thanks for the heads up." After dealing with the 3 assassins, Leon had searched the galley as quickly as he could, and none of the people he came across could be woken. He'd even investigated the deck and found all 8 guards unconscious and unresponsive. So, he'd taken to resting in the galley's small common room in the center of the ship. From there, Zafin could spread his magic senses over the entire galley, to keep an eye out for anyone who woke up. But instead, he saw a new interloper. "Do you have any idea what magical tier they are?" Leon asked. "Looks like the 4th tier," Zafin said grimly. "Damn it," Leon thought. His face turned grim and he drew his sword again, then moved to the shadows of the lounge and froze, melting into the darkness. The galley wasn't even close to a forest, Leon's preferred terrain, but Leon could still make use of some of his hunting skills. "He's coming down the main stairs." Looks like his destination is your room because he's coming this way," Zafin said, keeping Leon updated on the interloper's movements. Leon took a few deep, silent breaths. "A 4th tier mage, my surprise attack can't miss, or else I'll probably lose once this devolves into a direct fight. I definitely need Zafin's fire in that case." As Leon thought about how he was going to get out of this, the door to the lounge opened without a sound, and Leon saw the interloper. He was dressed all in black, had a drawn dagger, and moved with a grace that suggested a noble upbringing. His footsteps were slow, silent, and measured. His head turned on a swivel, with every detail of his surroundings falling into his view. But Leon had hidden in a dark corner behind the door, which gave him a few seconds of time before the man saw him. And Leon wasn't about to let that advantage go to waste. He lunged forward and stabbed with all of his power, trying to end things in one blow. "Watch out!" came a shout from seemingly nowhere, and Leon's sword halted in midair. Then, right before his eyes, a second man materialized, with his arm raised and his hand grasped firmly on the blade of Leon's sword. Leon's eyes widened in surprise and he jerked himself back, slicing clean through all of the invisible man's fingers in the process. The invisible man grimaced in pain, but he drew a dagger and lunged forward at Leon. The first interloper took this ambush completely in stride. He showed no surprise or hesitation as he wheeled around a table on Leon's left and tried to flank him. With one man attacking from the front and one from the side, Leon did the only thing he could do in that situation. He called forth Zafin's power. If he did anything else, such as try to block one of the incoming attacks, the other would certainly connect and do catastrophic damage to him. Plus, with the knowledge that the first man was a 4th tier mage, Leon was already nervous enough to resort to his borrowed demonic power. Leon raised his left hand to the first interloper and felt a scorching power flowing through his arm. It built up in his palm, then after a split second, exploded outward in a gout of flame that caught the man completely by surprise. The 4th tier mage tried to stop his attack, but he had been too confident and rushed in. To attack Leon, he took the full force of Zafin's demon fire and was hurled backward. Leon didn't have time to follow through, as he had to block the invisible man's attack at the same time. However, the invisible man was so taken aback by a 3rd tier mage wielding elemental magic that his attack lost all power. In fact, he tried to take a few steps back to get out of range of a likely second blast of flame. He moved quickly, but he didn't move fast enough. Leon had deflected his first attack and lunged forward to stab him in the chest. The invisible man managed to block with his dagger, but Leon raised his left hand and, to the horror of the invisible man, conjured another burst of fire. As the demon fire washed over his torso, the man gave a horrifying scream, fell to the ground, and began to writhe in pain. He was desperate to put out the fire, but demon flame wasn't so easily extinguished. While he was doing that, Leon turned back to the first man. Despite being hit by the same fire attack, he hadn't made a sound. His tolerance for pain prevented him from making noise, but nevertheless, the first interloper had already succumbed to the unexpected elemental attack. He was lying motionless on the ground, everything above his navel blackened and only vaguely recognizable as human. Leon turned back to the invisible man, whose cries of pain had ended startlingly quickly. He, too, was left dead on the floor, his body horribly burned. Despite both assailants being quite obviously dead, Leon moved forward and gave their corpses a few kicks, just to make sure. Then, as his adrenaline from the brief fight wore off and the pain from using Zafin's fire settled in, Leon collapsed backward into the waiting cushions of a nearby couch. Chapter 136. Cyrene. After taking a few minutes to catch his breath and to press some healing spells onto his left arm, Leon pushed himself back onto his feet. There wasn't much left of the two men who he had just killed with demon fire, but he had to search them regardless. Fortunately, the demon fire had dissipated mere seconds after its creation, since Leon didn't continuously supply it with magic power, not that he was strong enough to do so. However, It soon became clear that if the two men were carrying anything incriminating, anything that might give a clue as to who they were or why they had made moves against him, then they were probably burned. But Leon wasn't too regretful. He believed that if he hadn't used the demon fire, then he would have been in a terrible position. Plus, he suspected that neither of the men would have been carrying anything that could identify them or incriminate their boss to begin with. But just because Leon didn't find any documents or other identifying materials didn't mean he didn't find anything at all. Both daggers used by the men were fairly generic, though of fine quality. Leon estimated that each would have sold for more than 10,000 silvers, even though they weren't enchanted and lacked ornamentation. However, what really caught his eye wasn't the weaponry, rather, it was a ring on the hand of the man who had been invisible. After prying it off the man's body, Leon gave it a good look. It was a simple gold band, set with a bright green emerald about half the size of his fingernail. The ring had been obviously enchanted, with the shining gem powering the enchantment, but Leon didn't have the time to fully inspect the runes. Regardless, he felt it was obvious that the ring was what had made the man invisible, and he couldn't help but smile as he slid the ring into his pocket. Unfortunately, Leon's harvest ended there. Apart from the two daggers and the ring, the men weren't carrying anything of note. They weren't even carrying any money. They were professional, Zafin said. I doubt local thugs would be so thorough in removing identifying documents and clothing, especially in this place. I agree, Leon said as he glanced out of a window at the tiny harbor town outside. He didn't think that the town had more than 1,000 residents, far too small a number to harbor professional assassins, especially not one that was of the 4th tier. Thugs from such a small town wouldn't attack a legion galley, particularly not one with hundreds of soldiers aboard. And they certainly wouldn't have the capability of putting the entire crew to sleep, Leon muttered. It might be best to dispose of those bodies, Zafin suggested. Why? Asked Leon. It's possible a blood priest from Lineage Hall could identify them and get the noble house they served in a spot of hot water. Might even be public enough for me to hear about it and learn who sent them. That's something to consider, admitted Zafin, but any expert in demonology such as any kind of blood mage would be able to tell they were killed with demonic flame, which could out you as someone allied with me, a demon. Leon frowned. If that were to happen, he'd most certainly be executed without trial. So what are you suggesting? He asked Zafin. Destroy the bodies. Use a little more of my fire, but not so intense. Leon sighed. He wanted to know who sent these assassins so he could add them to the list of people who wanted him dead and deal with them in a permanent fashion when he had the requisite power, but mitigating the risks to himself was far more important. After a few seconds of hesitation, he held out his right hand and conjured a small flame, barely bigger than a large candle, and set about burning the bodies. Zafin's dark red demon fire was quite potent, and both bodies disappeared into piles of ash and bone fragments in a few minutes. Leon was left a little drained, as he had to continuously supply his magic power to keep them burning until the job was done, but it wasn't nearly so tiring or damaging as using the fire for combat purposes. Plus, the demon fire wasn't in any danger of spreading without additional supplied power from Leon, which was quite fortunate since he was below deck of a wooden ship, even more so for the sleeping crew and the 200 soldiers, who wouldn't have been able to evacuate had the ship caught fire. When he was done, Leon kicked the ash around to try and cover up the obvious signs of a cremated body, which didn't work very well at all. However, he found a broom after a little searching and did a much better job several minutes later, which he repeated for the ash piles of the first 3 thugs outside of his room. Finally, he returned to his room and sat down on his bed, exhausted and in pain from the still unhealed burns, for which he immediately broke out a couple more healing spells. With Zafin keeping an eye out for any more uninvited guests, Leon was able to relax for a little while. He wasn't quite able to sleep yet, though. He was still riding the high of surviving multiple attempts on his life, and he didn't think he'd be getting much, if any, sleep that night. To pass the time, he examined the spoils of his victory once more. He turned both daggers over in his hands a few times, but he didn't discover anything new about them that he'd missed before. Instead, it was the ring he was most fascinated with, and consequently spent the most time examining. Hey Zafin, Leon began. What is it? Asked the demon. Have you ever heard of an enchantment that can track objects? Should I be worried about having this ring on me at all? I think you're fine. Tracking enchantments exist, but they take away power from the main enchantment, so they're rarely placed on anything as small and single purpose as that ring. Plus, they'd Take away the limited space upon which to place that main enchantment. At least, that's the way they work in my experience. Thanks, Leon said. He didn't really think the ring was going to be tracked, but it suddenly occurred to him and he wanted to make sure. With his fears allayed for the time being, at least he began his examination in earnest. The runes making up the enchantment on the ring were so tiny he had to squint if he was to make them out. To help himself, he dug out a few sheets of spell paper and began copying the enchantment down so he could see it without straining his eyes. This also made him vow to himself to redouble his efforts when it came to training. He felt that ascending to the 4th tier would undoubtedly make his eyesight sharp enough to not have to bother copying down enchantments like that in the future. It took Leon almost to the crack of dawn to finish copying. Upon being able to sit back and look at the entire enchantment, though, Leon was able to comprehend just a little bit more how far he had to go to truly be considered an enchanter. He couldn't make much of the enchantment other than that the 3 core runic circles were made up entirely of light runes, which made sense to him. However, around the same time as he finished his work, the galley's crew began to stir. Leon was actually a little relieved when the ship's alarms started going off, as he had been concerned that some of the sleeping crew wouldn't wake up. But, after an exhaustive search of the ship that kept it in harbor for the entire day, the only Legion soldiers or crew members that were missing or dead were the 3 thugs who attacked Leon the night before. Fortunately, no one asked Leon any questions that weren't asked of anyone else, so he wasn't bothered about the matter after the ship got moving again. There were still a couple knights who came aboard the ship to continue the investigation, but without bodies, it didn't go very far. One of the cooks did end up being arrested, but he had no tangible information to give the knights, other than being paid a few thousand silvers to put an herb into the evening meal that put everyone to sleep. So, Leon eventually arrived in Cyrene 2 days later. It wasn't that remarkable of a city, with little in the way of things to do, no large parks, no historical monuments, and no arenas. The only thing of note was the enormous citadel in the center of the city, which was so big as to house an entire combat legion of 20,000 soldiers, plus another 40,000 soldiers involved in administration and logistics. Leon's business in Cyrene was with these latter soldiers. After disembarking the galley, Leon followed the other 200 soldiers who had joined him on the ship and were also in need of station assignments. What followed was a mind-numbing 6 hours of paperwork, waiting in lines, and enduring odd looks from the people handling his forms. Bring a 3rd-tier mage associated with the Knight Academy may have been enough to get him his own small cabin on the galley, but it wasn't enough to skip the lines. Compounding issues for him was the general confusion among the Legion bureaucrats about why such a promising young mage was only passing through on his way north. It would have been one thing if he had been sent to Cyrene to squire for the legate commanding the local legion, but instead they were to arrange transport for him to go to Fort 127. Many were baffled as to the orders, and Leon had been asked to wait more than once while some of the administrators debated amongst themselves about what to do. Finally, Leon was called into a small cramped office by a 4th-tier tribune who ran the processing battalion. After a long few minutes of silence while the tribune looked over Leon's orders again and again, looking for any discrepancy he could use to avoid sending Leon where he had to go, the tribune finally said, "You must have made some enemies, Ursus. Fort 127 is not exactly a prestigious post. It's a tiny outpost on the northern frontier, watching over a pass into the northern vales. Wouldn't somewhere like that be an important position?" Leon asked, thinking of Clear Ice Fortress several hundred miles east on the Great Plateau. Normally, it would be. However, the land the outpost is built on is in the Whitefield County. The local count and his ancestors have been incredibly stubborn with the Bull King's attempts to secure the northern passes, saying that the royal family's requests to build a fortress at the mouth of the pass is meant solely to station thousands of royal soldiers in his lands for the purposes of extortion. The royal legions are only allowed to send 500 soldiers, essentially a half-strength battalion, into the area, and even then, we've only been allowed to build a single wall. Leon frowned. If what this tribune was saying was true, then he had been assigned to what was quite possibly the worst possible place, a fort so out of the way that he'd never gained the combat experience or political rank he had signed up for at the Knight Academy. He tried to keep an open mind, but if the posting was truly that bad, he figured he'd quit before his squireship was over and return to the capital to take Elise up on her offer to join Heaven's Eye. Eventually, the tribune had to sigh and give up, putting Leon's orders down. He could find no fault or loophole to exploit to keep Leon in Cyrene. For the time being, He had to send Leon off to Fort 127, but he certainly intended to take the matter up with the legate in command of the Citadel later. He figured that a 17-year-old third-tier mage from the Knight Academy was far too valuable to waste on some backwater fort. Politics and noble machinations be damned. Leon wasn't aware of this, though, and he rode out of Cyrene on a large pony, the only mount that could be spared, with a first-tier mage acting as his escort. Neither of them spoke much over the following 4-day journey, and the escort had to turn back at the last Legion posthouse on the road, more like a narrow dirt path on a barren rocky plain, and take Leon's pony as well. Leon was forced to walk the remaining 24 miles to Fort 127, alone and on foot. Chapter 137. Fort 127. Traveling between Cyrene and Fort 127 was long and boring, but it gave Leon more time to experiment with his new ring and to study its enchantment, especially after his escort returned to Cyrene with his pony. It took him a couple days to actually put the ring on, as he used that time to study the copied enchantment and ensure there weren't going to be any magical shenanigans with him using a piece of magical gear he pillaged from a fallen enemy. After 2 days of not finding anything, he finally put the ring on and held his breath. Nothing happened, so what few minutes of rest he managed to get over the next few days were devoted to experimentation. He couldn't wait to test out the limits of the ring, as he could think of a great many uses for even limited invisibility. Through this experimentation, he found a few limitations the ring had. First, he needed 5 minutes of channeling his magic power into the ring before the invisibility enchantment would work. After that, it required a relatively enormous amount of magic power to continue functioning. He wouldn't be using the ring for very long, or at least, not until he gained a couple more tiers. Secondly, and perhaps far more importantly, he couldn't come into contact with anything magical he wasn't already in contact with when the enchantment activated. This meant that though he could still hold his sword while invisible, if it wasn't on his person when he activated the ring and he grabbed it, he would become visible again. In fact, doing such a thing was exactly how he came to the discovery in the first place. Taking this discovery further, he guessed that even a casual brush against the clothes of another mage, even if they were only of the first tier, would be enough to break the effect. If he were to try to use the ring for combat purposes, he would need to activate it before the fight began, and then he'd only have one surprise attack before he'd be revealed. Still, Leon smiled when he thought of the possibilities. If he were to be chased or attacked, he could simply disappear. If he ever needed to spy on someone, he had the perfect tool for the job. And, with his heavily hunting-dependent background, Leon knew the advantages of gaining the first hit in a fight, especially if that attack were to come as a surprise. But, for all the use he could envision the ring having, it was still just a distraction for Leon on the road to Fort 127. He doubted he would find much use for it in a backwater Legion fort, but like Zaffin's fire, it was still a useful and comforting tool to have in his wheelhouse should he ever have an unexpected need for it. Thus, after his escort left, Leon started the habit of wearing the ring at all times but underneath a glove. He didn't want to draw any unnecessary attention with the shiny gold band and the bright, lustrous, and prominent emeralds set into it. Finally, Leon arrived at Fort 127 in the early afternoon, 5 days after leaving Cyrene. When he saw it for the first time, he was hardly impressed. The fort consisted of a single wall, not even 20 feet tall, behind which were dozens of tents, and only 3 single-story wooden structures. The wall was made of heavy timber and reinforced with enchanted stone. It stretched over 2 miles of hills, completely blocking the gap between 2 of the largest mountains in the entire frozen mountain range. The gap the fort was meant to protect formed a pathway north, into the wilder and significantly more violent world of the Valemen. Leon sighed, then proceeded onward. The fort had few actual fortifications apart from the one wall and accompanying towers, but it did have a small checkpoint on the road just in case someone came along. Leon didn't think people often came along, because he saw the 2 sentries on duty hurriedly get up from the table they had been playing cards at and take their positions, glaring at him menacingly. Leon hardly felt threatened by a pair of first-tier soldiers and glared right back. Besides, given that it took them until he had almost walked past them to notice his arrival, he didn't think they would pose much of a threat even if they were stronger. "Who the fuck are you?" one of them rudely demanded. The other didn't say a word, he only cautiously took a defensive stance and slightly raised his spear. "I'm a new transfer. I was sent to Squire for a night assigned to this fort," Leon calmly answered. "Bullshit. This ain't transfer day. We ain't supposed to Get new fuckers for least another few months, the sentry shouted. My paperwork is in order, said Leon. I was sent here by the brass in the capital, and it was confirmed by the guys in Cyrene. Now how about you tell me who I should be speaking to? Unless you plan to use that spear you're grasping so tightly. He spoke with a hint of killing intent backed by his third-tier aura that was clearly felt by both guards, as their faces went slightly pale though they at least didn't flinch or start shaking. The three stood there for a few seconds, while the sentries thought this over and Leon waited for their answer. Of course, he intended to enter the fort and find someone with authority to speak with. It was down to the sentries themselves to decide if he would be knocking them senseless first. Eventually, the sentry who had been speaking said, "Fine, go on through. Head to the main building at the end of the road." Leon nodded, then silently walked right past the two sentries. For a moment, it seemed like the silent sentry was about to stop him, but Leon gave the man a petrifying glare, and the man abandoned any thought of getting in his way. The building at the end of the dirt road looked terrible when Leon got up close. Much of the timber was rotting and the roof seemed like it was one gentle breeze away from collapsing. Frowning, Leon approached the door. He didn't have any idea what the standard for etiquette was in this situation, whether he should simply walk right in or not. He hesitated at the door for a few seconds before loudly knocking several times, then slowly opening the door. The door hadn't even been opened halfway before it was wrenched open from the inside, revealing a half-confused and half-angry man standing just beyond the door frame. He was dirty, smelled terrible, and appeared as if he hadn't shaved or washed in weeks. But, judging from his aura, Leon could tell he was solidly in the third tier. "Who the fuck are you, and why are you banging on my door?" he growled, glaring down at the slightly shorter Leon. "I was transferred here from the Night Academy. The sentries told me to come here," Leon responded, not bothered at all by the man's extremely disheveled appearance and apparent disregard for hygiene. He'd seen much worse in Valetown and had even personally been worse on some of the longer hunting trips he'd taken with Artorias. For a moment, the man stared at him in bewilderment. No fucking way some fancy shit-eating noble is going to send their cherry kid to the Night Academy, only for that kid to be sent here of all places, he thought. But, before he could say anything, Leon pulled out his transfer papers and showed them to the man. He had started to think the sentries were screwing with him, but then the man rolled his eyes and waved him into the building. "Sit down," he said gruffly, pointing to a chair in front of a desk. "I'm fetching the commander, you Don, move." Leon nodded, took a seat, then started looking around the room. The entire building was a one-room armory, with about a dozen locked wooden cages filled with spears, arrows, and all sorts of other necessary equipment for the fort. Other than the cages, the desk and handful of chairs that surrounded it were the only other features of the room. There wasn't even a window to air the place out, and even after only a few seconds with the door closed, the stench of mold was starting to get to Leon. After about 15 minutes, the man returned with another Legion officer who appeared far more presentable. He was clean, didn't stink, and stared at Leon as if the young mage was a specimen to be studied rather than a Legion squire. After a few moments of silence, the knight asked, "How about those transfer papers?" Leon immediately handed them over. The knight took a few minutes to look them over, then said, "You must have pissed someone important off real bad to be sent all the way out here." He walked over to the seat next to Leon and gracefully sat down, while the other man went to the other side of the desk, spat on the floor, scratched his balls, then threw himself into his chair and propped his feet up on the desk. Leon watched this strange juxtaposition of behaviors, but he didn't say a word. He simply waited for the officer to speak again. "So here's the thing," the officer said after a few minutes of thought, "your paperwork is in order, but it still seems like some kind of mistake to me, one that's probably going to get fixed sometime soon. I can't possibly believe that a 17-year-old third-tier mage would be assigned all the way up here, even if their last name is Ursus. I wouldn't be surprised if a messenger comes running here in a few months to take you away somewhere else. However, until that time, I'll have you join one of my knights leading a patrol squad. They're short-staffed as are most of our squads, if I'm being honest, and I'm not in a position to let any Legion soldier stationed here go to waste." The officer waited a moment for Leon's response, proceeding once Leon nodded in acknowledgement of what he had said so far. "This knight I'm going to send you to is only a third-tier mage, the same as you, but I don't want to hear a single damned word from him about insubordination, got it?" The officer asked. "Yes, sir," Leon responded. "Good. You and he may be the same magical tier, but he's older and has far more experience. You will defer to him, and if I hear that you haven't, I will personally see to it that your life becomes a living hell. Now come with me." The officer rose from his chair and made for the door, with Leon doing likewise just behind him. The other man didn't bother to follow, choosing to stay seated behind his desk and settle in for a nap. "Sir, may I ask the name of the knight you're assigning me to?" asked Leon. "Sir Samuel," the officer replied, "one of the finest men I've had the pleasure of fighting with. I knighted him myself once he ascended to the 3rd tier. And may I ask your name, sir?" Leon asked hesitantly. He could tell this officer was probably in charge of the entire battalion stationed at the fort and was undoubtedly much stronger than he was. "I'm called Jean, I'm the tribune in command here. Everyone in this fort is my responsibility, and that includes you, now. If you have any specific questions, though, you can save them for Sam." Leon nodded, then proceeded to follow Jean in silence. Eventually, they arrived at one of the larger tents and walked right on in. "Hey, Sam," Jean called out. "Sir Jean," responded a tall and lean man with blonde hair and a short, well-trimmed beard. "Good news, you're getting a squire today," Jean said. "I already have a squire, sir," Samuel responded. "Well, this one won't be needing much attention, I'd wager. You can treat him like any other guy in your squad. Put him to good use, for as long as we're able to keep him." With that said, Jean turned around and left the tent. Leon stood alone in front of Sir Samuel, as well as 7 other men and 1 young woman, obviously Samuel's squad. "Well, this ought to be interesting," Samuel said after inspecting Leon's aura. Chapter 138. Samuel, "Well, this ought to be interesting," said Samuel after examining Leon's aura. He clearly saw the newcomer's 3rd tier aura and how stable it was, indicating both how long he had been at that tier and how close he was to ascending to the 4th tier. "What the fuck are they giving me this guy for? He's probably stronger than I am," he thought with a slightly worried smile. Leon and Samuel stood there in silence for several moments, staring at each other. With Leon's quiet nature, it was Samuel that was the first to crack. "So what brings you this far north?" he asked. "Orders," Leon stoically replied. He was in a new and strange place, and that didn't put him in a talkative mood. "Orders? Huh, from who?" Samuel shot back. "Don't know," Leon admitted. "Where are you coming from?" "Knight Academy." "You're from the Knight Academy? What the double fuck are you doing here?" "Don't know. Anything else you might need to fill us in on?" Sam asked after a moment's pause. Leon thought that over a little. He didn't know what to say, and he hardly enjoyed talking about himself to begin with. There was one thing that did occur to him, though. "My name is Leon Ursus. I'm from the Brown Bear tribe from the easternmost inhabited northern vale." That statement got the entire tent's attention. They had barely glanced at Leon when he arrived before returning to their duties, but when he said he was a Valeman, they all turned to look at him with only slightly disguised hostility. "You're a Valeman?" Sam asked slowly. "A Valeman from the Knight Academy?" Samuel sighed and took a few steps back to sit down in a nearby chair. "Get back to work, guys," he said to the others. Then he turned his eyes back to Leon. He sat there in silent thought for a long while, then finally said, "Well, let's focus on getting you settled in first. Everything else can wait." The entire squad was housed in that tent. All 9-10 now slept on cots that were piled up in a corner during the day, and all their belongings were secured in crates in the back of the tent. This also meant that no one had much in the way of personal items. Maybe a half a dozen changes of clothes, and little more. In fact, Leon with his 12 or 13 changes of clothes, personal armor and weapons, enchantment supplies, and handful of books probably had more things than 2 or 3 of the other men in the squad put together. But that was hardly a problem, there was plenty of space left for Leon's stuff. The other 9 had taken their limited space to heart and kept themselves tight and lean, so there were half a dozen crates available for Leon to use, though he only needed 2. While Leon was packing, Sam walked over to chat for a while. The other 8 people in the squad didn't seem that keen on talking, and 3 had even left the tent. The young woman, about 19 or 20 if Leon were to make a guess, did look Leon over once or twice. If her subtle smile was anything to go by, Samuel could guess that she liked what she saw. "So," Sam began, "you like enchanting?" Leon affirmed as he packed away his spell paper and ink. "Do you know how to make healing spells?" Sam asked. "Yes," Leon said. "That's wonderful. We don't get very many supply caravans up here, so we typically have to rely on more mundane medical tools if there are any injuries. Bandages, tourniquets, and the like. If you want to get on the guy's good side, giving each a few healing spells would work wonders. That's so, Leon asked disinterestedly. He could pick up on the hints that the rest of Sam's squad were none too pleased to have someone with his last name around. That is indeed so, Sam said. So, anyway, when you're done packing, let's go for a walk. Sure thing, Leon agreed. He had been assigned to Sam's squad as his squire, no less so he could hardly turn the knight's offer down. Thus, he quickly wrapped up his packing. The crates could all be securely locked, and with the keys to his crates in his possession, Leon wasn't worried about the rest of the squad messing with his things while he was gone. He still carried his most prized valuables with him, though, including his gold card, sword, bow, and armor. Hey, we're stepping out for a while, gonna show the new guy around the fort, Sam said as he and Leon made for the exit of the tent. The woman was about to join them, but Sam said, "Don't worry, Alex, no need to act like my shadow." Leon didn't say anything, but Samuel noticed his curious glance. "She's my other squire. Or rather, my actual squire, I think I should say. I doubt you're going to be squiring for me in the traditional sense. Can't have a third-tier mage squiring for another third-tier mage, haha." Leon nodded, but kept silent, which only brought a slight frown to Sam's face. "So, hey," Samuel began again, trying to get Leon to be a little more talkative, "I'm sorry about those guys back there. They're good people, honestly, but we've been fighting back Valeman raids for years now. They're going to need a little while to adjust to having one around." This finally got Leon to start talking. "How often are the raids?" he asked Samuel. It wasn't much, but he had asked a question, which was far more than a simple one or two-syllable acknowledgement of something. Samuel smiled. He could work with that. "Well, I don't suppose you're familiar with the politics, or rather, the politics, of these westernmost vales." "I'm reasonably familiar, at least until last year when I came south. I spent some time in Torfin Ice Eye's longhouse and overheard him and his thanes talking about it. Hakon Firebeard has taken over the northern vales nearest here, hasn't he?" "He has, and ever since he nabbed the one on the other side of the pass this fort guards, we've had to defend against at least one large raid of 1,000 or more Valemen every year, and countless smaller probing attacks." "How long ago was that?" "Hakon taking over the neighboring vale, I mean. About 10 years. There was a slight pause while Samuel tried to work himself up to asking a delicate question. Now that Leon was talking, he didn't want to give the young man a reason to stop, but he also wasn't sure what kind of answer Leon would give, so he hesitated. But only for a moment. "So, Leon, are you going to have any problems with fighting other Valemen?" Sam asked. "No," Leon responded without any hesitation. "Really, you're so certain?" "I am. Don't make the mistake of thinking all Valemen think themselves a part of some greater whole. They're loyal to their tribes, and that's about it. If this were clear ice, and Torfin Ice Eyes were trying to bust down the gates, then I admit I might be a little conflicted. However, I have no love for Hakon or those who follow him. I don't know them, and I won't show any mercy to them if they try to kill me, even if they worship the Mountain Father and the Sky Mother." "Well, that's quite emphatic," Sam said, though he was reassured by Leon's definitive answer. "Honestly, I was expecting something a little more vacillating, or at least some hesitation." Leon just glanced at Sam, but his face remained stoic, so Sam had no idea what the glance was supposed to mean. "Moving on," said Sam, "let's just check out the wall and head on back, yeah. Not much else to see up here, and you hardly look like you need to take a trip to the armory." "Speaking of," Leon started, "I've noticed that most of the soldiers around here have spears instead of swords, and no shields. There a reason for that?" While the two had been talking, Leon had been taking a good look at every man they passed, and several things stood out to him. First, none were particularly clean. He guessed that the fort didn't have much in the way of sanitation facilities. Second, few of the soldiers seemed to have even the most basic equipment. He hadn't seen a single man with the standard Legion armor, shields, or short swords. Instead, they all used 8 to 10 foot long spears. As for protection, the knights at least had gambeson armor, dozens of layers of cloth or linen that was effective and cheap armor, especially against the poorly armed Valemen, but the rest of the soldiers had to make do with skill and luck if they were ever in battle. As I said, we don't get many supplies this far north. That's why I was happy to learn you could make healing spells. We don't have any gear, save for extremely cheap spears and a few pieces of gambeson to give knights. Plus bows and arrows for those in the towers. Leon started to frown. Fort 127 was utterly failing to impress him. So what's the problem, then? He asked. Why can't supply caravans come this far north? Count Whitefield is paranoid that if there's a large and well-supplied force of royal soldiers in his backyard, then he'll lose his autonomy, or so everyone has been led to believe. Though, the Count has been rather transparent in how he views the presence of the fort. So, we only get 500 men to guard the pass even though we probably need 2 or 3 times that, minimum, and supply caravans are few and far between. Sam looked and sounded to Leon resigned to the miserable state of affairs at the fort, and Leon couldn't blame him. The Legion had basically sent 500 men to the fort, ordered them to guard the pass, and given them nothing but sharp sticks to do it with. By this time, Sam and Leon had made it to the wall blocking the pass. This was perhaps the only faintly impressive part of the fort. It was primarily made of timber, with a thick walkway that could accommodate 4 men walking side by side. It wasn't built high enough to stop determined mages, but that was also what the stone towers and men atop the wall were for. Sam led Leon to a staircase and took him to the top of the wall. There wasn't much to see, thanks to the hills and forest on the other side, but it was a good place to talk a little more, given that the only soldiers on the wall were in the towers rather than the ramparts. Got any questions about this place? He asked. What will I be expected to do? Leon inquired. Well, I don't need you to squire for me, so you're going to act as the 10th man in my squad. We don't guard the wall, rather we range out past the wall on scouting and supply missions. The Legion has built a few small watchtowers further out in the pass, and we check up on the men assigned there and bring back reports to the fort. Being sent to those towers is an enviable task, Leon said sarcastically. Yeah, those soldiers who are sent out there are hardly happy about it, Sam admitted. But that's what we do. We might be attacked by a few Veilmen in the pass, but at least we're not watching the wall 12 hours a day. I suppose, Leon whispered. The few soldiers he could see in the nearest tower certainly looked bored. How long do these rangings usually last? A few hours at the quickest, a couple of days at the longest. The farthest watchtower we have out there is only 5 miles or so into the pass, so we can easily head out there and bring back updates in a single day, Sam answered. Sounds like an easy gig, Leon observed. To be frank, someone like you is probably wasted on us, Sam admitted. You must have really pissed someone off to be sent all the way out here. So I've heard. Hey, let's head back. Get you a better introduction to the others. Can't have you watching our backs if you don't know us, right? With that, Sam led Leon back to his squad's tent. Along the way, he talked a little about himself. He was from the Northern Territories and had joined the Royal Legions as a way to get away from the mines that made up more than half of the Northern Territories' economy. He admitted to Leon that if he hadn't advanced to the first tier when he did and signed on with the local legion, then he probably would have died trying to dig some low-quality iron out of the ground, then buried in the very mine he would have died in. Sam didn't have any immediate family to speak of, so him joining the legion wasn't that inconvenient for anyone except himself. I'm actually not doing too bad, he'd said to Leon. I've been made a knight, and have had the opportunity to train and ascend to the 3rd tier. Sure, I've been sent to the very edge of civilization, but that just means my account at heavens. I will be quite large when I get out of here. Leon only stoically nodded at him. Not a lot of good that money was doing him up there, though. Leon had to take a deep breath. Fort 127 was incredibly depressing, it was even worse than Veiltown. And he was going to be here for 2 years. Elisa's offer to join Heaven's Eye was looking more and more attractive with every passing second. Leon wasn't about to stay at a place like this for long. It went against the very reasons he joined the Knight Academy to begin with, to gain both political and magical power. He doubted he'd find either here. Chapter 139. Supply mission. After showing him around a little more, Samuel led Leon back to the squad's tent. It was starting to get dark by that point, so the rest of the squad was busy cleaning up and getting out the cots. None of the others were in any particular hurry to introduce themselves to Leon, and Leon was in just as much of a rush to introduce himself to them. Instead, after helping out a little with organizing all 10 cots, Leon laid down and began to quietly read. He was largely left alone over the next few days. As Sam's squad were scouts, they didn't have to man the walls, and when they weren't north of the wall, they were allowed to chill in their tent and rest. And rest was exactly what they did, and little else. Leon took the downtime as an opportunity to train, usually in the form of meditation or practice with his sword behind the tent. The others would laze around all day, chatting or playing card games, except when they had to do maintenance on their spears or clean the tent. Sam was a little different. He was a third-tier knight, and one of the Tribune's more trusted men, so he was around Jean's cabin most of the time. Alex, his squire, the squire he was focusing on, at least, given that he'd already judged Leon to not need his education, was oftentimes with him. The two of them would usually take Leon's place behind the tent and train when they returned to the tent in the evening. Leon was more often than not done with his own training by then and would either return to reading or practice his enchanting skills. He focused on healing spells, since Sam had indicated that healing spells were hard to come by at Fort 127, but he also devoted much of his time to learning about fire enchantments from Zafin. His armor was still unenchanted, after all, and Leon wanted to fix that problem as soon as he could. He was already starting to formulate some gauntlet enchantments that would help amplify his use of Zafin's demon fire, while also protecting his arms from being burned in the process. "This place is quite the dump," Zafin said casually. "You'll hear no arguments from me," Leon answered disinterestedly as he wrote a few fire runes down on spell paper. "How long do you plan on staying?" the demon asked. "Sir Jean said someone might arrive in a few months to transfer me somewhere else. If things last beyond that, I will take action so I don't have to stay here wasting my time for years," Leon replied. "What do you mean by, take action?" Zafin asked curiously. "I'm going to go to Sir Jean and formally quit," Leon responded. "Oh," Zafin said with some disappointment. Leon stopped writing his spells for a moment. "What did you think I was going to do? Or rather, what did you hope I was going to do?" "I don't know, but just quitting seemed boring," Zafin answered truthfully. "Well, something boring would fit a backwater fort like this quite nicely," Leon said with resignation before turning back to his enchantment practice. Sam's squad went out beyond the wall every 2 weeks. Depending on how the watchtowers in the pass were doing, this mission could take anywhere from 12 hours to 2 or 3 days. They also had to bring some supplies with them, enough to keep the handful of men in each watchtower alive for a week until another squad made the same run. The squad would also help the men at the watchtowers if they had any jobs that needed a lot of physical labor, which usually meant the occasional helping hand with maintenance on the watchtowers themselves. By the morning the supply run was to begin, Leon had been at the fort for about a week. He'd barely spoken to the others in his squad, but that was as much their fault as it was his. He wasn't particularly friendly to begin with, and they weren't about to take the initiative to get closer to Availman. The only real exceptions to this were Sam and Alex. Sam liked to talk and didn't much care who it was with or what they talked about. Alex didn't talk much with Leon, but she also didn't go out of her way to ignore him. She gave him a few polite greetings when they happened to train at the same time, and would even exchange a few words, though they weren't exactly best friends yet. "Relax, Alex, you'll be fine. This isn't our first rodeo, you know, and we almost always come back fine." "Almost," Sam said to a nervous Alex. Leon had found out pretty quickly during the week that Alex hadn't been at the fort for much longer than he had, only about 2 weeks longer, in fact. This was only her second mission, and her nervousness was obvious. He, on the other hand, was quite calm. Vailman rarely broke the first tier, and it was even rarer for them to have actual training. Given his familiarity with Vailman tactics, Leon wasn't worried at all. "You seem to be all right," Sam said, looking at Leon, whose only response was to shrug noncommittally. "Of course he's all right. If we get attacked once we're past the wall, he'll probably embrace our attackers as brothers rather than fight them and leave the rest of us to fight them off," said one of the other men in the squad, who didn't even try to hide the hate and bitterness in his voice. "Watch it," Sam said, glaring at the man who spoke. The man looked a little cowed, but the presence of the others at his side only emboldened him and he stood up a little straighter. But, just as he was about to speak again, Sam said, "Another word about this, and I'll make you the point man." The guy quickly shut his mouth after that. The squad typically marches single file, and in more than 90% of Vailman attacks, the man in front is the one who's killed first. Sam, being the strongest in the squad at least until Leon arrived, took it upon himself to lead from the front and take the biggest risk, but he also reserved the right to put anyone else up front if he so chose. "Sorry about that," he whispered to Leon, who shrugged again. Leon was fully decked out in his black and dark gray armor, making a stark contrast between himself and the rest of the squad, who only had about 3 cloth gambesons between them. Everyone else was unarmored. Sam was the only one apart from Leon with a sword, the rest all had cheap spears. None of them had shields. They were essentially equipped like light cavalry, only without the horses. There were only 3 watchtowers in the pass, each with 5 men assigned to guard them. The squad carried enough food for all 15 of these men to last at least another week with them, most of which was piled onto Alex as the most junior member of the squad. She was only a first-tier mage, though, and she struggled a little with so much weight. Watching her sway and rock on her feet from the weight of the supplies on her back seemed to amuse several others in the squad. Leon guessed this was some form of hazing for the squire. She bore the weight with a bright smile, though, and the chuckles at her expense from the squad. Leon, however, found it rather distasteful. For most of the supplies to be dumped onto someone who was one of the weakest members of the squad. Alex's magical power was quite lacking and didn't provide her with much added strength. So, Leon walked over to her and said, "Take off that pack. Put it down for a moment." She looked at him in confusion for a moment, but his tone and expression brokered no argument. She took off the pack and set it on the ground. "What do you think you're doing?" demanded one of the squad's second-tier mages, who was now both offended that Leon would dare to interfere in their hazing and elated that he had a chance in front of him to yell at the newcomer. Leon ignored the man, much to his anger and frustration, and simply picked up the pack Alex had set down and swung it over his shoulders with such ease that the second-tier mage was stunned into silence. The pack was probably about as heavy as Alex herself, and Leon swung it around like it was packed with pillows. Leon didn't say a word, but he did send a brief derisive look at the second-tier mage. Sam, who had been about to intervene, only watched with a smile on his face. He, look at that dickhead's face," Zaffin said while giggling like a spoiled child. "If he didn't stop there, I would have gladly bloodied it," Leon said back. "Ugh, I would have loved to see that," Zaffin replied wistfully. "Thanks," muttered Alex. She didn't have anything personal in the pack, so she wasn't unhappy to see someone else take it, but she was also conflicted in that it had been hers to carry. "I can help with some of that if it's too heavy," she then said. "It's fine," Leon replied. "Thanks," Alex repeated with a smile. While they were talking, the second-tier mage who had almost tried to start something with Leon walked over to Sam and asked, "Sir, how strong is that guy?" "Leon's a third-tier mage," Samuel responded, greatly enjoying the sudden look of terror on the other man's face at the realization of what he had almost done. "Leon could have torn you apart if he wanted to," Sam added. The second-tier mage resolved to keep his mouth shut about Leon from then on. With the rest of the squad sufficiently cowed, the remaining few minutes before they could depart north went by quickly. Leon was actually a little frustrated. If he had known simply tossing around something heavy would get the other 7 men in the squad excluding Alex and Sam to stop glaring at him, he would have done so much sooner. Regardless, it was done, and it was time to get on with their mission. In the center of the wall were a pair of small doors, barely big enough to fit a cart through. The doors had been fortified as much as they could be without adding a second wall, which the men at the fort were specifically forbidden to do by Count Whitefield, who technically owned the land the fort was built on. It took several minutes for the locking enchantments on the doors to open, but once they were, Leon and the squad passed through and ventured out into the wild pass. All the trees for about a quarter-mile on the northern side of the wall had been cut down, leaving a rough grassy plain to the east and hills to the west, but after that point the squad would enter a moderately dense forest. It was cold in the pass, not surprising to Leon, given that they were in the middle of the frozen mountain range and most of the trees were evergreens, with little in the way of underbrush. That said, the terrain was hard and broken, and the travel speed wasn't even close to Leon's limit. From the moment they left the fort behind and ventured out into the hilly forest, Leon had a subtle smile on his face, contrasting with the stoicism that had been his usual expression over the past week. It also contrasted with Alex, who seemed so nervous that she almost jumped at her own shadow once they started walking among the trees. She, as Sam's squire, was walking directly behind him as the second person in the marching line, so the entire rest of the squad could see her anxiety. "What's the matter, little Alex?" asked one of the biggest guys in the squad teasingly. "You're not scared, are you? A soldier in the Royal Legions shouldn't be frightened of some hairy unwashed barbarians." He also pointedly glanced at Leon, though he wisely didn't say anything more. Of course I'm not scared of them. Alex shouted back at him. I'm just keeping alert for any ambushes. None of the rest of the squad bought her explanation, and continued to tease her, but fortunately for Alex, Sam was there to help her out a little. Don't listen to Lothar, Alex. With the way he acted last year, when he was first sent out into the pass, he has no right to start picking on a nervous newbie. Sam flashed Lothar, the big guy, a cheeky grin, and Lothar immediately shut his mouth. He absolutely didn't want Sam to say anything more, which he mercifully didn't. Instead, it was one of the more senior men in the squad who spoke up. Indeed, it was then that we learned that if Lothar was going to survive in the pass, he would need dark pants. No barbarian would ever feel fear if he saw this guy walking around with a wet stain on his pants. With that, the focus shifted from Alex onto Lothar, allowing the young squire to relax a little. She still maintained her vigilance, though, with her head constantly swiveling around and trying to catch any ambushes before they happened. Then, from behind her, came a reassuring voice. It said, "Valemen rarely attack during the day. They much prefer nighttime raids. Little need to be so nervous right now." She turned around and saw that it was Leon who had spoken, with a slight smile on his face. "Leon's right," added Sam, "I'd say more than 19 out of 20 battles out here happen at night. We'll either be in a watchtower or back south of the wall come nightfall, so there's not much to worry about." "But there's still that 1 in 20 chance," muttered Alex. "Even if we are attacked, we have 2 third-tier mages with us. We might not be able to fight off a group of more than 3 dozen or so, but any Valemen we're attacked by won't be able to do much more than injure a few of us before being forced to retreat." Alex wasn't particularly reassured by Sam's answer, but she gave a quick nod back to Leon for trying to calm her down a little before getting back to watching their surroundings. Neither Leon nor Sam thought she was in the wrong for being so vigilant, so they held their tongues. She wasn't looking around so frantically, at least, though she still quite tightly gripped her spear. Within 2 hours of leaving the fort, the squad arrived at the first watchtower. It was a small place, barely big enough for the 5 men manning it. If they saw anything, they would activate a flare enchantment similar to what Leon learned from Zaffin, then immediately run back to the wall. They'd likely be killed on the way if the Valemen ever truly attacked in force, but at least they'd give the fort hours of preparation time. Once they had arrived, Sam's squad got to work handing out supplies and inquiring about any repairs to the watchtower they could help with. There were quite a few repairs and other maintenance things that had to be addressed, so the squad was forced to resign itself to a night spent in the pass. Chapter 140, Trouble moving south. It was cold in the pass. Leon was a third-tier mage, so he wasn't particularly uncomfortable, but he still didn't like the chill coming off the mountains. He resolved to bring his coat made from the snow lion he killed to awaken his bloodline on any return adventures north of the fort. He at least had his armor and accompanying clothing. The rest of the squad he now found himself a part of didn't even have that. But the cold was banished from his mind as he helped the rest of the squad with some routine maintenance on the first watchtower. Most of the men were allowed to slack off, but Leon and Sam as the only third-tier mages around had some heavy labor to do. The 5 men stationed at the watchtower were more than willing to help, though, while the rest of the squad organized 1/3 of the supplies they had brought and rested. The first point of order they had was to replace the door of the watchtower. It was thick, heavy, very sturdy, and falling apart from rot. Replacing it wouldn't be easy. Fortunately, they had an axe and plenty of trees in the forest. Leon took care of cutting down a suitable tree, then he and Sam dragged it up a hill to the watchtower where the 5 men got to work making a new door. Then, it was up to the second level. The watchtower had 2 levels stacked on top of each other, each with only a single room. The second level had a balcony on all 4 sides, and 3 of the balconies needed new guardrails. The second level was over 30 feet high, which was high enough to leave any of the 5 first-tier soldiers injured if they fell. Sam and Leon got to work, with the rest of the squad ferrying materials upstairs after resting got too boring. While the 2 third-tier mages were working, Sam decided to get to know Leon a little more and tried to start a conversation. "So, Leon, tell me about the Night Academy. What do you want to know?" Leon asked disinterestedly. He was focused on tearing out the old guardrail and didn't particularly want to talk besides. "Well, I'm just curious as to how they operate. People say a lot of things about the place, and I kinda want to know if they're true," Sam said, a little put off with Leon's attitude. "What kind of things do people say?" Leon asked. After ripping out the guardrail and letting it fall to the ground, he gave the balcony a quick inspection while Sam readied the replacement guardrail. The Knight Academy is the most prestigious training program for aspiring knights, and that leads to just about everyone who can't get in to say it's just a place for rich elitist pricks to funnel their kids into cushy positions in the Royal Legion. Before being stationed at Fort 127, though, I met a few graduates at Clear Ice Fortress, and they couldn't stop raving about the place. I have to admit that I'm intrigued by the place, and I was hoping to get your opinion on it. Hold on, said Leon with a frown. He got down onto his belly so he could see the underside of the balcony better. We might need to replace this whole thing, not just the guardrail. The supports are rotting. Sam got down just like Leon and gave it a look, but he couldn't really see anything of note. Then again, Leon had learned some construction techniques living in the forest of black and white, where the only structures around were built and maintained by him and his father. Sam didn't have that same acquired skill. Whatever you say, Sam said as he stepped back from the edge, while Leon started prying apart the balcony. After a few minutes, Leon finally decided to answer Sam's previous question. The Knight Academy is a good place to learn how to be a knight, just not for nobility. To a degree, those who said it was a place for noble kids to have respectable positions serving their king and kingdom bought for them by their parents aren't wrong. But, all the people who attend the academy aren't rich or noble. For them, it's a valuable experience that gives them a chance to gain strength that they never would have had if they hadn't enrolled. Sam hummed. For a little while, Sam asked more detailed questions about the academy, which Leon did his best to answer. Some of the things he said angered Sam somewhat, like how much say the noble trainees had in how their units were run. Some other things, however, made him burst out into laughing fits. One of the latter things happened to be the names given to each unit. "Are you fucking kidding me?" he almost shouted. "Blood Eagles, Deathbringers, who the fuck came up with those names?" Leon could only shrug, while Sam laughed uproariously. "I get the need for strong names for units, but those are just too over the top. It's ridiculous. Who can take those fucking names seriously?" As he shrieked with laughter, Leon just kept working. He actually agreed with Sam about the names, but he wasn't as passionate about it that Sam seemed to be. "Listen, Leon," Sam said in between gasps of air. Laughing so much had led to some heavy breathing on his part. "Every ancestor's damned unit in the Royal Legions call themselves some shit like that. Most of the names are just to feed the egos of the nobles who came up with them, but as you get further down to smaller units, we're always given names with a little more class and dignity to them. Like the bottom-feeding tadpoles, or the rabid bunnies." He descended into another laughing fit, while Leon looked back at him in confusion. "Are those real names?" he asked. Sam quickly ran out of breaths to laugh with, which allowed him to recover. He used that recovery to look at Leon with some amusement, and said when he regained his breath, "No, those were just joke names. But the concept is still accurate. To a degree, all of us on the lowest rung of the ladder like to have fun with the names of our units. All of the enemies we have to fight expect to get killed by guys called the Black Rangers, or the Wings of Death, or some other such nonsense as that. On the other hand, they don't expect to get killed by the gibbering geckos. So having a silly name is like an insult to our enemies?" Leon asked. "I guess. It also embarrasses the hell out of the nobles we're commanded by. They can't do anything about it, though, as the units are named by the men who comprise them." The two third-tier mages continued talking like that for a while fixing up the watchtower at the same time. Sam enjoyed their conversation, even if some more of what Leon told him about the Knight Academy were things he found baffling or hilarious. Plus, he was happy he had gotten Leon to talk, even if most of it was a single terse sentence between his own lengthier spiels. There was enough work to do around the watchtower that the squad ran out of time to head back out into the forest, forcing them to settle in for the night. Normally, there wasn't so much for them to help out with, and they could have been back at the fort by nightfall. But sometimes work that has been pushed back due to laziness just has to get done, and this was one of those times. As the squad started moving north again the following morning, continuing on their journey to bring supplies to the other two watchtowers, another group at the other end of the pass was preparing to head south. Hakon Firebeard was a great beast of a man. He was over 7 feet tall, had enough blood-red hair to weave a decent-sized rope, and was built like a bear. He now stood before the pass leading south with thousands of Valemen at his back. "This is it," he thought to himself. "This is the moment that will make my name live on forever." This is when I cement my legacy as the greatest of my people. This is when I bring unimaginable wealth back home. For a moment, he reflected on how he had gotten there, from his first accomplishments to becoming the most powerful man in the Northern Vales. He had been a strong if unimportant warrior for most of his life, until he first come to prominence 30 years ago, when he challenged the chief of his tribe to a duel, with the title of chief on the line. Hakon had only just ascended to the 4th tier mage at the time, and the chief was of the 5th tier. However, on the day of the duel, the chief moved sluggishly and didn't use any elemental magic, which led to Hakon's easy victory. The next day, the former chief's cook was found murdered in his home. A few tribesmen were able to connect the dots and realized that Hakon had probably bribed the cook to poison the previous chief, then killed him to permanently silence him, but those who were smart enough to realize this were also smart enough to keep quiet. Over the following few years, Hakon consolidated power within his vale. His tribe had more than a few enemies, and he viciously massacred them, burning many alive as sacrifices to one of the gods of the Valemen, the Mountain Father. However, he never managed to completely conquer his home vale. That changed upon his ascension to the 5th tier, making him one of only 2 Valemen with that level of strength. Only Thorfinn Ice Eyes was as strong as he was, and Hakon quickly set out on a campaign to flaunt his new power. His home vale was conquered within a year, with the other tribes either massacred, sacrificed, or driven out. Then, he moved on to the neighboring vales. Most of the Valemen in the rest of the vales were too divided or dispersed to form a coalition strong enough to resist Hakon, and more vales fell to his tribe. By the time Leon arrived at Fort 127, nearly all of the inhabited vales fell under Hakon Firebeard's vicious rule. Thorfinn Ice Eyes had been worried that Hakon would turn his attention to the east, to the Brown Bear's Vale, but that wasn't Hakon's goal. At the entrance to the pass guarded by Fort 127 on the Valemen's side, Hakon had assembled his army, massive in size compared to anything the Valemen had ever managed to field before. There were almost 30,000 warriors, made up of warriors from over a dozen different tribes that had submitted to Hakon Firebeard rather than suffer extermination. Upon a large boulder near the entrance to the pass stood Hakon himself, surrounded by a dozen of his thanes. "There it is, my friends," he said, "on the other side of this pass lies more plunder than any of us can imagine. Silver, jewels, slaves, tools of enchanted iron, we can find all of these treasures, and more, at the end of this pass." Most of Hakon's thanes stared into the mountain pass with greedy and hungry looks on their faces. The rest didn't share in their comrades' desire for loot and treasure. Instead, they looked into the pass with the hope that a worthy enemy was looking back at them from the other side. They followed Hakon not because he promised luxury, but because he promised battle. "Let's get moving. Those treasures won't make themselves ours of their own accord," Hakon said with a chuckle and a smile. His thanes immediately sprang into action, leaping down from the boulder and getting the horde of Valemen moving south. For such a large force, it would take them a few days to reach the end of the pass, but when they did, all hell would break loose. All that was between them and Fort 127 were 3 watchtowers staffed with 5 men each, and a single 10-man squad. If Hakon knew what was in front of him, he would laugh and not give it another thought. His army was far too large for so few men to get in his way. Fort 127, on the other hand, would be a tougher nut to crack. But Hakon wasn't worried. He had ordered a few probing attacks over the past few years, looking for weaknesses in the Bull Kingdom's defenses, and he found one in Fort 127. He knew the fort was understaffed and undersupplied, few of the men on the wall wore armor, and they all fought with spears. None of the other forts that blocked mountain paths were so undersupplied. When he arrived at Fort 127, Hakon knew that his numbers would carry the day. The wall of the fort was sturdy enough, but it wouldn't allow 500 men to stop an army of almost 30,000. Hakon smiled, then led his army into the pass. Chapter 141. The third watchtower. Leon and the rest of Samuel's squad finished up work on the first watchtower before night fell, which let them venture back out into the forest in the morning. Most of the squad didn't appreciate how long they had taken just for the first watchtower. These supply runs rarely ran more than a single day and didn't bother talking amongst themselves. Instead, they focused on hurrying to the next 2 watchtowers, so they could then hurry back to the fort. They reached the second watchtower before noon. The men there had no work they needed the squad's help with, so they delivered their supplies and moved on. About an hour after leaving the second watchtower, Leon got a strange look on his face, and he slowed down. "Keep moving, asshole," said the man behind him. As they were walking in single file, Leon slowing down was holding up everyone behind him. "What's wrong back there?" demanded Sam from the front of the line. "Do you smell that?" asked Leon. The rest of the squad couldn't help but sniff at the air despite their own mistrust and dislike for Leon. "I don't smell anything unusual for the forest," said Sam. None of the others seemed able to, either. "Smells like something's burning," Leon said. "There's nothing out there, jackass, so get moving," the man behind him said impatiently. Instead, Leon ignored him and started moving out into the forest. "Hey, don't separate from the group," shouted Alex with some concern. She had managed to relax a little over the day, but being out in the forest still clearly made her nervous. "Where are you going?" shouted Sam. "Get back to the group." Leon ignored them and kept walking out into the trees. "If he's not going to stop, then we make him," said one of the men. "Yeah, he's probably trying to rejoin his fellow savages. Best to stop him now, before he can manage to link up with them," said another with a vicious smile. Several of the men in the squad gripped their spears a little tighter and took a few steps in Leon's direction. "Hold your fucking positions," Sam ordered in a sharp tone accompanied with a hint of killing intent. The men glanced back at him and saw his hand on his sword, and they immediately did as he commanded. "Good," Sam continued, "I'd hate to have to punish any of you again for not following my orders." With that, he went after Leon alone. Alex hesitantly made to follow him, but he cautiously held up his hand, silently ordering her to stay put. Fortunately, Leon hadn't moved out of visual range, and had even come to a stop about 200 feet away at the top of a small densely wooded hill. When Sam caught up to him, he found what made Leon stop in the first place, a clearing on top of the hill, with several still smoldering campfires and obvious signs that a few dozen people had stayed there quite recently, probably over the previous night. "Shit," muttered Sam. "Leon, we have to get back to the rest of the squad. This was a Valeman campsite, and those who built it are probably not far away." Leon understood, and nodded back to Sam. The two quickly made their way back to the waiting squad. "We've got enemies in the area, probably 30 or 40, Sam said as soon as they got back. The rest of the squad paled a little and started scanning their surroundings. Alex almost freaked out, but Sam moved forward and comforted her with a pat on her shoulder and a nod of solidarity. "We've got to get to the third watchtower and deliver these supplies, then make a break for the wall," Sam said. Since there haven't been any warning flares, this group probably managed to slip past the watchtower, so we should hurry. 30 or 40 Valemen is a lot of people, especially since they haven't come close to the fort in months, one of the men said. "I wouldn't be surprised if they've been planning something," said Sam. "Hakon Firebeard just finished conquering the Vales neighboring the Bull Kingdom a year and a half ago, didn't he?" asked Leon. "He did," answered Sam. "With Torfin Ice Eyes holding down the east, I wouldn't be surprised if he's turning his attention further south instead," Leon said. "With all the manpower of most of the inhabited Vales behind him, he could probably amass a force of thousands to come south. But would he come here?" One of the men wondered aloud. "With only Fort 127 and 3 watchtowers, this pass is the most lightly defended pathway for him to come south," Sam said with some frustration. "The other 3 passages between the northern Vales and the Bull Kingdom have huge legion strongholds watching over them. If Hakon wants to come south, then trying to break through our fort would be the easiest way for him to do so." "We should keep moving," said Leon. "We should," agreed Sam. "We still have a job to do, and we have to do it. Keep your eyes peeled, everyone. And if you notice anything else, Leon, don't hold back, let us know." The entire squad nodded, though Alex needed to take a deep breath first. Then, they continued onwards. Along the way, the squad discovered at least 3 other Valeman camps of similar size to the first, and Sam began to get nervous. This makes at least 100 Valemen in the pass who've gotten past the 3rd watchtower. That shouldn't happen. Something is wrong with the watchtower. We need to hurry up, Sam said, spurring his squad forward. However, they didn't get far before he called them to a stop again. "Why'd we Santo?" began one of the men. "Quiet," Sam interrupted. Then, he began to give orders via hand signals. He ordered the men to get into a horizontal line, then silently move forward. He also kept both Leon and Alex at his side. He and Leon exchanged knowing looks. They could both hear what was ahead. "This weak coward. Look at him," he's practically pissin' himself," came a shout from ahead of the squad, followed by the laughter of at least 5 other people. "Stay back," said someone with a shaky and terrified voice. No, I think I want to get closer, otherwise how would I split your skull in half?" came another, far more vicious-sounding voice. After about 100 feet, Sam's squad came within sight of a clearing where the voices were coming from. There, they saw a force of 20 rough-looking men Veilmen, they guessed in another man on the ground and covered in blood in the center of their group. The Veilmen were laughing and kicking at their terrified victim, who ended up curling himself into a ball to try and shield himself from their blows. "That's one of the men at the 3rd watchtower," Sam said in recognition. "He looks like he's about to be killed," Leon whispered. He quietly put the supply pack he was carrying on the ground, then reached for his bow. He only brought 12 arrows as he wanted to pack light and didn't think he'd really need them. Plus, so preoccupied was he with planning his armor enchantments that he hadn't gotten around to enchanting his bow yet. But he still figured the weapon was good enough for the unarmored Veilmen in front of him. Only one of them was of the 2nd tier, with all the rest being 1st-tier warriors. Seeing Leon's actions, Sam whispered, "You stay here and shoot on my mark, we'll move forward and engage in close-quarters combat." Leon nodded, then Sam ordered the rest of the squad to silently move forward. The Veilmen continued to play with their prey, kicking him and making jokes about his obvious fear, all the while not paying enough attention to realize that they themselves were about to be attacked. In preparation for Sam's signal, Leon pulled out 4 arrows from his quiver. He kept 3 in his hand for easy access, while the last was nocked on the bowstring. He only had to wait a few more seconds before he saw Sam look back at him and wave. Leon smiled, drew the bowstring back, then loosed the arrow at the sole 2nd-tier Veilman. His aim was true and the Veilman was caught completely unaware. The arrow sank into his back, slipped between his ribs, and pierced his heart. The Veilman fell dead, leaving the rest of his friends staring in stunned surprise. Leon didn't give them a chance to recover and fired his other 3 prepared arrows in less than 5 seconds, each one striking his target and instantly killing a Veilman. "Let's go," shouted Sam as he charged out of the trees and into the clearing. The clearing was tiny, small enough that Sam's squad was on the Veilman in seconds. In the face of the 3rd-tier Samuel, his 2 2nd-tier companions, and 5 highly experienced 1st-tier soldiers, the Veilmen took heavy losses in those first 10 seconds of battle. The battle itself lasted no more than a minute. All but 2 of the Veilmen were killed, while the squad only suffered a few light wounds, the worst of which was a long cut along the arm of one of the 1st-tier soldiers. When Leon caught up to the rest of the squad, the first thing he did was to take out enough healing spells that he'd made to fix those wounds. The rest of the squad didn't quite know how to take his actions, with only a couple subdued and awkward thank yous. Which isn't to say that any of the healing spells were refused, of course, only that the injured men were at least self-aware enough to feel some shame and awkwardness that after insulting Leon repeatedly, he was still willing to give them his healing spells. Hey, you're all right, we're not going to hurt you," Sam said to the still shaking man they'd rescued. The man had stayed curled up while the battle was fought, and only when Sam approached him did he finally look around and see the dead Veilman. "They're dead?" the man asked. Sam gave him a few seconds to process, then crouched down and laid his hand on the man's shoulder. "They're dead," he said comfortingly. The man looked up, then asked disbelievingly, "Sir Samuel?" "Yes, it's me. Can you tell me what happened? What's going on at the 3rd watchtower that led to you being chased by Veilmen? If that is too much for now, then how about your name?" "I'm Jack. The others at the tower are dead," the man said, clearly trying to hold back the tears. "I was out gathering firewood, and when I came back, I found the other 4 dead and the watchtower on fire." "Shit," muttered one of Sam's men. I tried to help, to see if anyone was still alive, but then the Veilmen came back to the watchtower and found me. I've been running ever since, trying to get to the 2nd watchtower." Jack continued, "Sir, we need to get back to the wall, as soon as we can," another man shouted in panic. "Quiet," Sam responded. "We need to check on the 3rd watchtower. We need to verify what happened. No, we need to get back to the fort. There are more Veilmen out there. Hundreds, at least," cried Jack. "Hundreds?" Sam asked in disbelief. "Yes, they were the ones that found me, but they only sent these ones when I ran. All the more reason to check things out," said Sam. No, I'm not going back there. We'll die if we go." Jack shouted hysterically. "We have to see for ourselves what happened," Sam repeated. There was a hard edge in his voice that would broker no argument, but Jack was too scared to notice. "I'm not going," Jack said as he struggled to his feet. Sam glared at him. His eyes promised nothing but pain and punishment if Jack didn't fall in line, but Jack stubbornly stood his ground. Sam was about to repeat himself for the last time, but as his hand went to his sword to emphasize his words, Leon spoke up. "All of us don't have to go to the watchtower, do we?" Leon asked. Everyone else in the clearing turned to look at him. It seemed, for the moment at least, that any further conflict would be avoided. "I'm just saying, 2 or 3 of us could check out what's going on assuming we actually have to see for ourselves. Personally, I'd recommend falling back to the second watchtower and making sure the alarm is raised. We could then check out the third watchtower after getting some reinforcements from the fort. But, if the only knight here says we should scout the watchtower out now, then we should. But, we don't need that many to do it." "Yeah, and I'm sure you're just waiting to volunteer for that job, aren't you, Savage?" said one of the men in the squad with a hostile tone, the healing spells all but forgotten in light of Jack's news. "I'll bet you're just chomping at the bit to desert the Legion and rejoin your barbarian brethren." "Not another word," roared Sam. "I'm fucking sick and tired of that shit. If I hear the words, savage, barbarian, or any other word with similar intent directed at one of our comrades again, I will personally force the person who said the words to eat their teeth." With that, everyone fell into silence, especially the man Sam yelled at. Sam took that silence to think, to try and figure out what to do. Everyone waited for his decision. If he ordered that they were to scout the third watchtower, then whoever was sent would probably never return. They'd be almost guaranteed to be killed by Veilman, assuming Jack was right in saying there were hundreds in the area. Despite their personal feelings toward him, everyone wanted to do what Leon suggested, to fall back and wait for reinforcements. Everyone's attention was on Sam, not even Leon was keeping an eye on their surroundings. And that was their mistake. Before anyone could react, an arrow came flying through the trees and pierced Sam right in the throat. Chapter 142, Remnants of the Squad. Sam's face contorted in shock as he raised his hand to touch the arrow sticking out of his neck. He barely brushed his fingers against the arrow's feathers when he lost strength in his legs and collapsed. The rest of the squad stared in horror for a split second before more arrows came hurtling out from the trees. "Get down," Leon shouted as he threw himself to the ground. Unfortunately, not everyone in the squad had sharp enough reflexes to get out of the way, and 4 more men were peppered with arrows. The barrage was over as soon as it had started, but the danger wasn't over. About 30 more Veilmen charged out into the clearing. Leon drew his sword as he stood up, slashing across the chest of the closest Veilman to him with the same motion. Then, he raised his sword to block an axe strike from another Veilman and raised his left arm to block an attack from a third. His armor held, and the axe bounced off his gauntlet. However, it also seemed that his armor gave the Veilman the impression that he was someone important, as it seemed almost half of the attackers were gathering around him. But Leon didn't have the time to contemplate how the Veilmen chose their targets. He thrust out at the Veilman on his right, skewering him through the chest, then pivoting on the ball of his foot to dodge a spear thrust from another Veilman. Leon continued that motion to gain some distance from the spearman, while drawing closer to another Veilman who had an axe. Leon struck out with an overhead slash. The Veilman tried to block, but he was only a first-tier mage, so the axe was ripped from his hands, dislocating some of his fingers, and Leon's sword bit into his shoulder. Only 10 seconds after the fight started, Leon had already killed or incapacitated 3 Veilmen, a good start. The rest of the squad wasn't so good, but a few other Veilmen had been impaled on the spears of the squad. But 2 more of the squad members fell in that same time. Those who were left amounted to Leon, Alex, Jack, and 2 other men. Alex was terrified, but she still rose from the ground just after Leon did, and managed to dodge an axe strike, sweep the legs out from under that Veilman who attacked her, and stabbed him while he was on the ground. Jack tried to draw Sam's sword, but the way Sam had fallen made it difficult. He was still struggling to arm himself when a Veilman appeared from behind and brought his axe down on Jack's head, nearly splitting his skull in half. The 2 other squad members hardly fared much better, but they were still lightly injured by the attacking Veilman. They were forced back by increased attacks, but they still managed to kill 2 more Veilmen as they fell back. Leon, meanwhile, was like a lion among sheep. Every one of his attacks either injured a Veilman or outright killed one, while all of the attacks sent his way were either dodged or failed to penetrate his armor when they did hit their mark. The Veilmen weren't particularly disciplined, they bunched up and attacked only 2 or 3 at a time. With their numbers, they could easily have surrounded the remains of the squad and killed them by attacking their exposed flanks, but instead they allowed the 4 remaining squad members to gradually fall back into a group. "We've got this," Leon said, encouraging the other 3. They didn't really agree with him, but the pressure the Veilmen put them under precluded any response. "HRRAGH!" shouted an enormous man with an equally enormous battleaxe as he swung it down toward Leon. His effort was wasted, though, as Leon nimbly dodged the attack and countered with a stab to the man's stomach. The Veilmen were about as armored as the rest of the squad, which is to say barely at all, so even this one strike was enough to put the Veilmen down for good. But another came to fill his place, this one with a pair of short spears, each barely 3 feet long. He lunged forward with one of the spears, and as Leon dodged, he stabbed forward with the other, hoping to catch Leon off balance. He didn't, as Leon only had to block with his offhand gauntlet, and it was the Veilman who was knocked off balance. Leon finished him off by first cutting off one of his arms, then slashing the Veilman's throat. The other 3 were faring fairly well once their backs were almost against each other and they no longer had to fear being flanked, especially since the Veilman only came 1 or 2 at a time. Alex was still shaking with fear, but she kept the Veilman at bay with her spear, as did the other 2. The 3 of them together killed another 4 Veilmen, bringing the remaining attackers down to about 20, as far as Leon could tell. Then, the Veilmen fell back, giving the 4 some slight breathing room. They were still surrounded, but they now had the opportunity to catch their breath. For a few seconds, catch their breath was exactly what they did. They didn't attack to try and escape, and they didn't talk to each other. "Isn't this impressive?" came a mocking voice from the trees. The Veilman closest to the voice respectfully parted to allow the source of the voice to come forward and stand about 10 feet in front of Leon. It was a man slightly taller than Leon, with a lithe build and loose clothing. His hair and beard were pitch black and he had light brown eyes. "Tell me your name, Dark Warrior, that I might properly offer your bones to the Mountain Father," the man said. Leon glared at the man, though with his helmet on, the man didn't notice. When Leon unleashed all of his killing intent, however, the man certainly took notice. "What an adorable aura," the man said, not disturbed in the slightest by Leon's killing intent. He then showed off his own killing intent, and for the first time in a very long time, Leon felt the fear of being overpowered. His skin crawled and he felt a chill run down his spine. "This man is stronger than I am. He's killed more, a lot more," Leon thought to himself as he restrained his aura to defend himself. "I am Eric, Thane to Hack and Fire Beard," the man said proudly. Leon responded. Noticing his young voice, Eric remarked, "You sound quite young, Leon. To live a short life is such a shame, but to die at my hands is an honor you may relay to your ancestors." Then, he drew a dagger in one hand and a hatchet in the other, and attacked. Leon lunged forward and met the attack, blocking the hatchet with his sword and deflecting the dagger with his gauntlet. He tried to attack fast enough to seize the initiative and put Eric on the defense, but Eric smiled and pressed forward. Leon couldn't get in a single attack. "Leon, this guy is a 4th-tier mage," shouted Zaffin. "I noticed," Leon responded. Eric caught Leon's sword in the gap between the head of his hatchet and the wooden shaft, then stabbed forward with his dagger. Leon couldn't dodge with his sword stuck in the hatchet, so he made the quick decision to catch the dagger. Fortunately, the dagger wasn't sharp to cut through his leather gloves, but Eric only smiled and pushed forward. Leon tried to hold fast, but Eric was much stronger, and Leon was forced back 1 step, then another, and another. Eric just kept pushing, forcing Leon to give more and more ground. He'd already been pushed to within a few steps of the other 3 surviving squad members, who watched in dejection as Eric got closer. "This is a nice sword you got," said Eric in a mocking tone, "shame it's wasted on you. Once I kill you and take it, the first thing I'm going to do is kill your 2 boyfriends over there. Maybe I'll even use it to kill that fine woman there, once I'm done with her." Alex gripped her spear a little tighter once Eric's lustful gaze swept over her. If it came down to it, she'd kill herself before letting Eric have his way with her, though that isn't to say it was something she particularly wanted to do. "Kill that fucking pig," she shouted at Leon. "Ooh, I like your attitude," Eric said, "I'm going to enjoy breaking you." Alex's anger instantly grew so great that she forgot all about her fear. Her terrified shaking stopped, and she glared at the surrounding Veilmen, who were watching and waiting for Eric to stop playing around. "You're going to have to use my power," said Zafin worriedly. "This bastard will kill you, otherwise." "I know," Leon replied in frustration. He located the thread in his chest, the connection between himself and Zafin, and pulled. He felt the familiar heat rushing out from his chest, and he concentrated his mana to direct it into his left arm, which still held the dagger. "You know, it's cute the way you're resisting, but you're only," Eric began, but he was cut off when Leon's left hand burst into flame. Eric reeled back in instinctive panic, dropping the rapidly melting dagger as he did so, but his own right hand was already on fire. "Ah!" He screamed in pain. He so distracted that he allowed Leon to twist himself closer and raise his left close to his face. Eric's eyes widened when he looked up from his burning hand and saw Leon's fingers inches away from his face. "No," he whispered, as crimson fire erupted from Leon's hand and engulfed his head. Eric was dead before he hit the ground, his head and most of his neck and shoulders charred beyond recognition. Everyone stared at Leon in stunned silence. "What the fuck?" muttered one of the Veilmen. He must be at least of the 5th tier," cried another as he turned around and fled back into the trees. One by one, all the rest of the Veilmen retreated. They were so frightened by Leon's show of power that they didn't notice the pain with which he cradled his left arm, or the fact that he hadn't moved a single muscle since killing Eric. In seconds, the 4 survivors stood alone in the clearing, surrounded by almost 50 bodies. Alex hurried over to check on Sam once it was clear that the Veilmen were gone, but Sam had bled out during the fight. The other 2 men quickly checked the rest of the squad, but they were all dead as well. "We should retreat. Fall back to the 2nd watchtower," Leon said, almost choking out the words. "Are you all right?" Alex asked. "Just fine," Leon answered, "or at least, I will be." "What in the hell was that?" demanded one of the men. "How are you able to use elemental magic? Aren't you only a 3rd-tier mage?" "This isn't the time for that," Leon responded. The other man protested, but Leon ignored him as he pulled out a healing spell and pressed it against his arm, relieving the pain he felt from using Zafin's fire. Then, he started walking back south. "Hold up," Alex called. She ran back to Samuel and took his sword, stopping only to give him and their other fallen comrades one last sad look before hurrying over to follow Leon. The other 2 men grit their teeth, but as Leon was the strongest among them and had trained at the Knight Academy, he was easily the most qualified out of the 4 to take charge. But his qualifications hardly made them any happier at having to follow a Veilman, especially after losing most of their squad to a Veilman attack. Regardless, they fell in behind Alex and Leon. They desperately wanted to get back home to safety, and their chances would be better with someone of Leon's power than if they moved on their own. Sam and the rest were left there on the ground. It was distasteful, but they couldn't bring the bodies with them with large amounts of Veilmen in the area. Chapter 143. Leon and Alex. Leon, Alex, and the 2 other men made their way back south, hoping to reach the 2nd watchtower before the Veilmen did. It wasn't too far, relatively speaking, only about 4 miles, but those were 4 miles of rough, hilly, and forested terrain. They had left the 2nd watchtower not long before noon that day and encountered Jack and the Veilmen chasing him around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, so Leon was confident that they could reach the 2nd watchtower before it grew too dark in the pass. The small group moved at a quick pace, not quite running, as apart from Leon, the entire squad was made up of 1st-tier mages, but still going at as fast a clip as could be reasonably maintained. Leon kept his eyes wide open and his ears tuned to the sounds of the forest, so that he would be able to hear if any more Veilmen tried to ambush them. He intended to make it back to the fort, and he was determined to make sure the other 3 did as well. He was, after all, the strongest mage left in the squad, so the burden of command and the responsibility to keep the other 3 alive fell to him. That being said, if the 2 men were killed along the way, Leon honestly couldn't say that he'd care that much. They and the rest of the squad had been exceedingly rude to him since he arrived, so it was only Sam's death that left him feeling any regret. Even then, he'd barely known Sam for more than a week, so he doubted he'd lose any sleep over the knight's death. Alex, on the other hand, was a different story. Leon kept them moving fast enough that there wasn't much time to think, but every now and then he heard a sniffle from behind him. He snuck a glance back to see what was up, and saw Alex struggling to hold back her tears. Leon sighed, then fell back a little to walk at Alex's side. "How are you doing?" he asked as gently as he could, which was not particularly gentle at all. "Fine," Alex said tersely. Leon's eyes narrowed at the obvious lie, but he didn't challenge it for the moment. Instead, he took a good look at Alex, as he realized in that moment that he hadn't done so prior to now. Alex was a tall woman, almost as tall as he was, with full and lustrous brown hair, warm and welcoming hazel eyes, and before Sam's death, anyway, a playful smile always on her lips. She was thin and athletic, as almost all mages are, with a charming demeanor that could make even someone as cagey and guarded as Leon feel a little more at ease. Leon had to admit that he thought she was cute, though he held no romantic notions toward her at all. "It's never an easy thing, losing someone close to you in battle," Leon said after a few moments of silence. After a few more moments of thought, he said quietly, "I lost my father last year. I didn't cry, but I don't think I was really capable of doing anything for a couple days." Alex looked at Leon in shock. She hadn't expected him to come back and check up on her in the first place, let alone start talking about something so personal. "Do you mind if I ask what Sam was to you?" Leon asked. "Why did you tell me that?" Alex asked, sidestepping Leon's question. "What do you mean?" Leon replied. "Why did you tell me something so personal? You've barely spoken to anyone, and you don't know me," Alex said, her voice trailing off when she grew self-conscious from pointing this out. "Yeah, why did you say that?" Zafin asked in shock. "Wait a moment, do you like this girl? Is that gorgeous redhead back in the capital not enough? Looking to sow some wild oats?" Leon was silent for a long moment, and pointedly ignored Zafin. Then, he sighed and said, "True, I don't know you. But that actually helps a little. We might never speak to each other again, so what does it matter? I don't talk much anyway, especially around rude assholes." Leon briefly glanced back at the two other men, who were following at a long enough distance that they couldn't hear what Leon and Alex were talking about, "but I want to get better at it. We're in the same squad, we're going to be watching each other's backs, at least until we get back to the fort. It would help if we talked a little, no matter what happens after." Leon's emotions were a tumultuous combination of grief at remembering his father, a hint of buried anger at those who took him, and embarrassment in saying so much to Alex. He didn't know why, but he just felt good talking to her, so he didn't stop. "Come on, it helps to talk after a battle," Leon continued, "at least in my, admittedly limited, experience. Lets you vent some of the pent-up frustration and anger and brings you down from the high of surviving mortal danger." "Have you been in many battles?" Alex asked curiously. If we're talking solely battles where my life was threatened, this was my fifth." Leon hesitantly guessed. "There were a good many where I suppose I was technically involved, but where I didn't do much more than stand around while my father or others did all the work." In this regard, Leon only counted the fight with the Snow Lion, the raid on the bandit camp with the Brown Bears, the fight at his home that ended with Artoria's death, and the fight with the assassins on board the galley. As he told Alex, he'd been in a number of other fights, but none that he both took an active role in and where he truly felt his life to be at risk. "Well, that's 4 more than me," Alex said. "I got here a few weeks before you did, by Sir Samuel's recommendation. He was my uncle, my father's brother. We're from the same town and I've known him all my life. I wanted to join the Legion, but my father would only let me go if I went with Sam." "I'm sorry," Leon said. He was getting better at talking to people, especially given where he was only a year before, but he still wasn't that good at comforting people. Alex went quiet and a frown appeared on her face. After a moment of silence, Leon asked another question to get her talking again. "Why did you want to join the Legion?" Alex sighed, then said, "I guess, because it sounded good at the time." "I'm starting to think it was a bad idea," Leon smiled and morbidly chuckled. "I guess I'm not too different," he admitted. "I joined the Legion because my father told me all these stories about the knights to the south. I've always wanted to be one." "What stories would he tell?" Alex asked. "I think the Epic of Antares was his favorite, but he also told me Serpent's extinction, and courting of the 4 kingdoms fairly regularly. Personally, I was always partial to Lord of the 9 Rivers." "I like your choice. The other 3 are good stories, but they have terrible endings," Alex said. "Lord of the 9 Rivers at least lets its hero get his much-deserved happy ending. I wouldn't quite so far as to say the endings to Antares and Serpent's extinction are terrible bittersweet, maybe, but not terrible," Leon argued. "Although, 4 Kingdoms does have an awful end, I'll admit that much at least. Some of the cast of a story ought to survive to the epilogue, otherwise what's the point? Exactly, Alex agreed. The two launched into a heated discussion of their favorite books, while the two men behind them scowled and rolled their eyes. Leon, despite participating in the discussion, was still keeping an eye on their surroundings, and he noticed their obvious derision. Not going to talk to them anytime soon, he thought to himself. He doubted he'd get far if he tried. They'd probably just call him a savage again, and he'd probably knock their teeth in. Best to leave them be. No good will come from talking to them. Hakon Firebeard's bright blue eyes blazed with fury as he stared down at Eric's partially charred corpse. His thane was almost unrecognizable. Who did this? He asked quietly. Containing his rage was a titanic feat, and he was barely able to keep from bellowing his question at the other Valeman who led him back to the site of the battle. Some knight, I think, said one of the Valemen who ran away when Leon killed Eric. He was wearing black armor with dark gray clothing. He looked fully grown, but his voice sounded strangely young. So a child dressed in black armor killed one of my thanes? Hakon roared, grabbing the Valeman by the neck. "No," the Valeman squeaked, "a young knight, 5th tier, bullshit." Hakon thundered. He opened his mouth to shout again, but instead he took a deep breath and collected himself. Then, he opened his mouth again, with a much calmer tone that didn't quite fit the fact that he was still holding the Valeman off the ground by his neck. "If a 5th tier mage were present here, none of you worthless maggots would have escaped alive." No, this was something else. Another of Hakon's thanes stepped forward, a tall man with a wiry build and hair as white as fresh snow. His clear silver eyes sparkled with intelligence and his remarkably shaven face curved into a frown. "What are you thinking?" the thane asked. "Do you remember that lunatic we burned 4 years ago?" Hakon asked, still holding the Valeman, who had almost been choked into unconsciousness. "The one we caught in the process of freezing a field of silk grass?" "Ah, yes, that nutcase who ranted and raved about the monster of the East, that he would summon and send us all into an icy hell. Instead, he got a fiery one, or should I say, a pyre Y1, he. Hakon rolled his eyes at the pun and decided to ignore it. "Right, that guy, he was only of the 4th tier, but he could use elemental magic." "You think whoever did this to Eric is like that lunatic?" "Yes, I mean, he could simply have a piece of gear with a powerful mage's mana glyph inscribed on it, but I doubt any mage would be so foolish as to make themselves vulnerable to a madman. No, I think it's much more likely that this dark warrior, these cowardly worms were so afraid of as a demon worshipper." As Hakon spoke, the Valeman in his hand stopped moving. He'd slipped into unconsciousness, and as soon as Hakon noticed, he dropped the Valeman with a disgusted look. "Rorecker, my friend," Hakon began. "Yes, my brother," the white-haired thane answered. "You will lead our war party on my behalf. I must hunt down this demon worshipper who murdered Eric." "I understand," Rorecker responded solemnly. "I've known Eric as long as you have. Make sure that Dark Warrior suffers." "Oh, he'll suffer all right. He'll wish he was dead. I'll flay the flesh from his bones, and burn what's left, to appease Eric's spirit and carry him to the Sky Mother." Hakon shouted. He clenched his fists and the wind blew around him in a small cyclone, knocking back the Valeman within 15 feet of him. This was supposed to be our time to seize glory. To raid the south and bring back riches to last our people for generations. Hakon thought bitterly. Of his 6 thanes, Eric was the youngest and weakest. He was the baby of his circle of friends, the men who aided him in his conquests of the Northern Vales. Hakon had expected his 7 best friends turned thanes would accompany him through the rest of his life, but now one had been killed, and the army they'd so painstakingly assembled hadn't even arrived at the wall at the end of the pass, yet. Hakon was furious, to put it mildly. To put it slightly more accurately, his eyes burned with unquenchable fury, and after one more glance at Eric's body, Hakon turned and stormed into the forest. He was accompanied by only 2 other people, 2 more of his thanes. They moved south at a terrifying speed. Their fury demanded the death of Leon, who killed their friend. "We're almost back at the tower, aren't we?" Leon asked the other 3. They'd all been on supply runs before, so they knew the pass far better than he did. "Yes," one of the men affirmed exasperatedly. He didn't say anything more, so Leon let his tone slide. However, he started to smell something burning again, and he thought he saw smoke filling the forest. "Something's wrong," he said. He resisted the urge to run forward, and instead he stuck with the group. "Move slowly," he continued, the second watchtower may have already been attacked. Alex nodded with a serious look, while the other two men paled slightly. They could hate Leon for being a Veilman, but they couldn't deny his skills. They believed him when he said something was wrong. The group advanced slowly, and kept their eyes constantly scanning the trees around them. Suddenly, Leon stopped them and said, "I can hear someone talking. I can't quite make out what they're saying, but they sound quite happy." After a few more dozen feet, the other three started to pick up on what Leon was talking about. Another few hundred feet, and there was no longer any doubt. They could all hear the crackling of flames and the hooting and hollering of dozens of men. When they drew close enough to see what was happening, they jumped behind a small cluster of trees and bushes. They saw several dozen Veilmen surrounding the second watchtower. Watching the fire, they started slowly climb up the walls. The 5 men who had been stationed there had been hanged from the balconies, with a multitude of mutilations that Leon could see from his hiding place. One of the men was missing both of his arms, while another had almost his entire face ripped off. Another had lost his legs, while the fourth had an enormous hole in his torso that his lungs were spilling out of. These 4 were all dead, but the 5th had been untouched. He was left to hang from the balcony by his arms, rather than his neck like the others. He had been gagged, preventing him from screaming, but the terror was obvious in his face. The flames kept getting higher, licking at his feet, while the Veilmen below him shouted and laughed at him. A few even threw rocks. Leon and the other 3 could do nothing but watch. They couldn't take on all of the Veilmen present, even with all of Leon's 3rd-tier strength and Zaffin's demon fire. All they could do was watch, and stew in their anger and frustration at what the Veilmen were doing, and pity for the hanging men, both dead and alive. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.